Chapter 1. Handsome guy. Who are you? How irritating. Stop it. Su Chen mumbled sleepily, feeling something fuzzy brushing gently against his cheek. It was reminiscent of his girlfriend teasing him with her hair. Instinctively, he swung his hand, but met only empty air. Wait, he didn't even have a girlfriend. The sensation on his hand was that of rough, dew-laden leaves, and his nose was filled with the damp, earthy scent of soil. Startled, Su Chen abruptly opened his eyes. Instead of the cozy ceiling of his bedroom, he was greeted by several broad green leaves. A few rays of morning light filtered through the foliage, casting mottled patterns upon his face. He found himself lying in a patch of low shrubs. What the hell? Su Chen attempted to spring up, but failed miserably. He scrambled out of the bushes in a flurry, surveying his surroundings, instantly rendered speechless. A straight asphalt road stretched infinitely in both directions. On either side lay desolate wilderness, overgrown with weeds, punctuated occasionally by a few solitary, crooked trees. The sky was shrouded in a gloomy haze, and an indescribable sense of oppression hung in the air. No vehicles, no people, no cities, not even a ghostly shadow in sight. Where is this? Wasn't I just burning the midnight oil of my keyboard? Su Chen rubbed his still-dazed head, trying to piece together his last memories. The last thing he recalled was succumbing to exhaustion and resting his head on the keyboard. Is it really necessary to toss me into this godforsaken place just because I missed an update for a day? Su Chen couldn't help but voice his frustration. Can readers' grievances actually alter reality? Indeed, he was a struggling web novelist, barely scraping by on meager royalties and a fervent passion. Missing updates was commonplace, but he had never encountered such a dramatic summons for one. Just then, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Welcome to the road survival world that a total of 10 billion humans aged 15 to 60 have been successfully transmitted to in this world. All individuals will automatically restore their physical conditions to their peak state, regardless of illness or disability. Keep moving forward. Do not let the toxic mist behind you catch up. The current speed of the toxic mist is 1 meter per second. The universal currency in this world is survival points. You earn 1 survival point for every hour of survival, and slaying monsters will also yield survival points. The first 7 days serve as a novice protection period, with stable weather conditions. After 7 days, extreme catastrophic weather will ensue sequentially. Every 100 kilometers you advance, treasure chests will randomly refresh by the roadside. For additional features, please explore the bracelet interface on your own. The system is currently conducting a security check. 108 users of external cheats detected. Extermination process has been executed. Second check. Current number of external cheats, 0. This world is committed to creating a fair and just gaming environment. All players are urged to cherish their lives and harbor no illusions. The system will conduct continuous monitoring. Violators will be eradicated. Wishing everyone an enjoyable game. Enjoyable? What nonsense! Upon hearing this, Su Chen felt utterly numb. 108 unfortunate souls using cheat. Surely, they all had some sort of sign-in system or god-tier choice system, right? Based on his experience from writing millions of words and novels, this is undoubtedly a classic protagonist template. Yet, right from the outset, he was swiftly eliminated. Brave souls, take care. Su Chen silently mourned for 3 seconds before a sudden realization struck him. There could be no further delay. Taking his time could mean losing half. This was a fundamental truth of the game. Indeed, the poisonous fog behind him. He glanced back to see less than a kilometer away, a gray wall rising from the ground, connecting heaven and earth. It was a colossal curtain composed of countless swirling, roiling gray mists, advancing towards him at a speed both visible and imperceptible. Merely gazing at it sent shivers coursing through Su Chen's very core, as if some terrifying entity within the fog was choosing its prey. Damn! Without a moment's hesitation, Su Chen took off running. He sprinted down the straight road, fleeing from the encroaching toxic miasma. As he ran, he felt an astonishing surge of vitality coursing through his body. The unsteady steps that had once plagued him from countless sleepless nights now brimmed with strength. Though his breath came in quick gasps, his lungs did not echo the familiar sting of exhaustion. Rather, it was as if he possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of energy. Could this be peak health? While running, Su Chen recalled the newfound information flooding his mind and lifted his left wrist. There, a black device resembling a fitness band rested quietly against his skin. Open interface, he whispered. With a soft hum, a translucent light screen, approximately 1 meter in height and width, materialized before his eyes. The screen adjusted seamlessly to his gaze, remaining stable regardless of how he swayed his head or how his body undulated with his sprinting. Goodness, it's equipped with anti-shake technology and eye tracking. How advanced? Su Chen couldn't help but marvel. Displayed on the interface were several neatly arranged tabs. Today's travel tips: character interface, storage space, chat interface, marketplace, mall, monster compendium. His gaze immediately fell upon the topmost tab. Today's travel tips. Today's travel tips: survival day, 1 time. 8 o'clock weather. Clear temperature. 1,328 degrees Celsius surrounding environment. Desolate Gobi road distance to toxic fog, 1061 meters. Toxic fog speed. 1 meter second beginner phase, 1 meter per second. Su Chen rapidly calculated. 1 second equals 1 meter. 1 minute is 60 meters, and 1 hour equates to 3,600 meters or 3.6 kilometers. Over a full day of 24 hours, that amounts to 86.4 kilometers. Holy crap, this survival game is utterly merciless, he exclaimed involuntarily. To advance over 80 kilometers in a single day, there was hardly any time for rest. If he didn't run with all his might during the day, he'd have no opportunity to even close his eyes at night. Sleep? If he fell asleep, he might never awaken again. He must acquire a mode of transportation. As he continued to run, he anxiously scanned his surroundings. All he could see was the barren road and Gobi Desert, devoid of any life. Forget about cars, even a bicycle would suffice. Complaints aside, the remarkable condition of his body offered him a sliver of solace. He clicked on the second option, character interface. As the interface transitioned, a miniature 3D projection of a character appeared in the center of the screen. Su Chen's steps came to an abrupt halt, nearly causing him to trip over himself. He fixated intently on the silhouette on the screen, his eyes widening and his breath quickening. The figure depicted on the screen boasted striking eyebrows and bright eyes, a prominent nose, a defined jawline, and a neat crop of short hair. The physique was slender and well-proportioned, adorned in the same short-sleeved t-shirt and jeans that he wore, exuding an aura of refreshing charm. "Who are you, handsome?" In the next moment, a wave of excitement and nostalgia surged within him. Su Chen felt his eyes welling up. Wasn't this the very image of himself from his university days, before life and lethargy transformed him into a 200-pound couch potato? Over the years, he had contemplated weight loss countless times, acquiring one gym membership after another, only for them to devolve into mere bathhouse passes. Little did he expect that in his lifetime, he would encounter a glimpse of his slender self in such an extraordinary manner, even if it were within a perilous world on the brink of collapse. Not bad, he sniffled, forcefully suppressing the urge to weep. It turned out that the announcement regarding restoration to peak condition also referred to physical form. Chapter 2. Character Panel. He glanced at the data panel below the projection. Su Chen, ordinary human, status, healthy, a cartoon figure icon. Entirely green, the average values for adult attributes are 5, which should be enhanced through leveling up. Level, 100 constitution, 5 affects health, defense, recovery, speed, strength. 4 affects carrying capacity, attack power. Speed, 6 affects movement, attack speed, stamina. 4 affects endurance, perseverance, perception. 6 affects learning, awareness, crafting abilities. Mental, 8 affects sanity, resistance, recovery, speed, sanity. 100,100 sanity. Below 50 will lead to madness. Below 30 will induce hallucinations. Below 10 will. Energy, 96,100 energy. Below 50 will result in fatigue. Below 10 will cause fainting. Satiety, 95,100 satiety. Below 50 will lead to hunger. Below 20 will affect various attributes. Hydration, 90,100 energy. Below 50 will result in thirst. Below 20 will affect various attributes. Upgrades are possible. Points to be allocated, right? Su Chen mused aloud while maintaining a steady pace on the treadmill. Would it be too much to ask for a skill or something? This survival game system is rather stingy. He smacked his lips, critiquing his attributes. A constitution of 5 points was unremarkable. A speed of 6 points was decent, no wonder he felt as light as a feather while running. Perception at 6 points and mental at 8 points were unexpectedly high. Yet what is the meaning of strength and endurance? Strength 4, endurance 4? What nonsense is this? Su Chen exclaimed, his face a mask of indignation. I can accept a lower strength score after all. I used to be a sedentary rider, but how can my endurance be a mere 4? I know I have considerable stamina. Countless nights of tireless writing, battling through millions of words flashed through his mind, showcasing his undeniable endurance. This assessment from the system was an affront to his professional integrity as a web novelist. While he grumbled, his attention was swiftly captured by the description following the attribute of mentality. Mentality, 8 affects sanity resistance, sanity recovery speed. Sanity, 100,100 when sanity drops below 50. One will descend into madness below 30. Hallucinations will occur below 10. What on earth does that ellipsis signify? A jolt coursed through Su Chen's heart. Sanity? Madness? Hallucinations? He murmured, a chill creeping up from his soles to the crown of his head. As a seasoned reader of web literature, he understood all too well what the presence of sanity in a game's interface entailed. Such a trait is typically associated with unspeakable horrors and a rapid decline in sanity. Surely not. Surely not. Please don't tell me this world contains Lovecraftian elements or supernatural beings. Su Chen's face turned pale. If it's a matter of survival, then so be it. If it's about fleeing from poison, then let it be. Just please spare me the fanciful frights. I have a timid disposition. He steadied his nerves, forcing himself to remain calm. Overthinking was futile for now. He must take one step at a time, with survival being his foremost priority. He swiped to the next interface, storage space. A storage compartment materialized upon the screen, labeled 1 cubic meter. Adjacent to it, a small note read, "No living creatures may be stored." As expected, Su Chen scoffed, finding it akin to the conventions prevalent in most novels. Next, he clicked on the chat interface. It was divided into World Channel and Regional Channel. He first ventured into the World Channel. In an instant, a torrent of messages cascaded past like a waterfall, too rapid to discern any content. Absolutely unreadable. He promptly exited and opted for the Regional Channel. Current region, 10,000. Population, 100,010,000. Here, the refresh rate of information slowed considerably, allowing him to finally glean the messages. Greetings to the brothers and sisters within this region. Where is everyone located? I am surrounded by trees. It appears to be a forest. I'm on the highway. Is anyone else? Yes, I also started on the highway. I've been running for over 10 minutes and feel better than ever. Is this what the world announcement calls peak condition? I'm loving it. I'm incredibly fortunate, my friends. Ha ha ha. I just stumbled upon a bicycle in a small village by the roadside. Though slightly worn, it is rideable. Upon the release of this message, the entire regional channel erupted in excitement. No way. A bicycle? Is that for real? Brother. Which village? Where is it? Give us a direction. I am consumed with envy. My legs are nearly broken from running. Please, oh great one, take me with you. I don't want to perish. Su Chen's eyes reddened as he gazed upon that boastful message. Damn it, lucky bastard. He couldn't help but curse. We both started on the same road. Why does he stumble upon a village while I can't even spot a power pole? Is he the favored child of this survival world? How long has it been since the beginning? Not even half an hour, I reckon. He glanced at the desolate and despairing landscape surrounding him, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over him. Nevertheless, amidst the complaints, there was useful information to be gleaned. This indicated that villages or towns indeed existed along the road if he could find one. There was a chance to acquire a means of transportation. Once he had a vehicle, the threat of toxic fog would diminish significantly, and his safety would be elevated several notches. He continued to scroll down. Is there anyone who can help me? I'm being chased by a pack of wild dogs. They're in the woods by the roadside. Their eyes are red. Hang in there, brother. During the novice period, the monsters shouldn't be too strong, right? Dog meat is quite nourishing, brother. Turn the tables on them. Get lost. If you're so brave, why don't you handle it? Those dogs have red eyes. Seeing this message, Su Chen's heart raced anew. Wild dogs. This meant that the novice protection period was not entirely secure. At the very least, there existed aggressive creatures, possibly even mutated beasts. Moreover, each individual's starting environment varied. if I were to encounter wild dogs. Su Chen licked his lips, a glimmer of ferocity flashing in his eyes. What a perfect opportunity for a meal. I shall taste the flavor of dog meat in this world. While contemplating this, he remained vigilant, carefully surveying his surroundings. The shrubs flanking the road were not tall, but sufficient to conceal certain things. Being unarmed ultimately provided little sense of security. His gaze swept the area until he quickly spotted a bare little tree by the roadside. He chose a suitable spot to break off a branch, roughly the thickness of a mop handle and over a meter long. Su Chen weighed it in his hand. Its heft was reassuring, at least adequate for self-defense. With a weapon in hand, he felt considerably more secure. He proceeded to examine the interface of his wristband and opened the trading post. It was utterly empty, clearly indicating that at this stage, no one had anything to trade. Next, he opened shop. The interface was straightforward, displaying only 2 items. Item: bottled water, 500 milliliters price, 5 survival points. Item: bread, 300 G price, 5 survival points. Current level: 1. Experience for level up, 0-100. Level up requirement: spend 100 survival points in the shop. As for the final section, the monster compendium, it was entirely blank. A prompt indicated that information would only be automatically recorded after witnessing an unknown creature for 10 seconds. Chapter 3. Wake Up Beauty. Survival Points. Su Chen closed the interface, deep in thought. Each hour of survival granted him a precious survival point, implying these points were invaluable currency. As he pondered, a flicker of movement caught his peripheral vision. Not far ahead, amidst the roadside bushes, something stirred. He halted, squinting to see more clearly. There appeared to be a figure, motionless, lying there. Could it be another survivor, like himself? The thought quickened his heartbeat. He had also awakened in the bushes. Perhaps this individual shared a similar fate. He retrieved the wooden stick he had picked up earlier from his storage space and cautiously approached. As he drew nearer, the details became clearer. It was a woman. Her figure alluringly curvaceous, even prone on the ground. Her elegance was undeniable. She wore a standard office attire, a fitted skirt accompanied by black stockings that clung to her long legs, completed with a pair of slender high heels. Her long, dark hair cascaded messily, obscuring her face. "Hey, wake up!" Su Chen called out tentatively from a few meters away. The woman did not respond. "Beauty, wake up. The toxic mist is closing in." He raised his voice, but she remained still, seemingly in a deep slumber. Was she truly so oblivious? Su Chen furrowed his brow. The encroaching toxic mist would not wait for anyone. If she continued to sleep, she would meet her end here. He hesitated, then prodded her back gently with the stick. "Miss, do you need help? If you don't get up soon, the gas will overtake you." The sensation was peculiar. It lacked the softness and resilience of a living being, feeling rather rigid. Just then, an icy system notification resonated unexpectedly in his mind. Unknown organism detected. Information being recorded. Monster catalog updated. Recorded monster. Level 1 mutated zombie. 3 large question marks instantly appeared above Su Chen's head. He swiftly surveyed his surroundings. The desolate wilderness stretched endlessly before him, devoid of life save for the whispering wind. Where could this monster be? Had the system encountered glitch? Could it be this one on the ground? A terrifying thought exploded in his mind, raising every hair on his body. At that moment, the woman's hand twitched, and she began to struggle, contorting in an unnatural manner as she attempted to rise from the ground. Su Chen involuntarily glanced down. Oh no! As the woman moved, her obscured face was finally revealed. A zombie! Sanity -2. Though her visage was not as grotesque and decayed as depicted in films, the pallid complexion, vacant, murky eyes, and the drool at the corners of her mouth unmistakably signified her inhuman identity. There was scarcely time for further contemplation. Adrenaline surged to its peak in an instant. Damn! With a fierce roar, Su Chen summoned every ounce of strength within him and delivered a powerful kick to the posterior of the female zombie, who had just managed to raise her upper body. Thud! The force of his kick sent the zombie crashing back to the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Chen turned and sprinted away. As he dashed several dozen meters, a guttural, inhuman growl echoed behind him, sending a shiver of fear coursing through his veins. Glancing back, he saw the female zombie, unsteadily rising to her feet, her stiff limbs propelling her towards him. Although her pace was not swift, it exceeded that of an average person. Witnessing this, Su Chen's heart began to ease slightly. Is that all? He exhaled in relief, realizing that if he maintained this speed for a while longer, he could completely shake her off. Drawing from his extensive experience of watching zombie films over the years, he knew that as long as the distance was sufficiently increased, the zombie would soon lose its target and wander aimlessly in place. Resolute, he refrained from looking back and resumed his carefully calculated running pace, one that ensured both speed and maximal conservation of energy. Before long, the female zombie was left far behind, shrinking into a mere indistinct black dot before vanishing entirely from the horizon. After distancing himself from the creature, Su Chen maintained a steady, unhurried pace. This rhythm had been meticulously devised to ensure velocity while preserving his stamina to the greatest extent. However, as time passed, a familiar sense of fatigue washed over him like a tide. A sharp, burning pain began to radiate from his lungs, and his legs felt as though they were encased in lead, each step becoming increasingly burdensome. His t-shirt was drenched in sweat, clinging to his body in the wind, while cooling him also sapped away his dwindling strength. Is this the true experience of having only 4 points of endurance? Su Chen mused, finding a bitter amusement in his plight. Compared to his 8 points of mental fortitude, his physical prowess felt like a significant hindrance. Mentally, he felt capable of battling through 300 more rounds, yet his body was issuing its most sincere protest. Just as he sensed he could no longer endure and contemplated slowing his pace to walk for a moment, a crisp notification chimed at his mind. Simultaneously, a line of green text appeared in the lower left corner of his vision. Survived for 1 hour, gained 1 survival point. Su Chen's steps faltered momentarily before realization struck him. An hour had passed. Instinctively, he glanced back. On the distant skyline, the ominous gray wall of toxic mist loomed persistently, exuding an unsettling sense of oppression. It resembled a tireless harbinger of death, wielding a scythe, methodically trailing behind him, ever poised to claim the lives of those who falter. Damn it, he cursed inwardly, forcing himself to avert his gaze, determined not to look back again. At least he had secured a survival point. Though modest, it marked the first tangible reward since arriving in this dreadful place. Much like receiving his first paycheck, it bore significant meaning. This small gain invigorated his spirit, and the weariness within his body seemed to dissipate considerably. As he slowed his pace, shifting to a brisk walk, he activated the interface of his wristband. The data at the top of the today's travel alert had been refreshed. Distance to poisonous fog, 4 kilometers, 4 kilometers. Su Chen gazed at this figure, his mind racing with calculations. At the outset, the poisonous fog was 1 kilometer away from him. Now, the fog advanced at a speed of 1 meter per second, equating to 6 kilometers per hour, with a current distance of 4 kilometers to the fog. Subtracting the initial 1 kilometer and accounting for the fog's advancement of 6 kilometers, it meant. In the first hour, I covered a total of 8 kilometers. Upon arriving at this conclusion, Su Chen was taken aback. 8 kilometers in 1 hour. In the past, he would have struggled to run even a single kilometer without gasping for breath. This peak condition was indeed remarkable. Yet, before he could revel in this revelation, a wave of anxiety washed over him. In the first hour, when his stamina was at its peak, he had managed to run only 8 kilometers. But now, he felt utterly exhausted, akin to a worn-out dog. How far could he possibly run in the subsequent hours? 7 kilometers? 6 kilometers? The poisonous fog would not tire. It would relentlessly pursue him at a speed of 6 kilometers per hour. Once his pace faltered, being caught was merely a matter of time. Endurance, oh endurance. My torment. Chapter 4. The thrill of the zombie face-off, he sighed, opening the character interface. Indeed, the data on the panel had undergone notable changes. Stamina, 85-100, hunger, 85-100, hydration, 86-100. After merely an hour of running, his values had significantly diminished. His gaze shifted downward. Distance to treasure chest, 92 kilometers, 92 kilometers. The corners of Su Chen's mouth twitched. To traverse 92 kilometers on foot, merely to unlock a chest of unknown contents? One absurd jest. Forget about the treasure chest. He was gravely questioning his ability to survive the day. He absolutely needed to procure a means of transportation. This wretched survival game had never intended to allow anyone a comfortable existence. As he walked, panting heavily, he endeavored to regain his strength. After a brief respite of 5 or 6 minutes, he felt his breathing gradually stabilize. Su Chen dared not delay any longer and resumed his pace, this time opting for a slower speed, striving for a more energy-efficient approach. As he mechanically placed one foot in front of the other, his gaze aimlessly scanned the desolate expanse of the Gobi Desert. In the distance, on the horizon, he discerned some vague dark shapes. They were neither trees nor peculiar rocks. Those black points bore regular outlines, resembling buildings. Su Chen suddenly halted, squinting as he fixed his gaze in that direction. Indeed, it was architecture, although too far to discern clearly. The orderly contours were undeniably the creations of human civilization. A village. Instantly, he felt the fatigue in his body dissipate, as if swept away. The presence of a village signified the availability of resources, supplies, and most importantly, the potential discovery of a means of transportation. Even a dilapidated bicycle would surpass the utility of his weary legs by 100-fold. The heavens had not forsaken him. Filled with renewed vigor, Su Chen's pace quickened as he sprinted towards the hopeful silhouette. However, the adage to chase a mirage rang true today. He was thoroughly experiencing its meaning. Those structures that appeared to be within arm's reach felt as elusive as a mirage. No matter how fast he ran, the distance never seemed to diminish. Minutes ticked by, the outline of the village became somewhat clearer, yet it remained distant. Breathless, Su Chen cursed the desolate Gobi plain no less than 800 times. The visibility here was painfully clear, to the point of despair. Yet he dare not stop. Nor could he afford to. Hope lay just ahead. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on. After nearly half an hour, as he felt his lungs nearing a breaking point and the scenery began to blur before his eyes, he finally reached the outskirts of the village. It was a modest settlement, seemingly comprising only a few dozen households, with low brick and tile houses scattered haphazardly along both sides of the road. The entire village lay in profound silence, devoid of any human voices, the crowing of roosters, or the barking of dogs. Only the wind, as it whispered through, caused the dilapidated window frames to creak, adding an eerie ambience to the stillness. Su Chen leaned on his knees, gasping for breath, greedily inhaling the air. His vigilant gaze swept across the desolate settlement. In the atmosphere lingered an indistinct, unsettling odor reminiscent of something decaying. A sudden tightness gripped Su Chen's heart, prompting him to heighten his alertness. He retrieved a wooden stick, over a meter long, from his storage space, gripping it tightly as the image of the office lady zombie flashed through his mind. Could it be that this village has also succumbed? He swallowed hard, mentally fortifying himself. In a post-apocalyptic world, the presence of zombies was entirely plausible. If he were to encounter any gruesome scenes, he mustn't vomit. He absolutely mustn't. For if he did, his satiety would plummet, and that would be a tremendous loss. He steeled himself, crouching low, as if a thief, cautiously approaching the nearest house. This was a quintessential farmhouse, the gate wide open, with farming tools haphazardly strewn within. Su Chen refrained from barging inside, opting instead to circle around to the side window, intending to assess the situation inside. A thick layer of dust coated the window. He leaned closer, barely able to discern the interior. Inside, there were tables and chairs, and an old-fashioned calendar hung on the wall, revealing an ordinary farmer's setup, without any apparent anomalies. Yet, the putrid odor seemed to intensify. Frowning, he held his breath and stealthily moved to another window. This window likely faced the bedroom. He was eager to uncover what lay within. Rising on tiptoe, he pressed his eyes against the grimy glass. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the stillness. Su Chen froze, glancing down to find that he had stepped on a shard of broken glass. Oh no! The thought barely registered when, in the next instant, he had no time to react. A decayed, contorted face abruptly materialized on the other side of the window, mere inches from his own, separated only by a pane of filthy glass. Their eyes met. One side of the face was ravaged, yellow-green pus trickling down the cheek. One eyeball was clouded beyond recognition, while the other was conspicuously absent, leaving behind a gaping, dark socket. Its mouth gaped wide, revealing jagged, blackened teeth. Sanity -5, damn it. A distorted curse escaped his lips. Su Chen felt his mind go blank, his body instinctively responding as he stumbled backward. He retreated too hastily, tripping over a stone, losing his balance, and crashing heavily to the ground. A howl erupted from within the house, startling the zombie, which unleashed a beastly roar. It ferociously slammed its head and hands against the glass window. Bang, bang, bang. The sound rang out sharply in the silent village. The fragile, antiquated glass could not withstand such devastation, shattering with a resounding crash. The zombie's upper body protruded from the window, waving its desiccated arms as if attempting to crawl out from within. Su Chen's spirit nearly fled in terror. He scrambled to his feet, crawling and rolling, neglecting to retrieve the wooden stick that lay abandoned on the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprinted towards the edge of the village. He dare not look back, running with all his might. After covering several hundred meters, the horrific howls and crashing sound behind him seemed to fade away. Only then did he allow himself to slow down and glance back. The zombie had not emerged from the window to pursue him. The entire village had returned to its deathly silence. Su Chen leaned on his knees, gasping for breath. His heart raced within his chest, nearly leaping into his throat. The terrifying visage from moments ago remained vividly etched in his mind, leaving his legs trembling even now. As he caught his breath, he fixed his gaze on the distant village, fearful that something might suddenly leap out at him. After a considerable time, he gradually regained his composure. Reflecting on the earlier events, he could reasonably conclude that it was the sound of his footfall on a shattered glass that had roused the zombie within the house. This indicated that at least a portion of the zombies in the village were in a dormant state. As long as no loud noises were made, they would remain undisturbed. However, this also meant that the seemingly tranquil village was, in fact, a vast minefield. Each house could potentially harbor one or even several such surprises. Chapter 5. The delicately featured female zombie. Su Chen opened his panel to check his personal status. Rationality. 93/100. The grotesque visage that had just confronted him had inflicted a direct loss of 5 points to his sanity. Coupled with the 2 points lost due to the fright from the OL beauty zombie earlier, he realized that within a mere 2 hours of commencing, his rationality had diminished by 7 points. He comprehended that experiencing such terror and witnessing bizarre sights that defied human aesthetic standards could indeed erode one's sanity. The sheer visual impact of that face was overwhelming. Decay and distortion lay mere inches away. It resembled a model extracted from a horror game and censored in raw. Who could withstand such a sight? Reflecting on this, he recalled the OL beauty zombie he had encountered before, and it seemed, perhaps, she was rather pleasant to behold. Shaking his head vigorously, he cast aside this absurd thought. This was not the time for such musings. He turned to glance back at the desolate village and then at the endless road ahead, feeling an immense conflict within. Should he simply abandon this endeavor? Who knew how far the next supply point would be? Relying solely on his 2 legs to run would only lead to his demise. That cursed toxic fog would offer him no respite. No, he must venture in. Fortune favors the bold. Taking a deep breath, he reopened the chat interface on his wristband, hoping to discover any useful new information. Regional channel, 10,000, population, 9961000. Su Chen's pupils constricted sharply. 996 people. He vividly recalled that when he first entered, the regional channel had been brimming with 1,000 members. How much time had passed? Just over an hour? For individuals had vanished forever from this world? This survival game was far more brutal than he had imagined. Death, it seemed, was alarmingly close. Suppressing the tremor in his heart, he continued to scroll down. The messages in the channel were still racing by. I'm exhausted. My legs feel no longer my own. Can anyone tell me when this cursed place will end? Hang in there, brother upstairs. The toxic fog is watching you. Ha ha ha. I find it quite thrilling, more real than any survival game I've played. I just wonder if I can make it to the end. Is anyone forming a team? I'm female, sweet-voiced, and I can shout 666. Amidst the usual complaints and bravado, there were also some rather pretentious remarks. Brothers, I think I've discovered another village. This time, I must find a vehicle to drive. Biking is too exhausting. I envy the lucky fellow upstairs. I just found a pickup truck, but it had no keys. Infuriating. In response to this message, a long string of replies immediately followed. Smash the windows. ISNT, that how it's done in the movies? There are 2 wires under the steering wheel, one red and one blue. Spark them, and you'll ignite the engine. Trust me, I've been repairing cars for 30 years. I found a Harley motorcycle. It looks stunning, but sadly it has no gas. I must relinquish it in tears. Does anyone know where to find fuel? Su Chen, with a stoic expression, perused the chat logs. They were filled with a variety of messages, some boastful, some seeking help, and others laden with complaints. Among them, he even came across a few accounts of encounters with wild boars and foxes, detailing the considerable effort it took to escape. Yet, as he scrolled through the records from beginning to end, he found no mention of the word zombie from any other participant. Damn it, Su Chen couldn't help but mutter under his breath. So, I'm the only one facing a hellish difficulty start, am I? While others are merely encountering commonplace beasts. He finds himself thrust into a scenario reminiscent of a biohazard crisis. Such misfortune is unparalleled. Nevertheless, despite his grievances, reading through these messages solidified a singular resolve within him. He must venture into the village. If he does not strive now, he will be left behind when everyone else has taken to their vehicles, while he remains reliant on the number 11 bus to escape the toxic wasteland. The disparity will only grow. One step behind leads to being perpetually outpaced. Drawing from his years of experience in failure, he understood that in this apocalyptic backdrop, swiftly enhancing his strength and gaining a competitive edge is the only viable path. As for collaborating with other human players, Su Chen momentarily dismissed such thoughts. In an environment rife with scarcity and fear, human nature cannot withstand the test. When 2 strangers meet, the likelihood of drawing blades is far greater than that of uniting for survival. This is a truth one can discern with a mere flicker of thought. He must become stronger without delay. Resolving himself, Su Chen hesitated no longer. He steeled his courage, regulated his breath, and stealthily made his way toward the desolate village once more. In his previous flight, he had been too frantic, even losing the wooden stick he had painstakingly acquired. Being unarmed was not an option. It was tantamount to courting death. Cautiously, he advanced, scouring the roadside debris and overgrown grass in search of a suitable weapon. Before long, his eyes brightened. In a dry ditch by the road, he discovered a rusted steel rebar, measuring over half a meter in length. This rebar, salvaged from some demolished structure, still bore remnants of hardened cement and was considerably weighty. This will do. As soon as he grasped it, a small interface sprang to life before him. Item: abandoned steel rebar. Type: construction debris. Length: 73 centimeters. Note: a section of discarded threaded steel, rust-ridden yet sufficiently sturdy. Friendly reminder: beware of tetanus. With some effort, Su Chen extracted the rebar from the ground. He swung it experimentally, and the heavy whoosh it produced instilled a sense of confidence within him. This implement was far more reliable than the previously insubstantial wooden stick. The stick could barely be considered a novice's wooden sword. This rebar, however, was akin to a steel sword. Though its appearance was rather unrefined, its lethality would certainly suffice. A single strike could at least fracture a zombie-esque leg, if not split its skull. Armed with this newfound weapon, his confidence surged. He crouched low, minimizing his profile, and utilized the sparse bushes and debris along the roadside as cover, inching ever closer to the village. Soon, Su Chen found himself approximately 200 meters from the village. He lowered his posture, using a cluster of half-human-high, withered grass by the roadside as cover, intently gazing at the distant settlement. The faint, putrid odor carried by the wind continued to assail his nostrils, as if silently narrating the dangers that lurked in this place. The shattered window stood out conspicuously. The zombie that had just lunged at him was now wedged in the window frame, half of its body protruding outside, its head drooping, and its arms flailing mindlessly. Occasionally, it would slap against the dilapidated wall, sending up a cloud of dust. Its movements were slow and mechanical, appearing utterly foolish. Su Chen observed keenly. The zombie made no attempt to extricate itself from the window, merely repeating its futile, slapping motion. Not far from that house, in an open space, another figure wandered aimlessly. This was a zombie resembling an old farmer, clad in coarse cloth, shuffling along with a dragging leg. Its aggression and mobility seemed remarkably feeble. Su Chen silently assessed this. These creatures were far more amiable compared to the athletic, parkour-practicing zombies depicted in films. At least, this was the case during the day. Some zombie movies and games suggest that the undead become more aggressive at night. If their capabilities were truly this limited, then the village was not a perilous death trap, but rather a novice haven, teeming with experience points and mobile supply packs. The balance of risk and reward has always been proportional. Chapter 6. The first zombie kill, he cast a sweeping glance around, meticulously searching the environment. Near the village entrance stood several gnarled, barren trees, their branches stark and lifeless, appearing to have succumbed to death many years prior. These presented an excellent refuge. Should he encounter formidable foes or be besieged by a horde of zombies, as long as he was swift enough to ascend the tree, he could at least preserve his life temporarily, a strategy that offered both offensive and defensive options. This plan was indeed feasible. His gaze continued to wander, and soon, in a dilapidated farmhouse yard with a wall barely half a person's height, his eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. In the corner, propped against the wall, lay a hoe. The long wooden handle glinted with a metallic sheen at the blade, appearing to Su Chen far more charming than any legendary weapon could ever be. Although the steel bar in his hand was hefty, its short length was a significant drawback. As the saying goes, a longer weapon is a more powerful weapon. When facing zombies, maintaining distance is of utmost importance. The hoe's length perfectly met his requirements. He did not act immediately. Rather, he patiently crouched in the grass like a seasoned hunter, closely observing the yard. The gate stood ajar, and the silence within was profound. Aside from the whisper of the wind, there was no sound to be heard. After observing for a full minute and confirming the absence of any potential danger, Su Chen stealthily crouched down, lowering his steps as he silently approached. He bypassed the main entrance and instead circled around to the low earthen wall. With a firm grip on the rough top of the wall, he gracefully vaulted over it. In peak physical condition, such movements flowed effortlessly. He carefully navigated along the narrow wall, inching his way to the hoe above, leaning over to grasp it. Item: ordinary iron hoe. Type: farming tool. Length: 156 centimeters oat. A well-crafted iron hoe, an excellent companion for tilling soil and weeding. Of course, in certain special circumstances. It can also be employed to shatter some hard objects, such as skulls. As he read the cheeky question mark in the note, the corners of Su Chen's mouth twitched involuntarily. This system prompt was rather playful. He attempted to swing it a few times. The wooden handle sliced through the air with a whoosh, and the feel was leagued better than that broken steel bar. Satisfied, immensely satisfied, standing atop the wall, he surveyed the yard from a commanding height. The yard was quite spacious, aside from some clutter and a ladder in the corner. The most prominent feature was the stone well at the center. Beside the well lay a bucket tethered with coarse hemp rope. A well. Su Chen is bret kvikant. Water. In this world, a clean water source is as vital for survival as food. In a marketplace, a mere 500 milliliters bottle of mineral water costs 5 survival points, an outright robbery. One would have to survive for 5 hours to exchange for a bottle of water, and the sweat produced in just 5 hours would surely exceed 500 milliliters. If this well contained water, then his initial survival burdens would be significantly alleviated. A wave of joy surged within him, but he quickly forced himself to regain composure. Now was not the time for elation. The old farmer zombie wandering outside, along with the one stuck in the window, both posed potential threats. Should he be squatting by the well, drawing water, and a fellow villager suddenly rushes in for an enthusiastic embrace, it could end disastrously. It is imperative to eliminate nearby dangers first. With a fleeting thought, he stowed the hoe into his storage space and retraced his steps, stealthily returning to the thicket. His target was the wandering old farmer zombie in the clearing. One must choose the ripest fruit to squeeze. He held his breath, inching closer to his objective. 100 meters. The zombie remained unresponsive, continuing its aimless wandering. 80 meters. 60 meters. 40 meters. Still no reaction. Su Chen's heart raced, and his palms were slick with perspiration. He resembled a bomb disposal expert, each step taken with utmost caution to avoid any sound. When the distance to the zombie narrowed to 20 meters, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The old farmer zombie, which had been aimlessly shuffling with its head down, suddenly halted, its rigid head turned, creaking like a rusty gear, hollow eye sockets locking onto his position. He had been discovered. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat. It was the scent. At this proximity, he had not uttered a sound. The only explanation was that the zombie had detected the living essence emanating from him. Earlier, the one in the house had been shielded from the scent by walls and windows, only stirring when he shattered the glass and made noise. A guttural, indecipherable roar emanated from the old farmer zombie's throat as it lumbered forward, its stiff legs moving toward him step by step, at a pace slower than that of an ordinary person. The 20-meter scent detection range, combined with auditory perception, underscored the current sensory mechanism of this primitive zombie. Su Chen quickly formulated a conclusion in his mind. With the zombie drawing ever closer, he ceased his concealment. He erupted from the underbrush, and with a thought, the long-handled hoe appeared in his grasp. The weight of it instilled him with remarkable courage. Gripping the hoe tightly with both hands, he slightly spread his legs, adopting what he believed to be a standard attack stance. Remain calm, he urged himself, drawing from his extensive experience of penning millions of words in novels. He knew that to confront such a creature, a headshot was the sole option. He did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. As the zombie closed the distance to 2 or 3 steps away, Su Chen bellowed fiercely, channeling all his strength into his arms, swinging the hoe down savagely toward the zombie's emaciated head. Thud! A dull thump resonated. The hoe struck its target with precision. However, the anticipated scene of splattered brain matter did not materialize. The zombie's skull was far sturdier than he had imagined. The blade merely carved a deep wound visible to the bone, dark red blood splattering forth. A tremendous backlash surged through the handle of the hoe, causing his hands to tingle painfully, nearly dislodging the tool from his grasp. A roar erupted from the creature, seemingly provoked by the assault. It emitted a furious shriek. Its emaciated hands, akin to withered chicken claws, lunged menacingly toward Su Chen's face, the nails dark and elongated, carrying a sinister gust of air. Su Chen's pupils constricted, his body's instinctive response outpacing his conscious thought. He swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the lethal swipe. Immediately, he retreated a few paces, re-establishing distance and adjusting his grip on the hoe. The zombie, having missed its attack, stumbled forward once more. This time, however, Su Chen was prepared. He chose not to engage in a direct confrontation, but instead targeted the creature's knee, sweeping the side of the hoe across with precision. A sharp crack resonated, echoing the sound of bone fracturing. The left knee of the elder zombie twisted grotesquely, instantly losing its capacity to support its body, and it collapsed to the ground with a wretched howl. It attempted to struggle back to its feet, but Su Chen would not afford it the chance. He roared inwardly as he lunged forward, raising the hoe high above his head, pouring all his strength into delivering blow after blow to the fallen creature's skull. Thud, 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 until that head was reduced to a pulpy, indescribable mass. The zombie lay motionless. Level 1 zombie killed. Survival points 5. Experience points 5. In the lower left corner of his vision, 2 lines of green text gradually materialized. Chapter 7. The House and the Well. Su Chen leaned on his hoe, gasping for breath, his chest heaving violently. The exertion from the recent struggle had nearly drained him of all his strength. Gazing down at the lifeless body sprawled on the ground, a tumultuous wave of nausea, tension, and exhilaration surged within him. Yet, he refrained from retching. He compelled himself to gaze upon the gruesome scene, acclimating to the blood-soaked tableau. Suddenly, Su Chen's expression froze, his entire being momentarily paralyzed. No. After overcoming my psychological barriers and actively adapting to my surroundings, how can I lose my sanity? He found the situation absurd and couldn't help but mutter under his breath. How did this system assess his state? Did his efforts to grow stronger really merit a deduction? Was there no justice? Was this sight not even slightly repulsive? The more he pondered, the angrier he became, quietly venting his frustrations into the air. Is there an issue with your judgment mechanism? I suggest a thorough overhaul. Despite his complaints, he cautiously prodded the corpse with the handle of his hoe. No equipment dropped, but he did receive 5 survival points as a reward. It appeared that as long as he could defeat monsters, he need not worry about food and water. He glanced at his character interface. Level 1, 500, 100 experience points were required for leveling up, and defeating a creature granted 5 points. Thus, 20 kills were necessary for an upgrade. Su Chen quickly calculated. He lifted his gaze towards the distant toxic fog. Time was of the essence. He needed to gather as many useful supplies as possible before the noxious mist closed in. Clutching his hoe tightly, he carefully climbed over the low earthen wall and descended into the courtyard. His eyes immediately focused on the stone well at the center of the yard. He hurried over and peered inside. The depths of the well were shrouded in darkness, yet, with the light of day, he could faintly discern the shimmering surface of water below. He picked up a small stone and tossed it in. Plop! A crisp sound echoed from the well's depths, resonating through the silent courtyard. There was water, and, judging by the sound, the water level was quite high. A wave of ecstasy surged through Su Chen. He nearly burst into laughter. A clean water source. In this cursed place, it was akin to life itself. The mere thought of paying 5 survival points for a bottle of mineral water in the marketplace felt like outright robbery. Before him lay an inexhaustible treasure. Suppressing his excitement, he refrained from immediately drawing water. He understood the importance of remaining vigilant. He had yet to inspect the rooms within the courtyard. Hoisting his hoe, he cautiously approached the front door of the brick house. The wooden door bore a rusty iron lock, merely hanging there, unsecured. He did not push the door open directly. Instead, he raised his hand and gently rapped 3 times on the door panel. Knock, knock, knock. The sound was soft, yet it resonated distinctly in the hushed environment. If there were zombies inside, such a noise would surely rouse them. He held his breath, standing 2 or 3 meters from the door, the hoe in his hand poised and ready to confront any danger. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds passed. Inside the house, the silence was so profound that even the fall of a pin could be heard. There were no roars, no sounds of the door being struck, nothing at all. Empty? Su Chen pondered, yet he remained vigilant. He exerted more force and knocked on the door once again. Bang, bang, bang. This time, the sound resonated much louder, almost echoing throughout the small courtyard. However, the house remained silent. It seemed there truly was no one inside. No corpse. Only then did he exhale, gently pushing the slightly ajar wooden door, which creaked open slowly. A heavy, musty smell assaulted his senses. Su Chen waved a hand in front of his nose and peered inside. The furnishings were quite simple, an octagonal table and several long benches, all covered in a thick layer of dust. In the corner stood a peeling wooden cabinet with its doors wide open. After confirming there was no danger, he stepped inside with purpose. He began to search the room. The pots and pans were indeed complete, although they were coated in dust. A good wash would render them usable. Without hesitation, Su Chen selected several well-preserved ceramic bowls and plates, along with the large iron pot on the stove, and stored them in his warehouse space. His most significant discovery was a large ceramic water jar, half his height, located in the corner of the main room. The jar was covered with a wooden board, and it was empty within. However, with a bit of cleaning, it would serve perfectly as a water storage container. Subsequently, he found some rice in a bag in the kitchen, which had turned black and moldy. In the corner cabinet, there were several potatoes that had completely shriveled and darkened. As he picked one up for inspection, a system prompt appeared. Detected spoiled food containing a large amount of harmful bacteria and toxins. Inedible. Su Chen grimaced and tossed the items aside. Then, on the bedboard in the bedroom, he discovered a bamboo mat and a neatly folded cotton quilt. Item: ordinary bamboo mat. Type: daily necessities. Remarks: woven from bamboo. It is quite cool to sleep on during summer. Definitely cleaner than sleeping directly on the ground. Item: clean cotton quilt. Type: daily necessities. Remarks: although its style is outdated, it is very clean and may bring you a warm dream. Quite satisfactory. Su Chen nodded in approval, storing both the mat and quilt in his warehouse. Although it was summer now, who could predict how the weather might change in the future? It is always wise to be prepared. After rummaging through the house, the most crucial step was at hand. He eagerly ran to the courtyard, retrieving the ceramic water jar from the warehouse space and placing it steadily by the well. The water bucket and hemp rope beside the well were still intact. He picked up the bucket and tested the rope finding it reasonably sturdy. Time to get to work. He lowered the bucket into the well, feeling the weight at the end of the rope, and began to pull it up circle by circle. Soon, a bucket of clear, icy well water was drawn up. He poured the water into the adjacent large vat with a resounding splash, then cast the bucket down once more. This cycle continued endlessly. Such primitive labor evoked a sense of novelty within him. Sweat trickled down his forehead, yet his heart brimmed with vigor. What he drew forth was not merely water, but the hope of survival. After a considerable effort spanning over 10 minutes, he finally paused, breathless, having filled the entire vat to the brim. Gazing upon the clear, pristine water, a smile reminiscent of a bountiful harvest graced his face. He rested his hand upon the edge of the vat. Item: a vat of clean well water. Capacity: approximately 500 L. Quality: safe for direct consumption. Note: sweet and palatable. It effectively replenishes your hydration. A friendly reminder: drinking untreated water may pose a risk of gastrointestinal distress. However, in this world, you might have other concerns to ponder. Perfect. With a mere thought, Su Chen summoned the vat along with its contents into his storage space. Observing the substantial addition of water within his storage, an overwhelming sense of security enveloped him. With his 500 L of water, he need not worry about thirst in the foreseeable future. Chapter 8. The discovery of the tricycle. Suddenly, an idea struck him, prompting him to open the trading hall without hesitation. After completing this task, he recalled something and promptly accessed the trading hall interface again. At this moment, the trading hall was no longer the barren space it once was. It was now brimming with a plethora of goods, a veritable cornucopia of items. He glanced over the offerings and nearly burst into laughter. Item: a brick. Price: 1 survival point. Seller's note: superb texture, substantial weight, perfect for home travel, robbery, and self-defense. A must-have. Item: unknown wild fruit. Price: 1 survival point. Seller's note: red, fist-sized, dare not to taste it, brave warriors come forth. Item: rusty kitchen knife. Price: 8 survival points. Seller's note: a family heirloom. Parting with it is painful. Item: a black silk stocking worn by a beauty, 90 new, original scent. Price: 10 survival points. Seller's note: those who understand will understand. A comfort for the long, lonely nights. These bizarre items were akin to a real-life exhibition of human perplexities. However, amidst the absurdity of these whimsical sellers, some genuinely valuable items stood out starkly. Truly, there were talents among them. Su Chen shook his head in disbelief. What on earth was going on? Within just 2 hours of the game's commencement, even a recycling station had made its way into the game. He utilized the filtering function, setting the item category to water. The interface refreshed. Item: murky river water, approximately 800 milliliters. Price: 1 survival point. Seller's note: scooped from a roadside river, slightly yellow, best boiled before consumption. The seller takes no responsibility for any diarrhea caused. Item: clean lake water, approximately 500 milliliters. Price: 2 survival points. Seller's note: owner tested. Taste is decent. No discomfort felt as of yet. Item: more than half a bottle of yellow liquid, approximately 300 milliliters. Price: 1 survival point. Seller's note: drinkable. At least it can replenish some hydration. Nothing is more important than survival. By heavens! He exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration. This was beyond belief. Was it truly possible for someone to sell such items? Indeed, there were werewolves bold enough to offer this for sale. Although the seller's remark about nothing being more important than survival left Su Chen momentarily speechless. Had it really only been a little over an hour since the game began? After grasping the general market situation, he decided not to waste any more time. He retrieved the bowls he had collected and filled them with water for sale. The item name was automatically designated by the system and could not be altered. Item name: a bowl of well water, approximately 400 milliliters. Price: 2 survival points. Seller's note: buyers must provide a container of equal volume for exchange. He listed a total of 8 items, having exhausted his water-holding containers. Upon completing this task, Su Chen let out a long sigh of relief. As if struck by another thought, his gaze swept across the yard, ultimately landing on the wooden ladder leaning against the wall. The ladder appeared to have seen better days, yet its structural integrity remained intact. I must ascend to gain a better perspective, Su Chen pondered. The village, neither vast nor minuscule, proved inefficient for exploration on foot. Akin to a headless fly, the risks were excessively high. Should a horde of zombies emerge from around a corner, he would be ensnared in an alleyway, with no recourse. Ascending to the rooftop offered a panoramic view of the village's layout. He could discern the locations of supplies, dangers, and even transportation options with clarity. Approaching the ladder, he secured it against the eaves, cautiously testing its stability before retrieving his hoe from the storage. Gripping the sides of the ladder, he began his ascent. After scaling just a few rungs, a series of system notifications appeared in the lower left corner of his vision. Transaction completed. You have gained 2 survival points. Transaction completed. You have gained 2 survival points. Transaction completed. You have gained 2 survival points. 8 notifications flashed by in rapid succession. What? Is it already finished? Su Chen paused on the ladder, his expression one of astonishment. How long had he been up there? Not even a minute. The speed of these individuals was astonishing. It seemed the number of those in dire need of water exceeded his expectations. Indeed, not everyone was as fortunate as he, starting in a secure location with a well. Most, at this moment, were likely still struggling along the highway, let alone finding water. They scarcely had time to catch their breath. It appeared there lay great potential in the water-selling business. A smile crept on his Su Chen's lips. Once he descended, he would continue his venture. Suppressing his elation, he resumed climbing, soon successfully reaching the rooftop. The roof, covered in tiles, had patches where moss had begun to grow. He carefully placed his feet on the corresponding beams, stabilizing himself before standing upright. The view before him was breathtaking. The entire village unfolded in his sight, a quintessential northern settlement, with dozens of households scattered along either side of the road, adorned with red bricks and green tiles, and earthen walls exuding a sense of simplicity and tranquility. The wind stirred, lifting dust from the ground, as a few torn plastic bags whirled through the air. The village was eerily quiet, save for a handful of aimlessly wandering zombies, devoid of any other signs of life. Su Chen's gaze meticulously scoured every corner of the village. Cars? None. Tractors? Also absent. This village was poorer than he had imagined. However, he did find several handcarts and wheelbarrows, though ultimately these relied on human effort, merely allowing for the transportation of more supplies without significantly aiding in the escape from danger. Just as disappointment began to settle in his heart, his eyes caught sight of a rather impressive brick house in the distance. His eyes widened in excitement. There stood a tricycle, not the electric kind, nor a motorcycle trike, but the oldest, most classic human-powered tricycle. It featured a bicycle front. Behind was a 3-wheeled vehicle adorned with a cargo bed. Though its design appeared somewhat rustic, it undeniably stood as the most practical mode of transportation available at present. With this contraption, traversing distances would be 100 times more effortless and pleasurable than relying solely on one's own 2 legs. Su Chen felt his breath quickening, and his heart was racing uncontrollably. He compelled himself to regain his composure, meticulously observing the surroundings of the 3-wheeler. The vehicle was stationed at the entrance of a household, the gate of which was securely shut, obscuring any view of the interior. However, from his current position to the location of the 3-wheeler, at least 4 or 5 zombies roamed the straight village path. They were not far apart, moving sluggishly, akin to sentinels on the march, effectively sealing off that area. It appeared that acquiring the vehicle would not be as straightforward as he had hoped. Chapter 9. My dear, you actually caught up? Su Chen narrowed his eyes, his mind racing with thoughts. A clear course of action and a combat plan swiftly formed in his mind. There was no choice but to charge forward. He hesitated no longer, cautiously retracing his steps from the rooftop, descending the ladder. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he eagerly opened the trading interface. Indeed, all 8 transactions had been completed. He had not only gained 16 survival points, but also acquired an array of assorted containers in his storage. Among them were half-empty bottles of mineral water, glass beer bottles, and even a red ceramic bowl embossed with the phrase, "A Century of Harmony." The variety of containers was truly eclectic. Su Chen muttered a remark, yet his hands remained busy. He refilled the containers with well water and relisted the 8 transactions. Once he completed these tasks, he retrieved a long-handled hoe, gripping it tightly in his hand. He did not rush out immediately. Instead, he gathered several appropriately sized stones from the courtyard and tucked them into his pocket. Taking a deep breath, he pushed open the courtyard gate, crouched low, and stealthily slipped outside. His first target was the nearest zombie, approximately 50 meters away. Su Chen concealed himself behind a crumbling courtyard wall, peering out cautiously. He fished a stone from his pocket, gauged the distance and force, and threw it toward a vacant patch of ground about 10 meters away from the zombie. Thud! The stone struck the ground, producing a crisp sound. In the silent village, the noise was not loud, yet it resonated clearly. The zombie, spinning aimlessly, paused momentarily, its rigid head slowly turning towards the source of the sound. It emitted a series of guttural hisses and staggered towards the point of impact. It took the bait. Su Chen felt a surge of excitement and patiently waited. Once the zombie had wandered a sufficient distance away, its back turned to him, and enough space between it and the others had been established. He suddenly dashed out from behind the wall. His footsteps were light, yet his speed was remarkable. In peak condition, his body allowed for explosive power. In mere moments, he had closed the distance to the zombie's back. The creature seemed to sense something amiss and began to turn. However, it was too late. Su Chen grasped the hoe's handle tightly, his body slightly sinking as he summoned all his strength into his arms. The hoe, slicing through the air with a whistling sound, struck the zombie's knee joint at a sharp angle with tremendous force. Crack! The sound of shattering bone was excruciating. The zombie's leg shattered instantly, causing its body to lose balance as it toppled forward with a pained wail. Before it could struggle to regain its footing, Su Chen had already leaped high, swinging the hoe with a wide arc, bringing the heavy metal head crashing down onto the back of the zombie's skull. Bang! A fatal blow. Upon defeating a level 1 zombie, survival points 5, experience points 5 without a glance at the fallen corpse, Su Chen swiftly concealed himself behind the wall. The entire process executed with fluidity, producing minimal noise. Excellent. The plan is working flawlessly. He repeated the tactic, using thrown pebbles to create distractions, luring the wandering zombies one by one into secluded corners, and then leveraging his speed to launch stealthy ambushes, striking with precision to eliminate them individually. Soon, the last of the roaming zombies on the path to the tricycle was dealt with efficiently. All done. Time to wrap up. Leaning on his hoe, Su Chen surveyed the desolate street, exhaling a long sigh of relief. Although the process had been somewhat tense, everything unfolded according to his meticulously crafted plan. Just as he prepared to set off and claim his victorious prize, the tricycle, he heard a familiar, slightly hoarse growl emanating abruptly from not far behind him. This sound, Su Chen's body stiffened, and he whipped around. There, at the corner of a building about 50 to 60 meters away, a familiar figure staggered toward him. That graceful silhouette, the standard office attire, those long legs encased in black stockings. It was none other than the female zombie he had initially encountered. What the hell? Su Chen's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, utterly bewildered. How had she caught up to him? How could she have followed him? It had been over an hour since he had shaken her off. He had run such a distance and even wandered through the village. How could she still find him? This defied logic. Could she track him? Or perhaps she was different from other zombies? A cascade of questions surged through his mind. He fixated on the approaching figure, his astonishment intensifying. Ordinary zombies possess a sensory range of only about 20 meters, primarily relying on sound and close-range scent. Yet this female zombie clearly exceeded those limitations. Wait, the monster compendium. A flash of insight sparked in Su Chen's mind as he hurriedly accessed the system interface, swiftly navigating to the Monster Compendium option. With a mere thought, he activated the detection function aimed at the office lady zombie. In the blink of an eye, information materialized on the screen before him. Species, mutated zombie, level, status, hungry, ability, tracking, evolution direction, olfactory perception, basic, compendium description. This is a zombie that has recently completed a special mutation, fortuitously enhancing its sense of smell, enabling it to detect the presence of living beings from a considerable distance, while possessing rudimentary tracking capabilities. Friendly reminder, if she targets you, only one of you will emerge alive. Olfactory perception. As he read the description in the compendium, Su Chen's face turned pale. No wonder. No wonder she could relentlessly pursue him. It turned out she had the nose of a bloodhound. This was no ordinary zombie. This was an elite creature endowed with tracking abilities. Gazing at the words mutant zombie in the illustrated guide, along with the ominous reminder that only one of them could survive, Su Chen felt not a shred of fear. Instead, a fervor ignited within him. An elite monster undoubtedly promised greater rewards. He weighed the hoe in his hands, his gaze lingering on the female zombie before him. Though her office attire was dust-laden, it still clung to her form, accentuating her breathtaking curves. Even in her undead state, her movements were far more coordinated than those of the frail and feeble creatures he had encountered earlier, albeit still somewhat stiff. Her speed was unremarkable, resembling that of an ordinary zombie, with her only distinguishing feature being that damn keen sense of smell. Once within striking distance, she would be no match for his hoe. As Su Chen mentally crafted his battle strategy, planning to exploit his speed to flank her and incapacitate her mobility, he was abruptly interrupted. Creaking open with a jarring crash, the dilapidated wooden door of a nearby house swung wide, revealing a gaunt zombie clad in a blue tunic, staggering forth. It locked its gaze onto Su Chen, the sole living being in sight. Almost instantaneously, a chain reaction ensued. Crash! A window in another residence shattered as a middle-aged female zombie leaned out, emitting a raspy growl. From the adjacent alley, 3 more staggering figures emerged. 3, 4. The noise he had made while dispatching the wandering zombies had roused these lurking predators from their concealment. Su Chen's pupils constricted sharply. The battle fervor that had just ignited within him extinguished in an instant. He was confident in facing a single elite monster. Yet now he was confronted with a formidable assembly of 1 elite zombie and 4 ordinary ones. In a one-on-one scenario, he felt assured. In a 2-on-1, he could manage to hold his ground. But now, he faced the daunting prospect of at least 4 zombies. Should he falter even momentarily, it could spell his doom. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Chen turned and sprinted towards the direction of the tricycle. Chapter 10. The water business first. Let us secure the tricycle. Even if it attracts more zombies, it matters not. The paramount objective is to acquire a means of transportation and make a swift escape. In a flash, Su Chen dashed to the vehicle, gracefully swung his right leg over, and settled onto the dust-laden seat. Grasping the handlebars with determination, he exerted force beneath him. Creak, clunk. The rusty chain emitted a lament of strain, and the wheels began to turn. He rode the tricycle onto the road. The office lady zombie and several other ordinary zombies had converged, pursuing him in the direction he was fleeing. Yet, he swiftly distanced himself from them. Su Chen dared not exhibit any carelessness. He pedaled with fervor. However, he chose not to flee the village directly. Instead, after gaining some distance, he took a circuitous route back towards the courtyard that housed the well. Fortune favors the bold. The courtyard boasted low walls, and from his prior observations, these primitive zombies lacked the agility to scale such barriers. For the time being, that courtyard was a sanctuary. As long as he remained inside, the outside zombies posed no threat. Even if they managed to breach the wooden gate, he could swiftly vault over the adjacent wall and escape on his tricycle. Perfect. With a rapid mental plan laid out, Su Chen quickened his pace. Before long, he found himself at the familiar entrance of the courtyard. He parked the tricycle within arm's reach, then quickly dismounted, slipping into the yard. He firmly closed the rickety wooden door behind him and secured it with a sturdy stick from the inside. Having completed these actions, he felt a measure of relief and promptly moved to the wall's edge, vigilantly observing the outside. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the office lady zombie, accompanied by several ordinary zombies, staggered towards him, following his scent. They encircled the wall, emitting raspy growls from their throats, their hollow gazes fixated on Su Chen within the courtyard. Yet, they made no attempt to scale the modest barrier. One zombie approached the gate, extending its claw to strike the wooden door a few times, creating a dull thud. The door shook slightly but remained intact, showing no signs of yielding. Su Chen's anxieties lifted completely. This courtyard was, for now, a safe haven. Observing the frenzied yet helpless zombies outside, a wicked smile crept across his lips. He even cheekily gestured a middle finger at the office lady zombie. Come on, step inside. The lady zombie, oblivious to the meaning of the gesture, merely intensified her growls. Su Chen chose to ignore them, turning his attention to the well nearby. Since he was temporarily safe, he could not afford to waste time. His venture into the water business must continue. He retrieved an array of containers from the warehouse, began drawing water, filling them, and subsequently opened the marketplace, placing each item for sale. Product name: well water, approximately 500 milliliters. Price: 2 survival points. Seller's note: buyers must provide an equivalent container for exchange. Purchase swiftly. This offer is only available for a limited time. Almost immediately after it was listed, a successful transaction notification appeared in the lower left corner of his vision. Transaction completed. You have gained 2 survival points. Transaction completed. You have gained 2 survival points. As the system notifications continued to flood in, a radiant smile spread across Su Chen's face. This money was earned with such ease. It felt akin to finding treasure. While humming a cheerful tune, he repeatedly filled water for sale, watching as his survival points increased at a visibly rapid pace. Outside, the sounds of zombies banging on the door and their guttural growls seemed to serve as a celebratory backdrop for him. Time passed gradually in this bizarre yet harmonious atmosphere. Su Chen was completely immersed in the joy of earning money, almost forgetting the greater threat looming behind him. Until beep, beep, beep. Warning, warning. Toxic mist is only 500 meters away. Please evacuate immediately. Repeat. Toxic mist is. The piercing alarm blared in his mind, jolting him from his mercantile reverie. Damn it. 500 meters. Su Chen's expression shifted instantly. He turned sharply to gaze in the direction he had come from. In his line of sight, a gray wall, connecting heaven and earth, loomed ominously close. The murky mist surged like a monstrous beast, ready to devour everything in its path, emanating an unparalleled sense of oppression. Damn it! I got too carried away selling water. He cursed under his breath, wasting no time, filled the last bucket of water, and with a thought, stored the filled bucket in extra containers in his warehouse. He dashed towards the wall, scrambling over it with urgency. As he landed, several zombies outside the courtyard immediately lunged at him, as if they had caught the scent of blood. Su Chen barely glanced at them. Swiftly hopping onto his tricycle and speeding away, the zombies pursued him relentlessly, but their stiff movements could hardly keep pace with the speeding tricycle. Before long, he left them far behind. Su Chen raced along the deserted road on his tricycle. After traveling a few hundred meters, he glanced back uneasily. In the village, the ordinary zombies had ceased their pursuit, wandering aimlessly as if they had lost their purpose. However, a solitary, curvaceous figure was still doggedly chasing after him. It was that OL zombie. No way, seriously? Su Chen stared at the persistent silhouette, utterly speechless. Does she have to be so dedicated? It was just a few pokes with a stick. Did she really need to chase me all this way? He even felt an impulse to stop, turn around, and confront her. But as he caught sight of the encroaching toxic mist from the corner of his eye, he hesitated. The thought was promptly dismissed. The time wasted selling water had been excessive, and now the toxic mist loomed ominously nearby. Every precious moment was of utmost importance. Although the allure of vanquishing this elite creature was tempting, it would undoubtedly require a significant investment of time. Should any misstep occur and the toxic fog catch up, the consequences will be dire. No need to complicate matters. Riding my tricycle, I am certain to outpace you on foot. Su Chen disregarded the infatuated follower, redirecting his focus to the road ahead. He sped down the desolate highway on his tricycle. The rusty chain protested with a creaking sound, as if it might snap at any moment. Yet at this instant, Su Chen found that sound more melodious than any symphony. The wind whistled past his ears, tousling his short hair and bringing with it the unique aridity of the Gobi Desert. The sensation of being on a vehicle was truly exhilarating. Chapter 11. A fortune in stark contrast to the frantic sprinting that had previously left him in disarray. He now felt as though he had ascended from the depths of hell to the heights of paradise. Although pedaling a tricycle required its own exertion, the composure and control over speed he experienced were unparalleled to that of running. He even found the leisure to glance back. The relentless OL female zombie had been left far behind, reduced to a mere indistinct speck. Su Chen harbored no doubt that if he maintained this pace, It would not be long before he would completely rid himself of this infatuated pursuer. Farewell. In a jubilant mood, he whistled and pedaled with renewed vigor. Only when he felt entirely secure did he take the time to access the interface and tally his gains from the village. First and foremost was his experience points. He had efficiently dispatched 6 zombies in the village. Current experience bar. Level 1, 3100. 6 zombies had yielded 30 experience points. He needed 70 more to level up. Su Chen calculated that upon leveling up, he would receive attribute points to compensate for his deficiencies in strength and endurance. At that point, whether fleeing or fighting, he would find himself far more adept. His gaze gradually descended until it settled on the figure in the survival points column. Survival points, 461. 461. Despite having mentally prepared himself, the instant he beheld that number, his breath quickened involuntarily and his heart raced wildly. He could not resist extending his right hand to tap on that number, as if to confirm whether this was merely an illusion. 461 points. This was no trivial currency from a game. This was hard cash that could procure water and food, even save lives. An unprecedented sense of security enveloped him instantaneously. The anxiety that had once plagued him with a constant worry for survival dissipated entirely with this string of numbers. He was now a wealthy man. Ha ha ha. Unable to contain his exuberance any longer, Su Chen burst into hearty laughter, the sound echoing along the empty highway. With this initial capital, his future undoubtedly appeared brighter than that of the vast majority. After indulging in his mirth, he contentedly opened the chat interface, eager to glimpse the plight of the impoverished souls in the regional channel. As soon as he opened it, he keenly noticed a change in numbers. Current region, 10,000, population, 982-1000. 18 individuals had vanished. The smile on Su Chen's lips faded slightly. In a short span of merely 5 or 6 hours, 18 individuals have been eliminated. They may have fallen victim to beasts, zombies, or other monstrous entities, or perhaps succumbed to exhaustion and the encroaching toxic mist. Regardless, they had irrevocably disappeared from this world. This game was far more brutal than he had anticipated. He scrolled through the chat history, where despair echoed throughout the channel. I can't take it anymore. I really can't. I feel as if my lungs are about to burst. I've been running since morning without a break. Who among us hasn't? Having survived for 5 hours, I have earned 5 survival points. Yet a single bottle of water has consumed them all. The sweat I have expelled surpasses 500 milliliters, rendering this endeavor utterly unprofitable. I am parched and famished. Could anyone spare me a morsel to sustain my existence? I would willingly exchange all my possessions for a meal. Brothers upstairs, please conserve your resources. Who among us has the luxury to aid others? Simply surviving is a feat in itself. Is there anyone interested in forming a team? The struggle alone is overwhelming. I am on the brink of despair. Oh, how I long to return home, to see my mother. Despair, exhaustion, and panic seep through the very fabric of this screen. Most individuals continue to race against their own legs and the toxic mist, their stamina and spirits teetering on the edge of collapse. Yet, a fortunate few take delight in boasting. Ha ha ha, my friends, I have acquired a bicycle. Though the chain falls off incessantly, it is certainly preferable to running on foot. I feel as though I have reached the pinnacle of existence. A cascade of envious and resentful replies swiftly followed this proclamation. Then, an even more audacious individual emerged. What is a bicycle compared to my electric scooter? With a speed of 30 kilometers per hour, I feel utterly liberated. To my friends behind, take your time. I shall lead the way. Upon this revelation, the entire channel erupted. Wait, an electric scooter? Is that genuine? You are a legend. Where did you find it? Share the location. Damn it, you lucky dog. Reported. Naturally, there were also cynical inquiries. What use is an electric scooter? When the battery runs out, where will you charge it? Ultimately, won't you have to push it, making it even more laborious? The owner of the electric scooter promptly countered. So what if I can only ride it for a few dozen kilometers? Those kilometers can distance me from the toxic mist, allow me to scavenge for supplies, and grant me an advantage over you. Broaden your perspective, my friend. His words left the crowd speechless. Su Chen shook his head in disbelief. Compared to these individuals, his own dilapidated tricycle, powered solely by human effort, felt like a miraculous invention. There was no need to fret over energy issues, and it could carry goods, an unparalleled choice for both domestic affairs and perilous survival. Indeed, comparing oneself to others can be infuriating. He mused contentedly, wishing the toxic mist did not exist. If it were not for such a menace, he could sell water in that courtyard until the end of time, monopolizing the water market in this newly opened survival realm, and become the undisputed water king. Alas, this remained a mere fantasy. He closed the chat channel and opened the trading post, armed with a substantial sum of 461 survival points. His browsing mentality had shifted from opportunistic scavenging to a more authoritative inspection, akin to a domineering CEO surveying his empire. The items in the trading post remained an eclectic assortment: rusty iron rods, unadulterated black silk, and unidentifiable plant tubers, each a testament to humanity's bewildering behavior in dire circumstances. Yet, there are also some genuinely useful goods. Item: fire axe, 80 new. Price: 50 survival points, seller's note. A key tool for opening doors. Those who use it will understand. A fixed price, no negotiations accepted. Item: sledgehammer, brand new. Price: 80 survival points, seller's note. The ultimate wall-busting tool, one strike for 80. With a single blow, your head would be flattened. Su Chen gazed at these outrageous prices, the corners of his mouth twitching involuntarily. Were these individuals driven mad by their desire for wealth? At this stage, who could possibly muster such a sum of survival points? Even if someone could, who would be foolish enough to make such a purchase? This was merely a display of self-indulgence. He shook his head and exited the trading interface. Since there were no suitable items available for purchase, he decided to upgrade his storage space first. He opened the mall and purchased a warehouse space expansion card. Warehouse space expansion card. Upon use, it will permanently increase warehouse space by 1 cubic meter. He chose to use it. Indeed, the warehouse space doubled, and the once nearly full storage suddenly felt much less congested. Ding! The mall has met the upgrade requirements. A crisp notification echoed in his mind. Chapter 12. Mall upgrade and exposure. Su Chen reopened the mall. Current level 1. Upgrade experience 100. Upgrade requirement: spend 100 survival points in the mall. Upgrade available. The mall has met the upgrade conditions. Would you like to upgrade? Yes. Without hesitation, Su Chen selected confirm. A gentle white light flickered across the mall icon on his wristband, which soon returned to tranquility. The mall level has been upgraded to level 2. New products unlocked. Before Su Chen could even glimpse at the new offerings, a cold, resounding mechanical voice echoed abruptly in the minds of every survivor. World announcement. Survivor Su Chen from Zone 10,000 has successfully upgraded the mall to level 2. As the first survivor in the survival world to complete a mall upgrade, you are rewarded with 3 lottery blind boxes. Fellow survivors, keep up the hard work. This announcement reverberated 3 times. Su Chen, perched on his tricycle, suddenly froze, forgetting to pedal. The vehicle swayed dangerously, nearly toppling into the roadside ditch. He was utterly stunned. His expression transformed from initial disbelief to shock, ultimately settling into a pallid hue. No, He opened his mouth, struggling to articulate a coherent word. I've been exposed. He had been revealed in such a public manner. System, you wretched thing. Regaining his composure, Su Chen nearly sputtered blood onto the handlebars. Shouldn't such announcements have an option for anonymous? Which imbecile conceived this plan? Do they not think this through? He had intended to quietly amass wealth by selling water and developing in obscurity. Yet, within less than half a day, the system had unceremoniously outed him, keen to ensure that everyone was aware of his riches. Low profile. A low profile is the key. The first rule of survival in an apocalypse is that the tall tree attracts the wind. As an accomplished author with millions of words to his name, how could he fail to grasp this principle? Yet here he was thrust into the spotlight by the system. The announcement not only revealed his name, but also laid bare his entire Zone 10,000. Might as well disclose my ID number while you're at it. Su Chen trembled with rage, feeling his blood pressure surge. Now, the world knew that in Zone 10,000, there was a wealthy individual named Su Chen. Well, there it was. He was no longer an unremarkable survivor, but had become a veritable treasure chest, one that even spilled forth gold coins. struggling to suppress his urge to curse. He opened the zone channel. As expected, the area channel, once filled with despair and wails, has now erupted into a frenzy. The speed of information refreshing so rapidly that it creates afterimages. Goodness, did you all hear that world announcement? That big shot is from our district. Su Chen? From our district? Which brave hero is that? Step forward so we may pay our respects. What legend? Upgraded the store in less than 6 hours? How many monsters did he slay? Or has he uncovered some treasure? Su Chen, are you in need of accessories? The kind that shouts 666 and keeps you warm at night. Get lost. Don't gross us out with your antics, Su God. Su God, look at me. I'm your true fan. Brother Su Chen, take me along. I can do anything for you. I have just removed some authentic black stockings. Would you like them? Black stockings? Again with the black stockings. Are they now a form of currency? Ignore that green tea up there. I swear, I'm older than her. Just take me with you. You can have me however you want. If you don't believe me, we can video chat for verification. Scram. You superficial fans. Su Chen is a person of great significance. How could he be tempted by your beauty? The one above, please private message me. My roommate wishes to see before she passes. Such comments made Su Chen's scalp tingle, his entire being distressed. He had no doubt that if he dared to utter a single word in the channel, he would be instantly inundated by a torrent of messages. He felt akin to a piece of succulent meat tossed into a den of ravenous wolves. Countless eyes were greedily fixated on him through the screen. Out of sight, out of mind. With a pale face, Su Chen promptly shut down the chat channel, even too weary to glance at the world channel. At this moment, he longed for a place to dig a pit and bury himself. He pedaled furiously on his tricycle, as if being pursued not by toxic fog, but by countless wolves eager to strip him bare. Creak, creak. The rusty chain protested loudly. Yet, Su Chen seemed oblivious. He only wished to distance himself from this den of intrigue. Calm down. He must regain his composure. Gasping for breath, he forced his chaotic thoughts to become clear once more. The exposure had occurred. It was too late for regret. At least, no one knew what he looked like or his exact whereabouts. From the information gathered in the chat channel, it appeared that no one had encountered him yet. These individuals were scattered across different highways. Finding him would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. As long as he remained cautious and refrained from any rash interactions with strangers, he would be safe, at least for now. Yes, safety. Having come to this realization, his mood began to stabilize somewhat. Since the drawbacks had already manifested, he might as well focus on the benefits. He shifted his attention to the system rewards. With a thought, he opened the warehouse space. In the corner, 3 exquisite little boxes emanating a kaleidoscope of colors lay quietly. Item: lottery blind box. Type: special tool. Quality: unknown. Upon opening, you will randomly receive an item. It may be a useful tool, or perhaps just a brick. Good luck, fortunate one. A blind box? Su Chen gazed at the cheeky note, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. He was all too familiar with this contraption. In his previous life, he had often been subjected to the whims of various games, drawing cards, and unboxing treasures. At times, he would strike gold, while at others, he could only rely on a safety net. It was essentially a test of one's luck, a true measure of fortune. Whether one was a lucky star or merely unfortunate, 3 boxes would reveal all. Su Chen licked his parched lips, his heart betraying him with an eager flutter. He glanced around. The poisonous mist had receded, leaving the area desolate and devoid of danger. Now was the perfect moment to unveil the mystery within the box. Take a gamble, and a bicycle may transform into a motorcycle. He parked his tricycle by the roadside, rubbed his hands together, and wore a look of earnestness, murmuring incantations under his breath. Heavenly spirits, divine beings, Buddha, Jade Emperor, Virgin Mary. O deities of the 3 pure ones, I, the devotee Su Chen, have dedicated my life to goodness, aiding the elderly across streets and feeding stray cats with ham. As I embark on this unboxing, I beseech you, grant me your blessing. Do not toy with my emotions. Taking a deep breath, he focused his consciousness on the first blind box, which shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors. Open. Chapter 13, Exhausted. Let destruction reign. The blind box opened with a sound, but instead of the dazzling and radiant effects one might expect, Only a plain white light flickered momentarily. A familiar plastic wrapping materialized within the confines of the warehouse space. Su Chen focused his gaze and was rendered utterly speechless. It was a pack of napkins, specifically the kind commonly found in supermarkets, a family-sized bundle containing 10 packs. On the luminous screen before him, pertinent information about the item popped up accordingly. Item: a pack of napkins. Type: daily necessities. Quantity: 10 large packs. Remarks: made from high-quality virgin wood pulp, for layers thick. Soft and skin-friendly, with strong absorbency. The perfect companion for your home and travel needs. Ideal for wiping your mouth or behind. No. Is this it? He felt somewhat at a loss for words, even stifling a laugh. A global announcement declared him the first in the entire server, with a triple reward. For this? Napkins. Admittedly, this item has numerous uses. Wiping hands, faces, and attending to personal hygiene in the restroom. In a post-apocalyptic world, maintaining personal cleanliness is indeed a luxury. However, the issue is that this item emerged from a blind box, a box that held all his hopes and dreams. He had envisioned drawing a magnificent sword capable of slicing through steel, or an impenetrable bulletproof vest. At the very least, a Desert Eagle with infinite ammunition would suffice. What a monumental loss. Su Chen felt his heart bleed. In this dystopian reality, there are countless substitutes for such an item: leaves, strips of cloth, or, if one were to be a bit discerning, tearing a few pages from a book would do as well. To exchange a precious blind box for a pack of napkins that are merely optional is a transaction that reeked of folly. Could it be that he was truly the epitome of misfortune? The kind of person who, even after spending $80,000, could not draw a single SSR, and had to wait until the very last pull to receive a pity prize? Su Chen refused to succumb to despair. He would not accept that his luck could be so abysmal. He placed his hopes on the second blind box. This time, he yearned for something tangible. A firefighting axe would suffice, or perhaps a machete. Taking a deep breath, he chanted silently within his heart and opened the second blind box. Once again, a beam of white light illuminated the space. A long, grayish-white object appeared within the warehouse. Su Chen's heart sank. Peering closely, he realized it was a plastic water pipe, thick and lengthy. It appeared to be about 3 meters long, just the most ordinary type used in rural areas to draw water from wells. Item: plastic water pipe. Type: miscellaneous. Length: 3 meters. Remarks: an unremarkable plastic tube. Perhaps you could use it for watering. Watering? What on earth would I water? Is the system jesting with me? Su Chen gazed at the plastic pipe, his spirits plummeting. At this moment, he would have preferred to draw a pair of black stockings worn by a beautiful woman. At least those could be traded in the marketplace for some essential supplies, with certain individuals possessing peculiar tastes. 2 blind boxes, each more disappointing than the last. Su Chen felt his mental state beginning to unravel. He now harbors grave doubts regarding the title of Lucky One in the world announcement, pondering whether it is merely a cruel twist of fate. I am truly cursed with misfortune. He sighed despondently, casting his gaze towards the last blind box in the warehouse. Hope had long since evaporated. He felt weary, yearning for obliteration. Whatever may come, so be it. Even if it turned out to be a pile of excrement, he would accept it. As he muttered to himself, he approached the third and final blind box with a sense of reckless abandon. A flash of white light illuminated the space, revealing a card that radiated a soft, ethereal glow. Intricate and mysterious golden patterns adorned its surface, seemingly imbued with some arcane power. Item: pet contract card. Type: special item. Quality: rare. Effect: when used on non-human species, there is a certain probability of taming the target creature as your pet. The target's level cannot exceed that of the user. Once the contract is formed, the pet shall never betray you. Note: every creature possesses a spirit. Perhaps you could attempt to befriend them? Of course, if you fail, you will merely consume a card, which is not a significant loss. A pet contract card. Su Chen's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. This item sounds remarkably powerful. If he could tame a formidable beast as a pet, it would provide tremendous assistance in exploration, reconnaissance, and combat. However, when his gaze fell upon the phrase, "there is a certain probability," his expression darkened. He felt as if those words were directed at him, laced with malice from the system. For him, that probability was likely to approach zero. Alas, Su Chen sighed, his emotions tangled as he held the card in his hand. It was tasteless to consume, yet too precious to discard. This item was, without a doubt, the greatest torment for someone as unfortunate as him. Well, at least it was better than a napkin or a water pipe. He could only console himself with that thought. Stowing the card away, he began to ponder. What if by a 1 in a billion chance he succeeded? What type of pet should he choose? A tiger? A lion? Too perilous. Should the contract fail, his fragile frame would hardly suffice for such a creature. A bird? It would make a fine aerial scout, but in this desolate wilderness, where could he possibly find one? After much contemplation, he concluded that a dog would be the most suitable choice. Loyal, obedient, with senses that far exceed those of humans. It would serve as an exceptional sentinel. Crucially, a dog's combat prowess would not be excessively daunting. Even if the contract failed with his current strength, dealing with an ordinary dog should pose no significant challenge. He could even indulge in a tearful hot pot of dog meat to replenish his protein. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. He had even begun to devise various culinary plans, including braising, stewing, and barbecuing. However, when he lifted his head and surveyed his surroundings, he was met with an endless expanse of desolate Gobi, stark and silent. Not a single dog, nor even a rabbit or a mouse, was in sight. The entire world seemed to consist solely of him and the relentless, pursuing miasma behind him. Such thoughts were mere fantasies. He shook his head in self-mockery, casting aside these impractical notions. The pressing matter at hand was to continue his journey. He remounted the dilapidated tricycle, gripping the handlebars firmly, and propelled himself forward with vigor. The rusty chain creaked once more, echoing the sound of struggle as it bore him onward into the unknown expanse. After pedaling for a good 10 minutes, familiar green text flickered in the lower corner of his vision. Survived for 1 hour, gained 1 survival point. Unbeknownst to him, another hour had slipped away. Su Chen slowed his pedaling, taking the opportunity to open today's travel advisory. Today's travel advisory, day 1 of survival, time, 1300 hours, weather, clear, temperature, 1328 degrees Celsius, surrounding environment, desolate Gobi Road, distance to miasma, 13,000 meters, miasma speed, 1 meter second, beginner stage, 13,000 meters. Upon seeing this figure, Su Chen's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Chapter 14. Mall Level 2. In just 1 hour, he maneuvered the dilapidated tricycle, successfully distancing himself from the toxic fog by over 10 kilometers. He calculated briefly. The toxic fog advanced 6 kilometers in the last hour, while he, accounting for the time lost in opening blind boxes, had at least progressed 16 kilometers. Such efficiency was nothing short of terrifying. With this tricycle, he had completely liberated himself from the passive struggle of escaping the poison, seizing the reins of survival. The next time he encountered a village or any location ripe for resource gathering, he would have ample time to meticulously search for supplies. Su Chen then opened the character interface. Energy, 76-100. Energy below 50 leads to fatigue. Below 10 results in fainting. Satiety, 78-100. Satiety below 50 leads to hunger. Below 20 affects various attributes. Hydration, 72-100. Hydration below 50 leads to thirst. Below 20 affects various attributes. This morning had indeed taxed his stamina considerably. Both satiety and hydration had diminished significantly. Without hesitation, he parked the tricycle steadily by the roadside, retrieved a large water bucket filled with water from his storage space, and took out a ceramic bowl. He ladled a generous portion of water and gulped it down with fervor. The icy, clear well water slid down his throat, carrying a faint hint of sweetness that instantly dissipated his bodily heat and fatigue. Refreshing. Unable to contain his delight, Su Chen exclaimed. He then opened the mall interface, eager to explore the newly unlocked items after reaching level 2. Food category. Item. Mineral water, 500 milliliters. Price, 5 survival points. Item. Bread, 300 g. Price, 5 survival points. Item. Instant noodles, 1 pack. Price, 10 survival points. Item. Energy drink, 600 milliliters. Price, 10 survival points. Tool category. Item. Crowbar. Price, 10 survival points. Item. Hammer. Price, 10 survival points. Special category. Item. Warehouse expansion card. Price, 100 survival points. current level. 2. Upgrade experience, 0-500. Upgrade requirement, spend 500 survival points in the mall. Su Chen's gaze swept over the list of items, ultimately lingering on the words instant noodles. Braised beef noodles, spicy beef noodles, Old Vine pickled cabbage noodles. Familiar names swirled in his mind, causing his mouth to uncontrollably salivate. In this apocalyptic world, the thought of savoring a steaming bowl of instant noodles, accompanied by a sausage, was almost too delightful to fathom. Alas, he currently lacked fire to boil water. Surely, he couldn't resort to eating them dry? That would be no different from munching on crispy noodles, and far too expensive. With a heavy heart, Su Chen reluctantly shifted his gaze from the instant noodles, silently vowing that once he had more resources, he would undoubtedly buy 10 or 8 packs. Relishing one bowl after another, he then glanced at the newly unlocked tools, the crowbar and hammer. A survival point at 10 is not particularly expensive. However, for the time being, these 2 items are of no use. First, I shall satisfy my hunger. Su Chen ceased his contemplations and spent 5 survival points to purchase a loaf of bread. In a flash of light, a plastic-wrapped, seemingly soft and delectable loaf appeared in his hands. Item, ordinary bread. Weight, 300 g. Note, the taste is quite pleasant and can swiftly replenish your energy. Though it may be somewhat choking, it is advisable to consume it with water. He tore open the packaging, and a familiar aroma of wheat wafted towards him. He broke off a large piece and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing heartily. The bread was indeed soft, yet as the note suggested, it was somewhat difficult to swallow. He filled the bowl with water and, with it, swiftly finished the entire loaf. A warmth surged from his stomach, rapidly spreading through his limbs. He reopened his character interface. Energy, 82-100 satiety, 88-100 hydration, 93-100. Upon seeing the restored status, Su Chen nodded in satisfaction, feeling invigorated. Having eaten and drunk sufficiently, he stowed his belongings back into the warehouse, remounted his tricycle, and set off once more. With ample food and water, he created a safe distance from the toxic mist, which eased his mindset considerably. He was no longer as tense as before. He even began to take leisure in observing the scenery around him. Along the sides of the road, the desolate expanse of the Gobi remained, a monotonous, dreary sight devoid of life. Gazing at it for too long could evoke a profound sense of abandonment by the world. Progressing aimlessly in such an environment poses a significant mental challenge. Were it not for the occasional banter in the chat channel, he would truly question whether this endless solitude might drive him to madness. After nearly half an hour of riding, a subtle shift in the monotonous landscape finally emerged. The scenery on either side of the road began to visibly change. The maddeningly dull, earth-toned Gobi was gradually replaced by resilient patches of greenery. Initially, there were only scattered, low shrubs clinging to the ground. However, as the tricycle advanced, the greenery flourished, ultimately merging into an expansive prairie. The air was no longer filled solely with the scent of dry soil. It now carried a faint, refreshing aroma of grass, albeit sparse, yet invigorating. With the presence of a prairie, one might expect the company of animals. No, Su Chen slowed his pedaling, his gaze alertly scanning the distance. Rabbits, gazelles, wild horses, and perhaps a pack of wolves? Instinctively, he touched the pet contract card in his pocket. This item seemed tailor-made for the current environment. If he could contract a wolf here, his combat capabilities would experience a remarkable transformation. A wolf, whether for tracking, vigilance, or cooperative combat, possesses abilities far superior to those of a human. Or perhaps, should he contract a horse? The thought sparked a glimmer in Su Chen's eyes. Yes, a horse. The vast expanse of this prairie is abundant with grass, a veritable cornucopia. Only a minuscule amount of fodder is consumed over 100 kilometers, akin to a perpetual motion machine. This marvel far surpasses his creaky old tricycle. Pedaling that 3-wheel contraption is laborious, fraught with the constant worry of a chain snapping at any moment. In contrast, riding a horse is an entirely different experience, galloping majestically, exuding elegance and grace. Merely envisioning such a scene invigorates the spirit. More crucially, the speed and endurance of a horse are unmatched by any human-powered vehicle. With a horse, his mobility would ascend to a new echelon. Whether it be for traversing treacherous terrains or embarking on explorations, efficiency would be significantly enhanced. The more Su Chen pondered this brilliant idea, the more invigorated he felt, dispelling the gloom that had lingered from his earlier blind box experience. He even began to fantasize about himself riding a magnificent steed, galloping under the setting sun with an air of dashing bravado. Yet, as he continued to advance on his bicycle, the landscape remained desolately barren. Not a horse in sight, nor even a trace of a rabbit. The entire prairie exuded an eerie silence, broken only by the whisper of the wind. Surely not. Su Chen's smile gradually faded. This prairie could not merely be a fade, could it? A landscape abundant in grass yet devoid of life? Just as he began to suspect that this expanse was as hollow as the previous desert, a silhouette of a structure abruptly caught his eye at the horizon. It was a gas station, its red and white canopy strikingly prominent against the vast, open prairie. Chapter 15. The abandoned gas station. Su Chen promptly halted the tricycle, seeking refuge behind a slightly elevated dirt mound, cautiously peering out to scrutinize the distant landscape. The gas station stood solitary by the roadside, devoid of any form of concealment. From his vantage point, the station appeared eerily silent, devoid of any wandering zombies or signs of wild beasts. Yet, he refrained from taking any rash actions. Having encountered the formidable sixth zombie in the village, his vigilance was at its peak. Who could tell what surprises might lurk within the seemingly tranquil convenience store? He patiently observed for several minutes, confirming that no imminent threats were present before he positioned the tricycle at a safe distance. Gripping his hoe tightly, he crouched low and cautiously approached the gas station step by step. His footsteps were nearly soundless, his gaze fixed intently on the dark entrance of the convenience store, his body tense and ready to flee at a moment's notice. As he drew nearer, the full visage of the gas station became increasingly apparent. The glass door of the convenience store lay shattered, remnants of dark brown blood staining the doorframe. Inside, the shelves were askew and products were strewn about, resembling the aftermath of a tornado, a true scene of devastation. It was evident that the place had been ransacked. Su Chen's suspicions were confirmed. It seemed that others had visited this location before him. He tread lightly over the shards of glass, stepping into the convenience store. The air was thick with an unsettling mixture of decaying food and dust. The shelves were entirely bare, not even a single packet of expired snacks remained. Scattered across the floor were numerous empty wrappers, torn open and thoroughly scavenged. Truly, a horde of locusts, more ruthless than I, unable to suppress a quiet remark. Su Chen searched diligently around the cash register, in the storeroom, and the restroom. The outcome was disheartening. Aside from solitary green tin oil drum and 5 empty mineral water bottles, he found not even a roll of toilet paper. Attempting to turn on the restroom faucet yielded only a dry, crackling sound, no water whatsoever. It was indeed a place devoid of resources. Just as he prepared to abandon hope and turn away, a familiar line of green text suddenly appeared in his lower left field of vision. Survived for 1 hour. Gained 1 survival point. Unbeknownst to him, another hour had slipped by. He shook his head, intending to leave this desolate place, when his gaze inadvertently fell upon the fuel pumps outside the gas station. Wait, fuel. His extensive knowledge from online literature suddenly proved invaluable. Gasoline and diesel are typically stored in massive underground tanks for safety. As long as the gas station had not been utterly destroyed, it was highly probable that the fuel in those underground tanks remained intact. In this world, gasoline is undoubtedly a more precious strategic resource than food or water. Should he ever find a vehicle, motorcycle, or even a generator, this fuel would provide him a significant advantage over others. He immediately began to search around the gas station. According to the information he had reviewed, the maintenance hatch for the underground fuel tank was typically located near the fuel pumps, not far away. Indeed, he soon discovered a square metal cover on a patch of concrete beside the gas station. This is it. He gripped the edges of the cover with both hands and pulled upwards with all his might. The cover did not budge. It was evidently stuck. However, this posed no challenge for him. He retrieved a hoe, inserting its sharp end in the gap of the cover, and with a sudden forceful lever, he pried it open. Clang! The heavy metal cover was cast aside, revealing a dark, downward passage. He did not descend immediately. Instead, he peeked around to ensure no danger lurked nearby. Satisfied with the surroundings, he climbed down the maintenance ladder. The space below was confined, yet sufficient for a person to maneuver. A potent and acrid scent of gasoline assaulted his senses, causing him to wrinkle his nose. Utilizing the light filtering from above, he spotted two enormous metal fuel tanks, along with connected pipes and valves. He located the drain valve on one of the tanks, a manual red wheel valve. Gripping the valve, he attempted to twist it. It was tight, though still manageable. With both hands, he exerted all his strength, and the valve gradually turned open. The sound of liquid flowing echoed, followed by a clear liquid gushing forth from the drain pipe. Su Chen leaned closer to sniff. The sharp, pungent aroma confirmed it was pure gasoline, devoid of kerosene-esque scent. There is oil, and quite a substantial amount. He stifled his inner jubilation and swiftly climbed out of the maintenance hatch. The pressing question was how to transport the oil away. How much could he possibly carry in the small oil drum he had found? He promptly opened the trading post and filtered the product categories to containers. The interface refreshed, revealing an array of peculiar containers. He scoured through quickly, and before long, one item caught his eye. Item: second-hand plastic chemical drum, 200L. Price: 2 survival points, seller S note. Friend, need a drum? Plenty of capacity, absolutely sturdy and durable. Essential for water or oil, a must-have for home and travel. First come, first served. Su Chen raised an eyebrow at this listing. As he scrolled down, he discovered dozens of chemical drums of the same specifications, all from the same seller. Was this person a hoarder of chemical barrels? He couldn't help but scoff. What extraordinary luck to find such a plethora of large-capacity containers at the outset. However, this was not the time for such musings. He was unaware of how much oil remained in the 2 tanks below, so adhering to a principle of caution, he spent 2 survival points to purchase one. With a flash of light, a half-person-high blue plastic chemical drum materialized before him. The space beneath the maintenance hatch was too cramped to accommodate such a large item. He could only place the chemical drum on the ground, and then take the small metal oil drum he had previously discovered to descend back into the maintenance hatch. He placed the iron barrel beneath the oil outlet, laboriously lifting it once filled, and poured its contents into the blue chemical barrel outside. This monotonous process repeated itself, draining both his energy and spirit. The acrid smell of gasoline rendered him dizzy, and his back was drenched in sweat. Yet, his heart brimmed with vigor. What he hoisted was not merely oil. It symbolized hope for the future, a significant advantage over others. Time slipped away, second by second. After more than an hour, upon filling the 10th chemical barrel, one of the oil tanks finally ceased to dispense oil. He then moved on to another tank. Upon opening the valve, a darker liquid with a distinct aroma flowed forth, diesel. He felt no disdain, accepting it wholeheartedly. Another half-hour passed, and after filling 6 chemical barrels, the diesel ran dry as well. In total, he had amassed an impressive 16 200-liter chemical barrels, 10 filled with gasoline and 6 with diesel. As Su Chen gazed at the neatly arranged blue chemical barrels, exhaustion overcame him, causing him to collapse onto the ground, yet his face radiated satisfaction. He placed his hand on one of the barrels filled with gasoline. Item: 1 barrel of pure 92 gasoline, capacity, 200L, quality, ready for use. Remarks: the lifeblood of industry, the fuel of civilization. With it, you might awaken the slumbering steel beasts to roar once more. A friendly reminder: this substance ignites at a mere spark. Keep it away from fire sources. It's done. This time it's truly accomplished. Su Chen grinned, his joy reminiscent of a carefree child weighing 200 pounds. Chapter 16. The bounty of the gas station. With these 16 barrels of fuel, 10 barrels of gasoline, and 6 barrels of diesel, he now possessed a substantial advantage. Regardless of whether he found a car, a motorcycle, or a generator, this newfound wealth positioned him ahead of all others, granting him a significant edge. However, elation soon gave way to a stark reality. His current warehouse space was a mere 1 cubic meter, and each upgrade only increased it by an additional cubic meter. A single 200-liter chemical barrel exceeded 0.2 cubic meters, meaning that the total for 16 barrels would require at least 3.2 cubic meters of space. This indicated that he needed to expand the warehouse at least 3 more times. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Chen took action. The meager survival points he possessed paled in comparison to the strategic resources before him. He accessed the store, his gaze fixed on the warehouse space expansion card. Price: 100 survival points. Previously, during an upgrade of the store, he had already spent 100 points. And now he was faced with an additional expenditure of 300 points. In less than a day, he had squandered 400 survival points. The rate at which he was spending was faster than a printing press. Desperate times called for desperate measures. Gritting his teeth, he purchased 3 expansion cards. You have purchased Warehouse Space Expansion Card X3, consuming 300 survival points. Watching his survival points plummet to 27, Su Chen felt a pang in his heart. He forced himself to avert his gaze from that disheartening number and activated the 3 expansion cards in quick succession. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As 3 gentle beams of white light flickered before him, he could distinctly sense a dramatic transformation within his warehouse space. Warehouse space has been expanded to 5 cubic meters. Done. Rising to his feet, he approached the row of chemical barrels and, with a mere thought, store them one by one into the warehouse. Observing the warehouse now brimming with gasoline and diesel, the sting of his earlier expenditure vanished entirely. He casually opened the Today's Travel Tip. Today's Travel Tip, Survival Day 1 time, 15:30, weather, clear, temperature, 1328 degrees Celsius, surrounding environment, grassland road, toxic fog distance, 18,000 meters, toxic fog speed, 1 meter second, beginner stage. After spending considerable time in the gas station, the toxic fog had closed in significantly, now only 18,000 meters away. Calculating the time, he had approximately 4 hours of safety left. Time was of the essence. Su Chen contemplated his next steps. He needed to increase the distance from the toxic fog before night fell, allowing ample time to rest, recuperate his strength, and regain his energy. He mounted his tricycle and pedaled furiously. The vehicle creaked along the open grassland road. Riding alone was quite dull, so he instinctively opened the regional channel, eager to see what his fellow survivors were discussing. Due to his previous world announcement, many were still mentioning him in the regional channel. Is Su Chen still around? Make your presence known. Let us behold your grandeur. You mere mortals, Su Chen is swamped with endless obligations. When would he spare a thought for you? Sir, do you think my posture is adequate? Kneeling. JPG, Su Chen merely shook his head, choosing to disregard such messages. However, apart from these interactions, the channel was predominantly filled with discussions about their current predicaments and flaunting their modes of transportation. Gentlemen, I bear splendid news. I stumbled upon a shared bicycle in the village. Although I couldn't scan the code, I managed to break the lock with a stone. Ha ha, henceforth, refer to me as the wind-chasing youth. This announcement was met with a chorus of envy and resentment. Goodness, brother, your luck is unparalleled. A shared bicycle? Shouldn't those be in the city? I report this. This person is cheating. Why is it that we are all relying on the no? 11 bus while you get to ride the little yellow bike? I am so envious that I can barely contain my saliva. My legs feel as though they might give out, and I sense I may collapse at any moment. The owner of the shared bicycle clearly relished the attention and posted another message. Stay low-key, stay low-key. It's primarily because I'm handsome. Luck is simply inescapable. Right now, I feel as though I've reached the pinnacle of life. To those behind me, enjoy your dust. Su Chen watched, nearly erupting in laughter. A mere shared bicycle has elevated you to such heights? Just as he pondered this, a more ostentatious individual emerged in the chat. A bicycle? Huh. What I possess beneath my feet are top-tier rollerblades, double-row, four-wheeled. Back in the day, I was the prince of skating. Now, resuming my old craft, I feel utterly dashing. Uffed. Su Chen could hardly restrain himself, nearly spitting out his drink. Rollerblades? What an innovative way to traverse the terrain. My friend, you are impressive. Yet, I must inquire, what do you do when faced with a bumpy road? Ha ha ha, this is killing me. I can already envision the scene. A stylish drift, followed by an unfortunate faceplant. Scrambling for lost teeth. Prince of skating? More like the king of tumbles. The channel was suffused with joviality. Of course, the most envied individual remained the one who had discovered the electric bike, while many dismissed it as mere scrap when the battery died. That gentleman argued vehemently, that even if it could only travel a few dozen kilometers, it would still afford him a significant head start over the majority. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a distinct message in the channel. After walking for so long apart from highways, we have traversed deserts and grasslands, seeing not a single soul. However, have you contemplated what to do if we encounter other survivors in the future? This query rendered the previously boisterous channel momentarily silent. Su Chen's gaze sharpened slightly. This question, he had pondered it before, but never delved deeply. Soon, someone broke the silence. Encounter? Huh. The rules of this game are clear. It's a breeding ground for survival, and in the end, only a select few will remain. Do you dare to guarantee that you are not facing a treacherous wolf lurking behind you? This message struck like a stone, stirring up 1,000 ripples on the calm surface of a lake. Come now, let's not be so pessimistic. More people, more strength. If we encounter a horde of zombies, surely 2 heads are better than 1, right? Strong? How can you be certain they won't push you forward as bait and escape themselves? Let's not forget, this is a matter of life and death. Indeed, what if you discover resources and someone harbors ill intent? A bottle of water is as precious as a life. Would it truly be so difficult to take a life for a morsel of food? Why presume the worst in others? Perhaps we could form a team? Strength in numbers. After all, form a team? Huh. I advise you not to be so naive. In this apocalypse, the most terrifying threat is not the monsters, but the human heart. Would you entrust your back to a stranger you have known for less than a day? In an instant, the channel divided into factions of team players and lone wolves. Engaged in heated debate, Su Chen observed quietly, choosing not to partake in the discussion. He leaned towards the latter. One should harbor no ill will. Yet one must also remain vigilant against others, especially since he had been publicly exposed to the world, now viewed as a plump target by many. He could hardly afford to trust anyone lightly. However, the discourse among others ignited a sense of urgency within him. He must enhance his abilities swiftly, otherwise, when he encounters other survivors, his situation could become exceedingly perilous. Just then, a peculiar comment emerged, timidly asking if any ladies were in need of a partner. I'm strong and robust, capable of fighting and enduring. I will be the most reliable ally in this apocalypse. Immediately, someone responded below, get lost. Were you thinking about flirting at a time like this? I'm different. I simply seek a lady who can provide me with bread, and I am willing to toil for her. Uft. You upstairs, are you hoping to live off a woman? Su Chen gazed at the chaotic comments, bemused and exasperated. The situation was dire, yet this group seemed intent on frivolity. He turned off the chat channel, refocusing his attention on the journey ahead. The wind howled past his ears as the scenery of the grassland rushed by in a blur. Chapter 17. The village and the new road. The monotonous cycling proved to be a formidable test of one's resolve. The creaking of the tricycle became the sole accompaniment in this desolate journey. The pastoral scenery flanking the road, once vibrant and refreshing, had now devolved into a tedious expanse of green canvas. Prolonged exposure to such monotony could easily induce drowsiness. In this environment, the sense of solitude was magnified infinitely. Were it not for the occasional opportunity to open the chat channel and glimpse the antics of that motley crew of survivalists, he might have seriously questioned his sanity. Time slipped away, and at last, the landscape began to transform. The unchanging hues of green and yellow gave way to a series of undulating dark blue silhouettes. Mountains. As he drew nearer, the contours of the mountains grew increasingly distinct. At their base, a cluster of buildings basked quietly in the orange-red glow of the evening sky. Another village. Su Chen felt a surge of vitality, his movements noticeably lighter. He refrained from rushing in, instead halting the tricycle about 200 or 300 meters from the village. Nearby stood a robust, leafy tree, its thick trunk suggesting many years of steadfast growth. Using both hands and feet, he ascended to a broad fork in the branches, where he began to scrutinize the village below. This village was significantly larger than the previous one he had encountered, with at least 100 households visible to the eye. The houses sprawled along the gentle slope at the mountain's base. An eerie silence enveloped the village, exuding a sense of profound stillness that extended to the other side of the mountain. His gaze followed the road, and suddenly, his pupils dilated in alarm. A similarly asphalted road emerged from the opposite side of the mountains, slanting toward him. At the village's entrance, it converged with his own path, forming a Y-shaped intersection before merging into a single route that traversed the village and led into the unknown. Two roads. This signified that other survivors might approach from that direction. It was even possible that someone had already arrived ahead of him. Even if they had not yet come, they would eventually reach this place. An encounter was merely a matter of time. He recalled the fierce debate in the chat channel. In this apocalyptic world, the most terrifying adversary was not the monsters, but the human heart. Su Chen's eyes flickered with uncertainty as he weighed the pros and cons rapidly. Should he circumvent the village and flee? With nightfall approaching, finding another refuge before darkness descended would be exceedingly difficult. Spending the night outdoors posed a far greater danger than staying within the village. Moreover, even if he evaded tonight's peril, what of tomorrow? The day after? In this vast world, survivors would inevitably cross paths. Was he to persist in evasion? To abandon resources at the slightest rustle of grass? What purpose would that serve? He might as well hang himself from a tree. Damn it, enough with the hesitation. Su Chen's gaze hardened, a surge of defiance swelling within him. Who was afraid of whom? He must enter this village. Resolving this inner turmoil, he redirected all his focus to the intricate details of the village within. While the daylight still lingered, it was imperative to swiftly establish a secure zone and find a sturdy dwelling to serve as a stronghold for the night. He meticulously surveyed the village's streets and houses. Soon, he spotted some swaying figures in the alleyway between several buildings. They were zombies, few in number, moving sluggishly. The most common type of primitive undead. A sense of reassurance washed over Su Chen. As long as they were not a new breed of monstrosity, the situation seemed manageable. He had ample experience dealing with these mindless attackers. The village was eerily quiet. There were no cars or any signs of human activity. He continued to observe, seeking a suitable refuge. Most of the houses in the village were quite dilapidated, many lacking intact doors and windows, clearly lacking any defensive capability. However, there were also some fairly well-constructed 2- or even 3-story buildings, likely belonging to the village's affluent families. Suddenly, one structure caught his eye. On the second row of houses alongside the main road stood a 3-story building. In front of it lay a spacious courtyard surrounded by nearly 2-meter-high walls, exuding an air of formidable sturdiness. The courtyard's entrance was a pair of heavy iron gates, somewhat rusted but appearing intact, firmly closed. It was the perfect haven in this apocalyptic world. The area around the house was quite open, with a concrete expanse providing excellent visibility. He noticed no active zombies in the vicinity. This was it. Resolute in his decision, Su Chen hesitated no longer. He inhaled the cool evening air, the refreshing scent of the wild, relieving some of the fatigue from his journey. He deftly descended from the tree, first scanning the surroundings for any dangers before striding towards his tricycle. He activated his survival wristband to check the distance of the toxic fog. Daily travel update. Survival day 1 time, 1800 hours. Weather, clear. Temperature, 1328 degrees Celsius. Surrounding environment, prairie road. Toxic fog distance, 49,000 meters. Toxic fog speed, 1 meter second. Beginner phase, 49 kilometers. Given the fog's advanced speed of 3.6 kilometers per hour, he had over 13 hours of safety time remaining. This meant he could even afford to take a restful slumber, confident that upon waking, the toxic fog would likely not have encroached upon his current location. The tension that had gripped him throughout the day finally began to ease. He glanced back, and at the horizon, the once oppressive gray wall of mist had transformed into an indistinct line, now devoid of any threat. Confirming that he had ample time, he resolved to act. With a thought, the tricycle, having served him well, but now appearing quite worn, vanished from sight, absorbed into the confines of his storage space. The warehouse space was even more extraordinary than he had anticipated. It is not a fixed cube, but rather a multidimensional space that can self-adjust according to the shape of the items stored within. As long as the total volume does not exceed the limit, even a 10-meter-long utility pole could theoretically be accommodated with ease. Secure your cherished vehicle. Su Chen tightened his grip on the hoe, crouched low, and, utilizing the cover of roadside weeds and buildings, cautiously approached the selected 3-story house. His steps were light, nearly inaudible, save for the rustling of the wind through the grass. The village at dusk was eerily quiet, the setting sun casting elongated shadows of the houses that appeared like a monstrous creature lurking on the ground, poised to pounce at any moment. As he passed by a bungalow, a swaying figure unexpectedly emerged from behind the house. It was a male zombie clad in blue work attire, one side of its face decomposed, revealing ghastly white bones, its hollow eye sockets fixated ahead. It seemed unaware of Su Chen's presence, having been concealed behind the building, which explained why he had not spotted it in the trees. Su Chen halted his steps, swiftly scanning the surroundings. After confirming there were no other dangers, his gaze turned steely. Now was the moment. Without any superfluous movements, he propelled himself forward with a powerful lunge. The zombie appeared to sense the commotion and sluggishly turned its head. However, what awaited it was the hoe, whistling through the air with a sharp crack. With a sickening thud, the sharp edge of the hoe pierced through the zombie's skull, embedding itself deeply within. The zombie's body stiffened momentarily, then collapsed like a heap of mud, utterly silent. The execution was fluid and decisive. In the lower left corner of his vision, a line of green text materialized promptly. Killed a level 1 zombie. Gain survival points 5. Experience points 5. Su Chen extracted the hoe and wiped it clean on the zombie's filthy clothing, removing the grime. Task complete. Time to move on. Chapter 18. Seeking temporary refuge, he pressed on towards his objective without pausing for even a moment. Along the way, he heard the low, guttural growls of zombies emanating from several nearby homes. However, they seemed trapped inside and were oblivious to Su Chen's presence outside. He had no desire to complicate matters further. His immediate priority was to secure ownership of the 3-story building. Before long, he arrived outside the courtyard wall of the building. Upon closer inspection, it appeared even more impressive than he had perceived from a distance. The walls were adorned with pristine white tiles, and the windows were fitted with bright glass, reflecting the light of the setting sun. What pleased him most was the robust wall encircling the entire yard, standing at nearly 2 meters high, constructed from solid bricks that exuded an air of formidable strength. The entrance was an old-fashioned double iron gate, painted blue, though rust had begun to mar its surface. The main structure remained intact. Perfect. Su Chen marveled inwardly. This place was truly a fortress crafted for survival in the apocalypse. He approached the iron gate and tentatively pushed against it. The gate did not budge, locked tightly. As expected, he was not surprised. In fact, it provided him with greater reassurance. The more securely the door was locked, the higher the level of safety within. With the main entrance inaccessible, only one option remained: to scale the wall. Su Chen looked up at the imposing barrier before him, over 2 meters high. The wall, built from blue bricks, bore the marks of time, its surface mottled with lichen, and appeared quite sturdy. Why was the wall built so high? He couldn't help but scoff internally. Was it meant to keep out thieves, or to keep me in? Given his current physical condition, a running start might allow him to grasp the top of the wall, but to vault over it cleanly seemed like a mere fantasy. If he were to make too much noise, it could attract the nearby zombies, turning the situation into a considerable disadvantage. A frontal assault was out of the question. He would have to resort to clever tactics. His gaze began to wander around, seeking tools that could aid him. A ladder would be the ideal solution. His eyes swept over the neighboring house, which was also a single-story dwelling with a courtyard. The gate stood wide open, and something caught his eye. There, leaning quietly against the wall, was a long bench. It resembled the kind commonly found in rural areas, constructed from several thick planks, appearing both lengthy and sturdy. Su Chen cautiously observed the neighboring house. All doors and windows were tightly shut, and there were no signs of wandering zombies nearby, suggesting it was quite safe. He lowered his posture and silently slipped across. The bench was heavier than he had anticipated, made from solid materials. With a flicker of thought, the bench vanished, stored within his spatial warehouse. With a stepping stone in hand, the issue of scaling the wall was resolved. However, a new dilemma emerged. The intersecting road would inevitably attract other survivors. If he left the bench beneath the wall after using it, it would be akin to leaving a sign for any passers-by. "Hey, fellow survivor, I came through here. There are people inside." It was imperative to erase any traces. He began to search in the vicinity. The village was cluttered with debris piled against many courtyard walls. Soon, beneath the eaves of a house, he discovered a neatly coiled roll of nylon rope. The rope was thick, a grass-green hue, and estimated to be at least 7 or 8 meters long. Perfect. Su Chen revealed a satisfied smile. All the necessary tools were now gathered. He returned to the wall of his target building, securely tying one end of the nylon rope to a leg of a bench with a firm knot, ensuring that it was foolproof. Then, grasping the other end of the rope, he calculated the distance and force before swinging it vigorously over the courtyard wall. Whoosh hiss! The rope sliced through the air, tracing an elegant arc, landing precisely within the courtyard. He positioned the bench in the most suitable spot against the wall and stood atop it. Taking a deep breath, he slightly bent his legs and leaped upward with vigor. His hands accurately grasped the edge of the wall. His arm muscles tensed, and, with a powerful pull, he effortlessly flipped over. The entire process was clean and swift, far simpler than he had envisioned. He did not immediately jump down, but instead sat steadily atop the 2-meter-high wall. From this vantage point, the entire courtyard lay before him. The courtyard was spacious, its floor laid with smooth concrete, and in the corners, a few half-dead plants struggled for life. There were no zombies, nor any traces of blood. However, in the corner closest to the wall, an object suddenly captured his full attention. It was a bicycle. With a black frame, sleek lines, and wide tires adorned with intricate patterns, it was clearly a professional vehicle suited for challenging terrains. The bike was well-maintained, appearing almost brand new. Wow, a mountain bike! Su Chen's eyes sparkled, and his breath quickened. Though a tricycle was decent as well, its creaking noise made him anxious, fearing the chain might break at any moment. But this mountain bike was different. It was faster, lighter, and quieter. With it, his mobility would elevate to an entirely new level. Yet, just as he prepared to jump down to claim his new ride, a low, hoarse growl suddenly emanated from the open doorway of the first-floor hall. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat, and the joy on his face instantaneously froze. He turned to see two swaying figures slowly emerging from the dim doorway. They were zombies, one male and one female, presumably the original inhabitants of the house. Drawn by the noise of Su Chen's wall climb, they were now awkwardly shuffling towards the wall below. Su Chen quickly regained his composure. He calmly withdrew the foot that had already ventured into the courtyard. Sitting atop the wall, at this height, the zombies could not reach him. These ordinary, low-level zombies neither jumped nor formed stacks. They could only rage ineffectually below. Indeed, as the two zombies reached the base of the wall, they merely tilted their decaying heads upward, stretching their withered claws in a futile attempt to grasp at him, their throats emitting meaningless growls. My apologies, dear sirs. The house is now under my occupation. With a flicker of thought, the blood-stained hoe materialized in Su Chen's grasp. He adjusted his posture, leaning forward as he swung the hoe towards the head of the male zombie. Thud! It missed. The sharp tip failed to strike the crown, instead landing heavily upon the creature's shoulder. The zombie staggered, its body swaying under the force, yet did not fall. How could it have missed? Indeed, striking down from a wall was a far cry from standing and delivering a blow. This accursed ledge was far too narrow, rendering him incapable of exerting proper force. The injured male zombie seemed incensed, unleashing a howl more frenzied than before. Another female zombie joined in the turmoil, its desiccated fingers clawing at the wall with a scratching sound that echoed ominously. The clamor was significantly louder than moments prior. Su Chen felt a tightening in his chest. If the other zombies in the village were drawn to this disturbance, it would spell trouble. Chapter 19, the water tower on the 3rd floor, he adjusted his position and continued to swing. With a sharp thud, the point of the hoe effortlessly penetrated the skull, scattering a gruesome mixture of red and white. The male zombie's body abruptly stiffened before toppling backward. The nearby female zombie seemed oblivious, continuing her repetitive clawing motions. Su Chen withdrew the hoe and repeated the action. With another crisp, meaty sound, tranquility enveloped the world once more. In the lower left corner of his vision, 2 lines of green text appeared in succession. Killed level 1 zombie. Gained survival points 5. Experience points 5. Killed level 1 zombie. Gained survival points 5. Experience points 5. All done. He bent down to grasp the nylon rope hanging on the wall and slowly hoisted the long bench from outside. Once the bench was pulled over the wall, he focused his thoughts and directly stored it in his warehouse space. Having completed this task, he dusted off his hands and cast a satisfied glance at the barren expanse beyond the wall. Now, Even if someone were to come here, they would never suspect that anyone had entered. With a leap, Su Chen jumped down from the 2-meter-high wall. His feet touched the ground, knees bending to absorb most of the impact, allowing him to stand firmly on the cement floor of the courtyard. The air was thick with a faint scent of blood and the stench of decay. He chose not to look at the two corpses, but instead gripped his hoe tightly and strode directly to the entrance of the 3-story building. Although only 2 zombies had emerged earlier, one could never be certain what other surprises lay hidden within the confines of the building. It was not the number of zombies that instilled fear, but rather the possibility of encountering a formidable foe. In the open courtyard, there was ample space for maneuvering. Yet once inside the narrow confines of the house, danger would multiply exponentially. Standing at the threshold, he raised the hoe and struck the heavy wooden door. The sound echoed in the stillness of the courtyard. He was intentionally drawing out any remaining threats, hoping to discern if there were any overlooked adversaries lurking within. However, 1 second passed, then 2, then 3. Silence reigned within. Aside from the rhythm of his own heartbeat, there was no other sound to be heard. Is it truly empty? He remained skeptical, brandishing the hoe and knocking against the door once more with greater force, the sound resonating louder than before. After waiting a full half-minute, there was still no response from within. Could it really be devoid of life? Su Chen furrowed his brow, uncertainty lingering in his mind. He dared not let his guard down, clutching the hoe tightly and positioning it across his chest before cautiously stepping through the doorway. The first floor was a grand hall, furnished with all manner of furniture and appliances, albeit shrouded in a thick layer of dust. A few cushions lay scattered on the sofa, and a fruit platter rested on the coffee table, everything suggesting that the occupants had departed in haste. He left no corner unchecked, meticulously inspecting the living room, kitchen, and bathroom. Every room was thoroughly examined. The first floor was secure. He approached the staircase leading to the second floor and, picking up a metallic ornament of uncertain origin from the ground, hurled it forcefully toward the upper stairs. Clang! A decorative piece struck the wall at the corner of the staircase, producing a crisp sound before rolling down. Upstairs, there was still no response. It seemed there truly was no one around. Su Chen felt a slight sense of relief, yet he maintained a cautious demeanor. Gripping a hoe, he ascended the staircase, carefully navigating each step while gently tapping the wooden handle against the railing, producing a rhythmic sound. This was a tactic he had gleaned from horror games, creating noise to draw out lurking threats. It was preferable to being ambushed unexpectedly. He remained poised, ready to retreat to the courtyard at the slightest disturbance. However, by the time he reached the second floor, the only sounds present were those he had made. The second floor housed 3 bedrooms, 1 master bedroom, 2 secondary bedrooms, and an independent study. Continuing his ascent, he arrived at the 3rd floor, which mirrored the layout of the second, but featured a small door leading to the rooftop terrace. He did not ascend immediately, opting instead to meticulously inspect the rooms on the 3rd floor. Upon confirming their safety, he finally pushed open the door to the terrace. A cool evening breeze greeted him, sweeping away the stifling air within the building. He inhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. The terrace was spacious, adorned with gray tiles. The setting sun cast long shadows, painting the distant mountains in a warm orange hue, creating a scene reminiscent of an exquisite oil painting. Yet, Su Chen's attention was swiftly captured by a large object nestled in the corner of the terrace. It was a massive stainless steel water tank, its rounded body gleaming under the sunset, exuding an industrial elegance. A water tank? Su Chen's eyes lit up instantly. This was clearly a treasure capable of holding a ton of water. The craftsmanship of the tank was robust, connected to several thick pipes, one of which featured a red valve, presumably for drainage. Eagerly, he lifted the lid off the tank. A refreshing mist enveloped him. Peering inside, he saw a clear surface reflecting the orange twilight. There was still ample water, at least half a ton by rough estimation. This was a stroke of luck. Su Chen's heart surged with joy. This was akin to a windfall. He hurried to the storage room and retrieved an empty mineral water bottle, opening the drainage valve at the tank's base to fill it to the brim. The water glistened under the sunset, appearing remarkably pure, with scarcely any impurities visible. He excitedly raised the bottle before his eyes, and an item information panel promptly appeared. Item: a bottle of underground water. Type: consumable. Quality: drink of note. Sourced from a deep underground well. The water is acceptable, but carries a slight odor and may contain unknown microorganisms. Boiling before consumption is recommended. A slight odor? Upon reading this note, the smile on Su Chen's face faltered slightly. He unscrewed the bottle cap and brought it to his nose, detecting a faint, metallic scent reminiscent of rust. Though a tinge of disappointment lingered, it quickly dissipated. The fact that it could be consumed after boiling was already quite commendable. It was certainly preferable to the murky waters sold by those traders, rife with impurities and microorganisms, which they warned must be filtered and thoroughly boiled before consumption. There was no urgency regarding the water. The night was long, and he had ample time to attend to it. He stored the bottle away in the warehouse, feeling quite elated as he descended from the rooftop. Returning to the courtyard, Su Chen strode directly toward the mountain bike that had occupied his thoughts. He approached it and inspected it meticulously. The matte black frame boasted sleek lines, exuding a sense of power. The broad tires were adorned with intricate anti-slip patterns, clearly designed for professional off-road use. The handlebars were equipped with a gear shifter and a disc brake system, indicating commendable specifications. He squeezed the brakes and rotated the pedals. The chain moved smoothly without any hint of noise. Apart from a layer of dust, the bike appeared almost as good as new. Very well indeed. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. He promptly stored the mountain bike within the warehouse space. With this bike, his journey tomorrow would be significantly easier. Although the old tricycle was rideable, it creaked and groaned along the way. He genuinely feared a sudden chain failure mid-journey. This mountain bike not only promised greater speed and efficiency, but, most crucially, it operated quietly. In this perilous post-apocalyptic world, silence equated to safety. Chapter 20. Price War. Su Chen did not hastily enter the house to scavenge, but continued to inspect the courtyard. Soon, he made a new discovery in another corner of the yard. This household astonishingly had two water supply systems. One was connected to the municipal water supply, but the faucet had long ceased to yield water. The other system was an underground water supply that fed the large water tank on the rooftop. Following the water pipes that extended from underground, he quickly found a machine concealed under a canvas in an inconspicuous corner. Lifting the canvas, he uncovered a blue centrifugal pump quietly resting there. Su Chen's eyes lit up as he hurried over to inspect it. The pump's piping connected to a deep well, with the other end leading directly to the rooftop water tank. As long as there was electricity, this pump could continuously draw water from underground into the tank. Unfortunately, there was no electricity. In this world, power was perhaps one of the rarest resources. Sigh, he mused, perhaps he had been overly optimistic. However, this discovery was not without merit. It at least pointed him toward a direction for future endeavors, generating electricity, whether through a generator or solar panels. Anything that could be obtained would prove immensely beneficial. Standing before the blue centrifugal pump, Su Chen furrowed his brow. There was a well, a pump, and a water tank, yet no electricity. It felt akin to possessing a mountain of gold without the tools to mine it, a frustration that made him want to curse. Abandon it? What nonsense! His extensive knowledge of online literature informed him that such household centrifugal pumps generally had a limited suction range, typically not exceeding 9 meters. This indicated that the groundwater level beneath the well could not be too deep. To simply give up would haunt him even in sleep, compelling him to slap his own face. He had to devise a plan. Su Chen's eyes sparkled as his mind raced. To discern the specific situation, he needed to dismantle the pump and ascertain the length of the piping and the depth of the well. Without hesitation, he turned back to the house in search of tools. In such a self-built, 3-story small building, the homeowners usually kept some common tools for unforeseen circumstances. He focused his search on the storage room on the first floor and the pile of miscellaneous items beneath the stairs. Indeed, in a dusty corner, he found a red metal toolbox. With a crisp click, he opened the lid. A faint scent of machine oil mingled with rust wafted towards him. Inside the box, various tools were neatly organized into categories. There were adjustable wrenches, pipe wrenches, hammers, screwdrivers of various sizes, and a steel saw. Everything was present. Even a roll of insulating tape. Professional. Su Chen couldn't help but marvel. The man of this household was undoubtedly a hands-on individual. Armed with these treasures, his confidence surged. He hefted the heavy toolbox back to the pump in the courtyard, crouched down, and began his dismantling endeavor. The screws connecting the pump had rusted due to prolonged exposure to the air. Su Chen selected a suitably sized wrench, gripped the nut, and exerted all his strength. With a sharp, metallic screech that sent shivers through his teeth, the nut was finally loosened just a fraction. Hope surged within Su Chen as he adjusted his stance and exerted more effort. 1-2. He worked up a sweat. His once pristine attire, now marred with grime. Yet, he remained undeterred, his gaze unwavering. At last, with the final anchor bolt unscrewed, he successfully liberated the entire water pump from its pedestal. Beneath the pump, a thick, white plastic pipe, as robust as an arm, extended down into the depths of a dark well. Grasping the pipe with both hands, he pulled with determination. To his surprise, it rose effortlessly, lighter than anticipated. He gradually hoisted it up, withdrawing the pipe from the well, meter by meter. 1, 2, 3. Upon reaching a length of approximately 7 or 8 meters, he finally glimpsed the pipe's end. At its terminus, a filter head designed to prevent debris from entering was visibly damp. Just as I suspected, a spark of joy ignited in Su Chen's heart. The moisture on the pipes end was undeniable evidence of a shallow groundwater level. He leaned over to peer into the narrow well opening. The well's diameter was scarcely 10 centimeters, its inner walls smooth PVC, typical of modern drilled wells. Such a diminutive aperture made it impossible to use a bucket, let alone fit a bowl. The thought of attempting to siphon water from 7 or 8 meters deep with his mouth was absurd. He promptly extinguished that foolish notion. Setting aside the question of his lung capacity, the prospect of inadvertently drawing up a mouthful of murky, microorganism-laden well water would likely spell disaster. It appeared that, for the moment, he was at an impasse. With a resigned sigh, he decided it would be best to sell the water from the rooftop tank first. He stored the disassembled pump and the lengthy pipe into his warehouse space. Having completed this task, he hastened to the kitchen, clearing every vessel capable of holding water, pots, pans, and bowls of all sizes, ceramic and stainless steel alike, even the large washing basin, without leaving a single item behind, all neatly tucked away in the warehouse. Preparations were now in order. He climbed to the 3rd floor once more and pushed open the door leading to the rooftop. The evening breeze, tinged with a refreshing chill, dispelled the remnants of his earlier exertion. Approaching the immense stainless steel water tank, he activated the trading post. Instead of rushing to list items, he first entered water into the search bar and hit filter. Instantly, rows of product information materialized before him. Product: murky river water, 500 milliliters. Price: 1 survival point. Seller's note: brothers, just fetch this from the river. It's a bit dirty, but definitely drinkable. Just boil it. A lifesaver. Product: pure lake water, 500 milliliters. Price: 2 survival points. Seller's note: personally tested, pollution-free. Lake water from scenic area. Just a quick filter, and it's good to go. Please, kind folks, spare some food. Product: sweet well water, 500 milliliters. Price: 3 survival points. Seller's message: brothers, it has been quite a challenge to locate a well, but the water quality is absolutely reliable. A price that speaks of integrity. Purchase swiftly, for the toxic mist is swiftly approaching. Indeed, many have already discovered the water source and commenced selling it in the marketplace. Surface water from rivers and lakes is generally priced lower due to its high uncertainty. In contrast, well water, possessing superior quality, command a higher price, typically around 3 survival points for 500 milliliters. 3 survival points. This price is not insignificant. He must convert all the water from this tower into numbers within his survival bracelet in the shortest time possible. During the novice phase, time is of the essence. The one who can amass initial capital the fastest will gain the upper hand in the forthcoming survival game. He cast a glance at the crystal-clear surface of the water tower, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Apologies to my fellow competitors. Without hesitation, he proceeded to list his item. Product: clean underground water. Price: 1 survival point. Seller's message: brothers, stop consuming contaminated water. Sourced from deep underground wells, the quality is assured. Although it may have a slight metallic taste, it is safe to drink once boiled. Priced at a mere 1 point per portion, an irresistible bargain. Seeking to clear out stock. First come, first served. Buyers must provide their own containers of equivalent volume for exchange. A 500 milliliters portion of water, priced at just 1 survival point. This price is merely 1/3 of the market rate for well water. This is a blatant price war. He must sell the water swiftly. Chapter 21. The rampaging zombies. He could hardly believe that, in the face of such a significant price advantage, the desperate survivors will be able to resist. After setting the price in notes, Su Chen unhesitatingly clicked to confirm the listing. Just after listing over 10 orders, a line of green text abruptly popped up in the lower left corner of his vision. Transaction successful. You sold underground water, 500 milliliters, X1, and gained survival points 1. Almost simultaneously, transaction successful. You sold underground water, 500 milliliters, X1, and gained survival points 1. Transaction successful. Transaction successful. In an instant, the lower left corner of Su Chen's field of vision was flooded with identical green notifications. What the hell? Su Chen was utterly stunned. This is sold out already. His breath quickened. He finally understood why the prices of water in the trading hall remained exorbitant. It was not due to the seller's greed, but rather the terrifying demand. He had struck gold. This time he truly had. Suppressing the elation within, he continued his tasks without a moment's pause. Fetching water, listing it, selling out in seconds, fetching more water, listing again. This cycle repeated endlessly. He was like an emotionless assembly line worker, mechanically repeating the actions. Meanwhile, the number in his survival bracelet soared at an alarming rate. 157, 289, 432, 688. Time passed inexorably. The sky had completely darkened, a bright moon hanging in the night sky, its cold light casting long shadows on the rooftop. The surrounding village was eerily silent, save for the sounds of the wind and water. After about an hour, Su Chen sold out the last batch of water and exhaled deeply. He straightened his back and rubbed his sore muscles before opening his personal interface. Survival points, 1276, gazing at the 4-digit balance. A satisfied smile spread across his face. He had purchased around 600 liters of water. In just over an hour, he earned more than 1,200 survival points. The speed of earning was faster than robbing a bank. He turned off the faucet, gathered all the pots and pans back into the warehouse, and prepared to head inside for a well-deserved rest while planning the use of the more than 1,000 survival points. However, just as he turned to descend the stairs, a roar, brutal and frenzied, utterly different from the daytime sounds, suddenly erupted from the main road in the center of the village. Following that, a chaotic and hurried sound of footsteps shattered the silence of the village. What is happening? Su Chen's movements halted abruptly, his nerves instantly tensing. He quickly lowered his body and stealthily maneuvered to the edge of the rooftop. Crouching behind the cold stone railing, he peered out with half of his head exposed, using the bright moonlight to gaze below. In the next moment, his pupils constricted in shock. In the center of the village, a wide asphalt road bore witness to a figure who was desperately rolling and crawling in a frantic escape. Behind him, several zombies were pursuing with unnerving strides, their movements bizarre and grotesque. The sight was reminiscent of marionettes, both comical and chilling. How could it be? Were zombies actually running? Su Chen felt as though his mind had momentarily frozen. The movements of these zombies, although still stiff and awkward, were surprisingly swift, barely slower than that of an average adult. What a shock! Su Chen cursed inwardly, utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? How had the zombies suddenly become so agile? Was this the same leisurely pace he had experienced during the day? Could it be that zombies turned feral at night? A terrifying thought flashed through his mind, sending chills down his spine. The man in front, seemingly fighting against exhaustion, stumbled several times yet managed to maintain his balance through sheer willpower, continuing to dart forward. To Su Chen's horror, as the man fled, a cacophony of chaos erupted from the houses flanking the road. Bang! A wooden door was violently shattered by a zombie within, splinters flying in all directions. Crash! One zombie tumbled out of a second-floor window, landing heavily on the ground, yet sprang back up as if unharmed, joining the fray. Their shrieks were sharper, more frenzied than those heard during the day, filled with a ravenous thirst for blood. In an instant, the village seemed to awaken from slumber, transforming into a hunting ground. The man appeared to be the sole prey, desperately scanning for a place to hide, his eyes darting between the houses lining the road. Suddenly, he caught sight of something, veering sharply in the direction of the 3-story building where Su Chen was situated. "Oh no, do not come this way," Su Chen mentally screamed. barely restraining himself from leaping up in exasperation. "You fool!" He cursed vehemently. If he was courting death, he shouldn't drag a pack of rabid zombies along with him. Su Chen's thoughts turned vitriolic as he cursed the man's ancestors. If this man dared to scale his wall, he would unhesitatingly ensure a close encounter between him and the pursuing zombies. The man, too, seemed to realize that Su Chen's building was the most robust structure nearby. He dashed to the outer wall and forcefully pushed against the heavy iron gate. Clang! The gate remained immovable. A flicker of despair crossed his face. Yet time was of the essence, as the zombies were closing in. He glanced at the towering 2-meter wall, decisively abandoning the idea of climbing, and instead sprinted towards the adjacent yard, the very one where Su Chen had previously discovered bench. The gate of that yard was wide open. Indeed, that man forcefully pushed open the ajar wooden door, darting into the courtyard, then exerted every ounce of strength to slam the door shut, bracing it with his back. Almost instantaneously after he closed the door, a deafening series of thuds resounded as the pursuing zombies relentlessly battered against the flimsy wooden barrier, emitting a sound that could make one's teeth ache. An increasing number of the undead, drawn by the commotion, converged from all directions, coalescing into a small tide of corpses that surrounded the household's gate, rendering it impenetrable. The wooden door groaned under the relentless assault of a dozen zombies. Straining under the pressure, the man bracing against the door let out a desperate scream, his legs firmly planted on the ground as his muscles quivered. Yet his strength felt utterly insignificant in the face of the frenzied horde. A sharp crack echoed as a fissure appeared in the door panel. Moments later, with a thunderous crash, the entire wooden door collapsed. The man behind it was hurled backward by the tremendous force, landing heavily in the courtyard. He barely had time to scream before scrambling on all fours into the house, slamming the door shut behind him. Yet, this was merely a futile struggle. The zombies roared, surging into the courtyard like a tide, surrounding the modest dwelling completely. They battered the door with their bodies and clawed at it, frantically assaulting that last bastion of defense. Several zombies lunged directly at the windows. With a shattering crash, the glass splintered. A few zombies eagerly crawled through the broken opening. A chilling, high-pitched scream echoed from within the house, filled with boundless terror and anguish. Soon after, more zombies breached the entrance. The scream was abruptly silenced, replaced by a cacophony of ghastly chewing and the sound of bones fracturing. Su Chen crouched behind the railing of the rooftop, his expression devoid of emotion as he observed the grim scene unfolding in the neighboring courtyard. Under the moonlight, his face appeared somewhat pale. The entire sequence, from the man's pursuit to his ultimate dismemberment, transpired in scarcely 2 or 3 minutes. A living being had simply vanished. A chill crept up his spine. This world was far more brutal than he had ever imagined. Chapter 22. Su Chen discovered he instinctively activated the survival wristband. Time: 2013, just past 8 in the evening. At this precise moment, it marked the onset of the man's pursuit. A horrifying hypothesis began to take shape in Su Chen's mind. The zombies would enter a frenzied state around 8 o'clock at night. During the day, all the zombies he had encountered were sluggish and posed no threat. Yet now, as the clock struck past 8, these creatures transformed as if under the influence of a stimulant. They not only could run, but also exhibited heightened aggression and strength. This indicated that 8 o'clock was the critical threshold for their ferocity. Henceforth, nighttime excursions demanded utmost caution. At that moment, the zombies in the adjacent yard, having feasted on the unfortunate victim, stirred with new energy. They no longer huddled together, but, like satiated beasts, meandered out of the dilapidated building in pairs, dispersing throughout the yard. Su Chen's heart leapt to his throat. He could only hope these creatures would be satiated for a while and not take notice of his presence. He even contemplated remaining on the rooftop for the night, waiting until dawn. Although the evening breeze was chilly, it was still safer than descending to the ground and risking proximity to those lunatics. However, fate had other plans. Just as he pondered this, the few zombies that had emerged abruptly halted, as if a pause button had been pressed. They stood frozen, their decayed heads slowly turning at an exceedingly unnatural angle, inching towards Su Chen's direction. Their murky eyes seemed to pierce through the darkness and the brick wall, locking onto him with chilling precision. A sharp, piercing shriek shattered the night. In the next instant, those zombies, as if infused with adrenaline, propelled themselves towards Su Chen's section of the yard with reckless abandon. What the hell? Su Chen's pupils dilated and his mind buzzed, nearly blanking out. They could sense him from this distance? Did they have radar installed? He questioned himself, realizing he had made no significant noise. The only explanation was that these frenzied zombies possessed an enhanced sense of perception. Bang, bang, bang. The creatures crashed against the yard wall with frenzied intensity. But the solid brick wall, towering over 2 meters, stood resolute against their attempts. Nonetheless, their roars and the sound of their impacts acted as a rallying cry. The remaining dozen or so zombies in the adjacent yard were instantly activated, roaring and rushing out, circumventing the wall, and heading directly towards the large iron gate where Su Chen was. Damn it! Su Chen cursed under his breath, abandoning all pretense of concealment. Without a moment to spare, he sprang from the ground and dashed toward the staircase leading down from the rooftop. He had to descend. He must prevent those creatures from entering. Faced with such a multitude of frenzied zombies, his confidence in the seemingly robust iron gate began to wane. He dashed down the stairs with unparalleled speed, racing past the 3rd floor, then the 2nd. As he arrived in the lobby on the ground floor, the resounding thud of a door being struck echoed from outside the courtyard. The heavy iron door trembled violently under the relentless assaults of dozens of zombies. The latch visibly dented inward from the impacts. It was imperative to secure it. Su Chen's gaze swiftly surveyed the entire hall, his mind operating with remarkable clarity. In no time, a plan formed in his mind. With a mere thought, he summoned every item from his storage space, depositing them all in a corner of the living room. The storage was instantly vacated. Once space was cleared, he promptly focused his attention on a particularly weighty rosewood sofa that was clearly substantial. A flash of white light. The hefty 3-seater sofa vanished from sight. In the next moment, he retrieved it from the storage with all his might, slamming it forcefully against the iron door. Thud! The sofa collided with the iron door, producing a muffled thud that firmly braced against the frenzied onslaught. Effective! A surge of energy coursed through Su Chen, and without pausing to catch his breath, he targeted the heavy solid wood coffee table, the TV cabinet, the dining table, the chairs. Collect, release, then collect again, and repeat. He resembled an indefatigable ant, tirelessly transporting these cumbersome objects, running back and forth countless times, methodically stacking them behind the iron door. Sweat drenched his clothing, cascading down his cheeks, but he paid it no mind. The cacophony of impacts outside grew increasingly terrifying, reminiscent of a colossal beast laying siege. The iron door rattling under the assault. Hurry! Faster! Su Chen's eyes blazed crimson as he hurled the final chair onto the growing mound of furniture. At last, every movable heavy object within the hall had been piled behind the door, forming an immensely sturdy barrier nearly 2 meters high. He gazed at his handiwork, finally allowing himself to take several deep breaths, his chest heaving. After accomplishing this feat, he recalled the items he had previously released from the storage. The relentless battering from outside persisted, yet with this formidable barricade, the iron door finally stabilized, no longer teetering precariously. For the moment, he was safe. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Su Chen climbed atop the uneven heap of furniture, using both hands and feet to ascend. The design of the building's gate was rather intriguing. Above the massive iron door was a small, cement-formed platform. He exerted himself to reach the summit of the furniture mound, then pushed off to stand on the cold cement platform. From this vantage point, the scene outside the courtyard lay bare before him. Upon a mere glance, he couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Under the silvery moonlight, a dark mass of zombies had completely encircled his home's large iron gate. Their numbers were at least 20 or 30. They jostled together, the ones behind pushing the ones in front, resembling a disturbed nest of hornets, relentlessly battering the door that blocked their access to a sumptuous feast. Some zombies even attempted to stack themselves like a human tower, striving to scale the towering 2-meter wall. One zombie was hoisted upwards by its companions, its desiccated claws gripping the edge of the wall. Su Chen's gaze turned icy, and without a moment's hesitation, a hole materialized in his hand, which he brought down forcefully upon the head of the zombie. A muffled thud echoed as the creature's skull shattered like a rotten watermelon, its body collapsing and tumbling from the wall, crashing onto several of its kin below. Yet this gruesome spectacle merely poured a ladle of cold water into boiling oil, igniting their ferocity to an even greater extent. A cacophony of frenzied roars erupted, echoing in waves. What sent a shiver down Su Chen's spine was the sound of more growls and chaotic footsteps emerging from the darkness of the distant village, drawing nearer with alarming speed towards his location. The tremendous commotion here acted like a beacon in the night, irresistibly attracting the attention of the entire horde of zombies in the village. Chapter 23. The Joy of Fire. Su Chen stood on the platform of the gatehouse, his heart racing violently. The hoe in his hand seemed utterly ridiculous and feeble at this moment. To kill? He could slay one, perhaps two, but below him were dozens, with even more zombies surging forth from the dark depths of the village. The pace of his slaughter could not even match the speed at which the zombies gathered. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before these monsters piled up like a grotesque mountain of corpses, surmounting any obstacle in their way. When that time came, not even the 2-meter-high wall would stand. A 10-meter-high fortress would be no match for them. What to do? What on earth should he do? Sweat trickled down his forehead, stinging his eyes. In the face of extreme peril, his mind became unnaturally calm. The hoe was ineffective, far too slow. He needed a weapon capable of widespread devastation. Explosives? None available. Then, fire. A wild thought, like a bolt of lightning, cleaved through the fog in his mind. Gasoline. He had 10 barrels of gasoline in his storage. Once this notion emerged, the more he contemplated it, the more feasible it seemed. Damn it, let us do this. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Su Chen felt no hesitation. With a mere thought, a green military-grade metal oil drum materialized on the cement platform beneath him. He had scavenged it from a gas station, and it contained a full 20 liters of gasoline, far more convenient than the 200-liter chemical barrels. Wasting no time, he twisted the cap off the drum and tilted it. The gasoline, reeking intensely, cascaded down like a waterfall onto the heads of the densely packed zombie horde below. The frenzied zombies remained oblivious, continuing their mindless assault against the iron gate, allowing the frigid liquid to soak into their decaying bodies. Soon, a vast area in front of the door was drenched in gasoline, the acrid scent overpowering the stench of the corpses. Su Chen withdrew the drum, which still contained half its contents, and returned it to storage. He turned and leaped from the towering pile of furniture, landing steadily in the living room. The kitchen. He vividly remembered seeing a gas stove and an attached gas canister during his previous search. He dashed into the kitchen, swiftly turning the valve on the gas canister, then forcefully pressed the ignition switch on the stove. Click, click. The sound of the electronic igniter rang sharply in the silent house. Once, twice. No response. Su Chen's heart sank. Could it be? At such a critical moment, it failed him? Undeterred, he pressed down with renewed vigor. Click, boom. A burst of blue flame erupted from the stove. It worked. A surge of joy overwhelmed Su Chen as he scanned the living room, his gaze landing on a magazine beneath the coffee table. Whatever it would serve as the perfect kindling. He seized the magazine and held it to the flame. The edges of the paper curled instantaneously, turning black, before igniting into a vivid orange flame. He raised this makeshift torch and charged once more toward the mountain of furniture at the entrance. Adrenaline surged through his veins, erasing any sensation of fatigue, replaced solely by an exhilarating anticipation of imminent control. As he ascended the platform at the door, the scene outside sent shivers down his spine. In the brief minute he took to ignite the fire, the number of zombies gathered outside had doubled, now numbering at least 40 or 50. The zombies at the rear pushed against those in front, showing clear signs of piling up, with the foremost creatures nearly spilling over the wall. There was no time to wait. A fierce determination flashed in Su Chen's eyes as he hurled the half-burned magazine down toward the gasoline-soaked area below. The burning pages traced a vivid orange arc in the air before drifting down. Time seemed to slow in that moment. The next second, boom! A massive fireball erupted with ferocity. A searing wave of heat, accompanied by a pungent aroma, shot skyward. The wild flames instantly consumed everything before the door, transforming that area into an inferno. Roar, ah! The ignited zombies emitted shriller, more frenzied howls than before. They writhed and struggled in the flames, their burning flesh crackling and sizzling, filling the air with a putrid stench that mingled gasoline with rotting flesh, inducing nausea. Su Chen was forced to retreat from the scorching wave, sheltering behind the doorway. Peering cautiously at the unfolding scene, the fire blazed upward, illuminating the courtyard like daylight. He observed that the flaming zombies did not collapse from their agony. Instead, they charged at the iron gate with the frenzy of enraged beasts. An even more chilling sight occurred in the distance. Zombies, drawn by the commotion, rushed toward the fiery hell like moths to a flame, unhesitatingly leaping into the blaze. One by one, they ignited, joining this chaotic revelry, intensifying the inferno. Come on. The more, the better. Su Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement, his earlier fear completely eclipsed. From his storage space, he retrieved a stainless steel basin he had scavenged earlier and poured the remaining half-bucket of gasoline into it. Let us add a little more fuel to the fire. He splashed the gasoline from the basin onto the area where the flames were slightly weaker. Whoosh! The flames surged once again. Soon, in the lower left corner of his vision, a notification appeared. Kill one level 1 zombie. Gain survival points 5. Experience points 5 immediately following. Kill one level 1 zombie. Gain survival points 5. Experience points 5. Kill one level 1 zombie. Gain survival points 5. Experience points 5. Kill one level 1 zombie. Gain survival points 5. Experience points 5. Identical green text cascaded through his vision like a waterfall, flooding his screen. Su Chen's spirits soared to an exhilarating height. He gazed down at the inferno below, where countless zombies were being reduced to charred remains, collapsing in a cacophony, their demise transforming into numerical data within his survival bracelet. In that moment, he even contemplated bringing in a sound system, directing it at the blazing flames, and playing a loop of good days to lure the entire village's zombies toward him. With a single conflagration, he could incinerate them all. Thus, by tomorrow, wouldn't all the resources of the village belong solely to him? The inferno raged for a considerable span of over 10 minutes. Only when the last remnants of gasoline were consumed did the towering flames gradually subside. The cacophony of roars and crashes from outside had long since faded into silence. Around him, an oppressive stillness enveloped the air. Su Chen cautiously peeked out, carefully assessing the situation beyond. Before the massive iron gates lay a charred expanse. Dozens of grotesquely burned corpses were piled high, emanating a noxious aroma of charred protein mingled with melted plastic, a stench so potent it nearly brought tears to his eyes. In the lower left corner of his vision, a line of blood-red text abruptly materialized. Warning, witnessing the horrific scene has diminished your sanity by 3. The instant the words appeared, a wave of intense nausea surged from his stomach to his throat. Su Chen leaned on his knees, retching involuntarily, his complexion appearing even more pallid under the moonlight. Damn, he still hadn't fully acclimated. Cursing inwardly, he lifted his gaze to survey his surroundings. The village streets were devoid of any swaying figures, and the low growls of zombies were conspicuously absent. It seemed that the recent blaze had thoroughly eradicated the undead in this vicinity. Chapter 24. Selling underground water suppressing his discomfort, he observed for a moment longer, ensuring no active zombies lurked nearby, before carefully descending from the mountain of furniture. The entire village had fallen into silence, a stark contrast to the earlier frenzy of the undead horde. He activated his survival wristband and glanced at the time. 21:30. It was already 9:30 in the evening. He then opened the character interface, his gaze immediately drawn to the experience points section. Experience points, 39100. The recent inferno had incinerated over 70 zombies, resulting in a significant surplus of experience points. Without hesitation, he concentrated his thoughts on the golden upgrade button. Experience points are full. Would you like to expend 100 experience points to level up? Yes. A gentle white light enveloped him, and a warm sensation coursed through his limbs. The soreness from his prior exertion seemed to be smoothed away by an invisible hand, alleviating much of his mental fatigue as well. Level up successful. Current level, LV. 2. You have gained 1 free attribute point, experience points, 2,9,500. Upon seeing the attribute point reward, a look of dismay clouded his features. Just 1 point? He couldn't help but mentally berate the system. What is going on? In most games, leveling up typically grants 5 or 10 free attribute points. At that rate, he could transform into a superhuman capable of taking on various monsters in no time. Instead, he received merely 1 point? How miserly. Despite his grievances, he acknowledged that something was better than nothing. He surveyed his attributes and, without a moment's hesitation, allocated that solitary point to his stamina. Stamina, for 5 after the addition. He felt no significant change in his body. He glanced at the experience required for the next level. Experience points, 290,500. The requirement had jumped from 100 to 500, a five-fold increase. However, having witnessed the power of gasoline fire attacks, Su Chen felt this was not insurmountable. Another wave like the last would surely suffice for another level up. Returning to the main hall, he regarded the makeshift barrier at the entrance composed of assorted furniture, deciding against dismantling it for the time being. Should any unwitting zombies wander by in the dead of night, this would serve as a safeguard. As for dinner, he had lost the appetite to cook instant noodles. It seemed a waste of time. He retrieved a piece of bread and a bottle of water from the storage room, hastily satisfying his hunger. Once he had eaten, he immediately began preparing for his next endeavor, drawing well water. The water in the rooftop tank had run dry, but this well represented a true reservoir of sustainable resources. Lacking appropriate tools and materials, creating a manual piston pump was impractical. He would have to resort to the most primitive and rudimentary method, fashioning a simple water bucket. He rummaged through the storage room on the first floor, and soon enough, he discovered suitable materials. A large, empty plastic soda bottle was transformed by him into a rudimentary plastic bucket after he deftly sliced off its upper half with a small knife. Subsequently, he cut a segment from a previously discovered roll of nylon rope and symmetrically pierced two holes along the edge of the bucket, threading the rope through and securing it tightly. While the issue of the handle was resolved, another dilemma persisted. The plastic bucket was far too light to sink. After a moment of contemplation, he rummaged through the room and ultimately found a palm-sized brass Chilean ornament on a shelf, considerably weighty, weighing at least 3 to 4 pounds. He firmly secured this brass Chilean to the bottom of the bucket with the rope, serving as a ballast. Thus, a somewhat comical yet undeniably practical makeshift water bucket was born. Su Chen carried his creation to the well in the yard. He aimed the bucket at the well opening, which was scarcely the size of a bowl, and slowly lowered it down. The bucket, weighted by the brass Chilean, descended smoothly and plunged into the water with a satisfying splash. Success! He began to pull the rope in circles, and soon, a bucket of crystal-clear well water was drawn up. This freshly drawn water was superior to what had previously been stored in the water tower. Upon closer inspection, it bore no peculiar smell, only a refreshing essence. Without delay, he opened the trading interface and listed his offering. Item: underground water, 500 milliliters. Price: 2 survival points. Seller's note: just drawn from the well. Sweet taste, no off flavors. First come, first served. At 2 points per portion, it remained a fair price. As anticipated, transactions commenced swiftly. Transaction successful. You sold underground water, 500 milliliters. X1, gaining 2 survival points. Transaction successful. Almost instantaneously, his listings were snatched up. In the chat channel, discussions erupted over his water sales. Hey, everyone, rush to the trading post. A big shot is selling water. This time it's 2 points a portion, and the note says no off flavors. I got it. Haha. My 20 years of singlehood have honed my reflexes. This water is incredible, sweeter than the bottled water I drank before crossing over. Stop bragging upstairs. Damn it. I just saw it, and it was gone. Please, big shot, restock. I'm begging you. Is this for real? It's only the first day, and the wealth gap is already this wide. While we're still struggling for a sip of murky water, others are already selling it in bulk. Su Chen had no time to ponder these sentiments. His mind was consumed by the incessantly fluctuating numbers. He hauled water, poured into a basin, repackaged it, and listed it again, only to have it sold out in an instant. He repeated this tireless process, witnessing his survival points climb ever higher. 2588, 2,974, 3,210. As the clock struck 11 at night, Su Chen finally felt the weight of exhaustion. He dropped the rope, his entire arm aching to the point of immobility. A glance at his survival points revealed a figure that quickened his heartbeat. Survival points, 3460, a number that ignited a thrill within him. On this day, it felt as if he were living in a dream. From a mere impoverished traveler, he had transformed into a wealthy magnate, possessing over 3,000 riches. It was time to rest. He understood well that health is the foundation of all endeavors. He could not risk his life for the sake of wealth. A good rest would better equip him to face the challenges of tomorrow. He activated the survival wristband, preparing to retire for the night. Suddenly, in a corner of the game interface, he stumbled upon a rather inconspicuous feature: Forced Awakening Service. Upon exploring it, he discovered that he could set a forced awakening based on time or proximity to toxic fog. Su Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. This function seemed tailor-made for him. After a moment of contemplation, he realized that during the novice phase, time represented his greatest advantage. He had to seize every fleeting moment to optimize his resources and further enhance his edge. Losing a bit of sleep was inconsequential. He promptly decided to set an alarm for the forced awakening. Tomorrow morning at 5:30. Half an hour would suffice for him to thoroughly scour every valuable item within the 3-story building. By 6 o'clock, daylight would begin to emerge, and the zombies would likely revert to their sluggish state. At that point, he could venture out to explore the village with significantly improved safety. Rather than sleeping on the first floor, Su Chen securely closed the main door of the hall and, with a flicker of thought, retrieved 4 barrels of gasoline from the storage, firmly barricading them against the door. Having completed this task, he ascended to the 2nd floor, selecting the largest master bedroom. He repeated the procedure, ensuring the door was tightly shut and using the remaining gasoline barrels to reinforce it. Gazing at the barrels behind the door, a sense of security began to wash over him. Now, he should be safe. He approached the bedside and collapsed onto the soft mattress, which enveloped his body. An unprecedented wave of exhaustion surged over him like a tide. He barely had time to remove his soiled clothes before his eyelids grew heavy, and he swiftly succumbed to slumber. Outside the window, the moonlight poured in like water, illuminating the charred earth of the courtyard in a ghostly pallor. Chapter 25. Caught in the act? Soft, fragrant, and warm. Su Chen's consciousness gradually sharpened amidst a haze of confusion. He found himself in a luxurious hotel suite on the top floor, where the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows revealed a dazzling cityscape at night. The air was infused with a delicate blend of champagne and roses. Nestled in his embrace was a woman of exquisite form. Her face was so delicately crafted it seemed almost painted, with enchanting peach blossom eyes that shimmered with innate allure. She was draped in a silk bathrobe, its collar slightly open, revealing her fair collarbone and a breathtaking curve. "Disgusting, where are you looking?" the woman playfully chided, extending her slender fingers to gently poke Su Chen's chest. He felt a parched throat, his Adam's apple bobbing. Grasping her mischievous hand, he pulled her closer, inhaling the intoxicating fragrance of her hair, and whispered with a soft chuckle, "What am I looking at?" "Of course it's you." The warmth of her body, the sensation of her skin, the breath between them stirred his heart. As the atmosphere reached a crescendo, with a lone man and woman amidst a beautiful setting, what was destined to unfold next was all too clear. Su Chen leaned down, preparing to kiss those enticing red lips, ready to transcend theory into practice. Suddenly, a loud knock shattered the moment. Bang, bang, bang. The sound resonated from outside the door, startling both occupants in the bed. The beauty in Su Chen's arms turned pale, gripping his arm in panic. "Who is it? How should I know?" Su Chen was equally bewildered. Before he could gather his thoughts, a woman's sharp voice pierced through, laced with anger and tears. "Su Chen, you bastard. I know you're in there. If you have the guts to fool around, then open the door. Open it. Let me in." Su Chen was left speechless. Is this a scene of infidelity? He pondered. But the pressing question remained. Who was the woman outside? The beauty in his arms was now ashen, frantically adjusting her bathrobe. "What do we do? Is it your girlfriend?" I don't have a girlfriend." Su Chen blurted out, his tone resolute and defiant. Bang, bang, bang. The knocking intensified, akin to a violent assault, the heavy door trembling as if on the verge of being breached. "Su Chen, you dare to act like this, huh? Scoundrel, just wait." The frenzied shouts from outside sent the woman in his arms into a near state of tears. Su Chen felt sin panique. What was happening? After 26 years of being single and innocent, how had he landed in such a melodramatic scenario? As he observed the lock beginning to warp, signaling imminent defeat, a surge of boundless anger and frustration erupted within him. He forcefully pushed away the beauty in his arms and, summoning every ounce of strength, unleashed a primal roar directed at the trembling door. "Get lost. I don't have a girlfriend." The shouts shattered the silence, reverberating through the entire room. Then, Su Chen awoke. He abruptly sat up in bed, gasping for breath, his heart racing wildly. Before him, there were no opulent suites, no floor-to-ceiling windows, and certainly no alluring beauties. Instead, he found himself in an unfamiliar bedroom, with the gentle morning light filtering through the window. A faint, acrid scent lingered in the air, a reminder of the frenzied fire from the previous night. It was merely a dream. Su Chen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling utterly drained. He slumped back against the bed, reminiscing about the vivid dream, unable to suppress a sorrowful sigh. What a pity. How terribly unfortunate. He had been so close to ending his virginity. I thought, how could a man who had spent over 20 years single by his own merit possibly have a girlfriend, let alone be caught in bed with someone? Hud, hud, hud. At that moment, a faint yet rhythmic knocking echoed from downstairs. Su Chen's expression froze instantly. He strained to listen. The sound was indeed emanating from the large iron gate in the courtyard below. Thud, thud, again. It was unhurried, yet persistent. Damn it, Su Chen muttered under his breath, all romantic notions vanishing in an instant. After all this, it wasn't merely a product of his daydreaming. There was indeed something knocking downstairs, disrupting his slumber. No wonder the dream felt so real. Irritated, Su Chen raked his fingers through his hair and activated his survival wristband. Today's travel reminder, day 2 of survival. Time, for 50 a.m., weather, clear, temperature, 15-29, surrounding environment, abandoned village, distance to toxic fog, 10,000 meters, toxic fog speed, 1 meter second, beginner stage. Fortunately, the speed of the toxic fog remained unchanged at 1 meter per second, equivalent to 3.6 kilometers per hour. Was it really only 4:50? He had set his mandatory wake-up time for 5:30. This meant that the oblivious zombie downstairs had not only interrupted his spring dream, but had also woken him up 40 minutes early. How absurd! As he cursed under his breath, Su Chen climbed out of bed. However, upon seeing the distance to the toxic fog, he felt considerably reassured. There were still 10,000 meters to go. He could leisurely scavenge until 7 o'clock before setting off. There was ample time. Couldn't he allow himself another half-hour of sleep? While stretching his body, Su Chen retrieved several gasoline barrels that he had propped against the bedroom door and stored them away. He intended to descend and discover which unseeing fool dared to disturb his rest. Perfect. He would use it to kickstart a splendid new day. As he made his way down the stairs, the knocking from the courtyard seemed to grow more urgent, interspersed with a few suppressed growls. From the sound, it appeared to be a female zombie. Su Chen's footsteps halted in the grand hall on the first floor. He did not move aside the furniture that blocked the door. Instead, he clambered over it with both hands and feet, ultimately standing atop the cold concrete platform above the entrance. Outside, the sky was no longer enveloped in pure darkness. A faint light, reminiscent of fish bellies, began to emerge on the eastern horizon, gently dispelling the remnants of night and rendering the exterior scene vaguely discernible. Su Chen leaned over the edge of the platform, craning his neck to gaze towards the source of the sound. He had anticipated encountering an ordinary creature, a fish that had slipped through the net from some hidden corner. However, upon discerning the figure outside the door, he felt as if struck by lightning, immobilized in place. Good heavens! Su Chen was rendered speechless. Outside stood a familiar silhouette, clad in a work-appropriate outfit that, despite being dust-laden and stained, still accentuated her delicate curves. Her black stockings, torn in several places, continued to encase her long, slender legs. It was her. Unbelievably, it was her. The mutated female, zombie endowed with tracking abilities. How could she possibly be here? Chapter 26. The contract, my enchanting zombie having shaken her off from the previous village. I had traversed a distance of at least several dozen kilometers to arrive here. How did she manage to so precisely track me to this village, even locating my specific building? Her tracking abilities are undeniably formidable. Just as Su Chen pondered this, the female zombie outside seemed to sense the presence of a living being above, close at hand, and instantly became frenzied. A piercing shriek erupted from her throat as her entire body violently hurled itself against the heavy iron door. Bang! 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 The thunderous impact resonated sharply in the stillness of the morning, causing the iron door to tremble violently. What startled Su Chen even more was that she could actually jump. He observed her slightly bending her legs before propelling herself upwards with a sudden force. Though she only leapt about half a meter high, her razor-sharp claws were already scraping against the upper part of the iron door, producing a chilling scratching sound. Had it been a mere wooden door, it would have likely been dismantled by her strength. Su Chen was utterly speechless. Beautiful lady, is it really necessary to hold such a grudge over a few stabs? She had pursued him all the way to this village, covering a distance of several dozen kilometers. Such tenacity would be better suited for a marathon. It seemed there was no way to resolve this peacefully. The tracking prowess of this mutated zombie was excessively abnormal. If he didn't eliminate her today, she would undoubtedly follow him wherever he went, haunting his every step. Even sleep would be elusive. Determined, Su Chen's gaze turned cold as he began to contemplate how to exploit the terrain and available tools to completely dispose of this infatuated creature. However, just as he was about to take action, an unusual phenomenon transpired. The female zombie's movements abruptly ceased their frenzy. She no longer leaped nor violently slammed against the door, reverting instead to her previous slow, mechanical motions, one after another, weakly pounding against the iron door, her shrieks diminishing to feeble growls. It was as if she had run out of battery. Su Chen perceptively noticed this alteration. Instinctively, he activated his survival bracelet to check the time. 5 o'clock, precisely 5 o'clock. So that was it. The zombie's frenzied state was time-limited. From 8 in the evening until 5 the following morning. An entire 9 hours. This was crucial information. By day, zombies are mere sluggish entities. By night, they transform into lethal, frenzy hunters. Su Chen exhaled a long sigh of relief. At least he wouldn't have to confront a leaping, berserk elite monster just yet. Nonetheless, the terrifying sight of a zombie horde besieging the door from the previous night lingered in his mind. The night as frenzied zombies were undeniably perilous. Once surrounded, there was no escape. He must meticulously plan his time, ensuring he finds a secure refuge before nightfall. Gazing at the female zombie outside, Su Chen's resolve to eliminate her solidified. As he prepared to retrieve the hoe and put an end to the matter, a fleeting thought halted his actions. He recalled the special card in his warehouse that had yet to see any practical use. Item, pet contract card, type, special item, quality, rare, effect. When used on a non-human species, there is a certain probability of taming the target creature to become your pet. The target's level cannot exceed that of the user, and once the contract is established, the pet will never betray you. Note, all beings possess a spirit. Perhaps you could attempt to befriend them? Of course, if you fail, you merely expend a card, which is hardly a significant loss. A zombie certainly qualifies as a non-human species, does it not? Su Chen's heart inexplicably quickened. This notion was exceedingly tempting. Given the current circumstances, zombies frequently appeared in this world. If he could contract a zombie as a pet, it would facilitate his scavenging in towns or villages infested with the undead, would it not? Typically, zombies do not attack their own kind. At least, he had yet to witness a scene of zombies battling one another. Moreover, the one before him was no ordinary zombie. This was a mutated zombie with exceptional tracking capabilities. Such an ability, if employed to track enemies or locate resources, will be akin to having a living radar. More importantly, she could enter a frenzy. From 8 in the evening until 5 in the morning, she would serve as a formidable bodyguard, acting as a scout by day and a fighter by night. This was simply a perfect tool, or rather, a perfect pet. Although the probability of a successful contract was not high, the female zombie posed no threat to him. Even if the contract failed, he could still dispatch her with the hoe, incurring no danger. It was decided. Su Chen no longer hesitated. With a focused thought, a card radiating a soft golden light materialized in his hand. He then aimed it at the female zombie, who was still incessantly pounding on the door. He utilized the pet contract card. As he silently recited his intention, the card transformed into a streak of luminous energy akin to a serpentine spirit, precisely entwining around the female zombie's form. The zombie's body suddenly stiffened, her movements coming to a halt. The radiant energy intensified, enveloping her entirely. Su Chen nervously fixed his gaze below, his palms damp with sweat. Would it succeed or not? In that moment, ding! Contract successful. You have acquired a pet. Level 1 mutated zombie, unnamed, As the first survivor in this world to successfully contract a pet, the system will issue a global announcement. Congratulations on becoming the first survivor in this world to successfully contract a pet. This achievement will be recorded in the Chronicles of Survival, and the system will issue a global announcement. Oh no! Su Chen's face turned pale upon seeing this notification. Not again. That infuriating sense of DJVU. The last time he sold water, he became a celebrity due to the global announcement. If there were to be another global announcement, how could he continue to develop unobtrusively? Global announcement. Survivor Su Chen from Zone 10,000 has successfully contracted a pet. As the first survivor in the realm of survival to form a contract with a pet, he is rewarded with 3 lottery blind boxes. Fellow survivors, let us strive for further achievements. Global announcement. Survivor Su Chen from Zone 10,000 has successfully contracted a pet. Global announcement. Survivor Su Chen from Zone 10,000. Repeated 3 times, as if fearful that someone might not have heard clearly. It reverberated thrice in the minds of all survivors worldwide. Damn it! Su Chen helplessly covered his face, feeling as though the sky was about to collapse. He could already envision the extent to which he had become a figure of fascination. He took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to curse, and opened the regional channel. As expected, current zone, 10,000, population, 945-1000, good grief. Good grief. Good grief. Did I hear that correctly? Our district's big shot is on television again. Su Chen? The same Su Chen who sold water yesterday. Damn it. I was still asleep, and this announcement jolted me awake. I thought the toxic fog had hit me. It scared me to death. A pet? What kind of pet? This survival game can have pets? My heavens, how did the big shot manage that? I seek guidance. I also want to raise a pet. Within less than 2 days of starting. Others are already raising pets while I am still fretting over a drop of water. How can the disparity between people be greater than that between humans and dogs? What kind of creature did the big shot contract? Does anyone know? Immediately, speculation began to ensue. I bet it's a dog. Dogs are humanity's most loyal companions. It's entirely reasonable to contract one as a pet. Yes, I also think it's a dog. I'm going to look for a dog too. Perhaps I can become a second person to own a pet. I'm enviously crying, running through the toxic area with a dog. What a sense of security that would be. Su Chen is incredible. Voice cracking. The entire channel was flooded with admiration, jealousy, astonishment, and inquiries, with nearly every topic revolving around Su Chen and his pet. Sigh. Su Chen exhaled, shutting off the noisy chat channel. Chapter 27. The zombie Shan Wanqing. He redirected his attention to the door. Just moments ago, as the contract was successfully established, an extraordinary sensation surged within him. It was an invisible bond, as if an unseen thread tethered his consciousness to the female zombie outside the door. He could distinctly sense her presence, even catching a faint glimpse of a singular clear emotion amidst her chaotic thoughts: hunger, a primal yearning for flesh and blood, an insatiable craving stemming from biological instinct. Is this the power of the contract? Su Chen felt a stir within him. He focused his mind and issued a simple command to the female zombie outside. Take 3 steps to the left. In the next moment, the female zombie outside stiffly moved her legs, precisely taking 3 steps to the left before halting in place, reverting to her previous state of unconsciousness. Incredible. It actually works. He eagerly attempted several more commands. Turn around. Jump in place. The zombie behaved like the most obedient marionette, flawlessly executing every command he conjured in his mind, albeit with rigid movements, yet devoid of any hesitation or resistance. This is even more effective than the most advanced drone. He struggled to suppress his elation and could hardly wait to access the interface of his wristband. Indeed, after several familiar options, such as travel notification and character interface, a brand new section appeared. Pet interface. He immediately clicked on it. A luminous screen unfolded before him, detailing all the information regarding the female zombie. Name: Su Chen's pet, renameable. Species: mutated zombie. Level: 1-0-100. Physique: to strength for 8. Speed: 1-2. Endurance: near limitless. Unaffected by fatigue, pain, oxygen deprivation, blood loss, etc., unless completely destroyed. Sensitivity: 5-10. Mental: 0. Rationality: 0. Energetic: near limitless. Satiation. 15-100. Satiation below 50 will induce hunger. Below 20 will affect various attributes. Hydration. 78-100. Hydration below 50 will induce thirst. Below 20 will affect various attributes. Status. Extremely hungry. Ability. Olfactory perception. Beginner. Information. This is a special mutated zombie recently contracted. She will not infect her master. She is currently very hungry, with all abilities significantly diminished. Friendly reminder. Quickly feed your little pet, although she will never betray you. Extreme hunger may cause her to enter a dormant state. Su Chen meticulously read through the information displayed on the luminous screen, his eyes widening with astonishment. Goodness! These attributes are simply extraordinary. A physique soaring to 10 points. Higher than his own. The normal values for strength and sensitivity reached 8 and 10 points respectively, utterly overshadowing him. The only shortcoming was her speed, which, in a normal state, was merely 2 points, considerably lower than his, making her a definitive slowpoke. Moreover, there exists an experience bar, allowing for upgrades. Yet, what astonished him the most were the attributes of stamina and energy, practically limitless, unaffected by fatigue, pain, hypoxia, or blood loss. What does this signify? It indicates that she is a relentless, pain-ignorant machine of slaughter. The only limitation lies in her hunger. Thus, the figures behind strength and perception denote their values under normal conditions. Now, due to extreme hunger, her attributes have been halved. No wonder her earlier attempt to knock on the door was so feeble. She was simply too weak from starvation. A solution must be found to provide her with sustenance. Su Chen made his decision, descending from the platform to clear the furniture obstructing the entrance. With the aid of the warehouse space, he swiftly created a path. Creak! He slowly pulled open the heavy iron door. With a thought, he commanded, "Come in." Outside, the female zombie received the directive and staggered in with faltering steps, gradually entering the courtyard. Su Chen promptly secured the door again, fastening the bolt before turning around. Bathed in the brightening morning light, he took a closer look at the female zombie for the first time. The gentle morning glow enveloped her, revealing an unexpected beauty. This was Su Chen's immediate reaction. Even in her undead state, she retained the stunning visage of her former self. With a delicate oval face, high nose bridge, and exquisite features unmarred by flaws. She was captivating, yet her face bore no trace of color, her skin exhibiting a sickly pallor. Her once vibrant eyes now appeared hollow and devoid of life, resembling two dust-covered obsidian stones, lacking any focus. She seemed to sense Su Chen's gaze, emitting a suppressed, hoarse growl from deep within her throat. Her slightly parted lips revealed two unusually sharp canine teeth, lending her an eerie, otherworldly allure. Her long, lustrous black hair, slightly disheveled from prolonged wandering, cascaded down to her waist. Her figure was striking, curvaceous, and approximately 1.70 meters tall. The OL outfit she wore was now tattered and filthy. The once tight white blouse was stained with dust and unknown blemishes, while a small metallic nameplate on her chest bore the elegantly inscribed name, Shen Wanqing. A lovely name, indeed. Su Chen's gaze traveled downward. The fitted pencil skirt was completely torn on one side, with the slit extending to the thigh. With her slight movements, the torn black stockings revealed glimpses of her skin beneath. The high-heeled shoes she once wore had long since vanished, likely lost during her frantic escape last night. Now, she stood barefoot on the cold ground. Su Chen exhaled a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, although she was a zombie, her appearance still fell within the realm of human aesthetics. In fact, she was rather pleasing to the eye. He couldn't imagine contracting a bizarre creature akin to those found in movies, oozing with pus and missing limbs. He must be plagued by nightmares every night, his sanity gradually slipping away. This one, however, is quite delightful. Visually pleasing, it can also serve as a formidable ally and a radar. Truly a splendid bargain. Yet, Su Chen observed her ravenous state. A new dilemma arose. What should he feed her? The prompt offered no guidance. Surely, he couldn't resort to the absurdity of capturing a living person to satiate her appetite. Could he? He reassured himself that he had not yet descended into madness. Then, perhaps an animal? He wondered if the trading post had any animal flesh for sale. Just as he was pondering this, the female zombie emitted another low, rasping growl from her throat. Her vacant gaze fixated intently on Su Chen, her steps involuntarily inching forward. A shiver ran down his spine. Was she so starved that she was succumbing to her primal instincts? Although the contract assured him that she would not betray him or become infected, the sensation of being targeted by a famished predator still made him uneasy. Instinctively, he took a step back, increasing the distance between them. "Don't rush. I'll find something for you to eat," he reassured her, uncertain whether she could comprehend his words. Chapter 28. Satisfying Shen Wanqing, Su Chen withdrew his gaze and redirected his attention to the interface of the wristband. Within the pet interface, the name of the female zombie was conspicuously displayed as Su Chen's pet. A frown creased his brow. The name struck him as awkward and imbued with a peculiar sense of dark humor. He recalled the 3 characters inscribed on her nameplate, Shen Wanqing. It was better to address her by her original name. With this thought in mind, Su Chen focused and changed her name to Shen Wanqing. With that settled, his next task was to address her dwindling hunger. Zombies, logically, should consume meat, right? Su Chen accessed the trading post and directly entered the term meat in the search bar. The screen refreshed, revealing an array of enticing products. Product: fresh wolf meat, 1 pound. Price: 10 survival points. Product: rabbit meat, 1 pound. Price: 15 survival points. Product: bone-in wild dog meat, 1 pound. Price: 13 survival points. Product: plump field mouse meat, 1 pound. Price: 15 survival points. The assortment included wolf meat, dog meat, rabbit meat, field mouse meat, and more. It appeared that many audacious hunters had already embarked on expeditions to hunt these beasts during the night. Scanning the options, Su Chen noted that wolf meat was the most affordable, likely the most commonly found game in the wild. Overwhelmed by the variety, he chose the cheapest option without hesitation, purchasing 2 pounds of wolf meat for 20 survival points. In an instant, 2 large blood-soaked chunks of freshly cut meat materialized in his hands, the pungent scent of blood assaulting his senses. Approaching Shen Wanqing, he extended the meat towards her and commanded in his mind, "Eat the meat." Her vacant eyes instantly fixated on the chunks in his hands, a suppressed growl emanating from her throat as she lunged forward with astonishing speed. The force was so great that Su Chen could barely maintain his grip. The meat slipped from his hands and thudded to the dusty ground. Startled by this sudden turn of events, he instinctively took a step back. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Wanqing dropped to the ground, opening her mouth wide to tear into the raw meat with her sharp fangs. The resilient wolf meat was effortlessly shredded apart. She lowered her head, devouring it greedily from the earth, her throat emitting a guttural, satisfied growl. "Goodness, please, not like this." Su Chen was utterly speechless. The scene before him was a jarring juxtaposition. A stunningly beautiful woman, whose physique and looks could be deemed exquisite, was now on the ground, gnawing at dirt-encrusted raw meat. Her lips and face smeared with dark red blood. Beauty and brutality harmoniously intertwined in her, creating an unsettling yet captivating aesthetic. "Stop! Don't eat anymore." Su Chen could no longer bear to watch and urgently commanded her to halt. Shen Wanqing's biting action suddenly froze as she slowly lifted her head, her bloodied face confronting Su Chen. A deep growl emanated from her throat, seemingly expressing her displeasure. No growling. Su Chen furrowed his brow and issued another command. The growl ceased abruptly. He stepped forward, picked up the piece of meat that had been gnawed into an unrecognizable state, and upon observing the dust and dirt clinging to it, he felt a wave of frustration wash over him. With a resigned sigh, he took the meat into the kitchen, rinsing it off with water. Subsequently, he utilized the kitchen knife and cutting board to chop the wolf meat into appropriately sized pieces. Once this task was complete, he retrieved a stainless steel basin and placed the cut meat inside. He then carried the basin back to the courtyard. "Open your mouth." He pinched a piece of meat between his fingers and held it to Shen Wanqing's lips. This time, she did not leap for it, but instead bit down directly, beginning to chew mechanically. Her chewing was rapid. Her cheeks bulged as she swallowed without any semblance of savoring the flavor, purely for the sake of nourishment. Su Chen stood there, holding the stainless steel basin like a caretaker, feeding her piece by piece until the entirety of the 2 pounds of wolf meat had disappeared into her stomach. After the last piece was consumed, he immediately accessed the pet interface to check. Satiety, 35-100. Su Chen's expression darkened. After consuming 2 pounds of meat, she had only regained 20 points of satiety. That was quite a voracious appetite. Fortunately, with the increase in satiety, her state of extreme hunger had dissipated, and the parentheses behind her attributes vanished, all returning to normal values. Strength, 8. Perception, 10. This was her true strength. Su Chen gazed at the 35 points of satiety, letting out a resigned sigh. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before she would be hungry again. There was no choice but to continue feeding her. He opened the trading interface, gritting his teeth against the pain of parting with resources, and ordered 5 more pounds of wolf meat. Another 50 survival points gone. After a flurry of activity, Shan Wanqing's satiety finally rose to 85 points. Observing the dwindling balance of survival points, Su Chen felt a pang of regret. It seemed he would have to figure out how to hunt for himself in the future, or else he would inevitably face financial ruin merely by feeding her. Curiosity piqued. He reached out to touch Shan Wanqing's small abdomen. It was cold, smooth, and remarkably flat, entirely unreflective of having just consumed 7 pounds of meat. Where did it all go? Was the zombie's stomach a dimension unto itself? He muttered softly to himself before withdrawing his hand. Su Chen began to open a blind box. As the first one opened, a flash of white light revealed a brand new set of toiletries in the storage space. Shampoo, body wash, toothpaste, toothbrush, towel, even a bottle of men's cologne. Observing these items, Su Chen felt his lips twitch. It would be nice to receive something useful. After all, who cared about such things in a post-apocalyptic world? With anticipation, he proceeded to open the second blind box. Another flash of white light. A 5-liter barrel of branded mineral water. Su Chen's expression immediately fell. Not again, water? At this moment, he was most certainly not in need of water. Nevertheless, it was better to have it than to be without. At least he wouldn't have to exert himself to boil water. He sighed, stowed away the mineral water, and placed his final hopes on the third blind box. Come on, brother, give me some luck. He rubbed his hands together, silently reciting his wish, then took a deep breath and opened the last blind box. A card emanating a soft golden glow quietly appeared in the warehouse. The card was semi-transparent, adorned with intricate golden patterns, with a continuously rotating life rune at its center, exuding an air of mystery. Status recovery card, type, consumable, effect upon use. It can instantly eliminate all negative statuses afflicting the user, including but not limited to injuries, illnesses, poison, curses, etc., restoring them to perfect health. Note, with this card in hand, even the King of Hell would shake his head. Su Chen's breathing quickened, and his heart raced uncontrollably. This was the true divine artifact. The value of this item could not possibly be measured in mere survival points. In a world ravaged by disaster, injuries and ailments were commonplace. With this card, even in the face of unexpected calamities and severe injuries, as long as he drew breath, he could instantly resurrect to full health. This card effectively granted him an additional life. This blind box opening was a tremendous success. The earlier frustration of receiving mineral water dissipated in an instant. Satisfied, he stretched lazily. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already 5:30. His alarm was set to go off. He needed to hurry and aimed to leave this place before 7. You, stay here, do not move. Su Chen issued the command before ascending to the second floor, commencing a thorough search of the 3-story building. The owner of this residence seemed to have been mutated for quite some time, as many items were covered in a thin layer of dust. Yet, there were still numerous useful items. Pots, pans, and unopened condiments in the kitchen, a lighter beneath the coffee table in the living room, a bed, mattress, bedding, and clean clothes in the bedroom wardrobe. Adhering to the principle of taking advantage of every opportunity, he collected everything he deemed potentially useful into the warehouse space. Upon reaching the master bedroom wardrobe, he paused at the sight of the women's clothing hanging inside. The OL outfit worn by Shan Wanqing, though it accentuated her figure, was filthy and tattered, and the high heels had long since gone missing, rendering it utterly unsuitable for the forthcoming escape and battles. She needed a change of attire. The thought sent an inexplicable quickening to his heartbeat. Changing a woman's clothes? Even though she had already mutated into a zombie. This experience felt rather exhilarating. He steadied himself, gathered the women's garments from the wardrobe, and then selected a relatively loose-fitting black tracksuit along with a pair of sports shoes. He approached Shen Wanqing, who stood motionless, holding the garment in his hands. Taking a deep breath, he felt as if he were about to make a momentous decision. "Don't move," he commanded silently in his mind. Then, with a slightly trembling hand, he unfastened the buttons of her shirt. Chapter 29. Changing clothes and coordinating combat the sensation of cold. Slick skin contrasted sharply with the warm touch of a living person, instantly dissipating any lingering fantasies in his mind. What remained was an indescribable strangeness. He endeavored to make his actions resemble those of dressing a mannequin, avoiding distraction as he removed the soiled shirt from her body. Nevertheless, when those breathtaking curves were laid bare beneath the morning light, Su Chen found himself parched and his breath momentarily faltered. He compelled himself to avert his gaze and hastily donned a sports t-shirt and jacket on her. Next came the lower half. The skirt, which was completely torn at the side, and the black stockings, riddled with large holes, proved to be more straightforward to handle. Su Chen took matters into his own hands. Tearing the already tattered fabric with a swift motion, peeling it off her long, slender legs as one would a banana peel. Throughout the process, his face burned with heat. He swore he harbored no other intentions. It was purely for ease of movement. Yes, that was it. In a flurry, he began to help her into a pair of sweatpants and athletic shoes. This endeavor lasted a full 5 minutes. When Su Chen finally stepped back, surveying his handiwork, he was drenched in sweat. Changing clothes was more exhausting than slaying dozens of zombies. However, the results were remarkable. At that moment, Shen Wanqing's long, raven hair was simply tied back into a refreshing ponytail with a hair tie he had found. She wore a fitted black tracksuit, and her feet were adorned with white sneakers. The more he looked, the more satisfied he became. Wait, something was still missing. Su Chen stroked his chin thoughtfully. Soon, he rummaged through his backpack and produced a mask and a pair of sunglasses. He stepped forward, placing the mask over her lips, concealing her pallid mouth and sharp canines. He then perched the sunglasses atop her prominent nose, obscuring her lifeless eyes. Instantly, the sense of the inhuman that had been associated with the zombie vanished without a trace. A tall, coolly elegant athletic beauty now stood before him. Aside from her excessively pale complexion, the current zombie, Shen Wanqing, bore an almost indistinguishable resemblance to an ordinary human female. A brilliant plan took shape in Su Chen's mind in an instant. In this apocalyptic world, a tall, attractive single woman represented what to the majority of male survivors? Prey, a resource, an object to satiate their primal desires. When they let down their guard and approached with ulterior motives, he would give a command. Shen Wanqing would spring into action, using her formidable strength to snap their necks. The imagery was exhilarating. The more Su Chen contemplated, the brighter his eyes shone, and the awkwardness he had felt earlier was swiftly replaced by excitement. This was no mere tool. It was the perfect bait for a trap. I am truly a genius. Su Chen couldn't help but commend himself internally. He suppressed his excitement and glanced out the window. The sky had brightened considerably, morning light dispelling the darkness, illuminating the entire village. All right, Shen Wanqing. Su Chen clapped his hands, admiring the flawless creation beside him, his lips curving into an involuntary smile. It is time for us to depart. The clock was ticking. He needed to scour the village by 7 o'clock before proceeding with his next task. You, go check that house over there. Su Chen pointed to a 2-story building with tightly shut doors and windows, mentally instructing Shen Wanqing. Once inside, inform me if there are any of your kind present. He was curious about the extent of this mental connection and the complexity of the information it could convey. Upon receiving the command, Shen Wanqing wasted no time, striding purposefully toward the small building. Her movements were still somewhat stiff, but had become more coordinated compared to her initial state. Arriving at the door, she did not attempt to open it. Instead, she charged directly into the wooden door. Bang! A resounding crash echoed, splinters flying. The seemingly sturdy wooden door splintered at the lock, swinging open inward. Su Chen's eyes twitched at the display. Such brutality, excessive brutality. Yet, he found it appealing. Shen Wanqing stepped into the dimly lit interior, her figure quickly vanishing behind the door. Su Chen remained in place, holding his breath, acutely attuned to the peculiar mental link. Almost the instant Shen Wanqing entered the house, A faint yet distinct thought traversed the invisible thread into his mind. It was neither language nor imagery, but a direct transmission of information. Threat 1. 1. Su Chen's spirit surged, and he understood. Gripping the long-handled hoe tightly, he hastened to follow. As he crossed the threshold, a pungent stench assaulted his senses. In the living room, a portly male zombie clad in pajamas was unsteadily rising from the sofa, seemingly startled by the earlier sound of the door being kicked open. As it turned, still unable to discern the newcomer, Shun Wanqing's figure moved. Without warning or superfluous gestures, her rigid body appeared to be infused with an absolute will as she stepped forward, arriving directly before the creature. Su Chen's grip on the hoe tightened, ready to deliver a finishing blow. Yet, in the next instant, he froze in place. Shun Wanqing's delicate and pale hand, imbued with an incongruous sharpness, swept towards the male zombie's head with an effortless grace. Crack! A dull thud resonated. Following that was the sickening sound of bones fracturing, an abrupt and chilling noise that shattered the stillness of the living room. The massive form of the male zombie jolted violently. Subsequently, its head grotesquely twisted backward, limply resting against its back. It didn't even have time to emit a howl before crashing to the floor, stirring up a cloud of dust. The entire sequence transpired in less than 2 seconds. The green text that appeared in the lower left corner proclaimed the conclusion of the battle. Kill level 1 zombie. Experience 2. 5. Your pet Shun Wanqing gains experience 2. 5. Su Chen lowered his gaze to the long-handled hoe in his hands and then glanced at Shun Wanqing, who stood motionless beside the corpse as if nothing had transpired. A twitch of his lips betrayed his thoughts. I haven't even raised my hoe yet. Is this it? Is this the worth of 8 points of strength? Battling ordinary zombies feels akin to swatting flies. Just moments ago, he contemplated whether to lend a hand, but it now seemed entirely unnecessary. Shun Wanqing alone was an exceptionally efficient clearing squad. Impressive. Su Chen whistled, generously offering his praise, though he was uncertain if she comprehended it. The only slight disappointment lay in the fact that, after his pet dispatched a monster, he could only receive half of the experience points as its master. Observing the 5 experience notification, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Well, half is better than none. Su Chen swiftly adjusted his mindset. Safety first, efficiency second. With such a formidable ally by his side, the security of his resource scavenging was significantly enhanced. If it meant leveling up at a slower pace, so be it. It was far preferable to risking his life. Chapter 30. Scouring the village in the ensuing hours, Su Chen employed a meticulous approach, initiating a thorough search of the entire village. Each dwelling was first breached by Shun Wanqing, who ventured inside to assess the premises. No threats detected, he would declare, allowing Su Chen to confidently stride in and gather every usable item: pots, pans, bedding, clothing, furniture, appliances into the warehouse. When a threat was identified, 3 threats detected. Su Chen would wield his hoe and join Shun Wanqing in exterminating the zombies, leaving no trace behind. This collaborative method proved not only secure, but also remarkably efficient. The village transformed into an immense treasure trove, ripe for the taking. Throughout this process, Su Chen observed that the number of zombies within the village was far fewer than he had anticipated. After an extensive search, he had only dispatched a mere dozen of the undead. It seemed the conflagration he had ignited the previous night had been remarkably effective, purging the majority of the zombies from the village. As the scavenging continued, Su Chen's warehouse quickly filled to capacity. Without a moment's hesitation, he utilized a warehouse space expansion card to accommodate his growing inventory. While survival points were indeed precious, these supplies were essential for his continued existence in this post-apocalyptic world. Particularly, the larger pieces of furniture and appliances were invaluable. Delaying their acquisition could render future retrieval nearly impossible. Upon completing the search of the last house, Su Chen glanced at the time. It was precisely 7:10. Standing at the village entrance, he beheld his well-stocked warehouse, brimming with a sense of triumphant harvest. He had secured a complete set of furniture: beds, mattresses, tables, and chairs. Among the appliances were air conditioners, standing fans, and energy-efficient lamps. He had collected 3 gas stoves and a dozen gas cylinders. The pots and pans formed a small mountain. Additionally, he had procured 2 centrifugal water pumps, numerous hoses, wires, and switches, along with 4 to 5 sets of bedding, over a dozen outfits for both genders, 7 to 8 pairs of shoes, and several brand new sun hats. What delighted him most was the discovery of 2 professional toolboxes, brimming with an array of tools, wrenches, pliers, screwdrivers, everything one could desire. These items were of immeasurable value in the apocalypse. The only disappointment was that, after scouring the entire village, he had found no vehicles, neither cars, nor even a single motorcycle. Transportation remained his greatest conundrum. Nevertheless, fortune had not entirely eluded him. Within a collapsed shed, he uncovered an old bicycle and a tricycle that appeared almost new. The bicycle would be sold, as it was cumbersome for carrying passengers. With a mere thought, the pristine tricycle materialized before him. Its red frame gleamed, the handlebars shone brightly, and the spacious cargo area was perfect. It was time to depart. Su Chen glanced at his wristband. Travel advisory for today. Survival day 2. Time 7 o'clock. Weather clear. Temperature 15-29. Surroundings abandoned village. Toxic fog distance 2,200 meters. Toxic fog speed 1 meter second. Beginner phase. Su Chen regarded the encroaching, menacing toxic fog, a palpable pressure looming over him. If he lingered any longer, it would surely catch up. He turned to Shen Wanqing beside him, issuing a directive. Get in the vehicle. He gestured towards the rear compartment of the tricycle. Upon receiving the command, Shen Wanqing stepped towards the tricycle. She lifted one leg, attempting to ascend the over half-meter high compartment. However, her rigid body proved incapable of such a vigorous maneuver. After a futile attempt, her long leg halted midway, leaving her in a rather comical pose, akin to a standing rooster, utterly immobile. Su Chen sighed inwardly. After a prolonged wait watching her struggle, several beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Forget it, I'll handle this. With a resigned sigh, he stepped forward, observing the tall figure of this strikingly beautiful zombie. Even in loose athletic wear, he felt a wave of exasperation. Surely, he couldn't let her trail behind the vehicle at her sluggish pace. She would fall behind in no time. With no other option, he decided to lift her. Taking a deep breath, as if preparing himself mentally, he positioned himself beside Shen Wanqing, wrapping his arms around her waist and legs. With a firm effort, he aimed to lift her in a classic princess carry. However, as he made contact, his movements momentarily faltered. The sensation was peculiar. Through the thin fabric of her sportswear, he could distinctly feel her form. It was not the warm, soft skin of a living person, but rather a chilling, taut, and astonishingly resilient texture. It felt akin to touching a fine piece of jade, chilled and smooth, yet imbued with an inorganic coldness. She was surprisingly light, and for Su Chen, lifting her posed no challenge. Yet, the strangeness of the experience was undeniable. Cradling an exquisite beauty, yet the icy temperature and rigid body constantly reminded him that this beautiful shell housed no vibrant soul. He shook off his thoughts and carefully placed her in the compartment. Sit tight and don't move. Su Chen exhaled, feeling his cheeks warm slightly as he quickly issued the command. Once settled in the compartment, Shen Wanqing complied, sitting quietly in the corner, her hands resting on her knees like a lifeless doll. Su Chen shook his head, casting aside the chaotic thoughts, and swung himself onto the tricycle. With a powerful push, the chain emitted a crisp sound, and the wheels began to turn smoothly. This tricycle was far superior to the previous one, nearly silent and remarkably effortless to ride. As he pedaled away from the village that had yielded such bountiful rewards, the morning breeze greeted him with a refreshing coolness, soothing his overheated mind. He glanced back one last time. Shen Wanqing sat quietly in the back of the vehicle, the morning light cascading upon her. If one were unaware of her true identity, they would surely perceive her as a stunning beauty hitchhiking. Su Chen's spirits inexplicably lifted. He activated his wristband to check his status. Survival points, 2,790. The earnings from selling water last night, combined with today's income from slaying zombies and selling water wells, minus the expenses from 6 warehouse expansions and purchasing meat, left him with this sum. The marketplace also met the requirements for an upgrade. Su Chen opened the marketplace. Current level 2, upgrade experience, 6,2,500. Upgrade requirement, spend 500 survival points in the marketplace. Upgrade available. The marketplace has met the upgrade conditions. Would you like to upgrade? Yes. He unhesitatingly selected confirm. Buzz. The marketplace icon on the wristband interface flashed a gentle white light before returning to tranquility. Marketplace level has been upgraded to level 3. New products unlocked. Su Chen immediately accessed the upgraded marketplace. The interface refreshed, and the product list was noticeably more abundant. His gaze was first drawn to the food category. Product, ham sausage, 1. Price, 5 survival points. Note, a perfect blend of starch and technology. It allows you to reminisce about flavors from the past in a post-apocalyptic world. Ham sausage. Su Chen's eyes sparkled. This was indeed a prized item. Ready to eat straight from the package, convenient and quick, providing essential salt, far superior to gnawing on dry bread. However, the price of 5 survival points per piece was rather steep. Chapter 31. It would be a shame not to ride the tricycle with those long legs. He was not in haste to make a purchase, but continued to browse. In the tools category, several new items had appeared. Product, carpenter's saw, price, 10 survival points. Product, pliers, price, 10 survival points. Product, adjustable wrench, price, 15 survival points. These were all highly practical tools. And Su Chen nodded in approval. Even though he had scavenged 2 toolboxes from the village, one can never have too many tools. He made a mental note to buy them later if needed. His gaze eventually fell upon the newly unlocked category, weapons. At last, a thrill of excitement coursed through him as he clicked in. Product, military dagger, price, 50 survival points. Remarks, sharp, sturdy, and reliable. The ultimate safeguard in close combat. Product, wooden bow, price, 40 survival points. Remarks, made from a composite of various woods, combining flexibility and strength, effective range of 50 meters. Product, iron arrows, bundle of 10. Price, 10 survival points. Remarks, exquisitely crafted iron tips that can easily penetrate flesh. Gazing at these 3 items, Su Chen's heart raced. The dagger was a necessity, a tool for self-defense. As for the bow, he stroked his chin thoughtfully. Back in college, he had dabbled in archery for a brief period with a club, and while he had since neglected it, the basic stance and techniques remained. His archery skills could be described as mediocre. He could hit a target at 10 meters, but beyond that, he was merely a casual player. However, the situation was different now. In this perilous world, range combat meant safety. Who would want to engage monsters or enemies in close quarters when they could eliminate threats from a distance? His current strength and physique far exceeded those of his past. Drawing this wooden bow should pose no difficulty. As for accuracy, practice would surely enhance his skills. I'll buy it. Su Chen resolved, no longer hesitating. Purchase successful. Consumed 50 survival points. Acquired military dagger X1. Purchase successful. Consumed 40 survival points. Acquired wooden bow X1. Purchase successful. Consumed 20 survival points. Acquired iron arrows X20. 20 arrows should suffice for a while. A gracefully designed wooden bow, 20 neatly fletched iron arrows, and a dagger with a black sheath appeared in his storage space. Su Chen felt a sense of reassurance wash over him. With weapons in hand, he finally possessed the confidence to stand firm in this apocalyptic world. He rode his tricycle along the road, continuing onward. An hour later, Su Chen parked by the roadside, plopping down onto the ground, gasping for breath. Exhausted, he retrieved a bottle of water from his storage, twisted off the cap, and gulped down nearly half of it. Riding a tricycle was manageable alone, but now he was also carrying Shen Wanqing, who weighed around 100 pounds, which significantly increased his physical exertion. He tore open a bag of bread, chewing as he glanced at Shen Wanqing, who sat quietly in the truck bed. She maintained the same posture, her hands resting on her knees, wearing sunglasses and a mask, resembling an emotionless model. Su Chen's gaze inadvertently fell upon her long, slender legs, encased in athletic pants. A thought suddenly sprang to mind. Such long legs would be wasted if not pedaling a tricycle. Once this notion took root, it became uncontrollable. Indeed, with her boundless endurance and tireless nature, was she not the perfect perpetual motion machine, consuming mere pounds of flesh over 100 kilometers? If she were to be the driver while he sat in the back, how delightful that would be. The more Su Chen pondered, the more feasible it seemed. He quickly finished the remaining bread and drained the bottle of water, stowing the empty container away. Rising to his feet, He clapped his hands and approached the truck bed, lifting Sun Wanjing down. Her touch remained icy, yet Su Chen had grown somewhat accustomed to it. He guided her to the seat of the tricycle, ensuring she was seated properly, then placed her feet on the foot pedals. Grasping the handlebars, he steadied the direction. Yes, just like that, push down with your feet and exert force. As he issued commands, he took on the role of a driving instructor, guiding her hand in hand. Sun Wanjing received the instructions, her rigid body beginning to respond. Her foot slowly, almost mechanically, pressed downward. The wheels began to turn. A surge of joy filled Su Chen. However, in the next moment, due to a lack of coordination, her other foot failed to follow suit, causing the pedal to slip. The entire vehicle tilted sharply, and Sun Wanjing toppled to one side. Oh no! Su Chen reacted swiftly, dashing forward to catch her, preventing her from falling to the ground. He steadied the tricycle, observing Sun Wanjing's still rigid limbs, and sighed in resignation. Ah, never mind. It seems he had overestimated her abilities. While she could comprehend simple commands, such complex actions requiring bodily coordination were still far too challenging for her. Perhaps he should take the reins himself. Accepting his fate, he lifted Sun Wanjing back into the truck bed and mounted the tricycle, resuming his role as the driver. After pedaling for several more minutes, his wristband vibrated slightly. A line of text appearing in the lower left corner. Notification: you have traveled a total of 100 kilometers. A wooden treasure chest has appeared by the roadside. A treasure chest? Su Chen perked up, looking ahead. Indeed, not far away, beneath a withered tree, a rather ordinary wooden box lay quietly, its edges slightly worn. Appearing unremarkable, he immediately halted the tricycle, scanning the surrounding wilderness cautiously to confirm there were no potential dangers before carefully approaching it with his long-handled hoe. He prodded the box with the hoe, but it remained unresponsive. Relieved, he then pried open the lid with the hoe. Peering inside, his entire demeanor shifted. Inside the box lay a few solitary items: a brand new metal lighter, 3 bottles of mineral water, an unopened pack of napkins, and 4 steaming pork buns wrapped in oiled paper. Su Chen fell silent. After laboriously pedaling 100 kilometers, nearly igniting sparks from his weary legs, he was rewarded with mere provisions? How fearful was this system of him perishing from hunger or thirst on the journey? Could it not provide something more substantial? Perhaps a firearm. Even a simple handgun would suffice. He cursed under his breath as he reached for a bun. The warmth enveloped his hand, and its soft texture beckoned. A rich aroma of meat and dough mingled, tantalizing his senses. Damn it, Su Chen muttered softly, yet he could not resist and took a large bite. The outer skin was tender, the filling generous, and the savory juices erupted in his mouth. How delightful! This flavor surpassed even the finest buns he had purchased from the breakfast shop before the apocalypse, elevating his spirits further. He devoured one in just a few mouthfuls, savoring the taste before reaching for a second. This was nothing short of a dual indulgence for both the spirit and the body. In a world where even a sip of clean, warm water was a luxury, the joy of consuming a steaming pork bun was overwhelming. As he ate, he began to stow away the remaining items into his storage. After finishing 2 buns, his stomach felt satisfied, warmth radiated through him, and the fatigue of recent days began to dissipate. With a contented belch, he felt revitalized. He mounted his tricycle once more, resuming his journey. The road seemed endless, and the monotonous scenery threatened to lull him into slumber. Beads of sweat formed on Su Chen's forehead. He glanced back. Sun Wanjing remained quietly seated in the truck bed, clad in sunglasses and a mask, her posture upright like an emotionless statue. The wind tousled her ponytail, drawing a refreshing arc through the air. A sense of imbalance stirred within Su Chen. Those long legs, that seemingly inexhaustible energy. She was a natural perpetual motion machine. Burning just a few pounds of flesh over 100 kilometers was a bargain. Yet here he was, relegated to the role of a weary driver while she enjoyed the ride. What a pity. Just as Su Chen, drenched in sweat and contemplating whether to take a break, a clear thought suddenly transmitted from Sun Wanjing into his mind. Nearby, food, flesh. Su Chen's heart tightened, and his pedaling came to an abrupt halt. Had he encountered a beast? He immediately slowed down, scanning the wilderness and woods flanking the road with vigilance. Chapter 32 Encounter with survivors. The surroundings were eerily silent, save for the whisper of the wind. Just as he pondered this unsettling tranquility, two figures suddenly emerged from behind a large tree at the bend of the road ahead. To his surprise, they were not beasts, but fellow survivors. One figure was tall and the other slender, both clad in tattered clothing, appearing travel-worn and disheveled. They evidently spotted Su Chen, who was riding a tricycle. Initially taken aback, their faces soon lit up with expressions of unrestrained joy as they waved and hurried toward him. Brother, wait, please help us. We haven't had water for a whole day. Su Chen furrowed his brow. Instead of stopping, he quickened his pace, deliberately distancing himself from the two. "I'm sorry. I have no extra water," he called back coldly, maintaining a cautious distance. He had no intention of engaging with any strangers. However, upon noticing his attempt to leave, the two exchanged glances and boldly dashed into the middle of the road, arms outstretched to obstruct his path. Their eyes, fixated beyond Su Chen, were greedily locked onto the figure of Shen Wanqing in the back of the tricycle. "Hey, brother, don't be so heartless. You've brought your sister out for a dangerous venture. Haven to you? Why not join us? It's safer in numbers." The tall man chuckled, rubbing his hands together, his gaze unabashedly roaming over Shen Wanqing. Su Chen cursed inwardly, realizing he could no longer evade the situation. If they sought their own demise, he would not hesitate to defend himself. He had little faith in his rudimentary archery skills and had no desire to engage in hand-to-hand combat with two adult males. It seemed the plan he had just conceived would need to be executed sooner than anticipated. A look of mild panic and fear instantly graced Su Chen's face, his grip on the handlebars trembling ever so slightly. What do you want? Don't come any closer. I warn you." Seeing Su Chen's frightened demeanor, the two men relaxed, their smiles growing increasingly smug and brazen. "Huh? What do we want? Kid, leave that girl and all your supplies with us. We might consider sparing your life." The tall man sneered, drawing a rusted kitchen knife from behind his waist, pointing it threateningly at Su Chen. They laughed heartily as they advanced toward him. Su Chen's fear intensified. In a sudden burst of adrenaline, he leapt from the tricycle, hastily rushing to the back. He scooped Shen Wanqing off the vehicle and set her down on the ground, hastily pulling off her mask. Then, as if paralyzed by terror, he scrambled backward, creating distance between himself and Shen Wanqing. Please, don't hurt me. Take everything. You can have it all." The two men, witnessing Su Chen abandon such a stunning beauty, were momentarily taken aback, only to erupt into derisive laughter. "Ha ha ha, what a coward. He forsook a woman to save his own skin." One of them jeered. "This girl is a real catch. Brother, do you want to go first, or shall I?" Their lewd banter continued, their lascivious gazes seeming to strip the immobile Shen Wanqing of her clothing. As they approached her, their expressions became increasingly depraved. "Don't be afraid. Little beauty, I'll take good care of you." Just as the tall man's filthy hand was about to touch Shen Wanqing's shoulder, an unexpected transformation occurred. The seemingly lifeless Shen Wanqing moved without warning. Her body advanced with an unnatural, almost supernatural grace, bringing her face dangerously close to the tall man's, before she sunk her teeth viciously into his neck. "What?" The man's lewd grin froze, his pupils reflecting Shen Wanqing's face as it surged towards him, revealing a flash of her glistening white fangs. A sickening sound echoed as flesh tore apart. Shen Wanqing had bitten down precisely on his carotid artery. Blood erupted like a fountain. The tall man could not even scream. His body convulsed violently before crashing to the ground. Meanwhile, the scrawny man, paralyzed by the sudden, gruesome spectacle, lost all composure, collapsing to the floor as dark stains rapidly spread from his pants. A ghost! A ghost!" he shrieked, scrambling backward on hands and feet, his face a canvas of sheer terror. Now was the moment. Su Chen had already retrieved a wooden bow from the warehouse. Knocking an arrow and drawing the string, twang! The bowstring resonated, and the iron arrow whistled through the air, accurately aimed at the man sitting on the ground. The scrawny man screamed as an arrow embedded itself deep in his abdomen. "I missed." Su Chen cursed under his breath, but continued without hesitation, swiftly knocking a second arrow. "Please, don't kill me. I was wrong. I beg you. Spare my life." The scrawny man cried, clutching his bleeding stomach in desperation. Su Chen's gaze remained unwavering. To show mercy to one's enemies is to be cruel to oneself. He released the bowstring again, and a second arrow soared forth, this time embedding itself in the man's thigh. "Ah, you will pay for this. I will haunt you as a vengeful spirit," with pleas falling on deaf ears. The scrawny man devolved into frantic curses. The response to his despair was Shen Wanqing, who had dispatched the first target and was now lunging towards him. In his eyes, filled with hopeless dread, Shen Wanqing's delicate hand transformed into the most lethal of claws, ruthlessly slicing through his throat. The curses abruptly ceased. Kill level 1 survivor. Your pet Shen Wanqing gains experience 10. Kill level 1 survivor. Your pet Shen Wanqing gains experience 10. He watched as the notification popped up in the lower left corner. Su Chen slowly lowered the bow in his hand. It was over. Clean and decisive. There was no thrilling struggle as one might have imagined, nor a desperate battle for survival. From the moment he leaped from the vehicle to the point when the two robbers met their demise, the entire ordeal unfolded in less than a minute. This was the sheer dominance of absolute power. He halted Shen Wanqing from continuing to tear at the corpses. Standing still, Su Chen gazed at the two bodies lying in pools of blood not far away, his throat feeling parched. Once, he had been a web novelist. The characters he crafted were resolute in their decisions, leaving countless corpses in their wake and rivers of blood in their paths. He had depicted death countless times, employing both ornate and simple language to construct those gruesome scenes. Yet, when all of this transpired before his very eyes, he realized how feeble words truly were. There were no breathtaking special effects, no stirring background music, only two bodies growing cold and the nauseating, acrid scent of blood that churned his stomach violently. Chapter 33. Spoils' heart raced violently within his chest, not out of fear, but rather a tumultuous blend of tension, anxiety, and a hint of morbid excitement. This was the apocalypse. It was a matter of survival. Either you perish, or I do. There were no rational arguments, no laws, nor moral constraints to bind them. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the discomfort that surged within him, compelling himself to adapt. He understood that if he hesitated or failed to act today, it could very well be his lifeless body lying here. With this thought, Su Chen's gaze regained its cold composure. He approached the two corpses and began to scavenge for spoils. Ignoring the rusted kitchen knife, he kicked it aside with disdain. His attention was drawn to the survival wristbands on their wrists, two black, utterly ordinary models, stained with blood. Su Chen extended his hand, attempting to detach one of them. The moment his fingers brushed against the wristband, a green prompt materialized in the lower left corner of his own wristband. Unclaimed survival wristband detected. Would you like to fuse? Fusion? Su Chen posed momentarily. Could wristbands actually fuse? Instinctively, he sought to access the other S storage space to see what lay within, but upon a fleeting thought, his own storage interface appeared instead. It seemed that unclaimed wristbands could not be directly accessed. Fusion. He silently murmured in his mind. Initiating fusion. Fusion successful. Your storage space has increased by 1 cubic meter. Fusion successful. You have gained 25 survival points. Items from the wristband have automatically transferred to your storage space. Holy smokes. Su Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. Not only had his storage capacity expanded, but he had also directly acquired the other S survival points. He stifled his overwhelming joy and proceeded to fuse the other wristband as well. Fusion successful. Your storage space is increased by 1 cubic meter. Fusion successful. You have gained 35 survival points. Items from the wristband have automatically transferred to your storage space. After this series of actions, his storage space had increased by 2 cubic meters, bringing the total to 13 cubic meters. His survival points had surged by 60, now totaling 2,700 points. This was a lucrative venture. In high spirits, Su Chen immediately opened his storage space to inspect the spoils. Within the spacious confines, he observed two distinctly separate corners, filled with various items, presumably transferred from the two wristbands. With eager anticipation, he began to tally his findings. In the first corner, there were only 2 sealed bags of bread, half a bottle of mineral water, a lighter, and a few tattered changes of clothing. That was all. Su Chen's expression fell. He then turned his gaze to the second corner. The situation improved slightly. In addition to several bags of biscuits and a bottle of water, there was also a chopping knife and an old, dilapidated bicycle. Su Chen's lips twitched in frustration. Damn it, 2 paupers. He couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath. After all this time, is this all they have? It doesn't even compare to a fraction of his daily earnings. With such scant resources, how dare they attempt to rob others? Who bestowed upon them such audacity? Liang Jingru, perhaps? He shook his head in disdain. That bicycle was of some use. At least it could fetch a bit of money. Never mind. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. He pulled his thoughts back and turned to gaze at Shen Wanqing, who stood motionless like a statue beside him. At that moment, her already pale face was marred by large splotches of dark red blood, her lips a gruesome mess, and her sharp canine teeth glinted ominously in the morning light, adding an unnerving ferocity to her appearance. The black sports attire she had just on was also spattered with blood. Su Chen frowned as he looked at her. Next time, no biting, understood? He murmured, issuing a clear directive in his mind. When attacking, prioritize using claws. Biting is prohibited. How filthy. What a hassle to clean. Moreover, with this visage, how could she possibly engage in undercover operations in the future? Anyone who caught sight of her from miles away would surely steer clear. Shen Wanqing's body trembled slightly, as if she had received the command, yet she remained expressionless. Su Chen sighed and retrieved a clean towel and a basin of water from the warehouse. He approached Shen Wanqing with the towel and gently began to wipe the blood from her face. The touch was as familiar as it was chilling, akin to jade. His movements were tender as he meticulously removed the blood from the corners of her mouth, ensuring her fair hands were also cleansed. Once he had finished, he took a new mask and a spare pair of sunglasses from the warehouse. The previous pair had been damaged during the earlier struggle when the tall man had fallen against them, snapping the arm. He carefully adjusted the mask and sunglasses on Shen Wanqing, concealing her inhuman features. After this tidying up, the coldly elegant athletic beauty returned. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction before carefully placing her back onto the tricycle's rear compartment. As for the 2 corpses, he left them unattended. Soon enough, the toxic mist would spread, erasing all traces of the scene. He mounted the tricycle, casting one last glance at the bloody battlefield before pedaling forcefully onward along the road. The wind whistled past his ears, seemingly dispersing the lingering scent of blood. Su Chen's initial tumultuous emotions gradually settled. In this chaotic world, the most terrifying force, even more than zombies and wild beasts, would always be the human heart. To survive, one must be more ruthless than anyone else. As he rode, contemplating the path ahead, he activated his wristband to check the pet interface. Name, Shen Wanqing, species, mutated zombie, level 160-100, physique, to strength, speed, to endurance, almost infinite, unaffected by fatigue, pain, hypoxia, blood loss, etc., unless utterly destroyed. Perception, to mental, 0, rationality, 0, energy, nearly infinite. Satiation, 75-100, satiation below 50 will induce hunger, below 20 will impact various attributes. Hydration, 68-100, hydration below 50 will cause thirst. Below 20 will affect various attributes. Condition, good. Ability, olfactory perception, beginner. Information, this is a newly contracted special mutated zombie. She will not infect her master. Her current condition is good, with all abilities functioning normally. Friendly reminder, your pet has experienced combat. Leveling up will enhance its power. She has just slain 2 survivors. Remarkably, she gained 20 experience points. This is significantly higher than the experience obtained from defeating ordinary zombies. Along with the experience earned while clearing zombies in the village, her leveling experience is now over half. It seems imperative to swiftly enhance the pet's strength, as its early contributions are substantial. Chapter 34. The hunt for the wild boar. After riding for over an hour, beads of perspiration had thoroughly soaked Su Chen's back. He felt his thigh muscles silently protesting, each pedal stroke becoming a rigorous test of his resolve. The tricycle was manageable when empty, but with Shen Wanqing aboard, it transformed into a moving piece of exercise equipment. Just as he contemplated taking a brief respite, a familiar thought abruptly echoed in his mind. Nearby, food. Flesh. A wave of unease washed over Su Chen, and he halted his pedaling. Not again. His immediate thought was that he had encountered yet another oblivious survivor, having just dealt with 2 moments ago. He promptly reduced his speed, his vigilant gaze sweeping the desolate landscape flanking the road. The surroundings were eerily quiet, save for the soft rustle of wind through the withered grass. As his confusion deepened, a shadow caught the corner of his eye, approximately 100 meters ahead in the wasteland. There, a dark figure was forging intently. Squinting, Su Chen's heart raced as he discerned the shape. It was a wild boar. Though not overly large, it must have weighed around 150 to 160 pounds. Its coarse black bristles standing on end as it dug its long snout into the cracked earth, seemingly in pursuit of plant roots. Thank heavens it's not human. Su Chen exhaled in relief, and in an instant, his eyes ignited with fervor. This was no mere wild boar. It was a veritable mountain of meat, a walking source of protein. If he could capture all that flesh, not only would Shen Wanqing feast for several meals, but he could also reserve some for himself or trade the surplus at the market for survival points. Most importantly, it would save him a significant amount of money. Currently, he relied on purchasing meat from the trading post to sustain Shen Wanqing, and those survival points were dwindling painfully. Achieving meat independence would alleviate a considerable financial burden. This was it. Resolutely, Su Chen brought the tricycle to a gentle stop at the roadside and deftly dismounted. Approaching the cargo area, he issued a command to Shen Wanqing. Be quiet, do not make a sound. Then, as before, he lifted her from the cart. Her touch remained cool and firm, a sensation he had grown accustomed to, even finding it rather pleasant. He instructed Shen Wanqing to stand by and remain poised. From his storage space, he retrieved a wooden bow and a metal arrow. Crouching low, he treaded carefully, using the sparse shrubs and slight inclines of the terrain as cover, stealthily advancing towards the wild boar. The wind blew from the boar's direction, carrying his scent away, a fortunate turn of events. 80 meters, 70 meters, 60 meters. When he reached a distance of approximately 50 meters, Su Chen paused. This was within the effective range of his wooden bow. Any closer, and he risked detection. Crouching behind a mound of earth, roughly the height of a man, he peered out, inhaling deeply, striving to steady his racing heart. He slowly nocked an iron arrow, raising his bow as the string was gradually drawn back. Through the bow's arm, he aligned his gaze with the arrow's tip, aiming at the robust body of the wild boar. Go! He released his fingers. A dull thrum resonated from the bowstring. The iron arrow transformed into a shadow, slicing through the air with a piercing sound, spinning as it flew forth. However, the trajectory of the arrow was slightly lower than he had anticipated. Thud! A soft sound echoed. The arrow did not strike the wild boar, but instead embedded itself in the earth half a meter in front of it, the fletching quivering incessantly. A miss! Su Chen's heart sank. Snort! The wild boar, engrossed in foraging, was startled by the sudden commotion and abruptly lifted its head. Its small eyes glimmering with malice instantly locked onto the human figure peeking from behind the dirt slope. Discovered. The wild boar let out an enraged roar, its powerful hooves anxiously digging into the ground, its long tusks gleaming ominously in the sunlight. It was charging. Su Chen had no time for regret. His body reacted faster than his mind could process. He sprang up from behind the slope, swiftly drawing a second arrow from his quiver, nocking it, pulling the bowstring, and aiming. The entire motion flowed seamlessly, astonishingly rapid, just as the wild boar lowered its head, preparing to charge. Whoosh! The second arrow flew forth. This time, Su Chen learned from his prior error, elevating his aim slightly. Thud! The arrow struck true, piercing the wild boar's broad shoulder. Ag! The wild boar emitted a heart-wrenching scream, its charge momentarily faltering. Yet this arrow clearly did not strike a vital spot. The intense pain only served to ignite its ferocity. It shook its head, disregarding the arrow lodged in its shoulder, eyes ablaze, as it thundered forward like an uncontrollable tank, barreling towards Su Chen. Damn! Su Chen did not expect such ferocity from a beast. Without a moment's thought, he retracted the wooden bow into his storage and mentally commanded Shen Wanqing in the distance to attack. Go! Engage it! Having completed these actions, he noticed the wild boar was already perilously close, the stench of its presence overwhelming. Su Chen suddenly dove to the side, a textbook roll. Though his form was utterly awkward, covered in dirt and grass, he narrowly evaded the wild boar's lethal charge. The boar collided with emptiness, unable to halt its momentum, careening several meters forward before coming to a stop. Now is the moment. Su Chen scrambled to his feet, scarcely pausing to brush off the dirt. as he retrieved his most reliable tool from the storage, a long-handled farming hoe. Gripping the rough wooden handle with both hands, he unleashed all his strength, striking down upon the wild boar that had just redirected its path. Thud! The sharp blade of the hoe sank deeply into the wild boar's back, spraying a burst of crimson. Ag! The wild boar writhed in agony, desperately attempting to shake off the blade lodged in its back. Just then, another shadow, as elusive as a specter, silently materialized beside the wild boar. It was Sun Wanqing. Her movements bore a hint of stiffness. Confronted by the frenzied beast, she merely raised her hand. That pale, slender hand, seemingly devoid of lethal force, exuded a fierce energy that tore through the air, mercilessly grasping at the wild boar's hind leg. A sickening crack echoed through the air. The wild boar's robust hind leg was brutally snapped in two by her grip. A desperate wail escaped the creature's mouth as its massive form collapsed to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Su Chen withdrew his hoe, aimed for the boar's head, and delivered a powerful blow. The sound that followed was akin to a watermelon bursting. Blood and tissue splattered everywhere. The once mighty wild boar convulsed violently a few times before falling utterly still. Wild boar slain, experience 5. Your pet Sun Wanqing gains experience 5. The green text that appeared in the lower left corner marked the conclusion of this brief, yet perilous battle. Leaning on his hoe, Su Chen's chest heaved as he gasped for breath. He glanced down at his hoe, smeared with blood and brain matter, then looked over at Sun Wanqing, who stood motionless beside the boar's carcass, a bittersweet smile crossing his face. Their teamwork had been quite harmonious. However, the experience had been exceedingly exhilarating. Chapter 35. Wild boar meat and rest. He steadied his breath and approached the carcass of the wild boar, retrieving the newly purchased military dagger from the warehouse, preparing to process his spoils. Gazing at the enormous dead pig before him, Su Chen couldn't help but voice his grievances. Alas, in this post-apocalyptic survival scenario, must one truly dismember a creature with one's own hands? Shouldn't the standard game mechanics dictate that upon mere touch, the body vanishes with a swish, and an array of neatly portioned meat appears in the warehouse? This is decidedly lacking in intelligence. A poor review indeed. Despite his complaints, his hands worked swiftly, skinning, bleeding, eviscerating. Thanks to the haphazard research he had conducted during his time as an author, he was quite familiar with these processes. The blade was remarkably sharp, gliding effortlessly through the flesh. Before long, he had completely processed the entire wild boar. Acquired. Wild boar meat, X90 gene. Su Chen beamed at the substantial pile of fresh pork that had materialized in his warehouse, feeling a sense of accomplishment. As for the entrails, head, and trotters, he found them too cumbersome to deal with. So he bundled them up and listed them at a remarkably low price in the trading post. Item: fresh wild boar offal, large bundle. Price: 5 survival points. Note: take it or leave it, too lazy to process, first come, first served. He was confident that some resourceful survivor would be willing to purchase them. Having completed this task, Su Chen wiped the sweat from his brow and looked up at the sky. The sun had risen to its zenith, scorching the earth with its relentless heat. Although today's maximum temperature was merely 22 degrees, prolonged exposure outdoors had rendered him somewhat uncomfortable. A glance at the time on his wristband revealed it was nearly noon. It was time to find a place to rest, have a bite to eat, and tend to his loyal companion. Not far ahead, he spotted several lush trees by the roadside, their shade offering a pleasant reprieve from the sun. Su Chen maneuvered his tricycle beneath the trees and first retrieved a stainless steel basin from the warehouse. He then selected a few pieces of marbled wild boar meat, expertly slicing them into manageable chunks before placing them in the basin. He approached Sun Wanqing, holding out the basin. Opening his mouth, he picked up a piece of meat and presented it to her lips. Without hesitation, she bit down, mechanically chewing and swallowing. Su Chen continued this process, feeding her piece by piece until the basin was empty. He checked the pet interface. Satiety, 95-100. Moisture, 86-100. Observing these figures, Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. After consuming such a substantial amount of meat, her satiety was nearly full, ensuring she would be sustained for quite some time. Her moisture level had also increased from 68 to 86. Could consuming raw meat also replenish moisture? Su Chen pondered, stroking his chin in contemplation. Might the primary source of that moisture be blood? He resolved to save some animal blood for her to try next time. Having fed Shen Wanqing, Su Chen finally attended to his own hunger. Leaning against the rugged trunk of a tree, he exhaled deeply, retrieving the pork buns he had previously discovered in a treasure chest from the warehouse. There were 4 in total. He consumed 2, leaving him with 2 remaining. At this moment, the buns still radiated warmth in his hands, as if freshly removed from a steamer. This defied logic. Yet, he was too apathetic to ponder the underlying principles. In this apocalyptic world, what was truly impossible? He unwrapped the oiled paper, and a rich aroma of meat intertwined with the scent of flour wafted towards him, igniting his appetite. He opened his mouth wide and took a hearty bite. Delightful. Su Chen squinted his eyes in satisfaction. In this damned apocalypse, savoring a warm meal felt like a divine indulgence. As he chewed slowly, he glanced at Shen Wanqing, who sat quietly in the shade, her hands neatly placed on her knees, her posture upright, resembling a lifeless yet exquisite sculpture. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon her. Clad in a black tracksuit and wearing sunglasses that obscured much of her face, she appeared more like an elegant model enjoying the outdoors than a ruthless machine who had just engaged in hand-to-hand combat with a wild boar. A stunning female zombie and a leisurely young man relishing meat buns, a scene imbued with an inexplicable blend of strangeness and harmony. After finishing 1 bun, Su Chen licked his lips, saving the last one for later that evening. He took a few sips from his water bottle and then activated his wristband. It was time to check on the situation of others. The previous flurry of activity and combat had left him with no opportunity to pay attention to these matters. Now, with a rare moment of peace, he could gather information from the outside world. He directly accessed the regional channel. A luminous screen unfolded, revealing a chat window. Current area, number 10,000, population 936-1000. Messages scrolled rapidly, a flurry of text that dazzled the eyes. Su Chen slowed the refresh rate, meticulously reading each line from top to bottom. Is anyone there? Help! I'm trapped on the 2nd floor by a horde of zombies, in a village by the mountains. Someone save me, and I'll give you all my belongings. Don't shout from upstairs. Who's going to rescue you? Figure it out yourself. I'm dying of thirst. Does anyone have water? I'll trade it for a fire axe. A real fire axe. It's great for taking down zombies. Are the prices in the trading post outrageous? A bottle of mineral water sells for 4 survival points? Why not just go rob someone? Scoundrels. They all deserve to perish. Haha, if you think it's expensive, you don't have to buy it. If you're capable, go find water yourself. I just killed a wolf. I can finally eat meat today. What a joy. Impressive upstairs. Please take me with you, big shot. I can do anything. Drive, fix things, just give me something to eat. Damn. I opened a treasure chest after traveling 100 kilometers and found a bunch of junk. The only useful items were a few bottles of water. You're not alone. I also opened a bunch of useless things. Can you believe I found a television in a treasure chest? What use is that in an apocalypse? It's not even edible. Are there any sisters forming a team? Female only, as one person truly cannot endure alone. Men, please refrain. It is quite distasteful. Beautiful ladies, do not speak so harshly. There are indeed good men among us. How do you perceive me? Distasteful? Can you survive a single day without men? Such ungratefulness. Indeed, what pretense of superiority? You would starve, you foolish one. Kindly maintain a clean tongue upstairs. What do the young ladies fear? This world is inherently unjust to women. Ahem. Let us all be amiable. Harmony brings prosperity. Begone. Not a single one of you men is worthy. I witnessed a sister being. I do not wish to perish. I am offering handcrafted wooden spears, 2 survival points for each, with discounts for bulk purchases. Simply search in the trading hall. Su Chen, with an impassive expression, perused the chat records while swiftly analyzing the information within. There are those in desperate need of help, others yearning for connection, some seeking warmth in solidarity, and a few, like those he previously encountered, who have wholly forsaken their humanity and devolved into beasts. The majority still struggle at the most fundamental level of survival, fretting over a morsel of food or a drop of water. Only a select few have adapted to the rhythm of this apocalyptic reality, taking the initiative to hunt beasts. Indeed, they have even begun to hunt their own kind. Chapter 36. The makeshift RV. Su Chen felt no sense of relaxation within him. Once the 7 days elapsed, the true trial would commence. He turned off the chat channel, finished the last sip of water, and prepared to set off. However, upon raising his gaze, he noticed that large, ominous clouds had gathered on the western horizon, dark and heavy, slowly advancing toward him. Judging by the appearance, it was likely to rain. Furrowing his brow, Su Chen considered the prospect of traveling in the rain a rather unpleasant experience. Not only would he be drenched, but the loss of body heat could easily lead to illness. Although the benefits of crossing had restored everyone to a healthy state, he had no desire to test his luck. After all, they were devoid of any medication, and the consequences of falling ill could be dire. No, he had to take action. A thought flickered through his mind. He immediately set to work, rummaging through the warehouse for a large roll of sturdy waterproof tarpaulin and a bundle of robust nylon rope he had scavenged from the village. He also gathered several relatively straight and resilient branches nearby, whittling away the excess twigs with his dagger to fashion them into appropriate lengths. With everything in place, Su Chen gazed at the tricycle before him, his mind racing to devise a structure for a simple shelter. In his previous life as an author, he had diligently researched various survival techniques. Watching countless videos on constructing shelters and crafting tools, his theoretical knowledge was certainly formidable. As for his practical skills, looking at the branches and tarp in his hands, he felt a twinge of doubt. It was worth a try. Anything was better than being caught in the rain. Taking a deep breath, he began his endeavor. He first secured the 4 sturdiest branches firmly to the 4 corners of the tricycle's cargo area using nylon rope, establishing them as support pillars. Next, he affixed a Y-shaped branch to the center of the handlebars. This process proved more challenging than anticipated. To ensure stability, he wrapped the rope around repeatedly, tightening it to the point that his palms began to redden. Casting a glance at Shen Wanqing beside him, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, "You possess such strength. Aside from fighting, what else can you do? At least come over and help me steady the poles." Naturally, Shen Wanqing offered no reply, maintaining her stance as an indifferent observer. Shaking his head, Su Chen returned to his task. After securing the support pillars, he used several thinner branches to create a crisscross pattern at the top, forming a framework resembling a tic-tac-toe grid. The final step was to drape the tarp over the structure. He unfurled the large piece of tarpaulin, using scissors to cut it to the appropriate size and cover the framework. Then, he threaded rope through the metal grommets along the tarp's edges, meticulously binding it to the tricycle's body and the framework. After a flurry of frantic activity, Su Chen was drenched in sweat. He stepped back, hands on his hips, gazing at his creation with a satisfied smile. A somewhat crooked yet sturdy makeshift shelter now adorned the tricycle. The tarpaulin extended from the front to the rear of the vehicle, enveloping the entire body and cargo area beneath it. It resembled a makeshift camper van crafted by hand. Now, rain or even hail would be no match for it, providing a semblance of protection. "I'm truly a genius." Su Chen couldn't help but commend himself internally, basking in a swell of accomplishment. He wiped the sweat from his brow and glanced at the wristband interface. Today's travel advisory, survival day, 2 time, 12 o'clock, weather, overcast turning to moderate rain, temperature, 15°C, 29°C, surrounding environment, wilderness, toxic fog distance, 44. 2 kilometers, toxic fog speed, 1 meter-second, beginner phase, upon seeing the distance of 44. 2 kilometers, Su Chen exhaled in relief. After a frantic morning, he had finally left the toxic fog far behind, securing a temporary safety. However, the tricycle was not a long-term solution. It was exceedingly taxing on his stamina. In the span of an afternoon, he could manage to cover only another 40 or 50 kilometers at most. By dawn, the toxic fog would be upon him again. He needed to find a functioning automobile swiftly. With renewed determination, Su Chen collected the remaining supplies and tools, returning them to the storage. He then approached Shen Wanqing, bending down to lift her as he had done before. The familiar chill and firmness greeted his touch. He had grown accustomed to this sensation. With practiced ease, he placed Shen Wanqing in the cargo area, cloaked by the tarpaulin, ensuring she was seated comfortably in the corner. "Sit tight, we're setting off," he instructed, then swung himself into the driver's seat. Above him, the thick tarpaulin shielded him from the light, casting a cool shadow. Within arm's reach, The sturdy vehicle frame provided an unprecedented sense of security. Just as he pressed down on the pedal, ready to embark, a sudden downpour began. Large raindrops fell from the sky without warning, hammering against the tarpaulin overhead, producing a symphony of sounds. The wind picked up, swirling dust and grass around, howling across the wilderness. In an instant, a gray curtain of rain enveloped the space between heaven and earth. Su Chen peered through the gaps in the tarp, observing the torrential rain outside, unable to suppress a smile. Thankfully, he had anticipated this. With a vigorous push, the tricycle emitted a cheerful clatter as it surged into the rain. The raindrops drummed against the tarpaulin with a rhythmic clarity, rather than being a nuisance. The sound resembled a soothing white noise that instilled a sense of calm. As Su Chen pedaled, he felt akin to a sailor navigating a small vessel amidst the tempest. While the world outside was tumultuous, he remained steadfast within his sheltered cabin. This sensation was enchanting. He glanced back momentarily. Shun Wanqing sat quietly in the cargo area, water streaming down the edges of the tarpaulin, forming curtains of liquid, yet failing to touch her. Su Chen returned his gaze forward, feeling an unprecedented lightness in his heart. He even found the leisure to open the trading post while pedaling. The wild boar offal he had previously listed was sold. He casually hung up that old bicycle he had confiscated from the bandits, along with the mountain bike he had found earlier. The worn tricycle was kept aside for backup. As a mountain bike was also not suitable for carrying passengers, it was sold as well. Item: old bicycle, price 30 survival points, seller's note, aside from its age. It's in good condition, a perfect mode of transport. Act quickly if you wish to purchase. Item: mountain bike, price 80 survival points, seller's note. A nearly new mountain bike, excellent for escaping danger. Act quickly if you wish to purchase. These prices were not exorbitant, especially for those unfortunate survivors who had failed to find any means of transportation. For them, a bicycle could be a lifesaver. After completing these transactions, he turned off the wristband and focused solely on cycling. The road had been washed clean by the rain, and the wild grass on either side appeared particularly lush. The air was so refreshing that it compelled one to take deeper breaths. Had it not been for the toxic fog chasing behind him, this would have felt like a leisurely ride in the rain. Su Chen pedaled at a steady pace, neither too fast nor too slow, maintaining an energy-efficient rhythm. He felt he could ride another 100 kilometers. At that moment, a line of green text appeared in the lower left corner. Your item, old bicycle, has been sold. You have gained 30 survival points. Your item, mountain bike, has been sold. You have gained 80 survival points. Indeed, bicycles were in high demand. It appeared that the number of individuals lacking transportation was far greater than he had imagined. He glanced at his balance of survival points, which had risen to 2,815. After cycling in the rain for over 2 hours, the sound of the rain diminished. The pitter-patter on the tarp above transitioned to a sparse dripping before finally falling silent. A beam of sunlight filtered through the gaps in the canopy, illuminating Su Chen's hands gripping the handlebars, bringing a touch of warmth. Just then, a rusted blue sign by the roadside caught his eye. Whitehorse Town, 10 kilometers. Su Chen paused his pedaling momentarily. A town. His spirits lifted, and the fleeting sense of tranquility was instantly replaced by vigilance. A town signified dense buildings, which meant a wealth of resources, food, medicine, tools. Even a car he had long desired. Yet, it also implied greater dangers. Without hesitation, he pushed down hard on the pedals once more. The tricycle emitted a crisp sound from the chains as he accelerated toward the direction indicated by the sign. Chapter 37. Arrival at Bema Town. After traversing for over half an hour, a dense cluster of buildings finally emerged at the end of the road ahead. Bema Town had been reached. Su Chen parked the vehicle by the roadside and ascended a small dirt slope to scrutinize the distant town. It was a quintessential small-town layout, characterized by several main thoroughfares running east to west, flanked by a plethora of shops and residential buildings. Numerous roads converged from all directions into the town, suggesting that many survivors might gather here. In his line of sight, dozens of figures languidly meandered along the main road. Their movements were slow and stiff, indicating they were merely ordinary zombies. Su Chen's gaze was soon drawn to several vehicles parked at the roadside. A white sedan, crumpled against the shop's rolling shutter, bore significant damage to its front. Not far away stood a slightly worn red pickup truck and a van that had overturned on its side. He patiently observed for a few minutes, but discerned no signs of other survivors. The wind carried the faint, meaningless howls of the undead. Apart from that, the town lay enveloped in an eerie silence. Su Chen glanced at the time on his wristband, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. With 5 hours remaining until the zombies would become frenzied at 8, he felt a sense of urgency, yet ample time remained. His plan was straightforward: to locate a drivable vehicle before nightfall and find a sturdy building to serve as his refuge for the night. The acquisition of a car was paramount. Relying on his tricycle, he would surely succumb to the toxic mist or perish from exhaustion on the road. Resolute, Su Chen descended the dirt slope and returned to the tricycle. He lifted Shen Wanqing down and, with a thought, stored the tricycle within the confines of his warehouse space. They set off. Su Chen patted Shen Wanqing's shoulder, signaling her follow. Instead of taking the broad, main road, he led her along a narrow path that skirted the edge of the town. On either side of the path stood low, dilapidated houses, most with their gates ajar, revealing overgrown weeds and a scene of decay. As they rounded a corner, not far ahead, a zombie clad in blue work attire stood with its back to them, aimlessly swaying. Su Chen immediately halted, retrieving a wooden bow and iron arrows from his warehouse. He took a deep breath and slowly drew the bowstring, aiming for the zombie's nape. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air. Thud! A soft sound echoed as the arrow struck its mark, embedding itself in the zombie's back. Roar! The zombie let out a guttural scream, abruptly turning to face Su Chen, its claws outstretched as it lunged toward him. Damn it, I missed again. Su Chen cursed inwardly. Though his face remained composed, he swiftly retreated while simultaneously issuing a command to Shen Wanqing beside him. Go! Shen Wanqing moved with purpose, advancing toward the approaching zombie. The creature, oblivious to her presence, continued its relentless pursuit of Su Chen. As it brushed past Shen Wanqing, her pale hand struck with the swiftness of lightning against its neck. Crack! The sharp sound of bone snapping resonated through the air. The head of the zombie twisted at an eerie angle before it fell limp, its roar abruptly ceasing. Kill level 1 zombie. Gain experience 2. 5. Your pet Shen Wanqing gains experience 2. 5. Su Chen gazed at the fallen zombie, then glanced at the bow in his hand, shaking his head in resignation. It seemed that his archery skills required further refinement. He stepped forward, extracting the arrow lodged in the zombie's back, wiping away the blood with a cloth, and knocking it back onto the wooden bow. Thus, the duo commenced their cleansing of the town. Su Chen regarded this place as an excellent training ground. When encountering a solitary zombie, he would shoot an arrow from a distance, regardless of whether it hit, to draw its ire. Then it was Shen Wanqing's time to shine. In the face of Shen Wanqing's impressive strength of 8, these ordinary zombies crumbled like paper, often dispatched with a single strike. Occasionally, he would inadvertently attract 2 or 3 zombies. In such cases, Su Chen would sheath his bow and wield a long-handled hoe, joining forces with Shen Wanqing. He would attract their attention while Shen Wanqing delivered the blows. Zombies generally did not attack Shen Wanqing unless she failed to eliminate one in a single strike. Their coordination grew increasingly seamless, resulting in a remarkably efficient zombie purge. Before long, they advanced to the side of a white sedan. Upon closer inspection, Su Chen could only shake his head in dismay. The front half of the vehicle had nearly crashed into a shop, the front end crumpled. The windshield shattered like a spider's web, and the doors severely deformed. Essentially, it was nothing but a hunk of scrap metal. He abandoned the sedan and continued toward the location of a small truck. This small truck, parked by the roadside, though somewhat worn and covered in dust and scratches, remained structurally sound with tires still inflated. Su Chen felt a surge of excitement and hastened toward it. He leaned over the driver's side window and squinted inside. The cabin was completely empty, and the ignition keyhole beneath the steering wheel held no keys. Damn it, I knew it wouldn't be that easy. Cursing under his breath, he circled the truck, tugging at the doors, all of which were firmly locked. What to do? Break the window? He examined the sturdy glass. Shattering it shouldn't be difficult, but starting the vehicle posed a challenge. He had seen plenty of movies where the protagonist would pull 2 wires and start the car with a spark, but he had no confidence in executing such a maneuver himself. Never mind, I'll smash the window first. He resolved to retrieve the hoe from the warehouse to break the glass. Just then, a familiar sensation suddenly transmitted from Shun Wanqing beside him, crystal clear in his mind. Nearby food flesh, Su Chen's action to break the window halted abruptly. Someone was coming. He immediately crouched down, using the truck for cover, and cautiously scanned his surroundings. The street lay desolate, devoid of life except for a few corpses of the zombies they had just dispatched. Was Shun Wanqing's perception unusually acute? Su Chen's mind raced, cautious not to allow a moment's negligence. He promptly resolved to abandon the idea of immediately confronting the truck and instead sought refuge nearby. Soon, he discovered a quaint three-story building across from the truck. The entrance stood ajar, adorned with a sign reading XXN. Enter, Su Chen commanded silently in his mind. Without hesitation, Shun Wanqing stepped forward into the dimly lit lobby of the inn. Threat 1. The thought echoed in his mind. Su Chen gripped the hoe tightly, following closely behind. As they crossed the threshold, they beheld a female zombie clad in the inn's front desk uniform, swaying unsteadily as she rose from behind the counter. Before it could emit a shriek, Shun Wanqing lunged at it. Another crisp snap resonated. The battle was swiftly concluded. Su Chen closed the wooden door of the inn, barricading it with a sofa from within. Having secured their position, he turned to the still figure of Shun Wanqing behind him. Ascend to the second floor and eliminate the zombies, he instructed. Shun Wanqing immediately pivoted, her long legs moving with a peculiar stiffness yet remarkable speed towards the staircase. Su Chen followed closely, hoe in hand. Just as they reached the second floor landing, a foul stench assailed their senses. In the corridor, two zombies clad in nightwear stirred at the sound, lurching towards them unsteadily. Chapter 38. Exploring the town, the figure of Shun Wanqing flitted by in a flash. Snap! Snap! Two familiar crisp sounds echoed as the battle concluded within mere seconds. Clean, swift, and efficient. Defeated level 1 zombie. Gained experience 2. 5. Your pet Shun Wanqing gained experience 2. 5. Defeated level 1 zombie. Gain experience 2. 5. Your pet Shun Wanqing gained experience 2. 5. Su Chen was thoroughly impressed with the performance of this automatic monster-clearing companion. Consuming only a few pounds of meat per 100 kilometers, such an exceptional aid was hard to come by. He directed Shun Wanqing to meticulously inspect each room. No threats. No threats. Threat 1. Upon receiving a threat alert, Shun Wanqing would promptly breach the door, with Su Chen closely following, ever ready to deliver the finishing blow. Throughout the three-story building, including the attic and basement, they managed to eliminate 7 zombies. Su Chen's experience points barely increased. Yet Shun Wanqing's experience bar advanced a small fraction further. Name: Shun Wanqing. Level: 182. 5100. Excellent. She was one step closer to leveling up. After confirming that the entire building posed no further threats, Su Chen cautiously approached a street-facing room, gently pulling aside the corner of the curtain to gaze outside. The view was splendid, allowing him to observe the small truck and the surrounding streets in their entirety. He held his breath, patiently waiting. Before long, 3 figures emerged from the opposite end of the street, 2 men and 1 woman. They moved cautiously, weapons in hand, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Soon, they stumbled upon the recently deceased zombie corpses on the ground. The leading burly man knelt to inspect the wounds on a body, exchanging a grave glance with his companions, the seriousness evident on their faces. They realized there were other survivors in the vicinity. The trio slowed their pace, becoming increasingly alert. When they spotted the intact small truck, their eyes lit up in unison. They hurried to the vehicle, unable to conceal their excitement. However, upon discovering that the keys were missing from inside, one tall, slender man erupted in curses. Damn it, those bastards took the keys. Enough with the chatter. The burly leader interrupted his tirade, retrieving a hammer from his storage space. Without hesitation, he swung it down against the driver's side window with tremendous force. Crash! The sound of shattering glass resounded sharply in the quiet street. The window shattered, causing Su Chen's brow to furrow tightly from his vantage point on the 3rd floor. Damn it, they beat me to it. The loud noise startled nearby zombies within the surrounding buildings. 2 zombies emerged from a nearby shop, roaring as they advanced. The 2 men were well prepared for this, reacting swiftly. The burly man tossed the hammer aside and pulled out a machete from his storage, charging forward to confront one of the zombies. Another tall, slender man brandished a steel pipe, grappling with the remaining zombie. Their movements were deft, their cooperation seamless, clearly not their first encounter with the undead. Before long, the two zombies were effortlessly dispatched. "Hurry up," urged the robust man. The slender figure immediately clambered into the cab of the small truck, busily tinkering beneath the steering wheel. A sense of dread washed over Su Chen. Observing his skillful maneuvers, it was apparent he intended to hotwire the vehicle. If they managed to drive off with the truck, it would be a considerable loss for him. Should he take action? Su Chen's mind raced. There were 3 of them, all seemingly capable fighters, while he was only accompanied by Shen Wanqing. Engaging them directly would be a gamble. Just then, an exasperated shout erupted from the truck's cab. "Damn it! The battery is dead. It won't start." Upon hearing this, Su Chen was momentarily taken aback, nearly bursting into laughter. The 3 individuals surrounded the truck, cursing for a while, before finally kicking the tire in frustration and leaving dejectedly. From the 3rd-floor window, Su Chen watched them retreat until their figures vanished around the street corner, and he slowly exhaled a sigh of relief. He didn't descend immediately. Who could tell if they were merely feigning departure, lurking in the shadows to observe, hoping to trap him like a mantis stalking a cicada? In this apocalyptic world, one must remain vigilant. Su Chen exhibiti remarkable paciencia, standing quietly behind the curtain like an experienced hunter surveying his territory. Time ticked by, and the street remained eerily silent, save for the wind and the occasional rustle of plastic bags. After several minutes, he finally confirmed that the group had indeed departed. Only then did he and Shen Wanqing exit through the back door of the inn, opting for a different path in their exploration. The day was growing late, and he hoped to find a suitable refuge soon. With a bow in one hand and an arrow nocked, he followed closely behind Shen Wanqing. To the left. "Threat, 1. The thought resonated in his mind as Shen Wanqing's warning echoed. Su Chen paused, swiftly darting into a recessed doorway. A zombie clad in a delivery uniform staggered forth from behind a trash can, its face grotesquely mangled. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew his bow, aiming not for the back of its head this time, but rather the more reliable target of its chest. Whoosh! The arrow flew. Thud! The iron tip struck the zombie squarely in the chest, sending it reeling backward with tremendous force. Roar! The creature, in pain, immediately locked onto Su Chen's position, shuffling towards him with a growl. Shen Wanqing charged at the zombie, and, as it passed her, she simply raised her hand. Crack! The familiar sound of bones fracturing signaled the end of the skirmish. Su Chen stepped forward, skillfully retrieving his arrow and wiping it clean. He continued to lead Shen Wanqing towards the outskirts of the town, his objective distinctly defined: to find a standalone building with a surrounding wall. Such a residence would be easy to defend and difficult to breach, providing ample buffer space, making it the ideal choice for a temporary refuge. Along the way, they eliminated 7 or 8 solitary zombies. Su Chen's archery skills rapidly improved in the heat of battle, though he had yet to master the intricate art of headshots. Hitting a target in the torso within a 50-meter range had become second nature to him. After more than half an hour, Su Chen found himself in a clearing. Exiting the narrow alleyway, he arrived at a relatively sparse residential area. This appeared to be the affluent district of the town, characterized by an array of 2- and 3-story villas, each with its own garden, artfully scattered throughout the landscape. Most of the villa gates stood firmly closed, exuding an air of tranquility. Su Chen's gaze swiftly fixed upon a villa at the very edge of the area. This particular villa boasted an excellent location, nestled against a small grove, with only one road leading to its front. The walls were constructed from robust brick and stone, adorned with anti-theft spikes, and the wrought iron gate stood invitingly open. Chapter 39. The mutated female zombie evolves. A surge of joy welled up within Su Chen, yet he refrained from approaching immediately. Accompanied by Shen Wanqing, he first circled the perimeter of the villa, scrutinizing it meticulously. The walls and fences stood intact. Go ahead and sense the surroundings, Su Chen instructed Shen Wanqing. She stepped forward, pausing momentarily before the iron gate. After a brief interval, a distinct thought permeated Su Chen's mind. Within the courtyard, no threats. Inside the building, threats, 5. 5 of them. Enter and eliminate them, Su Chen commanded in his mind. Shen Wanqing, receiving the order, elegantly strode through the open iron gate. Su Chen followed closely, substituting his wooden bow for a long-handled hoe, his body slightly crouched, prepared to spring into action at a moment's notice. The villa's courtyard was expansive, overrun with weeds, and a small fountain lay dry and desolate. Shen Wanqing pushed open the slightly ajar door to the villa. A pungent stench of decay, mingled with the metallic scent of blood, assaulted his senses, causing him to instinctively furrow his brow. Peering inside, he beheld a scene of chaos in the living room. The sofa lay overturned. Shards of the glass coffee table were strewn about, and books and miscellaneous items littered the floor. A middle-aged male zombie, clad in a suit and possessing a corpulent physique, stood with his back to the entrance, swaying unsteadily as he pounded against a closed door, emitting meaningless howls from his throat. Upon hearing the commotion at the entrance, he slowly turned around. His face was marred with dark, necrotic patches, and his skin glistened with a greasy sheen, as though coated in rancid oil. Most repulsive of all was his left eye, which had completely vacated its socket, hanging precariously by a thread of shredded flesh and sinew. With each awkward movement, it swayed ominously, threatening to fall at any moment. Mental state -1. A system notification drifted into the corner of his vision. A wave of intense nausea surged in Su Chen's throat, almost compelling him to vomit. Damn! Clenching his teeth, he managed to suppress the bile that threatened to erupt. Even in death, it was grotesque. The creature noticed Su Chen, instantly roaring and lumbering toward him with its stiff gait, entirely disregarding Shen Wanqing. As it brushed past her, Shen Wanqing struck without warning. There were no superfluous movements, simply a swift palm strike aimed at the zombie's neck. Crack! The sharp sound of bone snapping resonated through the disheveled living room. The middle-aged zombie's forward momentum halted abruptly, its head grotesquely twisting and drooping onto its shoulder. Its massive body collapsed with a thunderous thud, stirring up a cloud of dust. The murky eyeball that had dangled from its cheek finally detached, akin to a faded glass marble, rolling to a stop at Su Chen's feet. Mental state -1. Su Chen's eyelids twitched violently, his stomach churning anew. He fought against the discomfort, yet he had no time to exhale in relief. The kitchen door creaked open, revealing two figures staggering forth. One was a female zombie clad in an apron, while the other was a robust young male zombie. Their gazes were fixated upon Su Chen. With a guttural roar, the two zombies advanced, flanking him with their stiff strides. Su Chen tightened his grip on the hoe, his muscles tensing in anticipation of the impending confrontation. Meanwhile, Shen Wanqing had already engaged the enemies. Crack! Crack! The sounds echoed sharply as the battle concluded swiftly. Killed a level 1 zombie. Gained experience 2. 5. Your pet Shen Wanqing gained experience 2. 5. Killed a level 1 zombie. Gained experience 2. 5. Your pet Shen Wanqing gained experience 2. 5. Su Chen slowly lowered the hoe he had raised halfway. He observed Shen Wanqing standing amidst the three corpses, her attire unruffled. Was his pet too formidable? It seemed that, as her master, he was merely a spectator, reduced to shouting encouragement. Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, Su Chen straightened his posture, reclaiming his authoritative demeanor. Well done. Let us continue the sweep. With his command issued, Shen Wanqing promptly turned and ascended the staircase to the second floor. Su Chen kept his distance, standing at the foot of the stairs, listening intently to the sounds from above. Soon, a loud crash echoed as a door was forcefully opened, followed by two sharp, familiar cracks. Moments later, Shen Wanqing reappeared at the top of the stairs, gazing silently at him. Threat has been eliminated. Very well. I'll treat you later, Su Chen said to Shen Wanqing, indifferent to whether she comprehended his words. Just as his voice faded, a line of green text materialized in the lower left corner. Notice, your pet Shen Wanqing's experience points are full. She can now level up. Level up? Su Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. He immediately accessed the pet interface on his wristband. Name, Shen Wanqing, level 1, 100. The experience bar was full. After eliminating numerous zombies in the town, along with the 7 in this villa, he finally amassed enough experience for an upgrade. Without a moment's hesitation, he selected the upgrade option. Upgrading your pet Shen Wanqing. Upgrade successful. Your pet's level has risen to LV2. Your pet has gained 1 free attribute point. Much like humans, pets also received only 1 free attribute point upon leveling up. He swiftly opened Shun Wanqing's detailed attribute panel, his gaze darting over the options: Constitution, Strength, Speed, Perception. Only these 4 attributes displayed a small plus sign beside them, while Spirit and Sanity did not, rendering them unmodifiable. Which attribute to enhance? Su Chen's eyes flicked across the 4 options. Constitution, at 10 points, was already quite high. Thus, adding to it seemed redundant. Strength, 8 points. Against ordinary zombies, it is entirely overwhelming. 1 slap, 1 demise, sufficient for the time being. Perception, 10 points, remarkably high, which allows her to evade numerous dangers in advance. Having ruled out these 3 attributes, the answer becomes conspicuously evident: speed. Su Chen's gaze ultimately settled on that solitary value of 2. This constitutes her sole shortcoming. If she could elevate her speed, Shun Wanqing's combat prowess would undoubtedly experience a qualitative leap. A terrifying force, tireless, perceptive, and as swift as a specter. Just the thought of it sends shivers down one's spine. It is decided then: speed. Without hesitation, Su Chen allocated that precious point of free attribute to speed. Name: Shun Wanqing. Species: mutated zombie. Level: 2, 0, 500. Constitution: to strength, 8. Speed: stamina, nearly infinite. Unaffected by fatigue, pain, hypoxia, blood loss, etc. Unless utterly destroyed. Perception: mental, 0. Rationality, 0. Energetic, nearly infinite. Satiation: 72, 100. Hydration: 66, 100. Condition: good. Ability: olfactory perception, elementary. Information: this is a recently contracted special mutated zombie. She will not infect her master. Her condition is currently good, and all abilities are normal. Friendly reminder: your little pet has just leveled up, and she seems to have undergone a subtle transformation. To advance to level 3, the required experience skyrockets from 100 to 500, mirroring his own leveling experience. It appears that further upgrades will not be so readily attainable. His gaze was soon drawn to the final friendly reminder. A subtle transformation? Su Chen furrowed his brow and looked up at Shun Wanqing, who stood a short distance away. Chapter 40. The business vehicle in the garage, it was still that breathtakingly beautiful face, pale as snow. The alluringly voluptuous figure remained, the black tracksuit failing to conceal those heart-stopping curves. Those hollow, large eyes still lacked any spark. What had changed? Su Chen circled around her twice, even extending his hand to tentatively pinch her, finding her skin icy to the touch, yet exquisitely soft and supple. It felt just like before. What was the difference? After much contemplation, he was unable to discern any answer. Perhaps it was best not to dwell on it. He shook his head, temporarily casting aside the question. Regardless of any changes, as long as it indicated strength, it was a positive development. He refocused his thoughts and began to attend to more pressing matters. First, he stepped into the courtyard, slamming the heavy wrought iron gate closed with a resounding clang, securing it with a bolt from the inside. He then returned indoors, firmly shutting and locking the villa's main door. Next came the time to scavenge for spoils. He didn't rush to rummage through drawers and cabinets. Instead, he conducted a cursory inspection of several rooms on the first floor. When he opened an inconspicuous door beside the hall, the scene that unfolded before him left him momentarily breathless. Behind the door lay a spacious garage. At its center stood a sleek, black behemoth, a luxury business vehicle, quietly parked. Wow! Su Chen couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes widening in astonishment. Compared to this magnificent vehicle, that old, dilapidated truck was nothing but a heap of scrap. With this, who would fear the poisonous mist? A mere press on the accelerator would send the toxic fog fleeing behind. He dashed forward, his hand gliding over the cold, smooth surface of the car, his excitement causing his body to tremble slightly. He then reached for the car door, only to find it locked. Yet, this did not dampen his spirits. Rather, it intensified his exhilaration. A locked door meant that the vehicle had remained untouched since the apocalypse began. Car keys. The thought struck him like lightning. He turned and rushed back to the living room, his gaze landing on the middle-aged male zombie in a suit, whose death had been particularly tragic. It was highly likely that he was the owner of this villa. Suppressing his disgust, Su Chen crouched down and began to search the corpse. Before long, he felt a hard object in the pocket of the man's dress pants. Pulling it out, he discovered it was a set of car and villa keys. Clutching the keys, he dashed back to the garage without a backward glance. Beep. He pressed the unlock button on the keys. Instantly, the black business vehicle flashed its lights twice, accompanied by a crisp, unlocking sound. Su Chen swung open the driver's door, and an intoxicating blend of genuine leather and a hint of perfume enveloped him. He eagerly slid into the seat, the soft upholstery embracing his entire body, the delightful sensation almost eliciting a moan of pleasure. This is a stark contrast to his rigid, three-wheeled vehicle, akin to the heavens and the earth. Su Chen opened the car door, and a unique scent, a blend of genuine leather and new car interior, enveloped him. He eagerly settled into the driver's seat, where the soft leather embraced his entire body, bestowing an unparalleled sense of comfort and safety. Gazing at the technologically advanced dashboard and control panel before him, he felt as though he had returned to a civilized world. With a heart full of excitement, he pressed the ignition button. The indicator lights on the dashboard flickered weakly, followed by a series of feeble clicking sounds that ultimately succumbed to silence. The ecstasy on Su Chen's face froze in an instant. Undeterred, he attempted several more times, but was met with the same disheartening, clicking noise. The battery was dead. The worst-case scenario had indeed come to pass. Damn it! Su Chen slammed his fist onto the steering wheel, producing a dull thud. Cursing aside, anger aside, the issue still needed resolution. He was not one to lament difficulties. He quickly regained his composure and began to devise a plan. If the battery was dead, he would simply replace it. He pondered the possibility of locating an auto repair shop. Even if he failed to find one, the town was littered with abandoned vehicles. Surely, he could find a compatible battery with some charge left. Though it might be troublesome, it was certainly better than facing despair. Resolute, Su Chen sprang into action. He opened the hood and located the car battery, which bore a label clearly indicating its model and specifications. He recorded this information in a small notebook. Afterward, he crouched beside the vehicle to meticulously examine the sidewalls of the tires, noting their specifications as well. Should he find an auto repair shop, a comprehensive procurement would ensue. Spare tires, engine oil, a jack, tire repair tools. Although he had no mechanical skills, being prepared was always prudent. As for the supplies in the villa, he could scour them later in the evening. The immediate priority was to resolve the issues with this vehicle. With determination, Su Chen wasted no time. He took Shen Wanqing back to the courtyard and, with a resounding clang, locked the heavy iron gate. Having completed this task, he and Shen Wanqing chose a direction and began their exploration. The sky gradually darkened, and he needed to act swiftly, walking along the desolate streets. Su Chen soon sensed a change in Shen Wanqing beside him. Her movements appeared subtly different from before. No longer were they purely rigid, like a marionette. As she took her steps, a faint sense of coordination emerged between her waist and legs. Despite still emanating an aura that discouraged approach, she exuded a hint of vitality. She could even manage a light jog. The speed of 3 points was indeed remarkable. Su Chen felt a surge of delight. Those one attribute point investments were truly worthwhile. At the corner ahead, a wandering zombie caught sight of them, advancing with a hoarse growl. Su Chen continued his stride, his weapon still sheathed, having merely issued a simple command in his mind. Eliminated. In an instant, Shen Wanqing surged forward. With a crisp crack, the sound of breaking bones resonated, and the zombie collapsed with a thud. The entire sequence unfolded in less than 3 seconds. Su Chen passed by without even lifting his eyelids. He had grown accustomed to it, truly. With such an automated extermination companion at his side, he felt like a leisurely tourist in a post-apocalyptic world, safe and untroubled. Thus, the duo advanced with remarkable efficiency, dispatching 7 or 8 solitary zombies along the way. Su Chen's experience points did not increase significantly. However, he had thoroughly grasped Shen Wanqing's enhanced capabilities. The additional point in speed had indeed triggered a qualitative transformation. After about 10 minutes of walking, Su Chen paused, his gaze fixed on a sign atop a nearby building. Though coated in dust, a few prominent red characters remained clearly visible: Brothers Auto Repair Shop. He felt a surge of joy. They had found it. Su Chen quickened his pace. Chapter 41. The auto repair shop. The roll-up door of the repair shop stood firmly closed, its surface coated in dust and dark, dried stains from ages past. Su Chen paused, refraining from recklessly forcing the door open. He cast a glance at Shen Wanqing beside him, a directive forming in his mind. Ascertained the situation within. Receiving the command, Shen Wanqing strode confidently to the sealed entrance. Moments later, a clear sense of reassurance flooded Su Chen's thoughts. Inside, it is safe. The tension in Su Chen's body instantly relaxed. Safety was all that mattered. No longer hesitating, he retrieved a crowbar from the warehouse. With determination, he inserted the flat end of the bar into the gap at the bottom of the roll-up door and took a deep breath, channeling all his strength into his arms before forcefully prying upward. A shrill metallic screech shattered the silence of the street, echoing for quite a distance. Su Chen's heart raced to his throat. Cautiously observing his surroundings and noting no anomalies, he allowed himself to breathe easier. Swiftly, he managed to pry open a gap just wide enough for a person to slip through, then promptly darted inside, signaling Shen Wanqing to follow. Upon entering the repair shop, Su Chen carefully lowered the roll-up door. With a soft clank, the external light was entirely extinguished, plunging the space into shadow. Leaning against the cold door, he listened intently to the sounds outside until he was assured that the piercing noise had not attracted any unwelcome visitors, at which point he finally exhaled in relief. He produced a candle and lit it. Illuminated by its flickering glow, Su Chen surveyed his surroundings, his eyes widening with excitement. This place was truly a treasure trove of post-apocalyptic wonders. On the wall-mounted shelves, an array of motor oils, brake fluids, and coolants were neatly arranged, each bottle cloaked in a fine layer of dust, yet evidently brand new. On the opposite side, massive iron racks were adorned with tires of various sizes, exuding the distinct scent of rubber. Scattered across the floor were jacks, wrenches, and an assortment of repair tools strewn about haphazardly. Su Chen hastened to a corner where several cardboard boxes were piled high. He tore open one of them, revealing a pristine automobile battery. Overwhelmed with joy, he pulled out a notebook in which he recorded model numbers and meticulously cross-referenced. It was a perfect match. A wave of relief washed over Su Chen as he gazed at the plethora of automotive supplies and components surrounding him. In the face of such abundance, choosing was for children. He desired it all. These items, if not seized now, would be exceedingly difficult to procure later, especially the tires and various fluids, all of which were consumables. More was certainly better. Excitement glimmered in Su Chen's eyes as he rubbed his hands together, embarking on a frenzied scavenging spree. Approaching the shelves, he swept his arm across, and a line of motor oils vanished instantly, absorbed into the warehouse space. Warehouse space insufficient. Damn it, I knew it. Su Chen cursed silently, but felt no regret, promptly accessing the store interface. Expand. Consuming 100 survival points, expanding warehouse space by 1 cubic meter. As the space expanded, Su Chen continued his fervent endeavors. A row of brake fluid collected. A stack of air filters collected. Insufficient warehouse space. Expand. Consuming 100 survival points. Warehouse space increased by 1 cubic meter. Thus, within the confines of the repair shop, the air resonated with Su Chen's excited soliloquy and the system's cold notifications. These tools are splendid, all collected. Tires. What a treasure. For is insufficient. Let us have 8. And 2 jacks as well. They may come in handy in the future. Insufficient warehouse space. Expand. Expand. Today, I shall have ample space. Su Chen, driven by fervor, viewed the survival points merely as a series of pulsating numbers. After 7 consecutive expansions of the warehouse, exhausting a total of 700 survival points, he finally vacated the entire Brother Auto repair shop. Gazing at the now expanded warehouse space of 18 cubic meters, filled to the brim with tires, crates of batteries, various oils, and car parts, an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and security welled within him. This venture was a resounding success. He wiped the sweat from his brow and leaned against an empty shelf, ready to catch his breath and admire his achievements. At that moment, a warning sounded. Nearby, food, flesh. It was Shen Wanqing's alert. The smile on Su Chen's face froze. Someone was approaching. Moreover, based on previous experiences, They were not far from his location. He decisively resolved to leave the repair shop immediately. Instead of exiting through the roll-up door, he stealthily slipped out through a small back entrance with Shen Wanqing. Outside lay a narrow alley cluttered with discarded tires and debris. He didn't rush out, but pressed against the wall, cautiously peeking his head around to quickly scan the street outside the alley. It was desolate. A breeze rustled, lifting a newspaper that tumbled across the empty road. No one. Su Chen furrowed his brow, yet his vigilance remained unwavering. Shen Wanqing's perceptions had never been erroneous. He chose not to retrace his steps, but instead led Shen Wanqing into another alley. Freshly laden with supplies from the repair shop, he needed to exercise utmost caution. He would rather spend extra time and take a longer route than risk failure at this critical juncture. The two navigated through the labyrinthine alleys, clearing some zombies along the way. As he turned a corner, his steps abruptly halted. A few dozen meters ahead, a door swung open from within a house, and a figure emerged. It was a middle-aged man of average build, seemingly around 40 to 50 years old. Clad in a gray jacket, he wielded a fire axe, dark stains still lingering on the blade. Almost simultaneously with the man's emergence, Su Chen found himself in the man's line of sight. Their gazes locked, and the air seemed to freeze in that instant. The middle-aged man's eyes sharpened like knives, and his fingers, gripping the fire axe, turned pale with tension. The entire body was ensnared in a taut state, poised for an imminent assault. Su Chen's heart raced, lodged in his throat. He instinctively contemplated his counterattack should the other party charge at him. The two stood in silent confrontation, separated by dozens of meters, neither daring to speak nor move, each assessing the other's threat. This survivor appeared to be no ordinary foe, surviving alone in such an environment. It was implausible that he had not claimed a few zombie lives. Time trickled by, each second stretching into eternity. Ultimately, it was the middle-aged man who shattered the silence first. He merely nodded in Su Chen's direction, neither too forcefully nor too lightly, without uttering a word. Then, he turned away, wielding his axe, and strode in the opposite direction from Su Chen. His steps were steady, and he did not glance back. Yet, Su Chen could sense that a significant portion of the man's attention remained fixated on him. Su Chen remained motionless, observing the man's silhouette as it gradually receded, ultimately vanishing at the street's end. Only then did Su Chen exhale slowly, fully aware that had he exhibited even the slightest hint of hostility or made any threatening gesture, a fierce battle would have been inevitable. Fortunately, both parties maintained their restraint. Although he was confident in his ability to prevail in a confrontation, he wished to avoid unnecessary complications at that moment. Chapter 42. The Malevolent Neighbor. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Chen swiftly led Shen Wanqing into a nearby alley, deliberately meandering through the vicinity. As he walked, he frequently glanced back, occasionally pausing at a corner to ensure no one was tailing them. Once he confirmed that they were indeed unaccompanied, he quickened his pace toward the villa. Upon arriving at the familiar gates of the villa, the sky had completely darkened. He retrieved his keys, unlocked the gate, and quickly ushered Shen Wanqing inside, promptly locking the heavy iron gate behind them. Safety achieved. Entering the garage, he lit a candle, the flickering yellow light casting elongated shadows of himself and the black business vehicle around him. He fetched a brand new battery and tools from the storage area. Su Chen was no professional mechanic. He had merely perused various resources for his writing endeavors, yet remained a mere theoretical understanding. Clumsily examining the battery's terminals, he fumbled with a wrench and screwdriver, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. Damn it, why is this thing so tight? He muttered under his breath, applying more force. With a soft click, the old battery's clasp finally yielded to him. He exhaled in relief, cautiously removing the cumbersome old battery and replacing it with a new one, ensuring the positive and negative terminals were properly connected. After completing this task, he felt his back damp with sweat. Wiping his brow, he settled into the driver's seat. Taking a deep breath, Su Chen pressed the one-button ignition. Instantly, all the dashboard lights illuminated. Following a brief yet powerful surge of electrical sound, Virum roar, the deep, resonant growl of the engine erupted within the garage, reverberating with an essence of raw power, akin to a slumbering beast awakening at that very moment. He had succeeded. Elation surged through Su Chen, but he swiftly turned off the engine to prevent the noise from drawing attention. After regaining his composure, He rummaged through a storage cabinet in the garage and discovered a portable air pump. Connecting it to a power source, he inflated all 4 tires. Once this was accomplished, he extinguished the candle, plunging the garage into darkness. He had no desire to take risks. Should the candlelight filter through the villa's window seams, it could attract unwanted eyes, leading to further complications. Guided by the faint moonlight seeping through the windows, he commenced a meticulous search throughout the villa. There were numerous treasures within this abode. In the kitchen, he uncovered several vacuum-sealed bags of rice and flour, as well as a dozen assorted canned goods, beef, luncheon meat, fermented black bean fish, and more. The greatest surprise awaited him in a storage room on the 2nd floor, where he stumbled upon a half-filled medical kit. As he opened it, Su Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement. Within the confines of the space, there existed not only common cold remedies, analgesics, and adhesive bandages, but also several bottles of medical alcohol, an abundance of sterile gauze, bandages, and 2 boxes of amoxicillin, antibiotics. In the apocalyptic world, such items are valued even more than gold. Once injured and infected, without antibiotics, one could only await death. Without hesitation, Su Chen gathered all the useful supplies and stored them away. After completing his search, he glanced at the time displayed on his wristband. 7:50 p.m. Only 10 minutes remained before the zombies would enter a frenzied state. Standing in the center of the disheveled living room, he felt the gnawing hunger in his stomach, preparing to retrieve some food from the warehouse as a reward for his efforts. Just at that moment, 7:50 p.m., the countdown continued, 10 minutes until the zombies would become agitated. He stood amidst the chaos of the living room, the intense hunger pangs urging him to indulge after a long day of toil without a morsel to eat. As he ready to take food and water from the warehouse to savor a fleeting moment of peace, a familiar thought suddenly echoed in his mind without warning. Nearby. Food, flesh. It was Shun Wanqing's alert. Su Chen's expression froze, and he inwardly cursed. Damn it, couldn't he just enjoy a meal and a good night's sleep in peace? Suppressing his irritation, he immediately shifted into a state of vigilance. Where was the direction of the food, the flesh? He attempted to convey his thoughts, seeking more precise information. However, silence enveloped his mind, offering no response. It seemed that in her current state, Shun Wanqing was unable to comprehend such complex commands. She could sense the existence of a threat, but could not articulate its specific location. Furrowing his brow, Su Chen's gaze fell upon Shun Wanqing, who stood expressionless, resembling a stunning sculpture, as if the earlier alarm bore no relation to her. How could he ascertain the direction? Surely, he couldn't check every window. That would be too passive. Su Chen's mind raced, and a sudden thought flashed through. Eureka! He issued a simple and direct command in his mind. Move towards the food. The moment the command was given, Shun Wanqing's previously motionless body reacted. She slowly turned, facing the wall to the left of the villa's entrance, then strode forward with long strides, heading straight in that direction. The path lay to the left side of the villa. What a genius I am! Su Chen couldn't help but commend himself in his mind. He promptly instructed Shun Wanqing to remain in place, then turned and ascended to the 2nd floor, continuing up the staircase until he reached the rooftop of the 3rd floor. The villa's rooftop was an open terrace, surrounded by waist-high railings. He refrained from standing upright recklessly. Instead, he lay flat on the ground, stealthily crawling behind the railing. Peering out cautiously, his vigilant gaze directed toward the road to the left of the villa's entrance. As night deepened, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Time passed, second by second. Su Chen lay prone on the cold concrete floor, scarcely daring to breathe. Indeed, it was not long before 2 blinding beams of light pierced the darkness from afar. A vehicle was approaching. It was a rather new van that gradually came to a halt on the road not far ahead. The doors swung open, and 2 figures emerged from the vehicle. By the light of the moon, Su Chen discerned their silhouettes, one tall and slender, the other robust. They were precisely the group he had encountered earlier near the small truck. A woman trailed behind them. They made their way directly to the iron gate of the villa, where Su Chen was hiding, pushing against it. With a clang, the heavy iron gate remained steadfastly shut, producing a faint sound. Damn it, the door is locked, the lanky man muttered under his breath. The sturdy man, who appeared to be their leader, remained silent, casting a wary glance at the still villa. Then, with decisive motion, He gestured for the others to follow him toward the adjacent villa, whose gates stood wide open. Su Chen continued to observe as the two men stepped into the neighboring house. Chapter 43. The reckless neighbor. They strode directly to the iron gate of the villa where Su Chen resided, pushing it with their hands. Clang! The heavy iron gate remained immovable, producing a faint sound. Damn it, the door is locked, the tall, lanky man muttered under his breath. The robust leader remained silent, casting a vigilant glance at the quiet villa. Then, decisively, he gestured for his companions to proceed to the adjacent villa, which stood with its gates wide open. Su Chen continued to observe. The two men entered the neighboring house, and shortly after, a cacophony erupted from within. Roar, bang, crack. The sounds of zombies' growls followed by a sudden, intense scuffle echoed from the adjacent villa. Yet, the uproar was fleeting. Within mere seconds, silence reclaimed the atmosphere. Su Chen's pupils constricted slightly. There were at least one or two zombies in that villa, swiftly dealt with in such a short span. This group was indeed formidable. Before long, the two men emerged from the neighboring yard. They cautiously returned to their van, driving it into the adjacent courtyard and shutting off the engine. It appeared they intended to settle in next door for the night. In the quiet of the night, sounds traveled far. Su Chen lay on the rooftop, eavesdropping on their conversation with clarity. Damn, I'm exhausted. Today has been a stroke of bad luck. I've searched several vehicles, but they were either out of gas or had dead batteries, complained the lanky man. Enough with the chatter. At least we managed to get a vehicle, replied the deep, hoarse voice of the robust man. If it weren't for Xiaoya, we'd still be running on foot. The woman named Xiaoya spoke, her voice trembling with fear. Brother Chong, next time, could you please not make me? Silence. The robust man coldly interrupted her. It's a miracle we're still alive. That fool had no idea he was being played by such a pretty girl. Did he? Ha ha. Those few hundred survival points of his truly aided us. Upon hearing this, Su Chen felt a chill rush through him. They had seized that van through murder, using a woman as bait to lure an unsuspecting young driver. Then the two men pounced to deliver the fatal blow. Such ruthlessness. This was no longer mere survival in a post-apocalyptic world. It was blatant plunder and slaughter. Tomorrow, we'll thoroughly search this area, which appears to be affluent. There must be plenty to gain here. The robust man began to devise a plan. It would be ideal to encounter one or two isolated, unsuspecting victims. Let us rob them. This is far quicker than painstakingly slaying zombies for survival points. Exactly. Robbing people is much more efficient. Supplies, survival points, everything we need. Su Chen listened in silence, his gaze gradually turning icy. The neighbors next door are ruthless and devoid of humanity. It seems that tonight one must devise a means to eliminate them. For tomorrow holds ample time to scavenge resources in the town. Encountering them on the way would indeed cause trouble. Thus, it is prudent to strike preemptively. Su Chen resolved to replenish his energy first. After a busy afternoon, hunger gripped him. Rather than preparing instant noodles, he retrieved the last meat bun from his space. In a few bites, he devoured the bun and then purchased a loaf of bread from the marketplace, washing it down with bottled water, consuming it voraciously. The cold bread slid down his throat, far from delectable. Yet, as the food settled within him, warmth gradually returned to his body, and his taut nerves began to ease somewhat. Leaning against the wall, he quietly digested his meal while contemplating his next course of action. The trio next door consisted of two men and a woman. The leader, known as Brother Chong, appeared robust, exhibiting considerable strength and physique. The other was a lanky individual, no less formidable. As for the woman named Xiaoya, her capability to act alongside them in their sinister endeavors indicated she was no mere lightweight. Engaging them head-on would undoubtedly be a foolish strategy. While mulling over this, he prepared to descend and slice some meat for Shen Wanqing. At that moment, however, a faint yet stifled female voice suddenly pierced through the wall and the night, reaching his ears. Su Chen paused, straining to listen. The voice was intermittent, imbued with an odd timbre, resonating distinctly in the stillness of the night. Soon after, the coarse panting of a man and his indecent curses echoed forth. Brother Chong, take it easy. The woman's voice trembled, laced with a hint of suppressed sobbing. Shut up. Can you enjoy it if I take it easy? The deep, boorish voice of the burly man responded, accompanied by the sharp crack of a slap. Exactly. Xiaoya, You must serve us well. Only then can we assist you in slaying zombies." The lanky man's voice chimed in, brimming with excitement. Su Chen's face darkened. Damn it. At a time like this, they still have the audacity to engage in such frivolity? With such vigor, why did they not exhibit the same bravery when confronting zombies during the day? They were practically shouting, as if daring the nearby undead to overhear them. He was utterly speechless. Were these individuals truly unafraid of death? Or did they believe their lives to be interminable? He returned to the rooftop, gazing towards the neighboring villa. A dim candlelight flickered in a room on the second floor. The curtains were not drawn tightly. Shadows danced within, accompanied by increasingly lascivious cries and the man's lewd laughter. It was nothing short of a live broadcast of the apocalypse. Su Chen furrowed his brow and opened a regional channel in the chat interface. He sought to ascertain the circumstances of other survivors while gathering more information about the zombies and monsters prowling the night. The regional channel was refreshing at an alarming pace. Clearly, for many, this night would be one of wakefulness. Who can tell me what in the world is going on? As night descends, the outside zombies dart about as if fueled by adrenaline, moving swifter than dogs. I witnessed a fellow being relentlessly pursued and torn apart before my very eyes, his entrails spilling onto the ground. Those upstairs, do you not realize? After 8 o'clock in the evening, the zombies enter a frenzied state. Oh, I am so frightened. My friend and I are hiding in a second-floor clothing store. The door is being battered incessantly, and we have barricaded it with whatever we could find, uncertain if we can endure until dawn. Is there anyone willing to form a team? I can hardly hold on by myself. My coordinates are at the Central Hospital of Baymatown, and I have medication. Don't be foolish. Who would dare to rescue you now? You might as well pray for your own safety. When darkness falls, those creatures become utterly deranged. As for the Central Hospital, do you intend to bait them? How can we trust that you are not in cahoots with them, luring us into a trap? You wish to barter medicine for your life? First, throw the medicine out the window. We will confirm your intentions before proceeding. The channel was instantly filled with suspicion and malicious speculation towards the individual seeking help from the hospital. In this apocalyptic world, trust is the most inexpensive yet the most extravagant commodity. At that moment, a peculiar message popped up. Are there zombies where you are? I have yet to encounter any. Is it like in the movies? Exciting, isn't it? The message was accompanied by a curious emoji. Chapter 44. You truly know how to have fun. Upon the emergence of this news, an eerie silence enveloped the entire regional channel for 2 fleeting seconds. Then, it erupted instantaneously. Excitement? I am in Qing Shui Town. Come here right now, and I shall ensure you experience true exhilaration. Damn it, who is this chosen one? Did they traverse here without encountering any monsters? As Su Chen surveyed the messages flooding the channel, a profound weight settled upon his heart. It appeared that the survivors in Ma Town were far more numerous than he had anticipated. Tomorrow's scavenging operation would necessitate vigilance not only against the zombies, but also against these uncertain survivors whose allegiance remained ambiguous. Strong brother, you are truly remarkable. Ah. The commotion next door intensified, the woman's voice rising unabashedly into the heavens. Su Chen felt parched and his temples pulsed violently. This was madness. They were courting death in the most extravagant fashion. As expected, the air was pierced by frenzied howls. On the town streets, several manic roars echoed. Su Chen distinctly observed 3 or 4 figures sprinting from various directions, evidently drawn by the woman's cries. Their objective was singular, the villa next door, where an impassioned spectacle was unfolding. Bang! Bang! Clang! The zombies began to frantically batter the iron gate and the surrounding walls of the adjacent yard, producing a cacophony that resonated through the stillness of the night. The iron gate clanged loudly, reaching far into the quietude. What is that sound? The man referred to as Strong Brother seemed to have caught wind of the disturbance, momentarily halting his actions. What does it matter? It is likely just a few oblivious zombies drawn in. The gate is shut tight. They cannot enter. The tall, slender man spoke with a tone of disdain and breathlessness. Strong Brother, do not stop. I find this even more thrilling. The woman's voice quivered with excitement. Devoid of fear, and indeed, she became even more engrossed. Ha ha ha. Xiaoyi is right. Damn it, the presence of zombies outside, listening, and makes it all the more exhilarating. Precisely. Let them hear the sounds of the living. Haha. The revelry next door not only persisted in the face of the incoming zombies, but escalated. The sounds rising in a crescendo. Su Chen stood on the rooftop, utterly astounded. Is this truly how one plays? You certainly know how to intensify the experience. Clang, clang, clang. The noise of pounding on the door attracted even more zombies. 1, 2, 3. Before long, a throng of over a dozen frenzied zombies had amassed outside the villa's gate. They relentlessly hurled their bodies against the iron door, some even beginning to stack upon one another. Su Chen was rendered speechless, utterly incredulous. How desperate could they be? Must they be so thoroughly engrossed? Was there not a single soul who noticed the swelling horde of zombies outside? The zombies, drawn from all directions by the clamor, continued to multiply. In a matter of mere minutes, a dark mass had gathered outside the villa's gate, easily comprising 50 or 60 creatures. They jostled together, incessantly battering the iron door. Roar! Hiss! A cacophony of various noises converged, creating a terrifying wave of sound in the stillness of the night. The piercing voice of a woman from the second floor next door persisted, even overshadowing the howls of the zombies, becoming the most resplendent melody in this apocalyptic symphony. Su Chen lay atop the roof, observing the spectacular scene, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. You certainly know how to entertain, he mused, genuinely astonished by the live performance amidst the watchful eyes of dozens of frenzied zombies. It was akin to playing poker with one's life. He even contemplated whether to applaud them. At that moment, a new development unfolded among the horde outside the courtyard wall. Due to limited space, the zombies at the back were incessantly pushing forward, compressing those at the front against the iron gate and the wall. Gradually, a few zombies were hoisted up by their peers from behind, standing precariously on the shoulders of those below. They began to clamber upwards, one by one, like a group of prisoners vying for escape. One of the zombies had already managed to grasp the top of the 2-meter-high wall, its murky eyes fixated on the window of the villa's second floor, emitting an excited roar from its throat. Another hand shot up, gripping the wall's edge. In the next moment, the rigid body swayed and tumbled over the wall, crashing heavily into the courtyard. With a thud, it struggled to rise, showing no signs of hesitation as it charged towards the villa's tightly shut security door. At that instant, a piercing and elevated female voice erupted from the neighboring villa. The sound was haunting and prolonged, as though it had drained every ounce of strength, seemingly wrenched from the very soul. Then it abruptly ceased. The world fell silent. It appeared that the commotion had momentarily subsided. Su Chen mused with a frown. Bang! 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 The zombie that had tumbled into the courtyard was now at the security door, frantically battering and slamming against the heavy metal barrier with its body and hands. The noise downstairs finally alerted the occupants of the second floor to the unusual disturbance. What the hell is that noise? Questioned a tall, lean man, his voice laced with uncertainty. It seemed something had entered the courtyard. The voice of a robust man followed, filled with vigilance. A flurry of hurried footsteps ensued. Creaking, the villa's main door was yanked open from the inside. The two men, having not even donned their trousers, rushed down with their lower halves exposed. The leading robust man wielded a machete, his gaze fierce, while the other lean man brandished a steel pipe. Roar! The zombie at the entrance let out a howl, lunging at the two men, seeking death. The robust man cursed, advancing rather than retreating as the cold glimmer of the machete sliced through the air, descending with force upon the zombie's head. With a splatter, it sounded akin to a watermelon being cleaved in two. The zombie's head burst open on the spot, splattering both red and white across the ground. Its forward momentum came to an abrupt halt as it collapsed weakly. Having dispatched this creature, the two men did not let their guard down. The robust man swiftly approached the doorway, directing the flashlight he held towards the entrance of the courtyard. As the blinding beam pierced the darkness, illuminating the scene beyond the gate, both men's breaths froze in their chests. Within the circle of light, a horde of zombies emerged, countless in number. Twisted, decaying faces and eyes gleaming with an eerie glow filled the darkness, their bodies battering against the iron gate in a frenzy. The sight was akin to the very arrival of hell itself. Damn it! The lanky man barely managed to utter a word, his complexion paling instantly. Quick! Shut the door. Barricade it. The sturdy man reacted with remarkable speed. He yanked the lanky man back into the room, then forcefully slammed the heavy security door shut, promptly locking it. Bang, bang, bang. An ever-increasing multitude of zombies collided against the once sturdy iron gate. The door groaned under the mounting pressure. Creak, with a piercing metallic screech. The lock was completely shattered. Boom! The iron door collapsed thunderously. The tide of corpses pressed against the entrance surged forth like a burst dam, flooding into the courtyard. Their singular aim was the villa. Quick, drag the sofa over. And the table. The cabinet. Move everything here. The frantic roars of the two men echoed within, accompanied by the immense noise of furniture being dragged. Clearly, they were desperately constructing their final line of defense. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of frenzied zombies charged relentlessly against the villa's security door. The door quaked violently, and dust cascaded down from the junctions of the frame and walls. Yet, it ultimately withstood the initial wave of onslaught. Behind the door, heavy furniture was evidently braced against it with all its might. Chapter 45. Increasing the intensity for you, the zombies did not relent. They were tireless, impervious to pain, relentlessly battering the door with their decaying bodies. On the rooftop, Su Chen lay on the cold ground, his brow furrowed. The quality of the security door next door was surprisingly robust, coupled with the furniture barricading it. Dozens of frenzied zombies could not breach it for the time being. Yet, this was not necessarily a good sign. When dawn broke and the zombies retreated, the three scoundrels next door might very well survive, leaving Su Chen with three unwelcome neighbors. However, should the zombies manage to break in, Su Chen glanced at the mass of undead, estimating at least 60 or 70. Once they had feasted on the buffet inside, would they not turn their sights on him? The defenses of his villa were not significantly superior to those of the neighboring unit. Confronting such a horde of raging zombies, even with Shun Wanqing's presence, would not be an easy feat of fiery assault. His warehouse was stocked with gasoline. A single flame could indeed resolve the issue. However, the commotion would be too conspicuous. The blaze would illuminate half the town, exposing his position completely. Attracting attention would likely draw more than just zombies. The number of survivors in this small town was far greater than he had anticipated. Who could say if there were individuals within that were more ruthless than the trio next door? He could not afford to place himself in jeopardy. A strategy was imperative, one that could eliminate the three miscreants while simultaneously mitigating the threat posed by the zombies. Su Chen's mind raced, a plan gradually taking shape. Since they craved excitement, he would certainly provide them with a heightened challenge. No longer hesitating, he silently descended from the rooftop. He then tiptoed to the first floor, directing his thoughts toward Shun Wanqing, issuing a mental command. Follow me. The duo stealthily entered the kitchen. The villa's kitchen had a small door leading outside. Su Chen refrained from opening it immediately, instead crouching by the barred window, cautiously surveying the outside. The area was deserted, devoid of any zombies. The cacophony of banging and growling had drawn all the undead to the front of the villa. Once assured of safety, Su Chen slowly turned the door lock. He opened the door a crack and issued a new command to Shun Wanqing. Step outside and await further instructions. In an instant, her figure slipped through the narrow opening, blending into the night. Su Chen promptly closed the door and secured it with a lock. Not fully at ease, he retrieved several oil drums from the warehouse, barricading the door with them. After ensuring everything was in place, he sprinted back to the rooftop. He once again lay behind the railing, casting his gaze toward the neighboring unit. The situation remained unchanged. The zombies continued their futile assault on the sturdy security door, shaking it violently. With dust cascading from the walls, yet it remained unyielding. The individuals within the room appeared to regain a semblance of security, seemingly bolstered by the formidable door. As the cacophony of curses and the weeping of a woman diminished significantly, a cold smirk crept across Su Chen's lips. He concentrated, issuing a clear and lethal command in his mind to Shun Wanqing, who lay in ambush amidst the night-esque shadows. Go next door and break down that door. The moment the command was given, a dark figure surged forth with alarming swiftness from the shadows between the two villas. Swift, too swift. Su Chen's pupils constricted sharply. This was the first time he witnessed Shun Wanqing unleash her full speed at night since her upgrade. Her base speed of 3 had doubled to 6 under the frenzied enhancement of the night. This velocity was nearly on par with his own. Even more terrifying was her seemingly boundless endurance. Beneath the cloak of night, Shun Wanqing deftly navigated the clutter in the yard, silently making her way to the dense mass of corpses. Without a moment's pause, she charged straight into them. A roar erupted. Several zombies at the periphery seemed to sense something amiss, sluggishly turning their heads. Yet, they had no time to react. Bang, bang, bang. The dull thud of impact resonated repeatedly. The zombies obstructing her path were sent flying by an irresistible force. In her state of nighttime frenzy, her already formidable strength of 8 was likewise doubled to 16. This was a crushing force. The horde was instantly torn asunder. Shun Wanqing, like a juggernaut, forged her way from the rear to the forefront in a mere 2 or 3 seconds. Inside the adjacent villa, the fortified door, braced firmly with furniture, continued to tremble violently. Brother Chong, what should we do? The woman named Xiaoya cried, her voice laced with uncontrollable fear and desperation. She was huddled in a corner, wrapped haphazardly in a bedsheet, trembling uncontrollably. Shut up. Stop your blubbering. The tall, lanky man barked in irritation. He gripped the steel pipe tightly, his palms slick with cold sweat, his gaze fixed intently on the quaking door. What are you afraid of? The imposing figure, Brother Chong, though his expression was grim, maintained a semblance of composure. He panted heavily, spitting venomously. This door is sturdy. Besides, it's blocked by all this furniture. They can't get in. Once dawn breaks, we'll handle it. His words seemed to offer a glimmer of solace to the others. The lanky man's breathing steadied somewhat. Just as they believed they could endure until morning, a sudden, profound thud reverberated from outside the door. This sound was utterly distinct from the chaotic collisions of the zombies. It was an explosion of power condensed to its zenith. The entire security door, along with its frame, bulged inward forcefully. The sofa and table braced against the door creaked ominously, shifting several centimeters backward under the immense pressure. What the hell is happening? The tall, slender man turned pale with terror. Brother Chong began to panic as well. Before they could react, a resounding thud echoed through the air. The second impact followed swiftly, even more horrifying than the first. The metal door buckled inward, visibly warped as the lock emitted a piercing sound of twisted metal. Boom! The third collision came without any suspense. That sturdy anti-theft door, which they had placed their hopes upon, along with the mountains of furniture stacked behind it, was shattered as though struck by a battering ram, exploding inward with a deafening roar. The lock splintered. The hinges tore apart. The entire door flew outward, crashing into the sofa behind it, reducing it to splinters, as with shavings and fabric filled the air like confetti. A thick stench of decay and blood instantly permeated the living room. At the entrance stood a tall, graceful figure, Shun Wanqing. She stood there silently, her pale face devoid of expression, her hollow gaze sweeping over the 3 horrified individuals within the room. The trio, confronted by this sudden scene, were left paralyzed with fear, their minds blank. They even forgot to scream. Who is this woman? How did she get in? What about the zombies outside? Why weren't the zombies attacking her? Countless questions exploded in their minds, but there was no time to seek answers. For behind Shun Wanqing lay a hellish nightmare. Chapter 46. A zombie buffet and leveling up the long-suppressed tide of the undead finally found its outlet. Like a breached dam unleashing a flood, dozens of frenzied zombies, their eyes glowing with an eerie light, roared and surged through the shattered doorway. The foremost of the horde, propelled by their own momentum, stumbled and fell. Yet they paid no heed, scrambling forward with hands and feet, as the others trampled over their fallen brethren. The first to have her throat torn apart by terror was a woman named Xiaoya. The sheet that had wrapped around her had long since slipped away in the chaos, leaving her exposed and cowering in the corner, staring at the grotesque faces pouring in like a tidal wave, emitting a final, piercing scream of despair. A nearby zombie lunged at her, sinking its teeth into her delicate neck. Ugh! Her scream abruptly ceased, replaced by a gurgling sound as her throat was rent asunder. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, and more zombies descended upon her, submerging her petite form entirely. The only sound that remained was the horrifying noise of flesh being torn apart. Xiaoya, a tall, gaunt man, his eyes wide with rage, let out a cry of despair. But he had no time to save her, for 2 zombies were already lunging at him from either side. Get away! Get the hell away from me! He swung the steel pipe in his hands, survival instinct igniting every ounce of strength within him. and he brought it down with brutal force upon the head of a zombie to his left. Bang! The creature's skull caved in, its movement stalling momentarily. Yet before the tall man could withdraw the pipe, the zombie on his right had already opened its gaping maw, sinking its teeth deep into his arm. Ah, my arm! Agonizing pain radiated throughout his body as he let out a horrific wail. He attempted to pull away, but the zombie's teeth were embedded in his flesh like iron clamps. More zombies closed in, some biting at his legs, others gripping his waist, and a few even toppling him over to gnaw at his face. Chang'e, save me! Chang'e, help! His cries quickly devolved into incoherent whimpers, choked by blood. Ultimately, he vanished into silence. The entire ordeal transpired in a mere span of seconds. In the living room, only one man remained, the imposing figure known as Chang'e. He watched as his two companions were vivisected before his eyes, and for the first time, true fear flickered across his fierce countenance. Yet he did not crumble. This man, who had survived in the apocalypse through ruthless killings and plunder, possessed a fortitude and cunning unmatched by ordinary folk. Damn it! His eyes bloodshot. He let out a primal roar, charging forward into the fray, the machete in his hands slicing through the air with deadly precision. Thud! The blade cleaved through his zombie skull. Crack! He kicked another assailant away with unyielding force. Before the endless tide of corpses, his bravery appeared starkly feeble. Suddenly, a zombie lunged from behind, biting into his shoulder. With a roar of agony, he retaliated with a swift strike, severing the neck of the creature. Yet, the excruciating pain and blood loss caused a momentary delay in his movements. This fleeting vulnerability became the final straw that broke the camel's back. Several zombies seized the opportunity, converging from all directions to restrain him, ultimately pinning him to the ground. He let out a final, defiant roar. The sounds of flesh tearing, bones shattering, and the nauseating crunch of consumption melded into a cruel symphony of the apocalypse. Everything came to an end. Su Chen's expression remained unchanged, his gaze icy. From the moment they chose to use women as bait for murder and plunder, their fate was sealed. He was merely facilitating their journey to the inevitable. Su Chen focused his mind, issuing new commands to Shen Wanqing, who stood at the doorway. Eliminate the threats. The command given. The cold aura surrounding Shen Wanqing stirred into action. She stepped forth into that hellish realm. The battle commenced. Soon, notifications began to flood the lower left corner of his vision. Kill level 1 zombie. Gain experience 2. 5. Your pet Shen Wanqing gains experience 2. 5. Kill level 1 zombie. Gain experience 2. 5. Your pet Shen Wanqing gains experience 2. 5. The messages cascaded like a waterfall, eliciting a sense of exhilaration in Su Chen. This was not merely experience points. It was a pathway to his ascendance. The adjacent villa had transformed entirely into Shen Wanqing's slaughterhouse. Empowered by the frenzy of night, her strength and speed reached terrifying heights. The ordinary level 1 zombies crumbled before her like mere paper. She required no excessive motions. As she navigated through the horde, each lift of her hand, each swing of her arm, was accompanied by a crisp crack and a fallen body. Efficient, lethal, and graceful. After just a few minutes, the notifications finally ceased. The world seemed to fall silent. A clear thought resonated in Su Chen's mind. Threat eliminated. He released a long breath of relief. Just as he prepared to rise, a singular line of golden text abruptly appeared in the lower left corner. Notification. Your experience points are full. You may level up. He could level up. Su Chen's eyes brightened. He immediately accessed the character interface on his wristband. Name, Su Chen level 2, 500. The experience bar was full. Previously, he had vanquished a scattering of zombies in the town, and now, with the abundance of experience provided by the 60 to 70 zombies encountered tonight, he had finally amassed the requisite 500 experience points for an upgrade. Without a moment's hesitation, he concentrated his thoughts on the golden upgrade button. Upgrading. Upgrade successful. Your level has risen to LV3. You have gained 1 free attribute point. He immediately directed his gaze towards his attribute panel, fixating on that precious solitary free attribute point. What should he enhance? Strength? Constitution? Or perhaps speed? A myriad of strategies flashed through Su Chen's mind. His strength, standing at a mere 4 points, was undeniably a weakness. However, the primary offensive force in his arsenal was Shen Wanqing, whose formidable 16 points of strength in a state of frenzy rendered any enhancement he could make trivial in comparison. With such a towering figure at his side, he could temporarily set aside his own shortcomings in strength. As for constitution, it influenced health and defense, which are undeniably crucial for survival. Nevertheless, Su Chen's gaze ultimately gravitated towards the speed attribute. With 6 points of speed, he was already distinguished among ordinary individuals. Yet in a world fraught with toxic threats and the constant peril of being pursued by monsters, it was far from sufficient. He did not need to confront monsters head-on. He merely required the assurance that, in any unforeseen circumstance, he could outrun both the monsters and fellow survivors. As long as he could run fast enough, danger would not be able to catch him. As for dealing damage, that responsibility could rest with Shan Wanqing. It was decided then, speed it would be. With unwavering determination, he focused his thoughts and allocated that invaluable point to speed. An extraordinary sensation surged through his entire being. It felt as though an invisible shackle had been cast off, infusing his limbs and bones with a newfound lightness, even rendering his breathing significantly smoother. He even experienced the illusion that, should he wish it, he could leap far into the distance with ease. Excellent. Su Chen nodded with satisfaction. He opened his attribute panel to review the changes. Su Chen, ordinary human, status. Healthy, a cartoon figure of a person, entirely in green. Adult attributes average a value of 5, which can be enhanced through leveling up, level 301,000. Constitution, 5, affecting health points, defense, and recovery speed. Strength, 4, affecting load capacity and attack power. Speed, 7, affecting movement and attack speed. Stamina, 5, affecting physical strength and endurance. Perception, 6, affecting learning, awareness, and crafting ability. Mentality, 8, affecting sanity resistance and sanity recovery speed. Sanity, 100. Sanity below 50 leads to madness, below 30 results in hallucinations, below 10 will. Energy, 100. Energy below 50 causes fatigue, below 10 leads to fainting. Hunger level, 100. Hunger level below 50 results in hunger. Below 20 adversely affects various attributes. Hydration level, 100. Energy below 50 results in thirst. Below 20 adversely affects various attributes. Upon reviewing the attribute panel, have you noticed the excessive word count in this chapter? Chapter 47. Who can endure this? Su Chen turned off the attribute panel and descended the stairs. He made his way to the kitchen, directing an unspoken command towards the tightly shut back door in his mind. Come back. Moments later, a barely perceptible sound of scratching emerged from outside the door. Su Chen refrained from opening the door immediately. Approaching the entrance, he peered through the peephole. Outside stood Shan Wanqing, blending into the shadows of the villa. Her attire was stained with large patches of dark crimson. The black sportswear almost transformed into a different hue. Strands of damp hair clung to her pallid cheeks, rendering her reminiscent of a vengeful goddess emerging from a pool of blood. Withdrawing his gaze, Su Chen slowly unlocked the door. Shan Wanqing entered, bringing with her a nauseatingly rich scent of blood. He had mentally prepared himself for this. Maintaining his composure, he relocked the door and retrieved several heavy oil drums from the storage, barricading the entrance securely. Only then did he feel a sense of reassurance. He led Shan Wanqing to the living room, observing her bloodied appearance with a slight furrow of his brow. Never mind. She could change later. Let us eat first. After all, she didn't seem to mind her own condition. He accessed the pet interface to check her status. Satiety, 100. Fortunately, it hadn't decreased much since noon. Su Chen fetched a sizable piece of still warm wild boar meat from the storage, slicing off a portion with a military dagger and presenting it to her. Eat the meat. Without hesitation, Shan Wanqing lowered her head, opening her mouth to skillfully bite into the meat with her sharp canines, beginning to chew mechanically. Su Chen continued to feed her piece by piece until her satiety was fully replenished. The primary contributor was now well fed. Next, it was time to fortify his makeshift sanctuary. Approaching the sofa in the living room, he extended his hand, gently touching its surface, concentrating his thoughts. Storage. In the next instant, the sofa vanished into the storage space. He proceeded to the villa's front door, focusing his mind once more. With a muffled thud, the sofa reappeared, perfectly sealing the entrance. He repeated this method, bringing over the coffee table, the TV cabinet, and even the solid wood dining table from the dining room, constructing a robust barricade behind the door. Finally, he retrieved several iron barrels filled with gasoline from the storage, weighing them down at the innermost layer. Gazing at this formidable defensive line, Su Chen felt a profound sense of security. Dusting off his hands, he guided Shen Wanqing to the master bedroom on the second floor. This room was the largest and boasted a private bathroom, convenient for personal needs. He positioned the gasoline barrels against the door as a barricade and then plopped down onto the bed. At last, he could enjoy a moment of true rest. Leaning against the headboard, he glanced at Shen Wanqing, who stood silently in the corner, bloodied. He frowned once more. Her blood-stained appearance was somewhat dampening to his mood. Moreover, it is hardly feasible to disguise one's self as a survivor during the day. Let us clean up. Come, follow me. Su Chen descended from the bed and issued a command to Shen Wanqing. Shen Wanqing, with her long legs, followed him into the en-suite bathroom of the master bedroom. The bathroom was adorned with opulence, featuring a massive massage bathtub, a shower area with distinct wet and dry zones, and an intelligent magic mirror hanging on the wall. Regrettably, these luxuries had now become mere decorations. Su Chen turned on the gilded faucet, but only a hollow hissing sound emerged, devoid of even a single drop of water. Clearly, the water supply system in this world had long since collapsed. While there was water in the warehouse, it was reserved for drinking. Using it for bathing would be far too extravagant. He directly accessed the trading hall and entered water into the filter. Instantly, a series of products appeared. Product: turbid lake water, 20L. Price: 1 survival point. Product: well water, 500 milliliters. Price: for survival points. Product: spring water, 500 milliliters. Price: 3 survival points. He swiftly bypassed these options, scanning the list until he found what he sought. Product: clean river water, 20L. Price: 1 survival point. Seller's note: just drawn from the river, filtered for sediments. Needs to be boiled before consumption. Excellent. Su Chen's eyes brightened. This was tailor-made for him. Without hesitation, he placed an order for 3 units. Transaction successful. You have purchased clean river water, 20L. X3, warehouse updated, survival points -3. With a mere thought, 3 large plastic barrels filled with water materialized on the bathroom floor. The issue of water was resolved. Su Chen turned to Shen Wanqing, having finally made up his mind. He extended his hand, his fingertips brushing against the zipper of her black sports jacket. The zipper was smeared with thick, dried blood, cold and hard to the touch. Maintaining his composure, Su Chen pulled the zipper down to its end. He discarded her jacket onto the floor, revealing a white t-shirt, equally stained with blood. Next came the t-shirt. As the bloody garments were completely removed, the flawless body was laid bare to the air. In the moonlight, her pale skin seemed to glow, so delicate that not a single pore was visible. The breathtaking curves, the slender waist, the straight, long legs. Everything resembled those meticulously retouched photographs he had seen before, even more vivid and impactful. Su Chen swallowed audibly. The vivid scenes from the adjacent apocalyptic livestream, which he had just forcibly suppressed, now surged uncontrollably in his mind. A wave of heat surged from his lower abdomen to the crown of his head. Damn it. This is too much. Su Chen lamented inwardly. How can anyone withstand this? As a healthy young man who had remained single for 26 years, to personally wash the body of such a stunning beauty was truly overwhelming. This trial is not merely a test of practical skills. It is a profound examination of one's moral fortitude. He closed his eyes, vigorously shook his head, and compelled himself to regain composure. These are zombies, mere pets, tools to be utilized. Su Chen repeated these thoughts in his mind several times, barely managing to suppress the rising heat within. He endeavored to avert his gaze from what should not be seen, and began to meticulously wipe down the surfaces with a towel. After more than half an hour, this arduous cleaning endeavor finally came to a close. He gazed upon the revitalized Shen Wanqing, nodding with satisfaction. Before him stood a figure devoid of any bloodstains, pristine as if sculpted from the finest white jade, quietly poised in place. Perfection. He nodded in approval, retrieved a brand new women's sports outfit from the warehouse, dressed her in the fresh attire, and used a dry towel to dry her hair. Having completed these tasks, he found himself drenched in sweat. He used the remaining bucket of water to cleanse himself, changing into clean clothes, and felt a refreshing wave wash over him. He returned to the master bedroom and collapsed onto the soft, inviting bed, letting out a contented sigh. Chapter 48. This is even more exciting after a day filled with incessant activity and numerous moments of intense mental strain. He finally allowed himself to relax. A wave of profound fatigue engulfed him like a rising tide. He stifled a yawn. Yet, just as he prepared to close his eyes and succumb to slumber, sleep eluded him. Something felt amiss. Su Chen opened his eyes and turned his head. There stood Shen Wanqing, eerily still by the bedside, resembling a flawless sculpture. The room was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the cold moonlight streaming through the window, highlighting her graceful silhouette. Her hollow eyes were fixed intently upon him. In an instant, Su Chen was wide awake. The sensation was utterly peculiar. Who could possibly sleep soundly with a living, breathing figure? No, a living corpse staring directly at them. Despite knowing she was merely following protective orders and posed no threat, the feeling of being scrutinized rendered him decidedly uncomfortable. With a sigh, Su Chen sat up, rubbing his throbbing temples, his drowsiness dissipating entirely. He decided to access the chat interface on his wristband and entered the regional channel. He was curious to see if, aside from himself and the three wretches next door who had transformed into a zombie buffet, there were any other survivors in Bama Town. The regional channel was sparse, far quieter than during the day. Most individuals were either asleep or trembling in the darkness and fear. Only a few messages trickled through slowly. Is there anyone alive? Bama Town, coordinates at the Central Department Store. My friend and I are trapped in the warehouse on the 3rd floor. Can anyone come to rescue us? We have plenty of food. A reply swiftly followed this message. Rescue you? How? The streets are swarming with frenzied zombies. Stepping outside is tantamount to suicide. Good luck, mate. There's bound to be a multitude of zombies there. Only a fool would venture in. You should be thinking about how to survive until dawn. The sender of the distress message seemed increasingly anxious. Please, we can offer supplies. As long as someone comes, we can negotiate anything. Huh. Your supplies will become abandoned goods once you're dead. We can just wait until tomorrow to collect them ourselves without risking our lives. This chillingly pragmatic remark left the desperate individual in total silence. Su Chen gazed at the chat logs, his heart unmoved. In the apocalypse, human nature revealed its stark reality. He continued scrolling, discovering another survivor voicing their thoughts. If I had known, I would never have entered Bama Town. There are an astonishing number of zombies here, and the nights are terrifying. Fortunately, I am hiding in a safe place. It appeared there were still a few survivors in Bama Town. However, given their conditions, they posed no threat to him. Su Chen closed the chat channel, pondering the mountain bike and 2 human-powered tricycles in his warehouse. There were undoubtedly many survivors still relying on their own 2 legs to scavenge for supplies. In an era before the widespread adoption of automobiles, these items were undoubtedly considered valuable. In a few days, as survivors gradually discover operable vehicles, these commodities will lose their worth. It is imperative to take advantage of the current demand and dispose of them swiftly. He accessed the trading platform and skillfully listed 3 items. Item: nearly new mountain bicycle. Price: 100 survival points, seller's note. A must-have for traversing the wasteland. With this, you can easily surpass 90% of survivors. Eco-friendly and a great workout. You deserve this. Item: human-powered tricycle. Price: 100 survival points, seller's note. The ultimate team vehicle. It can carry 3 to 5 companions. Essential for both courting and transporting goods. Act fast. Item: human-powered tricycle with makeshift canopy. Price: 110 survival points. Note: luxury edition. Equipped with a rain cover. Protects against wind and rain. Buy a tricycle today, and tomorrow, enjoy a villa. This pricing was not exorbitant, yet reasonable, as these items were the best means of survival until a vehicle was acquired. After completing this task, Su Chen set a mandatory wake-up function on his wristband for 5 o'clock in the morning. The zombies' frenzied state would dissipate after that hour, reverting to their sluggish daytime demeanor. In the adjacent yard, a nearly new van awaited his retrieval, a trophy of sorts. Although he already possessed a business vehicle, one could never have too many. A spare would certainly prove advantageous. However, the challenge lay in accommodating the van within his currently insufficient storage space. His warehouse measured 18 cubic meters and was nearly at capacity, with a van occupying at least 15 cubic meters. It seemed expansion was necessary. At the cost of 100 survival points per cubic meter, this would constitute a significant expenditure. Yet, Su Chen felt this investment was warranted. Storage space would need to be enlarged eventually. Having completed these tasks, fatigue washed over him once more. He yawned, switched off his wristband, and prepared for slumber. Yet, as he reclined and closed his eyes, an unsettling sensation pervaded his being. He opened his eyes to the cold moonlight streaming through the window, casting mottled shadows on the floor. Shen Wanqing stood silently at the bedside, motionless. Sleep eluded him. What to do? Su Chen's mind raced. Should he send her to the living room? No. Should an emergency arise, she would be too far to respond. What about making her stand in the corner? That seemed no different. Perhaps he could have her sit? He envisioned her perched on the chair by the bed, head tilted, expressionless, staring at him. It appeared even more terrifying, reminiscent of a scene from a horror film. Irritated, he ran a hand through his hair. Damn it, why was caring for a pet so troublesome? He gazed at Shen Wanqing's face, which appeared even more ethereal and pale in the moonlight. A bold and absurd thought surged uncontrollably from the depths of his heart. What if she were to lie down as well? Once this notion emerged, it could no longer be suppressed. The passionate live broadcast of the three unfortunate souls before their demise, along with the vivid imagery of him tenderly washing Shen Wanqing's body, replayed in his mind. Su Chen felt a parching thirst, and his heartbeat faltered. Calm down. Calm down. She is a zombie, merely a tool. He chanted the ice heart mantra several times in his mind, barely managing to quell the rising flames of desire. Yes, that it. Asking her to lie down is solely for the purpose of obtaining a peaceful night's rest, devoid of any ulterior motives. Absolutely none. After sufficiently fortifying his mental resolve, Su Chen awkwardly propped himself up. He gazed at Shen Wanqing and, in his mind, issued a somewhat hesitant command. Come over, lie down. The moment the command was given, Shen Wanqing, standing by the bedside, began to move. There was no hesitation, no superfluous expressions. She simply walked over and lay down beside Su Chen, her movements precise and unerring. Su Chen froze entirely. He could distinctly detect the fragrance of the shower gel emanating from her. He could even feel the mattress dip slightly as she settled beside him. The distance between them was less than 20 centimeters. A mere turn of his head would reveal her flawless profile, so near yet so distant. Su Chen's mind went blank. He stared at the ceiling, rooted to the spot, even instinctively softening his breath. This was somehow even more exhilarating than when she stood. Chapter 49, Level 4 Mall Tick-Tock. The mandatory wake-up function set on the wristband emitted a vigorous vibration at precisely 5 o'clock in the morning. Su Chen opened his eyes almost instantaneously, his consciousness swiftly returning. Beside him lay a cold body, faintly scented with shower gel. Shen Wanqing rested quietly, her posture unchanged from the previous night, resembling a life-size figurine placed on the bed. The soft morning light filtered through the gaps in the curtains. Su Chen gradually sat up, descended from the bed, and approached the window, pulling aside a corner of the curtain to gaze outside. The sky was already dimly illuminated. The small town was enveloped in silence, as if the cacophony and bloodshed of the previous night had dissipated with the darkness. He accessed the wristband interface. Today's departure reminder, Survival Day 3, time 5:00, weather, clear, temperature, 12-25, surrounding environment, abandoned town, toxic fog distance, 31 kilometers, toxic fog speed, 1 meter second, novice period. The safety distance was ample. He had plenty of time to gather supplies, with today as primary objective being the nearby van. Without further delay, he issued a command to Shen Wanqing, who still lay in bed. Get up, follow me. Together, they swiftly departed the bedroom, arriving at the villa next door. The air was still thick with a lingering stench, a disconcerting blend of decay and blood. The courtyard was in disarray. The shattered iron gate lay askew, while the ground was stained with dark red blood and scattered bits of flesh. The white van stood unscathed in the center of the yard, splattered with droplets of blood, resembling a delicate flower that had miraculously survived a slaughterhouse. Su Chen did not rush, to collect the vehicle. Instead, he circled the van, meticulously inspecting it. The windows were intact, the tires robust, and there were no apparent damages. He opened the door and settled inside, discovering the key still in the ignition. Turning the key, the engine roared to life with a gentle tremor, emitting a steady hum. The fuel gauge indicated there was still a little less than half a tank. Perfect. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. This vehicle was a stroke of fortune. He turned off the engine and exited the van. Next came the most critical and painful step: storage. The van's volume was estimated at least 15 cubic meters, while his current warehouse space, after several expansions, measured only 18 cubic meters, already brimming with various supplies. The remaining space was utterly insufficient. It appeared he would need to further expand his warehouse. He opened the mall interface, gazing at his balance of 845 survival points. Taking a deep breath. Damn it, money flows like water. He gritted his teeth, feeling a pang in his heart. He promptly purchased 15 warehouse space expansion cards from the mall. Transaction successful. Survival points minus 1,500. His balance instantly diminished by more than half. Su Chen felt a sharp pain coursing through his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. He gritted his teeth and resisted the urge to check his balance. Utilizing all 15 expansion cards. Warehouse space 15 cubic meters, current total space 33 cubic meters. Approaching the white van, he placed his palm on its surface, and with a thought, he commanded, "Collect." In a subtle ripple of spatial distortion, the van vanished in a thin air, successfully stored within the warehouse. Gazing at the newly added vehicle, Su Chen exhaled a deep sigh of relief. Although he had spent a considerable sum, the value of a functioning car in the apocalypse far exceeded the mere 1,500 survival points he had expended. Just as he was about to deactivate his wristband, a line of green text materialized in the lower left corner of his vision. "Notice, your spending the shop has met the upgrade criteria. Would you like to upgrade? Here it comes." Su Chen's spirits lifted, and the pang of regret in his heart was swiftly overshadowed by joy. Yes, upgrade immediately. Buzz, a flash of white light coursed through the shop icon on the wristband interface. Shop level increased to level 4. More new products unlocked. Upgrade experience. 1325, 2000. Su Chen's breath quickened in excitement. He promptly opened the upgraded shop. The holographic screen refreshed, revealing a dazzling array of goods, significantly more abundant than in level 3. He immediately turned his attention to the food category. In addition to the previous offerings of bread, instant noodles, and ham sausages, 2 new items tantalized his appetite. Product: instant meat and shrimp wontons. Price: 10 survival points. Note: just add hot water, and in 3 minutes, savor the taste of home. Product: instant century egg and lean meat porridge. Price: 8 survival points. Note: warms your stomach, and even more, warms your heart. Hot food. Su Chen's eyes sparkled with delight. In this apocalyptic world, the prospect of indulging in a steaming meal brought immense happiness. He restrained the impulse to purchase a serving immediately and shifted his gaze to the tools category. The tools also boasted a few new items, such as a hand-crank drill and pipe wrench, affordable, yet currently unnecessary. He bypassed these and eagerly opened the weapons category. Previously, the weapon selection had been limited to a military dagger and a wooden bow. Now, the list showcased 2 superior melee weapons. Product: fire axe. Price: 60 survival points. Note: heavy and powerful, an excellent tool for breaching, remarkably effective against those hard-headed foes. Product: machete. Price: 50 survival points. Note: simple, efficient, and handy, the king of urban combat, a must-have for any tough individual. As he beheld the image of the fire axe glimmering with metallic brilliance, Su Chen felt a surge of security envelop him. His humble hoe, which had served him for 2 days, could finally retire with honor. Purchase. Without hesitation, he spent 60 survival points to acquire the fire axe. A flash of brilliance illuminated the scene as a hefty, menacing red fire axe materialized in his grasp. The axe's weight was palpable, its handle enveloped in non-slip rubber, transmitting a chilling metallic sensation through his palm. An overwhelming sense of power surged within him. What a splendid item! Su Chen swung it a couple of times, feeling the exhilarating rush of air. Armed with this tool, he felt significantly more emboldened to confront the undead. He stored the fire axe in his warehouse, his heart brimming with satisfaction. With the marketplace upgraded to level 4, true weaponry had been unlocked. His prowess had ascended to new heights. In the vast realm of survival, few could claim to have advanced as swiftly as he had. With a tinge of curiosity, he accessed the trading post, eager to discover the caliber of weaponry wielded by other survivors. Typing weapons into the search bar, he was almost unable to stifle a laugh at the ensuing list of items. Item: sharp fruit knife, heirloom. Price: 20 survival points, seller's note. This knife has been passed down through generations, cutting through iron like mud, severing hair with a mere breath. Today, I part with it reluctantly, selling it only to the fated. Item: brick, blessed. Price: 5 survival points, seller's note. Blessed by a high monk from Shaolin Temple. The ultimate combat brick. With this brick in hand, the world is yours. Item: 1 meter long rebar. Price: 15 survival points, seller's note. Who can rival its hardness? The unrivaled choice for monster slaying. A veritable cornucopia of eclectic offerings, Su Chen marveled at the creativity on display. He quickly perused several pages, finally encountering a few legitimate items. Item: fire axe, 80 new. Price: 140 survival points, seller's note. Found in a fire cabinet, a fine item, no negotiations. Item: watermelon knife. Price: 110 survival points, seller's note. Equipped with a blood groove. Those in the know will understand. Don't compare it to those inferior fruit knives. The rarity of these weapons and their exorbitant prices astounded him. A second-hand fire axe demanding 140 survival points was more than double the price of a brand new one in his marketplace. It was nothing short of highway robbery. At that moment, Su Chen's eyes sparkled with realization. A bold idea began to take root in his mind. He seemed to have stumbled upon a tremendous business opportunity. Others lacked a stable supply and could only rely on luck to scavenge, treating any weapon they found as treasure, pricing it exorbitantly. Yet, he had access to the marketplace. His supply was boundless. He could easily position himself as a middleman. A sly grin crept across Su Chen's face as he indulged in this entrepreneurial vision. He promptly reopened the marketplace, purchasing another fire axe and a cleaver. Then, he returned to the trading post, listing these items for sale. Item: brand new fire axe. Price: 70 survival points, seller's note. A brand new fire axe. Do not compare it to those second-hand scraps. Act quickly, or you may miss out. Product: brand new machete. Price: 60 survival points, seller's message. Starting off with a knife, all equipment relies on drops. Brother, how about grabbing one? His pricing can be deemed quite reasonable. Each blade is merely 10 points above the original price in the marketplace, allowing him to make a modest profit. Yet, in comparison to the unscrupulous merchants within the trading hub, this price is astonishingly affordable. He aims for a strategy of thin margins and high sales to accumulate more survival points. Who knows how long it will be before others also reach the level 4 marketplace. At that point, sales may become considerably more challenging. Chapter 50. The police station of Whitehorse Town having completed these tasks, Su Chen, accompanied by Shun Wanqing, re-entered the adjacent villa. As they stepped inside, a thick, metallic scent of blood mingled with the stench of decay assaulted their senses. The living room resembled a hellish nightmare. A fleeting notification from the system appeared in the lower left corner of Su Chen's vision. His stomach churned violently, a wave of nausea surging up his throat. Despite having mentally prepared himself, the sight, akin to a large slaughterhouse, still delivered a minor blow to his sanity. Steeling himself, he reminded himself that all of this was a bounty, a reservoir of experience. His gaze began to scour the sea of corpses. Soon, beneath a pile of zombie bodies, he spotted a half-submerged human arm. The black survival bracelet on the wrist stood out conspicuously amidst the bloodstains. Found it. He suppressed his discomfort and removed the bracelet. Detected an unclaimed survival bracelet. Do you wish to merge? Merge. Processing merge. Merge successful. Your storage space has increased by 1 cubic meter. Merge successful. You have gained 410 survival points. Items within the bracelet have been automatically transferred to your storage space. The first one yielded 410 points. Su Chen felt a surge of energy. The earlier wave of nausea significantly diminished. He continued his search, quickly unearthing the second and third bracelets as well. Merge successful. Your storage space has increased by 1 cubic meter. Merge successful. You have gained 250 survival points. Items within the bracelet have been automatically transferred to your storage space. Merge successful. Your storage space has increased by 1 cubic meter. Merge successful. You have gained 20 survival points. Items within the bracelet have been automatically transferred to your storage space. After merging 3 times, a broad smile spread across Su Chen's face. His storage space had expanded by 3 cubic meters, reaching a total of 36 cubic meters. His survival points surged by an astonishing 680 points. He promptly opened his storage to assess the spoils of this venture. The contents of the 3 bracelets were thoughtfully categorized into 3 small sections by the system. In the first corner, belonging to the late Chang'e, the haul was the most substantial. For cans, 3 bottles of mineral water, a first aid kit, and some essential supplies. Su Chen's delight. He discovered a few pounds of fresh rabbit meat wrapped in plastic. Oh, these fellows can hunt. Su Chen used somewhat surprised. Their ability to catch rabbits during the novice phase indicated some level of skill, albeit with a lack of common sense. The second corner contained a meager assortment, with only basic food and water, a hammer, and some miscellaneous items. The third corner was even more barren, housing only a few women's garments and a half-empty bag of potato chips. Su Chen curled his lip. It seemed that the woman named Xiaoya was merely a superfluous member of the team, lacking even her own supplies. Shaking his head, he began to set aside the assorted debris. The additional 3 cubic spaces were just sufficient to accommodate the supplies scavenged from the town today. Without lingering, he swiftly departed the villa with Shen Wanqing, returning to their temporary stronghold. Su Chen made his way directly to the garage. It was time to venture forth in search of resources. After exerting some effort to dismantle the garage's roll-up door, he finally settled into the vehicle, fastening Shen Wanqing's seatbelt in the passenger seat. With the engine's hum resonating, the black business vehicle gradually emerged from the garage and cruised onto the deserted street. Su Chen gripped the steering wheel firmly, driving steadily. This marked his first genuine experience of driving on the road since his arrival in this world, and the sensation was quite extraordinary. He instinctively glanced at the passenger seat. Shen Wanqing sat quietly, clad in a pristine black tracksuit, her face obscured by a mask and sunglasses, concealing any trace of her inhuman nature. If one were to overlook her excessively pale complexion and her motionless posture, she resembled a cool, composed girl enjoying a joyride with her boyfriend. Unfortunately, this girl was mute, incapable of laughter, and not even a living being. Su Chen averted his gaze, silently lamenting the absurdity of his situation. While others in the apocalypse began with either divine abilities, unparalleled systems, or at the very least, vast spaces, he had commenced his journey with a stunningly beautiful zombie as a pet. Nevertheless, this pet proved to be quite useful, capable of fighting, enduring, tireless, and requiring no salary, merely sustenance. She was, quite simply, the model employee of the new century. He resolved to search for supermarkets, hospitals, and police stations. Just then, 2 lines of green text suddenly appeared in the lower left corner of his vision. Your item, brand new machete, has been successfully sold. You have gained 60 survival points. Your item, brand new fire axe, has been successfully sold. You have gained 70 survival points. Eureka! Su Chen's eyes brightened instantly, a smile involuntarily spreading across his face. With a swift turn of the steering wheel, the business vehicle came to a steady halt at the roadside. Eagerly, he accessed the trading post, and indeed, the 2 items he had listed had vanished. In a simple transaction, he netted a profit of 20 points. Although modest, the exhilaration was immense. With a sense of triumph, Su Chen couldn't help but commend himself internally. He finally grasped why so many individuals relish the role of middlemen profiting from price differences. The effortless ease of earning money with a mere flick of the fingers was far more gratifying than personally dispatching 10 zombies. He promptly relisted 5 of each item and continued to navigate the vehicle in search of more resources. The black business vehicle, as low engine growl echoed through the desolate streets, soon eliciting a response from the surroundings. Figures, sluggish and unsteady, emerged from the shops and behind the windows of residential buildings, drawn by the sound. They donned an array of clothing, pajamas, work uniforms, school uniforms, yet all were marred with stains and darkened blood. Their movements were rigid and sluggish, gradually converging towards the source of the sound. Indeed, daylight revealed a gathering of the elderly. Su Chen gripped the steering wheel, observing the lethargic zombies meandering outside his window. There was not a trace of tension upon his face. He even found himself with the leisure to internally critique the scene. These zombies were a stark contrast to the frenzied, adrenaline-fueled ones from the previous night, who could sprint with remarkable speed. They seemed to belong to entirely different species. He didn't even need to accelerate deliberately. A mere gentle turn of the wheel allowed him to effortlessly navigate through their sparse encirclement. The vehicle glided smoothly along the road. Su Chen's gaze swiftly scanned the buildings flanking the street, supermarkets, pharmacies, hardware stores, each a potential target. Just then, a blue and white structure came into view at the end of his line of sight. Atop the building, a faded emblem still exuded an air of solemnity in the morning light. The Town police station. Su Chen's eyes sparkled instantly. Compared to the supermarket and the hospital, this was the place he yearned to reach. He gradually parked his car by the curb opposite the police station, turned off the engine, and cast a keen, scrutinizing gaze upon the building. The entrance of the station was framed in shattered glass, revealing a gaping black void. Through that aperture, he could see inside. It was teeming with bodies. No, it was packed with zombies. They swayed mindlessly, densely packed, layer upon layer, their sheer presence sending shivers down one's spine. A rough count revealed at least 50 or 60 of them. Chapter 51. The unfortunate survivor. Su Chen furrowed his brows slightly. With such a multitude of zombies, if there were any survivors trapped within, their fate would undoubtedly be one of peril. He turned his gaze towards the co-pilot, Shan Wanqing, and silently commanded in his mind, "Sense if there is any food inside." Moments later, a clear thought resonated within him. There is no food, only flesh and blood. With this confirmation, the last remnants of concern dissipated from Su Chen's heart. If there were no living souls, then matters would be much simpler. These were merely a horde of walking experience bags. Descending from the vehicle, Su Chen approached the co-pilot's side and unfastened Shan Wanqing's seatbelt, issuing her a new command: eliminate the threats. Without the slightest hesitation, she dashed towards the entrance of the police station. Her movements were light and swift, landing soundlessly, a stark contrast to the staggering, stiff-jointed zombies. In the hall, the crowded mass of zombies was startled by the sudden intrusion, turning to reveal their decayed and distorted visages. Their murky eyes reflected Shan Wanqing's figure. They merely gazed at her vacantly, emitting unintelligible growls from their throats. In their already regressed perception, she exuded a deathly aura akin to their own kind. Though somewhat wary, they showed little interest as long as she did not encroach upon their territory. Seated in the car, Su Chen observed this bizarre scene, marveling at the surrealism. It was akin to activating a stealth mode. The identity of his zombies, at times, served as a rather convenient pass. At that moment, Shan Wanqing made her move. She approached the nearest zombie, whose cheek was half-rotted, exposing stark white bone. It seemed momentarily oblivious to the presence of a fellow creature so close. In the next instant, Shan Wanqing struck at the back of the zombie's neck. A crisp crack echoed, reminiscent of snapping a dry twig. The zombie's head drooped at an odd angle. Its body swayed twice before collapsing limply to the ground. The entire process was clean and efficient, devoid of any unnecessary movements. Only upon the body hitting the floor did the surrounding zombies, attracted by the commotion, turn to look. Meanwhile, Shan Wanqing had already moved on to her next target. Su Chen, seated in the car, noted with interest as a line of green text appeared in the lower left corner. You have slain a level 1 zombie, gaining experience 2. 5. Your pet Shan Wanqing gains experience 2. 5. Thus commenced the battle. Yet this could hardly be termed a battle. It was an utterly one-sided and efficient slaughter. Shan Wanqing traversed through the horde like an elegant and merciless reaper. Each lift of her hand, each swing of her arm, was invariably accompanied by the crisp sound of shattering bones and the fall of another zombie. Leaning back in the driver's seat, Su Chen leisurely observed the system notifications. Upon vanquishing a level 1 zombie, experience points of 2. 5 were awarded, and your pet, Shan Wanqing, also gained 2. 5 experience. The notifications cascaded across the lower left corner of the screen like a torrential waterfall, bringing immense joy to Su Chen, whose smile nearly reached his ears. My dear companion, do take your time. My eyes can hardly keep pace with your rapid accumulation of experience. While others were engaged in a cunning battle against the zombies, he had already attained a state of experience freedom. In less than 10 minutes, the flood of notifications finally ceased. A clear thought resonated within Su Chen's mind. Threat has been eliminated. Well done. He praised himself without reservation, pushing open the car door and striding towards the police station with purpose. As he crossed the threshold, he was immediately assaulted by a thick, almost suffocating stench of blood mingled with the foul odor of decay. Rationality -2? What the hell? Has the system mechanism been triggered again? Su Chen felt somewhat speechless, realizing he was beginning to acclimate to such scenes. The floor was strewn with the bodies of zombies, lying in various positions, their deaths gruesome. The entire hall resembled a slaughterhouse that had just concluded a wild celebration. Shen Wanqing stood quietly at the center of the sea of corpses, starkly contrasting with the infernal surroundings. Su Chen's gaze began to meticulously search through the pile of bodies. Soon, beneath a heap of twisted cadavers, he spotted 2 legs that did not belong to zombies, clad in muddy jeans. Found you. He stepped forward, exerting some effort to pull aside the zombie bodies that lay atop, revealing 2 human corpses beneath. These were 2 men who appeared to be survivors traveling together. Their demise was tragic. On their wrists, 2 black survival wristbands stood out conspicuously against the bloodstains. Suppressing his discomfort, Su Chen reached out to remove the wristbands. Detected unclaimed survival wristbands. Do you wish to fuse them? Fuse. Initiating fusion. Fusion successful. Your storage space has increased by 1 cubic meter. Fusion successful. You have gained 370 survival points. Items within the wristbands have automatically transferred to your storage space. Without pausing, he immediately fused the second wristband. Fusion successful. Your storage space has increased by 1 cubic meter. Fusion successful. You have gained 290 survival points. Items within the wristbands have automatically transferred to your storage space. After the 2 fusions, his storage space expanded by 2 cubic meters, bringing the total to 38 cubic meters. The surge of survival points reached an impressive 420. The disgust etched on Su Chen's face dissipated, replaced by profound joy. He promptly opened his storage to assess the spoils of this encounter. The contents of the 2 wristbands were thoughtfully organized by the system into 2 separate corners. In the first corner, there were 2 unopened bottles of mineral water, several packets of biscuits, a set of clean clothes, and a few miscellaneous daily necessities. Additionally, a brand new mountain bike rested there. The items in the second corner were quite similar: food, water, clothing, and an ordinary bicycle as well. However, what surprised Su Chen the most was the discovery of an object tightly wrapped in a plastic bag in the second corner. With a flicker of curiosity, he pulled it out. Upon unwrapping the plastic, he found over 30 pounds of neatly portioned wolf meat. Wolf meat? Su Chen's eyes gleamed. This was indeed a valuable find. The ability to hunt wild wolves during the novice phase indicated that these unfortunate souls had possessed considerable strength in life. Alas, their luck had waned. They likely sought firearms at the police station, only to be encircled by zombies. Su Chen shook his head, offering a moment of silent tribute for them, before readily accepting the supplies. He rummaged through the belongings of the 2 individuals, finding no trace of firearms. Let us go and take a look inside, he instructed Shen Wanqing, refusing to give up. What he sought was the armory of the police station. Although the world had transformed into an apocalyptic landscape, the fundamental architecture remained intact. Such establishments surely housed storerooms for weapons and ammunition. Accompanied by Shen Wanqing, he traversed the corpse-laden hall, advancing deeper into the police station. Inside, a corridor unfolded, flanked by offices, interrogation rooms, and archives. Most of the doors stood ajar, revealing a scene of chaos within, overturned desks and scattered documents, with dried blood splattered across the walls. Su Chen meticulously searched each room, hoping to uncover useful clues. He even scrutinized the drawers of desks, pulling them open one by one. The results were disheartening. Aside from a few useless documents and office supplies, not a single bullet was found. Just as his patience began to wane, an unusual door appeared at the end of the corridor. It was a heavy, gray, metal security door. Chapter 52. The bounty of the armory. The door bore no windows or peepholes, merely a cold electronic keypad lock, and a keyhole. Adjacent to the door, a faded sign hung on the wall, emblazoned with two bold, red characters, Armory. A sudden jolt surged through Su Chen's heart, quickening his breath. He strode forward, extending his hand to push the metal door with all his might. It remained immovable, as heavy as a wall. Undeterred, Su Chen retrieved the newly acquired fire axe from the storage. The gleaming blade reflected a glint of cold light in the dim corridor. He stepped back, inhaled deeply, and swung his arm with full force, bringing the axe down decisively. Clang! The resounding clash of metal echoed through the confined corridor, reverberating in his ears. Sparks flew in every direction. Su Chen felt a tremendous recoil surge through the axe handle, numbing his grip and nearly causing him to lose hold of the weapon. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the seemingly indestructible metal door bore only a faint white mark. Goodness, how solid is this? Su Chen shook his numbed hand, unable to suppress a curse. The door's fortitude was indeed astonishing. Clearly, the path of brute force was futile. The only remaining hope lay within the inconspicuous keyhole. The key. Su Chen's gaze slowly drifted back to the hall strewn with corpses. Drawing from years of cinematic and gaming experience, he surmised that such vital items were often found on a specific NPC. No, rather, a particular zombie. Damn it, I must return to plunder the bodies. With a look of disdain, he stowed the fire axe back in the storage and pinched his nose as he re-entered the hellscape. The overwhelming stench of blood and decay enveloped him once more, causing his stomach to churn. He felt his sanity slipping away. Yet the system notifications in the lower left corner of his vision remained conspicuously absent. It appeared that, much like antibiotics, his body had developed a resistance through repeated exposure to such horrors. Suppressing the urge to vomit, Su Chen began to rummage through the pile of corpses. His target was clear, the zombies clad in police uniforms. He kicked aside one obstructing corpse and meticulously searched the heap. Soon, he discovered a body in a deep blue police uniform, the epaulets still intact, suggesting that this individual had likely held a position of authority in life. "You're the one, my friend." Su Chen held his breath, crouching down to explore the now cold, stiff body. The pockets of the police uniform were bulging. He reached inside, only to encounter a chilling, slippery sensation, accompanied by an inexplicable stickiness that nearly caused him to regurgitate his last meal. Struggling against his discomfort, he retrieved a crumpled pack of cigarettes, a lighter, and a blood-soaked wallet. How unfortunate! Disgusted, Su Chen cast the items aside and continued his search. At last, his fingers brushed against a cold, hard object, igniting a spark of hope in his eyes. He tugged at it with determination. A string of keys, dangling with 7 or 8 distinct pieces, was abruptly yanked from his pocket, producing a delightful jingling sound. Found it! A surge of joy welled up within Su Chen. Yet he did not relent. Adhering to the principle of missing no opportunity, he scoured the remains of 2 other zombies clad in police uniforms, each yielding another set of keys. In total, he amassed 3 sets, varying in size and shape, collectively boasting over 20 keys. Surely, this must suffice? Grasping the weighty keys, Su Chen felt akin to a landlord who had just collected rent, his confidence bolstered significantly. Without hesitation, he hurried back to the imposing metallic door of the armory. He took a deep breath and picked up the first set of keys, embarking on his unlocking endeavor. The first key proved too large, the second too small and loose. The third, likewise, was misaligned. After attempting 7 or 8 keys, none fit the diminutive lock. Sweat began to bead on Su Chen's forehead, his initial anticipation morphing into frustration. Damn it, could there be none that fit? He discarded the first set and seized the second. Miraculously, upon reaching the third key, he discovered a seemingly unremarkable silver key. Neither too large nor too small, it fit perfectly into the lock. Click! With a gentle sound, the key slid in effortlessly. There's hope. Su Chen's spirits lifted as his heart raced uncontrollably, akin to unboxing a treasure of immeasurable value. He grasped the key, holding his breath, and cautiously turned it. A slight, disconcerting metallic scrape resonated, followed by a crisp and melodious unlocking sound, akin to celestial music, echoing through the silent corridor. It opened. Su Chen's eyes widened in astonishment, an exhilarating rush coursing through him like a jolt of electricity. He yanked the heavy metal door, which creaked open with ease. A unique blend of metal, gunpowder. An oil wafted out from behind the door, a scent unmistakably associated with weaponry. Tremors of excitement coursed through Su Chen's body. He hurried in, taking 2 steps at a time. The armory was modest, spanning merely a few dozen square meters. Inside, several metal weapon racks and ammunition boxes were neatly arranged. Su Chen's gaze was immediately drawn to the weapons displayed, his breath growing fervent. Guns. A row of sleek black handguns hung, in perfect order. Nearby, riot shields, bulletproof vests, tactical helmets, and police batons awaited. An impressive array. Incredible. Incredible. This is it. Su Chen felt his adrenaline surging wildly. He dashed to the weapon rack, extending his hand to grasp the outermost handgun. The cold metallic texture, the weighty heft, and the glimmering sheen of death emanating from the firearm. All of these instilled within him an unparalleled sense of reassurance. Item: Type 92 pistol. Category: Weapon. Remarks: Reliable standard-issue pistol with an effective range of 50 meters. Remember, this is not a toy. Think twice before firing. What a splendid find. Truly magnificent. Su Chen grinned widely, resembling a 200-pound child. Without a moment's hesitation, he waved his hand and began to frantically gather supplies. Acquired Type 92 pistol X4. Acquired 9mm bullets X400. Acquired riot shields X6. Acquired bulletproof vests with plates X6. Acquired tactical helmets X6. Acquired police batons X10. In a mere few minutes, he had cleared the entire armory. Gazing at the corner of the warehouse, now overflowing with military weaponry, Su Chen's sense of security surged to new heights. With this equipment, he felt emboldened to confront not just ordinary zombies, but even hordes of wild beasts. This trip to the police station was truly worthwhile. Satisfied, he shut down the warehouse, exited the armory, and casually closed the heavy metal door behind him. Chapter 53. The supermarket. Upon returning to the vehicle, Su Chen felt a surge of thought, and a sleek black Type 92 pistol materialized in his hand. This object epitomized the romance of man in a post-apocalyptic world, cold and heavy, distinct from any simulation toy he had previously encountered. The faint scent of gunpowder emanating from the firearm served as a constant reminder of its lethal potential. He retrieved a box of golden 9mm cartridges and began to reminisce about the instructional videos he had watched online. Clumsily, he picked up the magazine and pressed a bullet into place. The spring within the magazine proved to be significantly stiffer than he had anticipated, and the smooth casing of the bullet almost slipped from his grip. The first bullet nearly eluded his grasp entirely. This was a far cry from the games where a mere press of the R key would suffice to swap magazines. Su Chen couldn't suppress a sarcastic remark, yet his movements grew increasingly cautious. With considerable effort, he managed to load 15 bullets into the magazine. With a soft click, he inserted the magazine into the grip, then pulled the slide to chamber the first round. Soon, a fully loaded magazine containing 15 rounds was secured. He reinserted the magazine into the grip, hearing a satisfying click as it fit snugly. Following this, he pulled the slide again, ensuring the bullet was chambered. The entire sequence was executed fluidly, albeit with a hint of awkwardness, yet he accomplished it nonetheless. Holding the pistol with both hands, he aimed at a tree outside the car window, mimicking a stance he had seen in films, attempting to steady his aim. Aligning the sights, he squinted one eye, focusing on the front sight, the gap, and the target. Would the recoil be significant? How loud would it be? At a range of 50 meters, what could he possibly hit? A flurry of questions flooded his mind. Ultimately, Su Chen relinquished the firearm, ejected the first round from a magazine, and engaged the safety. Without any formal training, recklessly firing in an unfamiliar city could summon an avalanche of trouble. Until he had absolute confidence, it would be wiser to rely on his trusty axe. He resolved to find time to practice when he was in the wilderness. He secured the remaining firearms with ammunition in the storage for easier access in the future. Starting the vehicle, he drove away from the police station, continuing along the highway. As he navigated through the desolate streets, he passed several small community supermarkets. Without exception, their glass doors lay shattered, the shelves inside toppled and strewn about, a scene of utter chaos. Clearly, they had been looted more than once. Were they all locusts, leaving such devastation in their wake? Su Chen grimaced and pressed on. At that moment, a thought echoed in his mind. It was Shen Wanqing. Food. flesh. Her thoughts were fragmented, yet the primal desire that underpinned them was unmistakably clear. Su Chen's heart raced, and he immediately slowed the vehicle, scanning his surroundings with heightened vigilance. Soon, his gaze was drawn to a massive building not far ahead. It was a large chain supermarket, towering 3 stories high. Its massive sign, though coated in dust, remained strikingly noticeable. In the plaza at the entrance lay a dozen corpses of zombies, their conditions varying, clearly the aftermath of a fierce battle. Survivors. Moreover, they had successfully cleared away the zombies from the perimeter. Su Chen parked the car in a discreet spot at the street corner and turned off the engine. He did not exit the vehicle immediately, but instead issued a command to Shen Wanqing beside him. Sense what lies within. Shen Wanqing's vacant gaze shifted toward the supermarket, and moments later, a new thought emerged. Food, flesh, two individuals? Su Chen narrowed his eyes. These 2 must be the ones responsible for dispatching the external zombies. They were likely inside, reveling in their victory while frantically scavenging for supplies. Were they foes or allies? It was too soon to ascertain. He had to prepare for the worst. Su Chen stroked his chin as a plan rapidly took shape in his mind. Wanqing, exit the vehicle. He descended from the car with Shen Wanqing, taking cover near the supermarket. Proceed through the main entrance. Shen Wanqing did not respond verbally, but Su Chen sensed that his command had been flawlessly received. With graceful strides, she made her way toward the supermarket's entrance. Her clean black athletic attire accentuating her fair skin and tall figure, presenting the image of an utterly ordinary young woman. Su Chen retrieved a fire axe from the trunk, gripping it steadily as he followed behind at a distance of several dozen meters. He was keen to observe the nature of these 2 survivors. The supermarket's doors stood ajar, and Shen Wanqing entered without obstruction. Su Chen swiftly followed, slipping inside. A pungent blend of decay and dust assaulted his senses, prompting him to furrow his brow. The interior of the supermarket was in disarray. The ground was littered with shattered product packaging and shards of glass. Most shelves were bare, with only a few household items scattered about. It appeared that this place had been frequented by more than one group. Shen Wanqing continued deeper into the store, adhering to his instructions. Just as she approached the food section, raucous laughter reverberated from the depths of the aisles. Hey dude, check out that beauty. Wow, those long legs. That slim waist, who would have thought such a gem existed in the apocalypse? The voices grew closer, evidently drawn to Shen Wanqing's presence. Su Chen's expression hardened as he swiftly concealed himself behind a row of shelves, peeking out cautiously. Soon, 2 men emerged, one with bleached hair and the other bald. Both wore sinister grins, their gaze unabashedly roving over Shen Wanqing's figure. They bore no weapons. Hey there, gorgeous all alone? The bleached-haired man whistled, taking the lead in the conversation. In such a perilous place, being alone is exceedingly unsafe. Should I not have my brothers protect you? Su Chen commanded Shen Wanqing in his mind. Return. Upon receiving the order, Shen Wanqing immediately turned around, her expression devoid of emotion as she approached Su Chen. Wait. Don't leave. The bald man, noticing this, grew anxious and hurriedly pursued her alongside the yellow-haired companion, their words still laced with filth. Beautiful lady, let us be friends. We are quite formidable, and we guarantee you'll never go hungry. Indeed, if you join us, you'll relish in fine delicacies. Observing their repugnant faces, Su Chen felt a sense of liberation. Excellent. Since you are so eager to court death, do not blame me. He directed Shen Wanqing to quicken her pace towards the ambush he had set at the shelf. The 2 men, sensing Shen Wanqing's frantic flight, became even more exhilarated, howling as they chased after her. They were on the verge of darting past the shelf where Su Chen stood. Stop! Su Chen issued the command. Mid-run, Shen Wanqing abruptly halted, standing still. Not running anymore? Little beauty, out of breath, are we? The yellow-haired man and the bald one approached with lewd grins, eagerly rubbing their hands together, extending their claws towards Shen Wanqing. Now, attack! Su Chen decisively commanded. Obeying the order, Shen Wanqing faced the yellow-haired man as he lunged at her, her stunning visage remaining emotionless. She merely raised her hand, swift as lightning. To the astonishment of the yellow-haired man, her fair hand, cutting through the air, accurately struck his neck. Crack! A crisp sound, like the snapping of bone, echoed painfully, The yellow-haired man's head tilted at a bizarre angle, his smile frozen in an instant as his body crumpled to the ground. Level 1 survivor killed. Your pet Shen Wanqing gains 10 experience. The bald man stood dumbfounded beside him. His lascivious grin faltered, eyes wide as saucers, fixated on the fallen yellow-haired man. Then back at the expressionless woman before him. What just happened? She killed him with a single slap? Chapter 54. Survivors in the supermarket. A chill surged through his mind. This was no delicate beauty. She was evidently a female tyrant. The bald man emitted a terrified scream, his voice cracking, and turned to flee. Yet, the moment he spun around, a shadow silently materialized behind him. Flee? Where could he escape? A chilling voice, akin to the whisper of death, resonated in his ear. The bald man froze, and before he could turn back, he felt a sudden coldness on his back. With a swift motion, the sharp blade of the fire axe sliced through his flesh, embedding itself deeply. The excruciating pain surged, and the bald man let out a horrified shriek, collapsing onto the ground as blood quickly soaked the earth beneath him. He was not dead yet. Struggling, he turned his head and caught sight of a smirking, handsome face. Brother, spare me. I was wrong. I'll give you everything. The bald man lay on the ground, tears and snot streaming down his face as he begged for mercy. Su Chen paid no heed to his pleas. Instead, he issued a final command to Shen Wanqing, who stood nearby. Eliminate him. Having no experience in taking matters into his own hands, Shen Wanqing slowly approached him, raising her hand. No. With a dull thud, silence enveloped the world. You have killed a level 1 survivor. Your pet Shen Wanqing gains 10 experience. Su Chen walked over to the two corpses, deftly removing their survival wristbands and opting for fusion. Fusion successful. Your storage space increases by 1 cubic meter. Fusion successful. You gain 210 survival points. Items within the wristbands have been automatically transferred to your storage space. Fusion successful. Your storage space increases by 1 cubic meter. Fusion successful. You gain 470 survival points. Items within the wristbands have been automatically transferred to your storage space. Another 680 survival points credited, bringing his storage space to a total of 40 cubic meters. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. These two miscreants had indeed proven to be industrious porters, uncovering a wealth of useful supplies. Upon inspecting the haul, he found not only staples like compressed biscuits, canned goods, and bottled water, but also several packets of spicy strips and 2 cans of cola. They had a taste for enjoyment. Without hesitation, Su Chen accepted all the spoils with delight. Though these two wretches met a deserved end, they had contributed, albeit slightly, to the recycling of resources in this post-apocalyptic world. Let us move on, Su Chen declared, wielding the fire axe as he and Shen Wanqing made their way toward the supermarket's food section. However, the shelves in the food area were as bare as his own face. Not a grain of rice or a bag of flour could be found, let alone a single instant noodle seasoning packet. The shelves stood empty, littered with torn packaging as if a horde of locusts had ravaged the place. Are these people hoarders? Not a thing left behind. Su Chen, undeterred, wandered through the fresh produce and snack sections, only to find the outcome equally disheartening. The refrigerator had long lost power, emanating a nauseating stench of decay. Some meats, which had not been sold in time, were already covered with green mold. In the snack section, only a few scattered. Damaged candies remained, sticking messily to the floor. In a corner, he even stumbled upon a box of abandoned cilantro-flavored chips. Su Chen thought, well, this is indeed something even a dog wouldn't touch. Clearly, any plans to replenish supplies here were utterly dashed. It was to be expected. Such a large supermarket was an obvious target and had undoubtedly been raided by waves of survivors. Finding even a morsel of leftover food would be considered fortunate. Just as he was about to give up and leave, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the sign for the second floor. Second floor, clothing, footwear, home goods, daily necessities. Su Chen's eyes suddenly brightened. Of course, these items would certainly not be prioritized by early survivors. After all, under the pressure of survival, who has the luxury to worry about what clothes to wear or what brand of toothpaste to use? Yet for him, these items were invaluable resources. He hurriedly took Shen Wanqing and made his way to the second floor. The situation on the second floor was much as he had anticipated. In stark contrast to the chaos of the first floor, it resembled a scene from before the apocalypse, merely coated in a layer of dust. In the clothing section, rows of brand-new garments hung on the racks, tags still attached. The shoe section was neatly arranged with various styles of shoes. In the home goods area, blankets, pillows, and sheets were piled high. The toiletry section boasted an array of toothpaste, toothbrushes, towels, shampoos, and shower gels, a veritable treasure trove. He had struck gold. This was indeed a windfall. While he currently lacked food, the quality of life must also be upheld. Su Chen first dashed towards the men's clothing section, selecting a few well-fitting sportswear and casual outfits, even grabbing a substantial amount of underwear and socks. Next, he approached the women's section. As he surveyed the vibrant array of women's clothing, his expression grew somewhat subtle. He glanced at the still figure of Shen Wanqing beside him. He should grab some for her as well. They could exchange them later. He began by selecting some sportswear similar to what Shen Wanqing was wearing. These were basic, practical, stain-resistant, and conducive to combat. Then, his hands began to move somewhat uncontrollably. This white dress is lovely, quite ethereal. No, it wouldn't be practical for fighting. Best to take it anyway. These denim shorts. Are they too short? Oh well, they should be quite refreshing in summer. I'll take them. And this. What is it? Oh, yoga pants. Excellent elasticity and freedom of movement. They're a must-have. Lingerie. Should I really take this? Su Chen gazed at the shelves adorned with lace, cutouts, and an assortment of colors in women's lingerie, feeling a blush creep to his cheeks. As a healthy young man who had been single for 26 years, he had never scrutinized such items so closely. Who could possibly withstand this? Cough. Let us take it all. He directly stored everything in the warehouse. After completing this task, he felt as though he had just engaged in a fierce battle, a light sheen of sweat covering his body. Su Chen then dashed towards the shoe section, gathering shoes suitable for their size into the warehouse. The remaining pairs were then placed on the trading platform for sale. Product: brand new sports shoes, price 8 survival points, seller's note. No shoes on your feet? Running in the toxic zone is futile. Stop wearing your tattered slippers. Switch to these, and you could be the next Bolt. Sizes available, limited stock, first come, first served. Product: high-top canvas shoes, couple edition. Price: 7 survival points, seller's note. Even in the apocalypse, romance is essential. Wear matching couple shoes with your special someone and be the most stylish pair in the end times. Sizes available. He listed 50 or 60 items in one breath, reserving the rest in the warehouse for gradual sale. Finally, Su Chen rushed to the home goods section. Brand new quilts, soft pillows, skin-friendly bedding sets. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he waved his hand. Storage. Instantly, half of the shelves were emptied. A system notification popped up in the lower left corner. Warehouse space is full. Despite having 40 cubic meters of space, the sheer volume of items was overwhelming. Gritting his teeth, Su Chen purchased 10 warehouse space expansion cards. Transaction successful. Survival points minus 1,000. He used all 10 expansion cards. Warehouse space, 10 cubic meters. Current total space, 50 cubic meters. At that moment, a system notification appeared. Notification: your spending in the mall has met the upgrade criteria. Would you like to upgrade? Su Chen promptly selected yes. Upgrade immediately. Buzz, a flash of white light swept across the mall icon on the bracelet interface. Mall level increased to level 5. More new products unlocked. Upgrade experience. 985 for 000. Su Chen immediately opened the upgraded mall. The screen refreshed, revealing a dazzling array of products, significantly richer than at level 4. Chapter 55. Upgrading the mall and the romance of men. He first glanced at the food category. Product: instant hot and sour noodles, bucket. Price: 12 survival points. Note: 1 slurp and you'll be hooked. What could be more appetizing in the apocalypse? Product: instant hot, dry noodles, authentic flavor. Price: 12 survival points. Note: whose DNA has been activated. Bursting with sesame sauce. The joy of carbohydrates is this simple. As he gazed upon these familiar instant food products, Su Chen felt his saliva secretion quicken. In a world ravaged by the apocalypse, savoring a warm, flavorful dish was akin to divine indulgence. He forcefully suppressed the urge to prepare a bucket right then and there. This was not the time for enjoyment. Once he had scavenged this small town, he would have ample opportunity. His attention shifted to the tools category. Product, multifunctional engineer shovel. Price, 50 survival points. Note, dig, saw, chop, cut, grip, hammer. Whatever you can conceive, it can accomplish. An essential for outdoor survival. Product, crowbar. Price, 30 survival points. Note, the sort of physics. A master key for doors. There is nothing a crowbar cannot solve. If there is, simply acquire another. Su Chen stroked his chin. Both items were appealing, yet currently unnecessary. He opted not to purchase them. Rubbing his hands together, he eagerly clicked on the long-anticipated weapons category. When the new product list appeared, his breath momentarily caught. Here it was. Product, long spear. Price, 90 survival points. Note, an inch longer, an inch stronger. Wish to learn the art of Zhao Zilong's 7 forays? Begin with owning a long spear. Product, Tang Dao, Chinese saber. Price, 90 survival points. Note, the blade is slender and straight, a weapon that pierces armor. This is the ultimate romance for a man. As he beheld the elegant design of the Tang Dao, emanating a subtle cold gleam, Su Chen felt a stirring within his very DNA. The fire axe was a tool of brute force, while the Tang Dao, now that was striking, a weapon that harmonized practicality with prestige. This was what a man should wield. Without hesitation, he spent 90 survival points to acquire the Tang Dao. Transaction successful. Survival points minus 90. With a flash of light, a sleek, jet-black Tang Dao, nearly a meter in length including the sheath, materialized in his hand. Su Chen gripped the hilt and slowly drew it forth. With a soft whisper, the slender blade reflected a chilling gleam under the dim lights of the supermarket. The blade was straight, its lines fluid, exuding an aura of sharp lethality. He attempted to swing it. The blade sliced through the air, producing a light whoosh. It was significantly lighter and more agile than the cumbersome fire axe. What a fine weapon! Su Chen lovingly caressed the cool blade, his sense of security soaring once more. With this tool in hand, dealing with zombies would transform from a test of endurance into an exercise of skill. He contentedly stowed away the Tang knife, his mercenary nature surfacing once more. Without hesitation, he opened the marketplace, purchasing another Tang knife and a fine steel spear, then skillfully listed them on the trading post. Item, brand new Tang knife. Price, 100 survival points. Seller's note, just out of the factory. A must-have for flaunting in the apocalypse. With this, you become a walking embodiment of allure. Item, brand new spear. Price, 100 survival points. Seller's note, still troubled by close combat? Length equals strength. The undead won't touch you before they meet their end. His pricing remained reasonable, adding only a modest markup of 10 points for each item. Seizing the opportunity while others' marketplace levels had yet to rise, he aimed to profit from the information gap. Having completed this, he organized the clothing, shoes, and bedding scavenged from the second floor, categorizing them meticulously for the trading post. Su Chen retained a few items for personal use while listing the rest. Though individually low in value, the sheer volume made them essential for everyone. Little by little, it amounted to a significant income. With limited warehouse space, he needed to ensure a constant flow of goods, preventing these temporarily unused items from occupying space. After addressing these matters, Su Chen ascended to the third floor. This level housed the home appliance and toy sections, where televisions, refrigerators, washing machines, and various household appliances lay neatly arranged, cloaked in a thick layer of dust. In this apocalypse, these once coveted symbols of modern convenience had become nothing more than heaps of useless scrap. Shaking his head, he felt no desire to collect them. They were of no use at present. He was not a craftsman capable of repurposing the components into something functional. It was wiser to prioritize materials that served immediate needs. After surveying the third floor, he finally stumbled upon something useful, a telescope in the toy section. He found over a dozen. Beyond that, there were no further treasures. Accompanied by Shen Wanqing, he departed from the large supermarket. Back in the vehicle, he glanced at his wristband. Today's travel update, Survival Day 3, time, 9:30, weather, clear, temperature, 12°C, 25°C, surrounding environment, abandoned town, toxic fog distance, 13. 8 kilometers, toxic fog speed, 1 meter second, beginner phase, at a speed of 1 meter per second, that translates to 6 kilometers in an hour. The 13. 8 kilometers indicated he had, at most, just under 4 hours of safe time remaining. Considering potential mishaps along the way, he could linger here no more than 3 hours. Time was becoming pressing. He needed to act swiftly. Su Chen started the car, the black business vehicle merging once again into the desolate streets. Gripping the steering wheel, his gaze sharply scanned the buildings flanking the road. The objective was now clear: the Central Hospital of Whitehorse Town. In this apocalypse, hospitals, akin to police stations and large supermarkets, represented prime resource points. Medicines, medical instruments, disinfectants, these items, once taken for granted, now held immense value. In a world where human life is as fragile as paper, anything might prove to be a lifeline in critical moments. Naturally, risk and reward coexist. Such locations inevitably become hotspots teeming with zombies. Su Chen was mentally prepared for this. After driving for a while, a colossal white building complex came into view at the end of the road. The words Central Hospital of Whitehorse Town, rendered in faded red, stood out under the sunlight, despite their weathered appearance. Su Chen slowed his vehicle and parked several hundred meters away at a street corner. He picked up a pair of binoculars he had surreptitiously acquired from a supermarket and scrutinized the hospital situation. Upon a mere glance, he could not help but gasp in shock. Goodness, have I stumbled into a den of zombies? The square in front of the hospital, as well as the outpatient hall visible through the glass doors, was swarming with heads. No, it was the heads of zombies. Hundreds of them drifted aimlessly like a horde of headless flies, congested in the area. The sight was enough to send any person with a fear of crowds into a state of panic. Suddenly, Su Chen recalled a distress message he had seen the previous night on the regional channel. A poor soul had reported being trapped in the hospital, barricaded by zombies. It seemed likely that the unfortunate fellow had met his demise and that even his bones would be untraceable. He lowered the binoculars and turned to the co-pilot, Shen Wanqing, mentally issuing a command. Perceive whether there is food or flesh inside. Shen Wanqing's hollow eyes fixated on the direction of the hospital, and after a few seconds, a chilling thought echoed in his mind. Food, flesh, none. As expected, with no survivors present, he could engage in a relentless slaughter without hesitation, treating this place as a personal experience dungeon to farm. As for the man who had sent the distress signal, brother, take heed in your next life. Do not venture into such perilous locales. Su Chen offered a brief moment of silence for him, then began to strategize his next course of action. Chapter 56. The Central Hospital of Whitehorse Town. He did not drive directly to the hospital, but instead turned into a secluded alley, securely concealing the vehicle in the shadow of a nearby building. After ensuring everything was in order, he finally exited the car with Shen Wanqing. One person and one corpse quietly approached the hospital's main entrance. Standing outside the imposing gates, Su Chen felt a shiver run down his spine as he gazed at the dense throng of bodies within. The sheer number was several times greater than what he had encountered at the police station. Casting a glance at the still figure of Shen Wanqing beside him, a smile involuntarily tugged at the corners of his mouth. My dear, it is time to commence work. Enter and eliminate every threat lurking inside. Su Chen issued his succinct command. A subtle, almost beast-like growl emanated from Shen Wanqing's throat, as if in response. In the next instant, she charged straight into the hospital. Her entrance resembled a stone hurled into a crowded pond, instantly drawing the attention of countless murky eyes from within the lobby. However, before they could mount any aggressive reaction, a one-sided, efficient massacre commenced. Su Chen did not follow her in. Instead, he leaned leisurely against a pillar outside, vigilantly observing the surroundings to prevent any other survivors from approaching while taking a keen interest in the chaos unfolding in his lower left field of vision. There, madness had fully erupted. Kill 1 level zombie. Gain experience 2. 5. Your pet Shen Wanqing gains experience 2. 5. Kill 1 level zombie. Gain experience 2. 5. Your pet Shen Wanqing gains experience 2. 5. Kill 1 level zombie. Gain experience 2. 5. Your pet Shen Wanqing gains experience 2. 5. Kill 1 level zombie. Gain experience 2. 5. Your pet Shen Wanqing gains experience 2. 5. The green system notifications flooded the screen like a breached dam, evoking the sensation of playing an idle game. He was the player who needed to do nothing but watch as the experience bar surged upward. Delightful. Exhilarating. Su Chen's heart swelled with joy. This was far more efficient than his own laborious efforts. In the hospital lobby, the sounds of roaring and cracking bones echoed. Yet he could not hear them. He could only observe as his experience bar steadily climbed at an observable rate. These were not zombies. They were merely walking bundles of experience. As time ticked away, Su Chen leaned against the pillar, even finding the leisure to retrieve a bottle of cola from the warehouse. With a satisfying pop, he opened the cap and took a hearty gulp. The cold, fizzy liquid slid down his throat, pure bliss. While others fought desperately for survival against the zombies, risking their lives, he had effortlessly slipped into a supervisor mode, sipping cola while watching his subordinate wreak havoc. What stark contrast! After what felt like a quarter of an hour had passed, as the torrent of green notifications gradually diminished and eventually ceased, the hospital lobby returned to a profound silence. A distinct thought resonated in Su Chen's mind. Threat. Eliminated. Splendid. Su Chen crushed the soda can in his hand and casually tossed it into a nearby trash bin. With the newly acquired Tang Dao in hand, he strode purposefully into the hospital. Upon entering, he was immediately assaulted by a stench of blood and decay, far more potent than anything he had encountered at the police station, nearly overwhelming him. Despite having mentally prepared for the scene, the sight before him left him profoundly shaken. The entire outpatient hall had transformed into a veritable mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Scattered haphazardly across the floor were layers upon layers of zombie bodies, with a rough count exceeding 100. Twisted limbs and severed arms mingled with dark, viscous blood, turning the once pristine marble floor into a repulsive mire. In the midst of this hellish tableau stood Shen Wanqing, starkly contrasting the surrounding horror with an eerie calm. Su Chen observed this scene with a singular thought. Thankfully, this is my pet. He accessed his character interface. Level 3-600-1000. Excellent, excellent. Having slain so many brings him one step closer to level 4. He nodded in satisfaction, noting that the experience required for leveling up was increasing, and this recent endeavor had yielded substantial gains. His curiosity piqued. He opened the pet interface to check Shen Wanqing's status. Upon viewing her experience bar, his eyes widened in astonishment. Name, Shen Wanqing. Level 2, 475 500, just 25 experience points shy of reaching level 3. This meant that with the elimination of merely 10 ordinary zombies, she would ascend. Su Chen's heartbeat quickened uncontrollably, a momentous piece of news. His most formidable asset was this mute, emotionless, yet utterly loyal beautiful zombie. Each of her upgrades significantly enhanced his own safety. Even as a level 2, Shen Wanqing could decimate hundreds of ordinary zombies with ease. What strength would she possess at level 3? Su Chen could hardly fathom it. He forcefully quelled his excitement. Now was not the time for joy. Scavenging for supplies was paramount. The pharmacy was the hospital's primary concern. Su Chen hastened toward the hospital layout map at the center of the lobby. He dared not wander aimlessly in such a place. Soon, he located the pharmacy's position on the map, just to the left of the first-floor lobby, accessible through a corridor. Determining his course, he gripped the newly acquired Tang Dao in one hand and covered his nose with the other, cautiously stepping over the viscous carpet toward his objective. The corridor, too, was strewn with corpses, the majority being the results of Shen Wanqing's handiwork. Soon, a window marked with a sign reading Pharmacy Pickup came into view. The window's protective glass had been shattered, and a small door beside it stood ajar. Su Chen leaned in to take a look, only to be met with a scene of carnage. Bodies lay strewn about, and blood flowed freely. Without hesitation, he stepped inside. However, as his gaze traversed the interior of the pharmacy, his expression instantly froze. It was empty. The once towering metal shelves that lined the walls were now devoid of any stock. Not a single box of medication could be found, nor even a blister pack of cold medicine or a bottle of iodine. The shelves were immaculate, as if they had been scrubbed clean. Damn it! Su Chen couldn't help but curse, his blood pressure surging. Who the hell did this? How could everything be ransacked so thoroughly? Are you a locust? Did you consume everything, leaving not even a drop of broth for your brother? Frustrated, he spun around twice in place and, refusing to give up, approached the shelves for a closer inspection. He even knelt on the ground, hoping to discover something overlooked in a corner or something that had fallen. In the end, there was nothing at all. Aside from the multitude of corpses and the stains of blood, This place was cleaner than his own face. What a futile effort. Su Chen felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. He had toiled tirelessly to have his pet eliminate the threats, only to find not even a single scrap left behind. Just as he was about to storm out in anger, a flicker of movement caught his eye in the farthest corner of the pharmacy, an inconspicuous door. This door, resembling that of storage room, ought to have been firmly shut. Chapter 57. A life lost, yet survival points remain unspent at this moment. The door was marred by grotesque claw marks and indents from violent impacts. The lock had been ruthlessly damaged, causing the entire door to warp inward, barely clinging to its frame. Something was amiss. Su Chen's gaze sharpened, and he immediately became alert, gripping the Tang Dao tightly as he approached cautiously. He gingerly pushed open the battered door. Behind it lay a modest storage room, filled to capacity with the corpses of 7 or 8 zombies, crowding the already limited space. Su Chen's eyes darted over the pile of bodies, quickly drawn to a glimmer of metal on the ground, a machete. Beside the blade lay a black survival bracelet, stained with dark red blood, quietly resting there. A survival bracelet? Su Chen felt a stir of interest and stepped forward, suppressing his disgust as he retrieved the bracelet from the heap of corpses. Detected an unclaimed survival bracelet. Would you like to fuse it? Fusion. Su Chen decisively selected confirm. In the next moment, a cascade of green system notifications erupted in the lower left corner of his vision like fireworks. Fusion successful. Your warehouse space has increased by 8 cubic meters. Fusion successful. You have gained 1,200 survival points. Items within the bracelet have been automatically transferred to your warehouse space. What the? The instant he read the notifications, Su Chen's eyes bulged in disbelief, his breath momentarily caught in his throat. 8 cubic meters of space, 1,200 survival points. He could scarcely believe his eyes. Was this a hidden treasure? He had fused many bracelets before, but had never encountered one so bountiful. The immense joy instantly dispelled all previous feelings of gloom and frustration. He hurriedly opened the warehouse interface to inspect his newfound spoils. Upon seeing the newly designated area meticulously organized by the system, Su Chen comprehended the situation entirely. In that corner, a plethora of boxes and bottles were piled high. Antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, fever reducers, pain relievers, gauze, bandages, iodine, alcohol. An array of medicines filled the space. Additionally, there were some compressed biscuits and bottled water, essential supplies in limited quantities. It turned out that the unfortunate soul had emptied the pharmacy shelves outside. This individual was undoubtedly a doomsday hoarder. In an instant, Su Chen envisioned the sequence of events. This survivor was likely the same person who had desperately cried for help on the regional channel the previous night. He must have seized the opportunity, taking advantage of the zombie sluggishness during the day to venture into the hospital and pillage the entire pharmacy, only to hide in the storage room, waiting for dawn to escape. Unfortunately, he had miscalculated, failing to anticipate the zombies' ferocity at night. Ultimately, the door he deemed secure was breached by the frenzied horde. Truly, a life lost, yet survival points remain unspent. Su Chen shook his head, feeling no sympathy, only a bemused sense of irony. Brother, your recent actions are nothing short of a textbook example of selflessness, akin to crafting garments for others. With great satisfaction, he stored the gleaming machete into his inventory and then promptly accessed the trading post to list it. Item: used machete, 90 new. Price: 40 survival points, seller S-note. Authentic machete, previously used on zombies. No negotiations, buy if you wish. Even the smallest morsel holds value. Nothing should be wasted. Having completed these tasks, Su Chen exited the pharmacy with a sense of fulfillment. He did not hasten to leave the hospital. Instead, he instructed Shun Wanqing to continue exploring the premises. Within such a vast establishment, there must be other useful items to uncover. Together, they ascended the safety stairwell, methodically searching each floor. From the inpatient department to the operating rooms and laboratories, he meticulously scoured the entire hospital. Ultimately, aside from discovering some pristine medical supplies such as alcohol, cotton swabs, gauze, and syringes in various departmental lockers, his endeavors yielded little else of significance. However, Su Chen felt no disappointment. The bounty from the pharmacy had already filled his coffers to overflowing. One must not be overly greedy. He opened his character interface to check the time, just past 11 in the morning. Su Chen resolved to depart from the town. His acquisitions were plentiful. With only 7 kilometers remaining to refresh the second milestone treasure chest, he decided to return to the parking area, allowing ample time for any unforeseen circumstances. At that moment, a familiar sensation abruptly echoed in his mind. Food flesh, it was Shen Wanqing's perception. Were there other survivors? Instantly, Su Chen halted, his expression shifting to one of vigilance. Cautiously, he approached the hall on the first floor, concealing himself behind a supporting pillar, and peered out. He beheld a robust man outside the hospital entrance, furtively glancing about. The man clutched a gleaming machete, his gaze sweeping over the gruesome scene of carnage within the lobby, his face etched with shock and trepidation. Clearly, the sight of such slaughter had rendered him hesitant to enter. Su Chen's brow furrowed slightly. It appeared that the survivors in White Horse Town were more numerous than he had anticipated. Rather than exposing himself immediately, he leisurely retrieved a wooden bow from his inventory. Grasping it firmly, although its efficacy had waned, it still served as a deterrent. He was reluctant to reveal his firearm, especially since he had never discharged one before. Thus, he opted to engage using familiar means. Once prepared, he emerged from behind the pillar, accompanied by Shen Wanqing, and ambled toward the entrance. Step by step, the sound of their footsteps resonated throughout the vast hall, instantly alerting the man at the doorway. He suddenly turned his head, and upon seeing Su Chen and the woman trailing behind him, Shen Wanqing, his expression shifted from surprise to intense vigilance, his grip on the machete tightening further. Su Chen halted his steps a dozen meters away, refraining from advancing any closer. In this post-apocalyptic world, maintaining a safe distance is the cardinal rule of human interaction. With a stoic expression, he regarded the man before him, saying nothing, merely gesturing with his eyes for him to clear the way. However, the man remained unmoved. His gaze flickered between Su Chen and Shen Wanqing, lingering for several seconds on Shen Wanqing's stunning visage and alluring form, a glimmer of astonishment and greed flashing in his eyes. "Brother, the zombies inside, were they all killed by you?" The man ventured, his voice somewhat hoarse. Su Chen chose not to dignify his trivial inquiry with a response. Unfazed, the man continued speaking. "Brother, in such a large hospital, there must be plenty of medical supplies, right? Look, we are all survivors struggling to endure in this apocalypse. Everything should be shared among us. How about you spare me a little?" His tone was presumptuous, as if it were a matter of course for Su Chen to part with his hard-earned resources. Listening to this, Su Chen almost laughed in disbelief. What a character! I've been fighting tooth and nail, and you've been standing by, observing for ages, only to emerge now seeking a share of the spoils? Where's your dignity? Why should I even care about your existence? Su Chen's voice grew icy. Chapter 58. The pet reaches level 3. Ah, my friend, one cannot speak in such a manner. The man seemed oblivious to the impatience in Su Chen's tone and took a step forward. This hospital is not your private property. The items within are unclaimed, and whoever acquires them may call them their own. You cannot possibly utilize all these medicines alone, so share some with me, and let us forge a friendship that may prove beneficial in the future. Su Chen was utterly speechless. Did this man possess a vacant mind? Friendship? Are we even acquainted? This was a classic case of moral coercion. In the world before the apocalypse, such individuals would be the ones asking, "You're so wealthy, why not donate?" Or "You are so capable, why not assist my burdensome child?" Lacking the energy for further discourse, Su Chen commanded, "Step aside." His voice now bore a hint of lethal intent. The man's smile faltered, clearly taken aback by Su Chen's blatant disregard for his face. His eyes darted, and he commenced his performance. "Brother, you cannot be so selfish. We are all brethren, and in these dire times, we ought to unite and assist one another to survive. If you hoard all the medicines for yourself, what becomes of the others? You are undermining the solidarity among us survivors." He delivered his lecture with fervor and righteous indignation. Su Chen felt a headache coming on. He could hardly muster the energy to retort. With a taut twang, the bowstring was drawn back. Su Chen knocked an arrow, aiming directly at the man's head. Witnessing Su Chen's readiness to act, the man instantly fell silent. The fervor on his face transformed into fear and trepidation. He retreated several paces, ultimately ceding the path to the entrance with reluctance. With a cold snort, Su Chen retracted his wooden bow and, accompanied by Shen Wanqing, cautiously stepped beyond the hospital's threshold. He did not wish to invite unnecessary complications. The warehouse was brimming with supplies, his essential capital for survival, until he could effectively convert these resources into combat capability. Any superfluous conflict posed a risk. Who could tell whether this seemingly unimpressive survivor had hidden cards up his sleeve? Better to avoid trouble than to seek it. However, just as he had not ventured far, the corner of his eye caught sight of the man trailing him, neither too close nor too far. Su Chen's stride faltered, and his gaze hardened. Damn it, does he not understand boundaries? Does he truly perceive me as some kind of saint? When heaven offers a path, you refuse to tread it, yet you insist on barging into hell. If you seek death, then I shall grant it. The intent to kill solidified within Su Chen, and a thought was conveyed through their bond to Shen Wanqing beside him. Approach him, eliminate him. Shen Wanqing, who had remained quietly in tow, halted upon receiving the command. She then pivoted towards the man who had followed them. The man, initially taken aback, was delighted to see the stunning woman breaking away from the group and approaching him. Ah, what a display of allure. The enchanting beauty must have been captivated by his strikingly handsome and robust appearance, utterly entranced by his commanding aura, desiring to part ways with that dandy. In an instant, he cast aside the fear that had been instilled in him by Su Chen's bow, wearing a self-satisfied grin that he believed to be charming. He even had the audacity to adjust his collar, preparing to engage in a profound exchange with this alluring woman who had so willingly approached him. My dear, have you come to your senses? Following me holds far greater promise than trailing behind that pretty boy, I assure you. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, Shen Wanqing, standing before him, wore a visage devoid of expression. She simply raised her hand, pale, slender, seemingly lacking in strength. In the midst of the man's astonished and lecherous gaze, her hand struck with lightning speed, accompanied by a sharp gust, landing precisely upon his head. A crisp, bone-cracking sound echoed through the silent street, sharp enough to make one wince. The man's head tilted at a bizarre angle, his smile freezing in an instant. His body collapsed like a boneless creature, lifelessly crumpling to the ground. You have slain a level 1 survivor. Your companion Shen Wanqing gains 10 experience. A line of green text appeared in the lower left corner of his vision, punctually announcing the event. Su Chen, with an impassive expression, approached the still warm corpse. He could hardly muster the energy to comment. Skillfully, he removed the survival wristband from the man's wrist and opted for fusion. Fusion successful. Your storage space increases by 3 cubic meters. Fusion successful. You gain 560 survival points. Items from a wristband have been automatically transferred to your storage space. His storage capacity had now reached 61 cubic meters, and his survival points had seen a significant increase. Glancing at the machete that lay discarded on the ground, he picked it up and promptly listed it for sale in the trading market. Item: second-hand machete, 80 new. Price: 40 survival points, seller's note. Discounted for a quick sale. Having completed these tasks, he lingered no longer. Accompanied by Shen Wanqing, he swiftly made his way to the alley where he had concealed his vehicle. Starting the car, the sleek black business vehicle gradually emerged from the alley, merging onto the road leading outside the town. Su Chen gripped the steering wheel, his spirits soaring. His venture to White Horse Town had proven immensely profitable. Not only had he amassed a considerable stockpile of medicines and supplies, but he had also significantly expanded both his storage capacity and survival points. The items he had listed in the trading market continued to sell. Notifications of successful sales occasionally flashed in the lower left corner of his vision. Just as the vehicle was about to exit the town and join the road connecting to the outside world, Su Chen's peripheral vision caught sight of a dozen figures aimlessly wandering by an abandoned bus stop. They were zombies. He pressed the brake, bringing the car to a steady halt by the roadside. Shen Wanqing needed just 10 more zombies to level up. Why not take on this horde? The sooner she leveled up, the stronger they would become. He stepped out and opened the passenger door, mentally issuing commands. Go, clear them all away. Shen Wanqing received the command. With her long, slender legs, she exited the vehicle without the slightest hesitation, charging directly towards the horde of zombies. Su Chen watched intently as the green notifications in the lower left corner of his vision flooded the screen, continuing until the last zombie fell. You have slain a level 1 zombie, gaining experience 2. 5. Your pet Shen Wanqing gains experience 2. 5. You have slain a level 1 zombie, gaining experience 2. 5. Your pet Shen Wanqing gains experience 2. 5. Notice, your pet Shen Wanqing's experience has reached its maximum and is eligible for an upgrade. Joy surged within Su Chen as he issued the command for Shen Wanqing to return, who stood quietly amidst the pile of corpses after clearing the battlefield. Once she was back in the vehicle, he closed the passenger door and climbed it himself. Rubbing his hands together with a hint of excitement, he accessed the pet interface. Upgrading your pet Shen Wanqing. Upgrade successful. Your pet's level has risen to LV3. Level 301,000. Your pet has gained 1 free attribute point. Friendly reminder, your little pet has just leveled up, and she seems to exhibit a subtle change. To reach level 4, the required experience doubled to 1,000 points. Without hesitation, Su Chen allocated that single free attribute point to speed. The speed attribute increased to 4 points, now equivalent to that of a typical adult male. Excellent. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. Currently, Shen Wanqing possessed formidable strength, keen perception, and boundless stamina, with her only shortcoming now remedied. Chapter 59. The bronze treasure chest and version bonuses. His gaze eventually settled on that subtle notification. A delicate change? Su Chen furrowed his brow and turned to glance at Shen Wanqing beside him. She maintained her tranquil demeanor, clad in black athletic wear and donning sunglasses. Her exquisite visage revealing no discernible expression. The sunlight streaming through the car window illuminated her pale skin, rendering her more akin to a flawless work of art than a living being. After scrutinizing her for a considerable time, he was unable to discern any clarity. Forget it, he thought, shaking his head. He resumed driving, pressing the accelerator as he officially departed for Bema Town. The scenery along the highway was somewhat monotonous, dominated by barren grasslands and desolate rocky terrain. A few minutes later, his wristband vibrated gently, and a line of text appeared in the lower left corner. Notification. You have traveled a cumulative distance of 100 kilometers, revealing a bronze treasure chest by the roadside X1. In the arid expanse, approximately 100 meters ahead, he spotted a chest shimmering with a bronze hue. A bronze treasure chest. Su Chen's eyes lit up. It was evident that this chest held valuable treasures within. He did not reduce his speed, but rather slowed the vehicle to a halt about 70 to 80 meters away from the chest. Caution is the first principle of survival. He picked up his binoculars for a closer examination. The bronze treasure chest lay quietly on the ground, yet beside it, a creature crouched, significantly larger than an ordinary wolf. Its fur exhibited an eerie, grayish-black hue, with muscular lines taut and exuding a palpable sense of explosive strength. A pair of eerie green eyes vigilantly scanned the surroundings. Such a size? Su Chen lowered the binoculars and opened the monster compendium. Name, Level 1 Mutated Wolf. Vulnerability, Abdomen, Head information, a wolf mutated due to viral infection. More ferocious and cunning than ordinary wolves, with extreme speed, it is one of the most dreaded adversaries for novice survivors. As he absorbed the information from the compendium, Su Chen contemplated his course of action. He could simply accelerate and ram the car into the wolf, a straightforward and risk-free approach. However, this thought flickered in his mind only briefly before he dismissed it. Ultimately, he would have to confront combat alone, so why not practice now? It was the perfect opportunity to test his newly acquired Tang Dao and, by extension, the handgun he had yet to use. Exiting the vehicle, he prepared for action. Su Chen took a deep breath and opened the door. He retrieved the handgun he had acquired from the police station, its cold touch invigorating him. Shen Wanqing followed suit. Silently standing by his side, Su Chen crouched low, lowering his posture as he stealthily approached the direction of the mutated wolf. 50 meters, 40 meters. As he closed the distance to around 30 meters, he halted. This range was within the effective shooting distance of his handgun. He crouched behind a rock, gripping the gun with both hands, and mimicked the stance he had seen in movies, striving to align the sights with the body of the distant mutated wolf. To speak candidly, he felt a profound sense of trepidation within. He was utterly ignorant of the recoil of this weapon, its ballistic trajectory. He was a complete novice. Bang! A gunshot shattered the tranquility of the wilderness. Yet, the bullet struck the ground several meters in front of the mutated wolf, kicking up a small cloud of dust. It missed. How? The gunfire and the dust cloud instantly startled the mutated wolf. It sprang up from the earth with fervor, its eerie green eyes locking onto Su Chen's position in an instant. Without a moment's hesitation, it propelled itself forward with ferocious speed, charging at Su Chen. Goodness! Su Chen's heart raced. Its speed was astonishing. He barely had time to think. Go! Intercept it! The command was issued, and in that very moment, Shen Wanqing sprang into action. She arrived ahead of time, advancing towards the mutated wolf. Su Chen, suppressing his own shock, quickly steadied his breath, raising his gun once more to take aim. This time, armed with experience, he anticipated the wolf's charging trajectory. Bang! The second gunshot rang out. Thud! The mutated wolf, in the midst of its furious charge, suffered a violent explosion of crimson from its abdomen. Howl! It let out a heart-wrenching wail, its speed abruptly faltering. Now was the moment. Shen Wanqing's figure appeared like a specter at its side. Confronted with the increasingly frenzied creature, she merely raised her hand. Whoosh! The glint of 5 sharp claws flashed through the air. Crack! With a single swipe, she severed the mutated wolf's neck. Its massive body, propelled by inertia, tumbled several meters before crashing heavily to the ground, convulsing briefly before falling utterly still. Kill level 1 mutated wolf. Gain experience 10. Your pet Shen Wanqing gains experience 10. The battle concluded. Su Chen slowly lowered the still-smoking handgun, exhaling deeply. His palms were slick with sweat. It was exhilarating, overwhelmingly so. He approached the lifeless form of the mutated wolf, observing the 5 deep claw marks on its neck, then glanced over at Shen Wanqing, immaculate and unblemished, a wry smile creeping onto his face. Their cooperation was commendable, yet his marksmanship left much to be desired. It seemed he needed to find some time to practice further. He holstered his handgun and swiftly made his way to the bronze treasure chest. Rubbing his hands together, he opened it. Acquired bottled water X10. Acquired compressed biscuits X10. Acquired gasoline X30 liters. Acquired medical hemostatic spray X1 as he surveyed the newly acquired items in his inventory. Disappointment washed over Su Chen's face. Is this it? Just this? After all that, this is what I receive? A bronze chest yielding such paltry scraps? Not even a blue-grade item? The drop rate is utterly disheartening. He couldn't help but vent his frustrations. Although gasoline and the hemostatic spray were indeed invaluable strategic resources at this stage. However, nothing particularly special was procured, leaving him with an inexplicable sense of loss equivalent to $1 billion. Despite his grievances, he briskly approached, drew his dagger, and began to process the corpse of the mutated wolf. Acquired mutated wolf meat X 80 pounds. Acquired mutated wolf hide X1. The wolf meat was consumable in the hide. Perhaps in the future, he could have someone crafted into armor? Su Chen gathered all the spoils and returned to the vehicle with Shen Wanqing. He added 30 liters of gasoline to the tank of the business vehicle. There was still some fuel left, and now it was nearly full. The black business car continued its journey along the desolate highway. The scenery on either side of the road was monotonously bleak, consisting solely of barren grass and gravel plains. After a prolonged gaze, one might even question if they were merely going in circles. Yet, Su Chen found no tedium in the journey. Ding! Your brand new athletic shoes have been sold, gaining 8 survival points. Ding! Your second-hand machete, 90% new, has been sold, gaining 40 survival points. Ding! Your instant spicy noodles have been sold, gaining 14 survival points. Ding! Your long gun has been sold, gaining 100 survival points. The green notifications occasionally popping up in the lower left corner of his vision filled his journey with a bountiful joy. As he drove, he adeptly navigated the interface of his wristband. He purchased various items in bulk from the marketplace and then resold them at the trading post, marking each up by 10% in survival points. This was known as capitalizing on information asymmetry, with most individuals yet to elevate their marketplace levels. He was determined to seize this opportunity and fully exploit the version's benefits. In addition to trading, he retained a portion of the living supplies scavenged from supermarkets, such as bedding and toiletries, for personal use. The remainder was systematically categorized and listed for sale. Although the unit prices were modest, the sheer volume accumulated into a rather substantial income. At present, he resembled a mobile grocery store owner, monopolizing the market in a most advantageous manner. Chapter 60. It's only the third day. After a flurry of activity, he contentedly closed the trading post and opened the chat channel for Zone 10,000. Current zone, 10,000, population, 869-1000. As he gazed at the dwindling number, Su Chen felt a twinge of concern. It had been above 900 just the previous night. In the span of a single night, many had vanished from this world forever. He scrolled down through the chat logs, which remained lively. Brothers, I finally managed to get a bicycle. Although my rear end feels like it's been through the ringer, it's still better than running on foot. Haha, don't laugh too hard upstairs. After riding for a while, my thighs are cramping. It feels more exhausting than walking. Is there anyone with a vehicle? I'm willing to do anything. I can shout 666. Driving? Huh. My vehicle has been parked on the roadside for nearly half a day, and it's completely out of fuel. Who has gasoline? I'll buy it at a high price. 40 survival points for 1 liter. 40 points per liter? Why don't you just go steal some? I just saw someone selling it in the trading post for 80 points a liter, and it was snatched up immediately. Damn, 80 points? These merchants are ruthless. That's downright exploitative. As Su Chen read through the lively exchanges, his mind drifted to the dozen barrels of gasoline and diesel stored in his warehouse, and he felt a surge of satisfaction. He continued scrolling. Soon, less harmonious content began to emerge. Damn, brothers, be careful. I nearly got robbed by 3 guys just now. They rode up on a tricycle and demanded I hand over everything. Are you serious? Already starting to rob on the 3rd day? It's true. We got a small 4-man team blocking the roads for loot. Just yesterday, they broke the legs of a solitary traveler and stole everything. Not just stealing. I heard from a friend in another zone that their gang is even more ruthless. Males are outright killed for their valuables. And females, they just get taken away into the vehicles. As this news spread, the entire channel erupted. What the hell? Are they even human? Damn it. It's only the 3rd day. Has the threshold of humanity fallen so low? I thought we could at least survive the novice period. This is terrifying. We must unite and stand against these scoundrels. Everyone should band together to make them think twice about their arrogance. The channel was filled with outrage. Many users vocally expressing their indignation and calling for unity. Su Chen observed the fervent comments, his expression unchanged, though his gaze hardened slightly. Unity? They were still too naive. In this apocalypse, the most terrifying threat was not the zombies or monsters, but the hearts of men. He had anticipated this turn of events, yet he hadn't expected it to arrive so swiftly. It seemed that he would need to act with even greater caution in the future. He silently resolved to adopt a new rule for himself. Whenever he encountered survivors, especially in groups, he must immediately assume they were enemies. Strike first or suffer the consequences. He turned his head slightly to glance at Shen Wanqing, who was quietly seated in the passenger seat. The sunlight streamed through the car window, casting a radiant glow upon her flawless profile, her skin so pale it was almost blinding. She was his greatest asset and the source of his confidence in this desolate world. Those small groups of 3 or 4 would likely seem as fragile as paper in her presence. With this thought, Su Chen felt a sense of reassurance wash over him. He switched off the chat channel and refocused his attention on the road ahead. The black business vehicle traversed the desolate Gobi Highway for over half an hour. Su Chen glanced in the rearview mirror. It was empty behind him. The town he had thoroughly scavenged had long vanished beyond the horizon. Surrounding him was an endless expanse of wasteland, wide open, concealing neither people nor danger. That's enough, he murmured to himself, gently steering the car to the side of the road. Since morning, he had been preoccupied with scouring the town, neglecting to eat anything substantial. The tension he felt in Bama Town had masked his hunger, but now that he relaxed, the pangs of hunger surged forth. He opened the car door and retrieved the gas stove and gas canister he had scavenged earlier from the storage compartment. Following that, he extracted a stainless steel kettle, filled it with mineral water, ignited the flame, and set it to boil. The blue flames danced beneath the kettle, producing a melodious sound. While waiting for the water to boil, Su Chen remained industrious. He retrieved wild boar meat from the storage, slicing off several generous pieces and offering them to Shen Wanqing in the passenger seat. Eat, replenish your strength. Shen Wanqing made no sound. She merely lowered her head slightly, opened her mouth, and bit into the wild boar meat, chewing expressionlessly. After attending to his capable companion, Su Chen occasionally stood up, raising his binoculars to vigilantly survey the road they had traveled. Caution is the mother of safety. There were numerous survivors in Town. Who knew if any of them had followed the same path as he? Though he was unafraid, it was better to avoid unnecessary troubles. Soon, the kettle emitted a soft whistle, and white steam billowed from its spout. The water was boiling. Su Chen felt invigorated, his culinary spirit igniting fiercely. He swiftly retrieved 2 essential items from the storage, a bucket of instant wontons and a bucket of century egg and lean meat congee. He tore open the packaging, poured the scalding water over them, and covered them with lids. A long-forgotten aroma of cooked food instantly filled the air. Su Chen inhaled deeply, feeling as if all 36,000 pores in his body had opened wide. The scent was intoxicating. He wasted no time with the excess boiling water, pouring it all into a large thermos he had found in the supermarket before stowing it away. Hot water was also a precious resource in this apocalyptic world. The 3-minute wait felt interminable, akin to a century. When he could no longer contain his anticipation and lifted the lid of the instant noodles, the aroma of meat, broth, and fragrant oil surged forth, engulfing him. He picked up the small spoon, first delicately blowing on it before savoring a mouthful of hot soup. A wave of warmth cascaded down his esophagus and into his stomach, instantly dispelling the chill and fatigue that had enveloped his body. Su Chen felt an urge to moan with pleasure. Now this was truly living. He abandoned all restraint, skewering a plump dumpling and stuffing it into his mouth, wincing at the heat, yet unwilling to spit out. The meat filling was exquisite, and the broth was rich and savory. At that moment, this humble instant meal seemed far more delectable than a Michelin 3-star feast. He devoured an entire bucket of dumplings in a whirlwind of gluttony. Next, he opened a container of century egg and lean meat congee. The fragrant, sticky rice porridge mingled with the unique flavor of the century egg and the salty essence of the lean meat. Each mouthful delivered the purest joy bestowed by carbohydrates. Soon, not a single grain of rice remained at the bottom of the container. Su Chen let out a contented belch, leaning against the car door, feeling as though he had reached the pinnacle of life. He opened his character interface, noting that his satiety had restored to 95, while beside him, Shen Wanqing had also reached 100 after consuming the wild boar meat. Excellent. Everyone was in peak condition. He stowed away the gas stove and tidied up the refuse, leaving not a trace behind. Having completed these tasks, he resumed his place in the driver's seat, starting the engine and continuing down the road. Sated and invigorated, Su Chen felt a surge of energy coursing through him, enhancing his focus while driving. The black business vehicle glided smoothly along the highway. The scenery on either side remained monotonously barren. Yet, Su Chen's mood was markedly transformed. However, after about 10 minutes of driving, the conditions ahead began to shift. A similarly asphalted road emerged from the right, extending from the wasteland and converging with the main road beneath him. Su Chen's brow furrowed slightly as he instinctively eased off the accelerator. Another road had merged in. What could this signify? It likely indicated the presence of other survivors from a different area, ultimately converging onto this treacherous route he was traversing. Su Chen's gaze sharpened instantly, and his grip on the steering wheel instinctively tightened. Chapter 61, Collision Ahead. The intersections of roads appeared more frequently than Su Chen had anticipated. Over the next several minutes, 3 or 4 asphalt roads emerged from the desolate expanses on both sides, converging like streams into a single flow. With each road merging, Su Chen felt his heartstrings tighten. This indicated that he would soon encounter numerous survivors. Unbidden, images from previous discussions in the chat channel surfaced in his mind. Robbery, murder, and acts more beastly than the monsters themselves. Su Chen's gaze turned steely as his fingers lightly tapped the steering wheel. The luxurious interior and superior performance of the business vehicle made it a comfortable ride. However, should a conflict arise, whether through collision or confrontation, he would be heartbroken if the vehicle sustained damage. No, he must switch to another car for the journey ahead. Resolute, Su Chen gradually pulled the business vehicle to the side of the road on an open stretch. After alighting with Shen Wanqing and surveying the surroundings to ensure safety, a thought crossed his mind. Suddenly, a white van appeared before him, a prize he had acquired from the villa in Whitehorse Town. He then placed his palm on the hood of the business vehicle. With a flicker of thought, the sleek black car was absorbed into the confines of his storage space. Su Chen and Shen Wanqing climbed into the van, securing her seatbelt before turning the key in the ignition. Vroom, vroom. The engine roared with a roughness far exceeding that of the business vehicle, causing the car to tremble noticeably. Well, it was akin to trading a cannon for a pop gun, or rather, a cannon for a pop gun in reverse, he mused with a wry smile. The driving experience felt vastly inferior compared to the previous vehicle, yet he remained unconcerned. To him, this van was merely a disposable tool, one he would not lament if it were damaged or scratched. Should he encounter any unruly thugs on the road, he would certainly deliver them a grand surprise. With a shift in a gear, he pressed down on the accelerator. The van roared, swaying as it rejoined the highway. The ensuing journey unfolded with unexpected tranquility. For over 3 hours, Su Chen navigated the desolate highway in the battered van, encountering not a single soul. During this time, he stumbled upon 2 treasure chests, indicating he had traveled over 200 kilometers. Unfortunately, they yielded nothing more than 2 ordinary wooden chests. Solitary on the roadside, luck was not in his favor. The contents were rather mundane, consisting of a few bottles of mineral water and several packs of compressed biscuits. The sole consolation was that one chest contained 5 liters of gasoline. Better than nothing, he thought, as he poured the fuel into the vehicle. His spirits lifted upon recalling the exorbitant prices gasoline commanded in the trading market. Even the smallest morsel is still sustenance, especially now that this commodity was a form of hard currency. He activated the interface on his wristband to check his current status. Travel advisory, survival day 3, time, 16:30, weather, clear, temperature, 22°C, surroundings, wasteland, toxic fog distance, 231. 4 kilometers, toxic fog speed, 1 meter-second, beginner phase. With a safe distance exceeding 230 kilometers, Su Chen nodded in satisfaction at the number displayed. The speed at which he drove was markedly efficient, surpassing previous records by an astounding margin. He dismissed the interface and focused intently on the road ahead. After several minutes of driving, just as a wave of drowsiness began to wash over him, a chilling thought unexpectedly pierced through his mind. Food. Flesh. It was Shen Wanqing. Startled, Su Chen shook off his lethargy, his senses heightened. He promptly applied the brakes, bringing the van to a gentle stop by the roadside, and grasped his binoculars to survey the highway ahead. Through the lenses, he discerned several small dark figures. Adjusting the focus, he scrutinized the scene. It was 2 tricycles moving slowly along the road, swaying precariously as if carrying 4 or 5 individuals. The distance was too great for clarity. So, they have finally arrived. Setting down the binoculars, Su Chen's gaze sharpened. He refrained from pursuing them immediately, instead checking his handgun to ensure the chamber was loaded. Once satisfied, he restarted the vehicle, maintaining a steady pace as he followed. The gap between them continued to close. 500 meters, 400 meters. The distinctive roar of the van's engine evidently caught the attention of those ahead, as the 2 tricycles came to an abrupt halt. 4 burly men leapt from the vehicles, each brandishing weapons, machetes, fire axes, and a lengthy steel pipe. They stood defiantly in the center of the road, clearly prepared to intercept him. Observing their stance, a cold smirk crept across Su Chen's lips. Indeed, he had encountered them. As he drew nearer, the scene on the tricycles came into focus. In the bed of one tricycle, a woman was bound with ropes, her mouth gagged with tattered cloth, her attire disheveled, and her hair unkempt. Her expression one of sheer terror, as she cast a fearful glance in his direction. Witnessing this, Su Chen's demeanor cooled entirely. Without a trace of hesitation, his expression remained impassive, yet his foot slammed down on the accelerator. The van's engine emitted a strained roar as it surged forward, barreling toward the quartet of men blocking the road. In the center of the road, the 4 men were evidently unprepared for such a turn of events. In their minds, one would expect the opposing vehicle to slow down, roll down the window, and engage in friendly dialogue. A display of strength, a few pleasantries exchanged, and then a decision would be made whether to fight or forge an alliance. Where could one possibly find such a lunatic who, without uttering a word, recklessly accelerates and collides? This is utterly unconventional. My goodness, what on earth does he intend to do? Move aside. Amidst the astonishment and curses, the arrogance etched upon the faces of the 4 men instantaneously morphed into sheer terror. Yet, it was all too late. The van surged forward with alarming speed, leaving them with scarcely a second to react. The burly man at the center, still gripping a fire axe, wore an expression of bewilderment. In the next instant, he was struck squarely by the oncoming vehicle. A thunderous crash echoed. The man was propelled like a bowling pin, his body folding in an unnatural manner. Blood erupted from his mouth, tracing a tragic arc through the air. He was hurled several meters away, crashing heavily to the ground, twitching twice before falling still. The other three men reacted more swiftly, scrambling to evade the van in a frantic escape just in the nick of time. Damn you! Are you seeking death? Eliminate him. Avenge third brother. The terror of having narrowly escaped transformed swiftly into boundless rage. A bald giant sprang from the ground, pointing furiously at the van that had come to a halt in the distance, unleashing a torrent of invective. Su Chen paid no heed to the shouts outside. He brought the vehicle to a steady stop, glancing at the slightly dented front, not a wrinkle of concern crossing his brow. Consumables, after all, are of no consequence. Chapter 62. The actor's self-cultivation through the rearview mirror. Su Chen observed the movements of the thugs. The van had halted a considerable distance, over 100 meters, from the two tricycles. It was a safe distance, affording both offensive and defensive options. The three surviving men stood in the middle of the road, hurling invectives towards him. Their vitriol incessant. Yet, their bodies betrayed their words. None dared to recklessly pursue him. Clearly, the sudden acceleration and reckless collision had left a significant psychological scar on them. Were they afraid of another impact? A cold smirk crept across Su Chen's lips. Indeed, he longed to ram into them once more, to put an end to it all. However, he was acutely aware that these men had now taken precautions. Should he attempt another charge, they would scatter like frightened rabbits, fleeing into the surrounding wilderness. The terrain was littered with rocks of various sizes, pockmarked and uneven, leaving his small van ill-equipped to venture forth. Murder was undoubtedly on his agenda. Yet it was not driven by a sense of altruism to rescue the unfortunate woman bound nearby. Su Chen was not so noble. Primarily, it was to cleanse the wretched environment of this apocalyptic survival. Additionally, he intended to appropriate the resources of these scoundrels for his own benefit. What a paragon of righteousness I am. Soon, he devised a plan to deal with them. He opened the car door and stepped out, then walked around to the passenger side to instruct Shen Wanqing to exit the vehicle as well. Deliberately unarmed, he approached with empty hands, adopting an expression of sheer panic and confusion. Together with Shen Wanqing, he staggered towards the men. Baldy, that guy has gotten out. Damn, he has got a woman with him. That chick is a real knockout. In the center of the road, the remaining three men spotted Su Chen and Shen Wanqing. Upon seeing Shen Wanqing's stunning visage and her alluring figure, their eyes widened, momentarily eclipsing their fear and fury over their fallen companion. He approaches without a weapon? The bald man furrowed his brow, perplexed. What did this young man intend? They exchanged glances, uncertainty flickering in their eyes, yet they cautiously tightened their grips on their weapons, remaining steadfast in their positions. Just then, they witnessed the approaching youth, his face awash with panic and fear. Stumbling forward, he began to babble incoherently. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It wasn't intentional. Su Chen's voice trembled, as if he were on the verge of tears. I was too nervous. I mistook the brake for the accelerator. Truly, I just learned to drive. His words left the three men, poised for confrontation, utterly baffled. Mistaking the brake for the accelerator? Good heavens, was that excuse not a tad too classic? The three men exchanged glances, their initial fury gradually replaced by a peculiar expression, as if they were observing a fool. Su Chen approached the unfortunate corpse that had been thrown aside, gazing at the grotesque pool of blood and flesh. He intensified his performance. With a thud, he collapsed on the ground, cradling his head with both hands, wailing in a voice tinged with despair. A dead man. I've killed someone. How could I have done this? It was not my intention. It's over. Everything is over. His heart-wrenching display would have earned him an Oscar. Witnessing Su Chen's cowardly demeanor, the three bald men felt their initial wariness evaporate in an instant. It turned out to be a novice who had never encountered blood before. The bald man felt reassured, and the ferocity on his face resurfaced. He brandished a machete and took a few steps forward, menacingly threatening. Kid, you've killed our brother. What do you have to say for yourself? If you don't provide us with an explanation today, I'll chop you into pieces and feed you to the zombies. Startled by his intimidation, Su Chen trembled, feigning genuine fear, and stammered, What should I do to compensate? compensate? The bald man, emboldened by Su Chen's demeanor, felt even bolder. His two companions closed in, forming a triangular formation that subtly encircled Su Chen and Shen Wanqing. You've killed our brother. The burly man sneered, his gaze drifting over Su Chen's shoulder to the nearby white van and the woman standing beside it. In his eyes, there gleamed an unmasked greed and lust. It's simple. That van and this girl, you leave them behind. Then you can scram. We'll consider this matter settled. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's face displayed a calculated struggle and reluctance. He glanced at Shen Wanqing, then at the van, and finally, gritting his teeth, spoke in a tone bordering on pleading. Big brother, I still need the van for my deliveries. Could you just take this woman instead? She hasn't been with me for long. We're not really familiar. At this, the three men were momentarily taken aback before erupting into raucous laughter. Ha ha, what the hell did I just hear? This kid is willing to abandon a woman for a piece of junk? You're killing me. What a coward. Look at that girl standing there. Probably never expected to end up with such a loser. Their laughter was boisterous, and their eyes were filled with disdain and mockery as they regarded Su Chen. To them, he had become a soft target, easily manipulated. Su Chen continued his charade, retreating in fear as if their laughter had shattered his resolve. The woman is yours. I beg you, let me leave with the van. I'll give you my food. As he spoke, he nervously retrieved a few packets of biscuits from the warehouse, trembling as he tossed them onto the ground. At this moment, the three men felt entirely at ease. Among them, a man with a scruffy beard found the machete in his hand somewhat cumbersome. He returned it to the warehouse, rubbed his hands together, and approached Shen Wanqing with a lewd grin. Hey there, beautiful, don't be afraid. Stick with me, and you'll enjoy the finest luxuries, far better than being with that worthless fool. As he spoke, he spread his arms wide, intending to offer Shen Wanqing a warm embrace. At that very moment, Su Chen's gaze shifted from one of cowardice and fear to one of chilling resolve. A command was issued. Attack. Almost simultaneously, his previously retreating figure came to a sudden halt, and in his hand appeared a sleek black pistol. On the other side, facing the charging scruffy man, Shen Wanqing, who had remained as still as a statue, finally sprang into action. Her movements were executed with unparalleled swiftness. Just as the lewd grin on the scruffy man's face was about to close in, her delicate, pale hand, a seemingly innocuous appendage, cut through the air with a sharp, slicing sound. Arriving ahead of him, with a soft thud, akin to striking a ripe watermelon, the smile on the scruffy man's face froze instantly. He didn't even have time to utter a cry of anguish before his head drooped at an odd angle, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Bang! 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 Almost at the same instant Shen Wanqing struck, Su Chen raised his hand to execute a precise American draw. With a distance of fewer than 10 meters and such a large target, firing a handgun was no different than aiming at someone's nose. Chapter 63. Bewildered thugs and the toxic fog mechanism. The remaining bald man and the lanky figure were utterly taken aback. Just a moment ago, they were mocking Su Chen, labeling him a coward. In the blink of an eye, a woman of breathtaking beauty had struck down their companion with a single blow, and the so-called coward now wielded a weapon, ablaze with lethal intent. This abrupt turn of events left their minds in disarray. Driven solely by the instinct for survival, they instinctively attempted to flee. The sound of gunfire erupted. Blood sprayed as they fell to the ground, their bodies riddled with bullets, crimson life force gushing forth. Though they had not succumbed to death, their combat abilities were utterly annihilated. Ah, my leg. Please, don't kill me. Brother, grandfather, I was wrong. Spare me. The excruciating pain and the terror of impending death shattered their psychological defenses in an instant. Lying in a pool of their own blood, they wept and pleaded for mercy. Su Chen regarded them with an impassive expression, his gaze devoid of any emotion. He approached the bald man, towering over him, and issued a command to Shen Wanqing, who stood beside him. Eliminate him. The bald man watched in horror as the very beauty he had lusted after approached him, her hand slowly rising, staying with the remnants of his companion's brain matter. No. His desperate scream was abruptly silenced by the dull thud of shattering bone. Kill 1 level survivor. Your pet Shen Wanqing gains 10 experience. Kill 1 level survivor. Your pet Shen Wanqing gains 10 experience. System notifications popped up in the lower left corner. But Su Chen did not even glance at them. His attention shifted to the last surviving robber. Brother, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Please spare me. With every ounce of strength, he cried out for mercy. I'll give you everything I have, my survival points, my supplies, all of it. The man was trembling uncontrollably, fear evident as he soiled himself, a foul odor permeating the air. I preferred your earlier defiance. Su Chen observed him with disdain. A lingering question had plagued his mind since he first encountered these men, driving his van at a speed of 70 or 80 kilometers per hour. How could these thugs on a rickety tricycle have arrived ahead of him? It defied logic. I will ask, and you shall answer. Satisfy me with your response, and I shall spare your life. Su Chen's tone was flat, revealing no trace of emotion. Ask. I will tell you everything. Anything you wish. The man, grasping at the lifeline, babbled incoherently. How did you manage to get ahead of me? Su Chen posed the pivotal question directly. The man was clearly taken aback, seemingly unable to fathom that this harbinger of doom would inquire about such an unrelated matter. He had thought that the other party would inquire about how many people they had seized, how many they had killed, or if they had any supplies. What? Can't understand human speech? Su Chen's tone turned frigid. No, I understand. I understand. The man trembled in fear and hurriedly replied. We didn't run ahead of you. We have been running on this road the whole time. It's you who chased us from behind. Su Chen furrowed his brow. Nonsense. I came straight from Bema Town, and there wasn't even a ghostly shadow along the way. Bema Town? Where is that? The man looked utterly bewildered. We came from the Haishi camp, riding for half the morning. Su Chen's heart stirred, as if he had grasped a crucial point. How far are you now from the toxic fog behind you? 12 kilometers. Only 12 kilometers left. The man answered, his face a mask of despair. 12 kilometers? Su Chen's pupils constricted slightly. He instinctively opened the interface of his wristband, which clearly displayed distance to toxic fog, 235 kilometers. One was over 230 kilometers, and the other just 12. The discrepancy was staggering. Can you see the toxic fog? Su Chen pressed on. Yes. The man nodded, his eyes filled with confusion. He could not fathom why Su Chen would ask such a basic question. He instinctively turned around, pointing at the empty end of the road behind them, his voice trembling. Isn't that it? Connecting heaven and earth, a vast gray expanse, always pursuing us. Su Chen followed his indication, gazing into the horizon, which was utterly clear. Apart from the blue sky and the barren land, there was nothing else. I see. Su Chen thought to himself in an instant. He had harbored suspicions before, but now they were conclusively validated. Although everyone was fleeing from the toxic fog in this damned world, the distance to the fog for each individual was calculated independently. No wonder he had encountered different survivors in front, despite his own considerable speed in escaping the fog. He decided not to dwell on this peculiar circumstance any longer. With 100 billion people transported to this cursed place, what else was beyond the realm of possibility? Reflecting on this, Su Chen turned his gaze to the trembling robber on the ground, his face breaking into a warm smile. Thank you. Your response satisfies me. And no need. Thank you, big brother. Are you done asking? Can I? Seeing Su Chen smile, the man felt a wave of relief and tentatively inquired, believing he had survived. However, Su Chen issued a command to Shen Wanqing beside him. Kill him. As the man saw Shen Wanqing approaching, he screamed in terror. No. You said that if I answered your questions, you wouldn't kill me. You're not keeping your word. He shrieked at the top of his lungs, his body writhing on the ground in a desperate attempt to crawl away. Yet, with a severed leg, all his struggles were in vain. Su Chen could hardly muster the energy to cast him another glance. He turned away and began to gather the spoils. Was it necessary to uphold any sort of integrity when dealing with such scum? What a preposterous notion. Allowing him to remain would only invite disaster. Behind him, a dull sound echoed, akin to a watermelon being crushed, accompanied by a system notification. You have eliminated a level 1 survivor. Your pet Shen Wanqing gains 10 experience. The world fell silent. With practiced efficiency, Su Chen removed the survival wristbands from their wrists, opting for fusion. Fusion successful. Your storage capacity increases by 2 cubic meters. Fusion successful. You gain 180 survival points. Fusion successful. Your storage capacity increases by 1 cubic meter. Fusion successful. You gain 135 survival points. The four individuals collectively contributed 5 cubic meters of storage space and 580 survival points. His storage capacity swelled to 66 cubic meters, now brimming with a motley assortment of supplies. 2 machetes, an axe, a steel pipe, and several soiled garments. Was that all? How pitiful! Su Chen couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath. Such meager survival points and supplies were almost an affront to the high-risk nature of their thuggish profession. It was utterly unprofessional. Chapter 64. What a beautiful fantasy. After all was said and done, Su Chen's gaze fell upon a nearby tricycle. Within the cart, a bound woman had witnessed the entire sequence of events unfold, from Su Chen's reckless collision to the subsequent masterful performance, culminating in a heartless and cold-blooded massacre. Her body trembled like leaves caught in an autumn breeze. Upon seeing Su Chen approach, the terror in her eyes reached a fever pitch, and she emitted a muffled wail. Desperately shaking her head, Su Chen stood beside the tricycle, looking down at her from a height. The woman appeared to be in her 30s, her face marred by tears and dirt, her eyes brimming with pleading and despair. He removed the rag that had been stuffed into her mouth. "Please, don't hurt me. I'll do anything. I can be your woman. I beg you, don't kill me," she cried out, her words a jumble of desperation. Su Chen regarded her unremarkable, even somewhat unattractive visage, curling his lip in disdain. "What a beautiful fantasy you have." The woman fell silent, her cries choking off as she stared blankly at Su Chen, momentarily at a loss for words. "How far are you from the poison fog?" Su Chen inquired. After a few seconds of stupor, she stammered, There's still 23 kilometers. As expected, Su Chen nodded. Each person's distance was unique. "Do you wish to live or die?" he asked again. "I want to live. I want to live." Upon hearing this, the woman seemed to grasp onto a lifeline, nodding fervently, her tears flowing more freely. "Very well." Su Chen retrieved a machete he had just confiscated from a bandit corpse. Under the woman's fearful gaze, he placed the handle of the blade into her bound hands. "Cut yourself free." Su Chen had no intention of taking any risks. If he were to kindly untie her, and she pulled out a knife from the warehouse space to retaliate, who would he turn to for justice? It was better to eliminate her. Yet, he found himself hesitating. After all, he was a well-mannered youth raised in peaceful times. Killing scum posed no psychological burden. However, he held back against an ordinary survivor who seemed to pose no threat. "This tricycle is yours." He gestured toward the vehicle beneath her. "Strive to survive." With that, he approached another tricycle, waved his hand, and effortlessly stored it in the warehouse space. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat, while it go to waste. Then, he turned away with the obedient Shun Wanqing standing beside him, striding towards his van without a backward glance. He paid no mind to whether the woman could free herself. He had done all he could. Whether she survived was now a matter of fate. Once again seated in the driver's seat of his van, Su Chen started the engine and continued down the road. The farce behind him, along with the corpses, soon faded from view, becoming nothing more than a trivial speck in the rearview mirror. His spirits were remarkably high. On this journey, not only did he acquire supplies, but he also validated his hypothesis regarding the toxic fog mechanism. This discovery holds significant importance. A few kilometers down the road, Su Chen halted the vehicle by the roadside. He had no desire to continue driving the dilapidated van. The suspension was so stiff it felt as though it could dislodge his kidneys, and the noise was unbearable. In comparison to a business vehicle, it was as different as day and night. After ensuring the surroundings were safe, he exited the van with Shun Wanqing and returned it to the warehouse. He then retrieved his beloved business vehicle, settling back into the soft, comfortable driver's seat and grasping the exquisitely crafted steering wheel. Su Chen let out a contented sigh. Now, this was what a vehicle should feel like. He started the engine, and the smooth, quiet hum of the motor lifted his spirits as he continued deeper into the wilderness. For the next hour or so, the roadside revealed nothing but desolate plains, devoid of any sign of life. Just as Su Chen felt himself drifting into a drowsy stupor, a treasure chest finally appeared at the roadside. After driving another 100 kilometers, he stopped the vehicle and eagerly rushed over. It was yet another wooden chest. Well, better than nothing, he reassured himself as he reached out to open it. Acquired, bottled water X2, compressed biscuits X3, ordinary dagger X1, gazing at these meager spoils. Su Chen's expression darkened. This dagger was no different from the wooden stick he had picked up during his early days, utterly worthless. I truly cannot believe this. Can't they provide me with something of value? Even a non-lucky player deserves some consideration. With a resigned sigh, he stowed the items in the warehouse and resumed his journey. After driving for over half an hour, he realized that he hadn't seen so much as a small town, let alone a gas station or a village. Su Chen felt as if he were trapped in an endless road simulation game. Out of boredom, he opened the trading hall once more. The recently listed fire axes and machetes had all sold out, netting him several hundred survival points. Since there was no place to scavenge, he would have to rely on trading to make a living. He expertly navigated the marketplace, preparing to order another batch of goods. Tang knives, fire axes, machetes, these were all high-demand items, sought after by many. With a sweeping gesture, he purchased 5 of each and listed them in the trading hall. Adding only a modest markup of 10 points per item, he intended to leverage his pricing advantage to monopolize the low-tier weapon market, putting those unscrupulous merchants out of business. Just as he submitted his final order, a line of green text appeared in the lower left corner of his vision. Notification: your expenditure of survival points in the marketplace has met the conditions for an upgrade. Would you like to upgrade? Su Chen's eyes lit up instantly. Here it comes. Another upgrade. The gloom in his heart dissipated, replaced by a surge of anticipation. While steering the wheel, he unhesitatingly selected yes on the screen before him. Instantly, the marketplace icon on his wristband interface flashed with a brilliant white light. Marketplace level upgraded to level 6. More new items unlocked. Upgraded experience, 75, 8,000. Level 6 achieved. Su Chen promptly opened the newly refreshed marketplace interface. The screen illuminated, revealing a significantly expanded selection of goods. He suppressed his excitement and immediately turned his gaze to the food category. As new products appeared, he nearly drooled. Product: self-heating hot pot, spicy beef oil tomato mushroom soup. Price: 25 survival points. Note: the first hot pot in the apocalypse begins here. There is nothing that a hot pot cannot resolve. If there is, then it requires 2. Product: self-heating rice, fish-flavored shredded pork, braised beef, kung pao chicken. Price: 20 survival points. Note: a blessing for the lazy in 5 minutes. Enjoy steaming hot rice and dishes. Wow. Self-heating hot pot. Su Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. In this post-apocalyptic world, the ability to savor a steaming, spicy, and fragrant hot pot was akin to receiving divine treatment. Simply unimaginable. Although the price of 25 survival points per serving was rather steep, equivalent to an entire day's income for an average survivor, Su Chen was acutely aware that such a delicacy would never lack eager buyers. Chapter 65. Upgrading the mall and Su Chen's KPI. There are always affluent magnates or ordinary individuals who simply cannot resist the allure of happiness, willing to pay for that bliss. The anticipation surged. This wave would surely bring fortune. Su Chen envisioned countless survival points soaring towards him, a grin almost distorting his face. He resolved to list this item shortly. Each unit would be marked up by 5 points, not excessive, emphasizing modest profits through high sales volume. He forcibly diverted his gaze from the hot pot and turned to the tools category. There was little to surprise him, merely a flashlight and a variety of screwdrivers. Reasonably priced, but currently of no use to him. He swiftly bypassed it, rubbing his hands together as he clicked on the most eagerly anticipated weapons category. Item: hunting crossbow. Price: 150 survival points. Note: constructed from hardwood with animal sinew, precision engineered. Effective range of 50 meters, a silent weapon for hunting. Item: crossbow bolts, pack of 10. Price: 20 survival points. Note: designed for use with the hunting crossbow, reusable. Friendly reminder: avoid shooting at rocks. Ranged weaponry. And this was a crossbow, exponentially superior to a wooden bow. A spark of brilliance ignited in Su Chen's eyes. The wooden bow was notoriously inaccurate, lacked power, and was laborious to draw back. He had long since grown weary of it. However, this hunting crossbow was an entirely different matter. With an effective range of 50 meters, it undoubtedly qualified as a formidable weapon in the current context. Crucially, it was silent, an ideal tool for stealthy ambushes. A splendid find. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Chen spent 150 survival points to acquire a hunting crossbow and a pack of bolts. A flash of light appeared, revealing a sleek, menacing black crossbow on the passenger seat. He grasped the crossbow. Its weight felt substantial. The cold metallic texture combined with the smooth wooden body was utterly captivating. This was far superior to a mere firewood stick. He nodded in satisfaction, securely storing the hunting crossbow and bolts in his inventory. This would be his new trump card. He had no intention of listing it in the marketplace just yet. Such an advanced ranged weapon, if known to others at this stage, would only heighten his risk of encountering danger. Although the marketplace was accessible to all survivors, who could guarantee that no one in his vicinity would acquire it? He resolved to wait until most individuals had reached level 5 in the mall before considering a sale. Subsequently, Su Chen opened the marketplace and listed several varieties of self-heating hot pots and self-heating rice, each in sufficient quantity. Once he completed this task, he contentedly closed the interface and refocused on driving. As time passed, dusk gradually enveloped the landscape. When Su Chen next glanced at the clock, it was already past 7 in the evening. He had driven another 100 kilometers. Once again, a wooden treasure chest appeared by the roadside. Su Chen felt numb to the experience. Cursing under his breath, he halted the vehicle, approaching the chest as if fulfilling a task, and opened it. Acquired, bread X3, towel X1, toothbrush X1. Su Chen gazed at these meager items, devoid of even the energy to curse. Not even a bottle of water or gasoline was provided. This system truly showed him no leniency. I am a non-lucky individual, and I am well aware of it. There is no need for such incessant reminders of my predicament. He returned to the vehicle in silence. The night had completely enveloped the sky. Throughout his journey, he had not encountered a single village to rest in, indicating that he was destined to spend the night in the car. He activated his wristband to review the final data for the day. Travel notification, survival day 3, time 19:05, weather, cloudy turning to heavy rain, temperature 12-25, surrounding environment, wilderness, toxic fog distance 430. 6 kilometers, toxic fog speed 1 meter second, beginner phase. A safety distance of over 400 kilometers was exceedingly ample. As long as the speed of the toxic fog did not fluctuate significantly, he could even lie down right there and endure the entirety of the beginner phase. However, lying down was not an option. At that moment, a distant rumble of thunder echoed. Dark clouds swiftly blanketed the sky, and the wind surged, lifting dust from the ground and howling across the wilderness. Su Chen observed the rapidly changing sky outside the car window, raising an eyebrow. A heavy downpour was imminent. Thankfully, he had the car, sparing him from being drenched like those unfortunate souls caught in the open. The only concern was safety. Although this van was comfortable, it remained a civilian vehicle. The body was as flimsy as paper. If he were to encounter any mutated beasts, a single swipe could easily shatter the glass. Su Chen stroked his chin, and strange thoughts began to uncontrollably surface in his mind. When he procured materials, he must reinforce this vehicle. Unfortunately, he lacked welding skills. Otherwise, he would surely weld a ring of steel plates around the exterior, install crash corners and steel spikes, transforming it into a post-apocalyptic war machine akin to those seen in films. He also contemplated that if he truly desired utmost safety, changing vehicles would be the optimal solution. He recalled those apocalyptic movies, where the protagonist convoys often featured 1 or 2 super RVs converted from heavy trucks, adorned with thick armor plating, bulletproof windows, and even barbed wire protection outside the windows, with machine gun turrets mounted atop. Such a vehicle would instill unparalleled peace of mind. It would be a mobile fortress of steel. How he longed for such a vehicle. However, he was acutely aware that operating such a behemoth alone was impractical. At least a small team would be required. Yet finding suitable companions was exceedingly challenging. In the apocalypse, trust was the most worthless commodity. Who could guarantee that the Allies' one found wound plunge a knife into their back while they slept, all for the survival points and resources in their wristband? Forget it. These thoughts were too far-fetched. He needed to focus on the present. He shook his head, casting aside these unrealistic notions, and continued driving. He decided to wait until fatigue compelled him to find a place to rest. Suddenly, a torrential downpour began to descend from the heavens. The large raindrops pelted the roof and windows of the car, merging into a curtain of rain that rendered the entire world a blurry haze. Su Chen activated the windshield wipers, significantly reducing his speed. The interior of the vehicle was enveloped in silence, broken only by the rhythmic patter of rain against the body and the steady hum of the engine. This sense of isolation bestowed upon him a rare tranquility. After all, idleness was simply idleness. He opened the regional chat interface, curious to see if there were any other unfortunate souls stranded in the wilderness at this hour. Current region, 10,000, population, 852-1000. As he gazed at the numbers, Su Chen furrowed his brow. The count had diminished by over 10. From yesterday to today, this figure had shown no signs of stabilizing. It was only the third day, and the novice protection period had yet to conclude, yet so many had already perished. Survival was indeed a formidable challenge. Wait, a thought suddenly struck him, and his expression shifted to one of peculiar contemplation. He realized he had dispatched quite a few villains himself today. 3 in the morning at the small town, 4 on the road in the afternoon, adding up to 7. If one were to consider this, nearly half of the individuals who had met their demise today could be attributed to his contributions. Goodness, could it be that my efficiency in purifying the survival environment has reached an excessive level? He awkwardly rubbed his nose. Yet, there was no other recourse. After all, they had brought themselves to the muzzle of his gun. If he did not eliminate them, they would wreak havoc on others and potentially turn against themselves. Thus, this was a righteous act, a deed of immeasurable virtue. Yes, indeed. With a sense of justified contentment, Su Chen continued to scroll through the chat records. Chapter 66. The mechanism of the treasure chest guardian in the chat channel. A lively discussion was underway. Goodness, the rain is absolutely torrential. Thankfully, I stumbled upon an abandoned gas station this afternoon. Otherwise, I would have been forced to bathe in my car tonight. My friends, it seems I have discovered an extraordinary place. An abandoned town. Not a single house has collapsed, and there are no zombies or monsters to be found. I shall spend the night here. It feels remarkably safe. Are you sure it's safe up there? That sounds rather eerie to me. A town devoid of any monsters? That defies logic. What is illogical about it? Perhaps it's just a stroke of good fortune. However, there is something peculiar about this town. Nearly half of the northern area is ensnared by enormous, dark purple vines that look quite revolting. The survivor who planned to spend the night in the town sent another message, causing an immediate uproar in the channel. Whoa, enormous vines? You need to run. Haven't you seen a carnivorous plant? That thing might be alive. The zombies and monsters in that town were probably consumed by it. Absolutely. I'm familiar with this narrative. Those vines must pose a threat. You should leave while you still can. Don't wait until midnight when the vines have ensnared the house. Then it will be impossible to escape. How terrifying. This is far more alarming than a town overrun with zombies. The participants in the channel exchanged urgent warnings, advising the survivor to depart swiftly. Yet, he seemed unfazed, sending a smug emoji. What is there to fear? I'm far from that vine-covered area. The house I found is in the southern part of the town. Everything here is perfectly normal. You all should be envious. I'll have a bed to sleep in tonight, haha. After that, the individual fell silent. Su Chen perused the chat logs, deep in thought. A town devoid of monsters yet covered in vines? It certainly carried an air of the sinister. He silently noted this information and continued to read on. It appeared that most individuals had found places to spend the night, some in abandoned buildings, others in caves. A few fortunate souls reported that they had banded together to occupy a deserted service area and were currently enjoying a bonfire gathering there. Of course, there were also a handful of unfortunate souls, like himself, stranded on the road. Is anyone still on the road? The rain is so heavy that the path is nearly invisible. I can't ride anymore and have to stop by the roadside. I feel quite anxious. Me too. The thunder and lightning outside make me feel like something in the bushes is watching me. Am I going to meet my end here tonight? Hang in there. Brothers, if we could survive this night, tomorrow will herald a new beginning. Su Chen closed the chat channel. Outside, the rain intensified. He turned the windshield wipers to their highest setting, barely managing to discern the road ahead. He continued to drive through the downpour for quite some time, feeling increasingly drowsy. Suddenly, his wristband vibrated gently, and a line of text appeared in the lower left corner of his vision. Notification. You have traveled a cumulative distance of 100 kilometers. A bronze treasure chest has appeared by the roadside X1. In the desolate expanse, approximately 1 or 200 meters ahead, an antiquated bronze chest materialized out of thin air. At last, a delightful change. Su Chen felt a surge of energy, his drowsiness dissipating significantly. He decelerated his vehicle, preparing to observe the curious sight. However, at that very moment, the ground around the treasure chest suddenly heaved, forming 3 mounds of earth. In the next instant, 3 mud-encrusted zombies emerged from the soil, drawn by the sound of the vehicle's engine, their crimson eyes fixated on Su Chen's business car. A chilling roar erupted from the trio of zombies as they launched themselves towards the road with an unsettling swiftness despite their rigid limbs. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback by this unforeseen spectacle. Quickly regaining his composure, he realized it was around 8 o'clock in the evening. The zombies had entered a frenzy, with the 3 zombies now barreling towards the road. Less than 100 meters separated them from his car. A singular thought consumed his mind. For heaven's sake, don't damage my vehicle. This was his cherished business car, its paint immaculate, and even the slightest scratch would cause him great distress. In a flash, Su Chen slammed the brakes, swiftly shifting into reverse. The tires screeched against the slick pavement as he accelerated backward. The zombies relentlessly pursued him, sprinting through the torrential rain. Damn it! Can't you just stop chasing me? Su Chen muttered under his breath, fixated on the rearview mirror, skillfully maneuvering the reverse speed and direction. Fortunately, despite their speed, the zombies could not outpace the 4 wheels of his vehicle, and the distance between them gradually widened. If he could create sufficient space, he could exit the car and unleash the formidable Shen Wanqing to resolve the conflict. While reversing, he stole a glance at Shen Wanqing in the passenger seat. She remained quietly seated, resembling an exquisite doll, completely unfazed by the thunderous storm outside or the chaotic pursuit unfolding before them. An unexpected thought crossed Su Chen's mind. If only she could open the door and exit on her own, it would save him the trouble of stopping to assist her. Yet, in that very moment, Shen Wanqing suddenly stirred. To Su Chen's astonishment, her delicate hand gracefully lifted, precisely grasping the door handle before gently pulling it. Click! The door swung open. Chilling rain and howling wind rushed into the vehicle, and Shen Wanqing began to turn to exit, thankfully restrained by her seatbelt. Su Chen was utterly bewildered, his mind a blank slate, instinctively exclaiming, "No, don't open the door." In the next heartbeat, a resounding bang echoed as Shen Wanqing forcefully slammed the door shut. The entire vehicle jolted in response. Su Chen stared vacantly at Shen Wanqing, who had returned to her serene demeanor beside him, and then glanced at the tightly shut car door, struggling to articulate his thoughts. What was happening? What had just transpired? Did she truly comprehend my thoughts? Furthermore, could she execute commands as complex as opening and closing doors? Had his little pet evolved? This overwhelming surprise caused him to momentarily forget that he was still in reverse. In those few seconds of bewilderment, he suddenly noticed that the 3 relentless zombies pursuing them had abruptly come to a halt. Then, as if receiving a command, they turned around and began to retreat. What was this? Why had they ceased their pursuit? It is rather unseemly to give up halfway. Su Chen pressed the brake, bringing the van to a steady stop in the rain. He observed the 3 zombies scampering back to the bronze treasure chest, while others meandered aimlessly nearby. A bold thought struck him. Could it be that they had been reset? In his previous gaming experiences, many creatures operated within a fixed range and had a mechanism for aggro. Once a player drew a monster outside this range, its aggression would dissipate, prompting it to return to its original position. Were the guardians of this world's treasure chests governed by a similar principle? Su Chen felt as though he had unearthed a vital rule of this survival realm. Chapter 67. The transformation of Shen Wanqing. He drove cautiously towards the treasure chest, advancing a short distance before finally stopping the vehicle approximately 200 or 300 meters away. At this range, the zombies showed no reaction, clearly indicating a safe zone. With a surge of excitement, he turned to the passenger seat to glance at Shen Wanqing. He decided it was time for an immediate test. Su Chen focused his mind and tentatively issued a command to Shen Wanqing in his thoughts. Unbuckle your seatbelt. Her body twitched slightly, as if striving to comprehend the command. However, in the end, she remained unresponsive, merely tilting her head and emitting a series of incoherent growls from her throat. It appeared that this approach would not work. Su Chen understood. While she had become more intelligent, she was not omnipotent. The complexity of a seatbelt was beyond her grasp. He extended his hand to assist her in pressing the buckle, and with a click, the seatbelt was released. He He then issued another command. Open the door and exit the vehicle. This time, Shen Wanqing acted without hesitation. In the next moment, she smoothly opened the car door, gracefully stepped out, and stood still amidst the torrential downpour. While the door was left ajar, rainwater cascaded into the car. As Su Chen contemplated closing the door, a loud bang echoed. Shen Wanqing forcefully slammed the door shut, causing the vehicle to sway violently. Su Chen's eye twitched in exasperation. Very well, you possess great strength. I shall defer to your judgment. Just don't dismantle my precious car. He gazed outside at the stunning silhouette standing in the rain. Water streamed down her pale cheeks, soaking her long, dark hair and clothing, clinging to her form and accentuating her already alluring curves. If one were to overlook her hollow, lifeless eyes, she would appear as a captivating figure amid the rain. Unfortunately, she was not merely a beauty, she was a humanoid weapon. Su Chen withdrew his gaze, his heart racing with uncontainable excitement. The significance of Shen Wanqing's evolution was monumental. Her ability to autonomously execute commands, such as opening the door and exiting the vehicle, indicated that he could save considerable operational effort in future battles. The tactical flexibility had vastly improved. This was indeed the proper way to nurture a companion. Suppressing his exhilaration, Su Chen refocused on the task at hand. He fixed his eyes on the 3 zombies in the distance and directly commanded in his mind, approach and eliminate them. Standing in the rain, Shen Wanqing momentarily paused. In the next instant, she moved like a phantom merging with the night. With no extraneous movements, she surged towards the treasure chest 200 meters away. The rainwater was disturbed by her rapid motion, trailing behind her in 2 white arcs. Su Chen, seated comfortably in the dry confines of his car, observed this spectacle through the windshield, which was persistently clear by the wipers. His current mood resembles that of watching a 4D blockbuster in a cinema. No, it is even more exhilarating. After all, the heroine on the screen will not heed his commands. In no time, Shen Wanqing dashed into the vicinity of 3 wandering zombies. Just as Su Chen had anticipated, the 3 aimlessly roaming undead showed no signs of hostility towards their kind. They merely cast a vacant glance at Shen Wanqing before continuing their stiff, aimless movements in place. As she approached the nearest zombie, it sluggishly turned its head, opening its rancid mouth and emitting a series of guttural, hissing growls. In the next moment, a sharp crack resounded, so crisp that it overshadowed the sound of the pouring rain. Shen Wanqing casually raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap. The zombie's head twisted at an unnaturally grotesque angle, executing a complete 180. The bones in its neck made a sickening crunch, and its body had no time to react before it toppled backward, crashing heavily into the muddy ground and splattering filth around. A single strike, and it was done. The other 2 zombies, evidently lacking the intelligence to comprehend the scene of their kind's demise, were merely drawn by the commotion. They turned slowly, gazing in bewilderment. Shen Wanqing offered them no opportunity for contemplation. Her figure flickered through the rain and swiftly appeared at the side of the second zombie. Once again, with that simple, unadorned slap, a crisp sound echoed. Half of the second zombie's head caved in from the impact, a mixture of red and white matter splattering in the rain. Its body swayed and followed suit, collapsing just like its companion. The last zombie met the same fate, dispatched in a similar manner. Killed a level 1 zombie. Gained experience 2. 5. Your pet Shen Wanqing gained experience 2. 5. Killed a level 1 zombie. Gained experience 2. 5. Your pet Shen Wanqing gained experience 2. 5. Killed a level 1 zombie. Gained experience 2. 5. Your pet Shen Wanqing gained experience 2. 5. In the lower left corner of his vision, 3 green system notifications popped up in succession. Su Chen felt no surprise. He merely gazed quietly at the torrential rain outside the car window. The battle concluded more swiftly and smoothly than he had imagined. Shen Wanqing was becoming increasingly astute, adapting to various scenarios with greater ease in combat. He could easily drive the car, honking the horn to lure the zombies, allowing Shen Wanqing, an insider who could not be recognized as an enemy by the undead, to reap the rewards. Throughout the process, he need not even leave the vehicle. It was safe, efficient, and devoid of risk. Was this not the legendary? Leveling up from the comfort of one's seat, a bold and audacious thought began to take root in his mind. He needed to find a location teeming with zombies. Perhaps an abandoned town, or the city. He was determined to grind for experience, as long as he and Shun Wanqing could elevate their levels. His survival skills in the apocalyptic world would significantly enhance. With this thought, Su Chen felt a surge of warmth in his heart, dispelling much of the fatigue within his body. He parked the vehicle steadily on the road beside the bronze treasure chest. Then, from his storage space, he retrieved a black umbrella he had scavenged from the supermarket earlier. With a click, he opened the door, raised the umbrella, and walked towards the chest. The cold raindrops pelted against the canopy, creating a delicate spray of water. Upon reaching the treasure chest, Su Chen eagerly opened it, filled with anticipation. Acquired. Functional drinks X5. Acquired. Long gun X1. Acquired. Gasoline X 35 liters. Acquired. Medical hemostatic spray X1, gazing at the meager contents of the chest. The flicker of hope on Su Chen's face vanished in an instant. Is this it? Can't I obtain something more unique? He felt utterly disheartened. Was there any fundamental difference from opening a wooden chest? Apart from the slightly increased gasoline, the long gun could easily be purchased from the shop. The functional drinks held some value, but really, thank you very much. Su Chen weakly scoffed at the empty chest. Truly, this was absurd. He felt akin to a player in a game who stubbornly refused to spend money, relying solely on luck. The system seemed indifferent, repeatedly educating him with the most realistic drop rates. Chapter 68. The Woman in the Motel Well. Having something is better than having nothing at all. He tucked away his spoils and led Shun Wanqing towards the business vehicle. Shun Wanqing approached the car door, allowing the icy rain to wash over her. Get in. Close the door. In the next moment, under Su Chen's slightly expectant gaze, Shun Wanqing raised her hand, expertly pulled open the car door, bent down, and slid inside. The fluidity of her movements brought a sense of relief to Su Chen. What a relief. This pet was worth every effort. Just as he was about to enter, Shun Wanqing abruptly yanked the door shut behind her. Bang! The loud noise reverberated as the entire vehicle shook violently. Su Chen felt a twitch at the corner of his eye and silently opened the driver's door, settling into his seat. Fine, you have the strength. You make the rules. If this door gets damaged, I'll deduct it from your food. Inside the cabin, a chill enveloped him. Shun Wanqing was completely drenched, her black sportswear clinging to her form. Water droplets cascaded from her dark hair, steadily pooling on the seat and floor mat. Soon, a small puddle formed. Observing her pitiful state, Su Chen frowned slightly. Ugh, this dampness is uncomfortable to behold. He retrieved a brand new towel from the storage compartment. Well, let us dry her off. What if the water causes a short circuit? Bah, she is not a robot. Still, zombies shouldn't catch colds, right? Probably not. Su Chen handed her the towel. Here, dry yourself off. Shun Wanqing remained unresponsive, merely tilting her head with a vacant stare, emitting an unintelligible low growl from her throat. Su Chen sighed, realizing he had to take matters into his own hands. He leaned forward and draped the oversized towel over her head, gently wiping her damp hair and cheeks through the fabric. Once he finished with her hair, he used the towel to dab at the moisture on her clothing. All done. He withdrew his hand, observing her attire remained damp but no longer dripping. Shun Wanqing nodded in satisfaction. We'll skip changing clothes for now, he mused aloud. Then, with practiced ease, Su Chen pulled the seatbelt across her and fastened it securely. After completing these tasks, he restarted the vehicle and continued driving. The car glided smoothly along the slick road. Outside, thunder rumbled and rain lashed down, yet within the cabin, a serene atmosphere prevailed. Su Chen's spirit soared to unprecedented heights. Shun Wanqing's recent evolution and the discovery of the treasure chest guardian mechanism had crystallized his vision for the future. Leveling up, he must find a place teeming with zombies to gain experience rapidly. The strength of oneself is the only unchanging truth. The only lingering question was where to find such a multitude of zombies. The city? That would be the ideal location, albeit fraught with peril. Careful consideration is required. For now, the priority was to locate a safe haven and weather the night. Su Chen resolved to cast aside his distracting thoughts and focus intently on driving. As time passed, the relentless downpour outside showed no signs of abating. Fatigue began to creep over him, and the monotonous expanse of desolate land made his eyelids heavy. Just as he contemplated finding a secluded spot to pull over and take a brief nap in the car, a vivid thought suddenly surged into his mind from the side, emanating from Shun Wanqing. Nearby, Food. Flesh. A jolt of awareness coursed through him, instantly rousing his senses. Were there other survivors? Or perhaps other monsters? He immediately honed his focus, casting a sharp gaze outside the vehicle. Beyond the small area illuminated by the headlights, darkness churned and rain cascaded heavily. The wind howled and raindrops pounded against the car, producing a cacophony of sharp sounds. Apart from that, there was no other noise. Wanqing, what do you sense? Su Chen queried tentatively in his mind. Nearby. Food. Flesh. Yet, the same message echoed back to him. He reduced the speed of the car and, amidst the endless night of rain, cautiously drove forward for a few minutes. Ahead on the road, vague outlines began to emerge. Under the beam of the headlights, those shapes twisted and swayed in the rain, obscured and indistinct. They were neither stones nor wild grass. It was a building. The windshield wipers diligently swung back and forth, clearing brief arcs of clarity through the blurred rain. In one fleeting moment of visibility, Su Chen's eyes widened. At the end of the road, amidst the darkness and torrential rain, there appeared to be a flickering golden light. He abruptly slammed on the brakes, fixating on the sight ahead. It was no illusion. There was indeed light. In this desolate wilderness, on this rain-drenched night where one could hardly see their own hand, there was light. Was it a village? Or perhaps a town? Rather than recklessly driving closer, Su Chen parked the car at the roadside and turned off the engine. He retrieved his binoculars and peered toward the source of the light. The distance was considerable, and the rain obscured his view, rendering it quite poor. Yet, with the aid of lightning flashes, he managed to discern the scene. It was a quintessential American roadside motel, a two-story L-shaped structure with a parking lot in front. The faint golden glow emanated from a window on the second floor of the motel. There were indeed living beings. It seemed that the food and flesh Shen Wanqing sensed were likely within that establishment. Su Chen lowered the binoculars, his brow furrowed. This revelation did not bring him joy. Rather, it heightened his vigilance. In a world like this, humans could be more terrifying than monsters. He had not forgotten the bandits he had dispatched just that afternoon. Yet, glancing out at the torrential rain and feeling the persistent dampness inside the vehicle, the temptation of a comfortable sleep was overwhelmingly enticing. He made up his mind to investigate further. If things went awry, he could always retreat. He sped away in his car, impervious to any attempts to stop him. Restarting the vehicle, Su Chen reduced his speed considerably, cautiously steering towards the motel. As he drew nearer, the establishment's full form became increasingly discernible. In the parking lot, a few scattered remnants of vehicles lay abandoned. Several lifeless bodies of zombies sprawled on the ground. The motel's exterior bore signs of age, with peeling paint that hinted at its long neglect. Everything appeared quite ordinary, resembling a typical forsaken inn, except for the window on the second floor, where a flickering candlelight danced. Su Chen parked beside the motel on the roadside, refraining from turning off the engine, ever ready to make a swift exit. He turned his head to glance at Shen Wanqing, who sat quietly beside him, and silently issued a command in his mind. Wanqing, sense how much food is inside that building. Shen Wanqing's vacant eyes seemed to shift toward the motel momentarily. Soon, a thought was conveyed directly into Su Chen's mind. Food. Two. Su Chen remained vigilant. Is there any threat inside, such as zombies or monsters? No. Threat. Shen Wanqing's response came in fragmented bursts, yet the meaning was unmistakable. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. With only two individuals present, the situation fell well within the realm of control. Chapter 69. Collecting rent. As Su Chen pondered, two shadows flitted past the candlelit window on the second floor. Clearly, the sound of the car engine had startled them. With a creak, the window swung open, and a woman's voice, sharp and resolute, pierced through the patter of rain. Hey, you down there driving? This is our territory, so scram if you know what's good for you. Su Chen nearly chuckled at her bravado. Just two people, and they dare to act so imperiously? He called back. I'm merely seeking a place to rest for the night. I'll be gone by dawn. No need to be so tense, is there? Upon hearing Su Chen's intent to leave, the woman's tone escalated in urgency. Did you not hear? Get out of here quickly. Otherwise, when Brother Chong wakes up, none of you will escape. We have a dozen brothers here. Brother Chong? A dozen brothers? The absurdity of her lies nearly made Su Chen burst into laughter. Had he not had the foresight to have Shen Wanqing investigate beforehand and learned that there were only two of them in the building. He might have almost believed her fabrications. A dozen brothers? Was this a scene from a gangster film? Why not claim you have a battalion? Losing interest in further banter, Su Chen turned off the engine, removed the keys, and assisted Shun Wanqing in unbuckling her seatbelt. Let us go. Time to get out. As he opened the car door, a gust of cold wind infused with the scent of damp earth rushed in. Shun Wanqing followed suit, her movements brisk and decisive. Su Chen nadid approvingly. This companion was becoming increasingly dependable. He waved his beloved business vehicle into the storage space and retrieved a black long-handled umbrella, unfurling it with a swift motion. The raindrops pattered against the canopy, sending up a fine spray of water. With the umbrella shielding them, Su Chen, accompanied by the still and silent Shen Wanqing, completely disregarded the commotion from the second floor and made his way towards the guest rooms on the opposite side of the first floor of the inn. Behind the window on the second floor, the woman who had shouted earlier appeared exasperated. Hey, are you deaf? I told you to leave. However, as soon as her words fell, another voice, slightly more composed yet equally unfriendly, chimed beside her. Enough, Xiao Li, stop shouting. Then the voice directed towards Su Chen below. Friend, you're welcome to stay, but you must pay rent. Rent? Su Chen paused, incredulous, looking up with a bewildered expression. Was he mistaken? In this apocalyptic world, there were still those who demanded payment? What a remarkable embodiment of capitalist spirit. Are you joking, sister? This dilapidated inn in the middle of nowhere isn't even yours. Why on earth would I pay rent? Su Chen's tone dripped with mockery. We got here first, so this is our turf. The woman named Xiao Li interjected, her voice sharp. We cleared out the zombies around here. We have labored. So what is wrong with charging you a bit for the room? Oh, Su Chen raised an eyebrow. You must have truly toiled. Should I present you with a trophy for the 10 most moving figures of the apocalypse? You, Xiao Li. The composed woman scolded sharply before continuing her discourse with Su Chen. Friend, we do not wish to stir up trouble. Nor do you, I presume. There are many of us here. If you wish to avoid an embarrassing scene, simply hand over 50 survival points. And you may stay the night. Let us keep our affairs separate. And if I choose not to pay? Su Chen inquired with a smile. Not pay. The woman's tone turned icy. If you refuse, I shall awaken everyone, and I cannot guarantee what may transpire then. This tactic was all too familiar to Su Chen. Initial intimidation, followed by negotiation, and ultimately threats. In more peaceful times, this might have frightened some naive souls. Unfortunately for them, they were facing Su Chen today. He could not be bothered to engage further with the two women. He simply concealed his smile and spoke in a flat tone. Fine. Go ahead and call them. I shall await your arrival. By the way, I intend to stay here tonight. As for the room fee, you may come down and collect it yourselves if you possess the ability. With that, he ignored their reactions from above and turned to leave. Stop right there. The woman upstairs seemed incensed by Su Chen's obstinate demeanor. You shall regret this. I will gather people to confront you. Su Chen paused again. He slowly turned around, raising his head, his dark eyes glinting with the cold light amidst the rainy night. His voice sliced through the rain, reaching the ears of the two women on the second floor. Come if you dare. You should consider yourselves fortunate that I have refrained from seeking trouble with you directly. This statement fell upon the two women like a bucket of icy water. Behind the window, an immediate silence ensued. The previously arrogant shouts ceased abruptly. Su Chen could distinctly sense their panic and fear. That's more like it. One must reason with the wise and resort to force with fools. Though he had not employed physical force, the effect was nonetheless the same, no longer regarding them. Su Chen proceeded with Shan Wanqing to search the guest rooms on the first floor. Most doors stood ajar, revealing either disarray or a thick layer of dust, exuding a musty odor. He swiftly located a relatively clean room. The door was closed, and with a gentle push, it swung open, clearly indicating a broken lock. The room was modest, featuring a bed, a bedside table, and a small private bathroom. Although the furnishings were simple, it provided shelter from the elements. This will do. Su Chen entered with Shan Wanqing, then shut the door behind them, securing it with some heavy objects retrieved from the storage. Next, he lit a candle. The flickering yellow light in the small room dispelled some of the chill and darkness. Listening to the patter of rain outside, He felt a sense of calm amidst the storm. Su Chen felt as though he had been transported back to a rainy night in college during a power outage, playing cards with his roommates by candlelight. Alas, there were no roommates now, only a silent female zombie. He turned his ear to listen intently to the sounds outside. On the second floor, there were no footsteps or sounds of commotion, besides the patter of rain against the window and the occasional rumble of thunder in the sky. The world was hauntingly quiet. It seemed that those two women had truly been intimidated by him. It was then that Su Chen began to assess this makeshift sanctuary. The air in the room was somewhat humid, yet not uncomfortably cold. He approached the bed and reached out to touch the sheets, which felt icy and damp to the touch. Sleeping directly on them was out of the question. An idea struck him. He retrieved a brand new set of bedding, along with a soft comforter and pillows, which he had scavenged from the supermarket earlier. Swiftly, he stripped away the old linens and tossed them aside, replacing them with the pristine new ones. In no time, a plush and inviting bed appeared before him, looking both cozy and warm. Chapter 70. The accusation of the regional channel. After making his bed, he indulged in a long-desired, spicy beef hot pot that he had purchased from the mall, extravagantly adding a pack of instant noodles. Soon, the heating pack began to work, emitting a hissing sound as white steam billowed forth, filling the room with a rich aroma of spicy beef. Wow, this is it. Su Chen's saliva uncontrollably dribbled from the corner of his mouth. This scent was an undeniable nostalgia, etched into his very genes. After waiting for several minutes, he could no longer contain his anticipation and opened the lid. The red oil bubbled vigorously, releasing an irresistible fragrance. Inside, luncheon meat, potato slices, seaweed, and tripe rolled about in the broth, exuding a deadly temptation. Su Chen picked up a piece of tripe that had soaked up the broth and placed it in his mouth. Ah, what a delight! The four flavors of numbing, spiciness, freshness, and fragrance exploded on his palate. A wave of warmth surged from his throat to his stomach, dispelling all the chill and fatigue from his body. He ate until he was drenched in sweat, occasionally sipping on a cola, feeling as though he had reached the pinnacle of life. What apocalypse, what toxic mist, what zombies. At this moment, nothing could compare to the joy of a hot pot feast. He swiftly devoured the hot pot and noodles, letting out a contented burp. Leaning against the headboard, he digested his meal while habitually opening the regional chat channel. Current region, 10,000 population, 848-1000, a few less individuals. Su Chen gazed at the number, his heart stirred not at all. Today, he had contributed 7 KPIs. The rest likely perished due to unfortunate circumstances or at the hands of other survivors. He scrolled down to find the channel lively with chatter. Just as he entered, he encountered a complaint. Family, who understands? Today I ran into a mediocre man, flaunting his dilapidated car outside our inn, refusing to pay for his room with an attitude as arrogant as if he were royalty. What bad luck! Numerous replies quickly followed. What? Is there really such a person? Even in the apocalypse, he wants a freeload? Don't worry, sister, provide the address, and I'll rush over to back you up. Exactly. Such a person deserves to be exposed. Sister, you did the right thing. Room fee? What room fee? This is the apocalypse. Is they in your family, yes? Laughable. They're staying based on their own merit. Why should they pay you? What do you mean upstairs? We occupied the inn first, and we were the ones who cleared out the zombies. What is wrong with collecting some room fees? It's only fair, right? Then you can apply and see if the road survival world will issue you a property certificate. Upon reading this, Su Chen chuckled. Were those not the two sisters from upstairs? They actually came to the regional channel to talk about him. He continued scrolling, and the conversation quickly veered off course. Beautiful. Don't stoop to that person-s level. Where are you located? I just hunted some wild rabbit meat. I can send some over to nourish you. Sister, are you two looking for teammates? I have 6 stamina points I can fight and withstand. I'm absolutely reliable. In this day and age, it seems that women can effortlessly garner attention. A mere utterance invites a flurry of offers for warmth and support. Meanwhile, we men must bear our burdens alone. Thank you, dear brother, but there is no need. Our surroundings are quite secure. Hee. Observing the familiar rhythm of online banter and the inevitable tangents, Su Chen felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. The essence of humanity, indeed, remains constant across all realms. He would not be foolish enough to respond. for the chat channels operate under real name policies. As someone who has graced the world stage on 2 occasions, revealing his location could lead to unforeseen troubles. Damn it, fame can be quite a nuisance. He promptly exited the chat channel. Next, he retrieved a sizable portion of previously prepared wild boar meat from the warehouse, deftly slicing it into small pieces with a dagger, before placing it into a clean lunchbox and presenting it to Sun Wanqing. Time to eat. Sun Wanqing tilted her head, seemingly discerning whether this was a command. Subsequently, she lowered her gaze and began to nibble on the raw meat within the lunchbox. Her sharp, tiger-like incisors occasionally clicked against the plastic container, producing a faint sound. Once he had satiated his pet, Su Chen turned his attention to the next matter at hand. Both he and Sun Wanqing were still damp from their earlier ordeal. He found it easy to remedy his own situation, simply donning a brand-new athletic outfit he had scavenged from the supermarket, emerging revitalized. His gaze then shifted to Sun Wanqing. The wet black athletic attire clung to her curvaceous form, accentuating her breathtaking silhouette. Su Chen had grown somewhat accustomed to this sight. He selected a dry athletic ensemble for her, similar in style to her own, along with a fresh set of women's undergarments. With swift hands, he assisted her in shedding the soaked clothing. In a matter of moments, he had stripped away her damp garments. Her pale, delicate skin was exposed to the air, shimmering softly under the flickering candlelight. He dared not linger upon the sight, hastily retrieving the prepared dry attire to help her dress. It took considerable effort to get her properly clothed. After a long sigh of relief, he felt nearly spent. Completing this task, Su Chen opened the trading interface. The fire axe and machetes he had previously listed were all sold out. Skillfully, he restocked from a marketplace and marked up the prices by 10 survival points before relisting them. As a diligent trader, his goal was to monopolize the market, utilizing price advantages to outshine all competitors, ensuring that everyone could access quality weapons at reasonable prices. In this endeavor, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He glanced at the door, weighed down by heavy objects, and then at the windows, now shrouded by curtains, feeling a tinge of unease. After all, there were still 2 women upstairs. Turning to Sun Wanqing beside him, he resolved to conduct another test. Focusing intently, Su Chen constructed a clear command in his mind. If the 2 food items upstairs approach this room, awaken me. Upon issuing the command, he quietly awaited feedback from Sun Wanqing. This time, there was no trace of the previous confusion and bewilderment. A clear thought, akin to a received notion, was directly conveyed back into his mind. Success. A surge of joy illuminated Su Chen's heart. Now, he possessed a relentless, unwavering vigilance system, operational 24 hours a day. His sense of security surged to its zenith. With a profound sense of relief, he set the mandatory wake-up time on his survival wristband for 6 o'clock in the morning. Upon completing this, a wave of exhaustion washed over him like a tide. He lay down on the soft, warm bed, pulled the covers over himself, and fell into a deep slumber almost instantly. Throughout the night, Su Chen slept exceptionally soundly, reassured by the presence of Sun Wanqing, his unwavering vigilance system. He slumbered so deeply that not a single dream graced his mind. At precisely 6 o'clock in the morning, the survival wristband on his wrist emitted a gentle yet rhythmic vibration. Su Chen's eyes fluttered open in an instant, devoid of any remnants of drowsiness, his consciousness fully alert. He sat up and glanced to his side. Sun Wanqing remained in the same position as the previous night. She sat quietly at the edge of the bed, resembling a delicate yet cold statue, her hollow eyes fixed unwaveringly on the doorway. Excellent. The vigilance command was executed flawlessly. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction, rose from the bed, and approached the window, pulling back a corner of the curtain. The rain had ceased, and the sky was washed to a brilliant blue. He freshened up briefly before accessing the shopping interface. Chapter 71 Sister. Even in this apocalyptic world, a light breakfast is essential. Product: instant dumplings, pork, and shrimp. Price: 10 survival points. This will suffice. He purchased a cup and brewed it with water boiled the previous day. Soon, a delightful aroma filled the room. A few minutes later, a steaming bowl of dumplings, with delicate wrappers and generous fillings, was ready. Su Chen blew gently on one, carefully scooping it up to his lips. The tender meat mingled with the springy shrimp burst forth in his mouth, the warm broth sliding down his throat. How comforting! After this exquisite breakfast, Su Chen felt invigorated, as if every cell in his body had awakened. He retrieved the heavy items he had propped against the door and then opened it. Creak! As he swung the door open, a cool breeze carrying the fragrant scent of rain-soaked earth rushed in. The sky was brightening, the rain had ceased, and the ground lay drenched and in disarray. Just as he opened the door, footsteps echoed from the staircase on the second floor of the inn. Su Chen glanced up, locking eyes with two women. The atmosphere grew tense. Upon seeing Su Chen standing at the entrance, the women hesitated, their faces immediately shifting to expressions of wariness and suspicion, their gazes revealing unmistakable disdain and disgust. Su Chen, indifferent to their presence, surveyed them quietly. Both women appeared to be under 30. One was unremarkable in appearance and figure, the type easily lost in a crowd. The other possessed a hint of beauty, yet her sharp, acerbic demeanor marred her overall allure. Su Chen averted his gaze, preparing to call out for Shen Wanqing and leave without delay. He found the idea of sharing a roof with such individuals distasteful. However, his desire to avoid trouble did not imply that others shared similar sentiments. The plain-looking woman, sensing her dignity had been affronted by Su Chen's disregard, curled her lip and muttered sarcastically, "Tisich, hope you never find a girlfriend." Her voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for Su Chen to hear clearly. The slightly more attractive woman beside her covered her mouth, feigning innocence as she chimed in, "Xiao Li, don't say that. He might have his own burdens to bear." The two exchanged glances and erupted into laughter, their mirth brimming with self-righteous superiority. Su Chen halted, slowly turning to face the two women still caught in their laughter, his expression devoid of anger, replaced instead by a bemused incredulity. "Sisters, in this post-apocalyptic world, are you still indulging in your petty rivalries and trivial squabbles? Have your brains been gnawed by zombies? With your level of intellect, you wouldn't survive 2 episodes in a drama. If you were to encounter the ravenous thugs from yesterday afternoon, you would likely be dragged away without a second thought. Yet here you are, provoking and undermining others, as if the world owes you its indulgence." Su Chen internally ridiculed them, lacking even the slightest interest in engaging further. The most effective way to deal with fools has always been through reason. Expressionless, he focused his thoughts. In the next moment, a sleek, jet-black hunting crossbow, exuding an aura of danger, materialized in his hand. The air fell eerily silent. On the staircase, the smiles on the faces of the two women froze instantaneously. Their pupils dilated in terror as they fixated on the lethal weapon in Su Chen's grasp. A primal fear washed over them, rendering their faces ghostly pale. What do you intend to do?" The woman named Xiao Li stammered, her voice trembling yet attempting to sound defiant. "I warn you not to act recklessly. We sisters are not to be trifled with." As she spoke, she seemed to recall something, pointing frantically at the decomposing corpses of zombies in the parking lot. Raising her voice, "Do you see that? Those zombies were the ones we killed yesterday afternoon. If you dare to make a move, Yesterday afternoon? You killed them during the day?" Su Chen pondered, initially curious about how these two dim-witted women managed to vanquish several zombies. The realization dawned upon him. During the day, the zombies moved sluggishly, their desire to attack diminished, resembling little more than stationary targets. No wonder these seemingly unintelligent women survived. They took pride in their achievements of dispatching a few elderly, wandering zombies. Truly laughable. With no desire to engage in further dialogue, Su Chen raised the crossbow, aiming it directly at them. The two women, petrified by the ominous sight of the crossbow's dark muzzle, screamed in unison, huddling together in terror. Su Chen's gaze turned icy. He pulled the trigger. Thud! A deep thrum reverberated as a sharp bolt whizzed through the air, not aimed at the women, but instead grazing their bodies and embedding itself forcefully into the wooden banister beside them. Thud! The bolt plunged nearly entirely into the wood, leaving only the fletching quivering and buzzing in the aftermath. Su Chen had no intention of unleashing a massacre at dawn. He merely sought to impart a lesson. This single shot was sufficient to dismantle all their psychological defenses. The two women, faced with the imminent threat of death, completely broke down, their legs giving way as they collapsed onto the ground, unleashing even more piercing screams. Su Chen furrowed his brow, a surge of anger welling within him. In a cold, Cutting voice, he bellowed, silence. If you utter another sound, the next arrow will find its mark in you. Like ducks with their necks grasped, their screams abruptly ceased. The two women lay on the ground, hands tightly clasped over their mouths, quaking as if caught in a storm, tears and snot streaming down their faces. Gazing at Su Chen in sheer terror, afraid to utter another sound. At last, the world was tranquil. Observing their abject fear, Su Chen chose to disregard them further. As he summoned Shen Wanqing with a fleeting thought, an exquisite figure gracefully emerged from the door behind him. Shen Wanqing stood there silently, her face concealed behind dark sunglasses and a mask, rendering her features indecipherable. Yet, her alluring and voluptuous form, enveloped in a black tracksuit, still outlined a breathtaking silhouette. She stood there quietly, akin to a meticulously sculpted masterpiece, lost in the mundane world. On the staircase, the two women who had previously been cowering in fear froze at the sight of Shen Wanqing, their eyes wide with disbelief. Shock, jealousy, resentment, and bitterness intertwined in their gazes. They could not comprehend the rationale behind such an exquisite beauty being associated with a man known for his harsh demeanor and propensity for violence. Was there no justice left in this world? The flames of envy threatened to erupt from their eyes, ready to incinerate Su Chen. However, the lethal arrow that had narrowly missed them moments before kept their impulses firmly in check. They dared not voice their fury, instead biting their lips and casting daggers at Su Chen with their glances. Su Chen, accompanied by Shen Wanqing, strode purposefully towards the road outside the inn. Upon reaching the roadside, he gestured, and a sleek black van materialized before them. He opened the driver's door and settled into the seat. Shen Wanqing slid into the passenger seat, shutting the door with a decisive thud. The vehicle rocked slightly, a sensation Su Chen had grown accustomed to. He ignited the engine, which emitted a deep rumble before they sped away into the distance. It was only when the taillights of the van vanished at the end of the road that the two women on the staircase felt as though all strength had been sapped from their bodies. Supporting each other, they shakily rose to their feet. Xiaoli, did that person leave? One asked, her voice trembling. Yes, I was terrified. I thought he was truly going to kill us. Xiaoli responded, her heart racing and her complexion still pale. That woman with him, she is so beautiful. Oof, what use is beauty? She is just a blind fool. Associating with such a man, she will inevitably come to ruin. Xiaoli's tone dripped with unmasked bitterness. We should hurry and leave. We cannot stay here any longer. Let us go. Today we can reach the treasure point. This time I will take out a gun. Next time we encounter him, let us see if he dares to be so arrogant. Chapter 72. Arrival at Shihai City, the business vehicle sped along the smooth highway. Su Chen, while driving, activated the interface of his wristband. The intoxicating sensation of overnight wealth was simply irresistible. As the monopolistic titan in the weaponry sector of the trading market, he was now profiting immensely from the price differentials of weapon resales, amassing a significant number of survival points daily. Marketplace level 6, experience to level up 7,268,000, survival points 28,050. Gazing at this figure, a slight smile crept upon Su Chen's lips. Over 28,000 points. This substantial sum would undoubtedly drive any survivor to madness upon witnessing it. The experience required for leveling up the marketplace was nearly fulfilled, with less than 800 points remaining to reach level 7. Leading the pack, the exhilarating feeling of outpacing everyone else was simply delightful. He deftly purchased a batch of melee weapons and food from the marketplace, then marked them up slightly before listing them again in the trading market. Having completed these tasks, he opened the Today's Travel notification. Today's travel notification, survival day for time, 6:20, weather, clear, temperature, 10°C, 21°C, surrounding environment, wasteland, toxic fog distance, 553. 4 kilometers, toxic fog speed, 1 meter second, beginner phase. The speed of the toxic fog remained unchanged, steadfast at 1 meter per second. A safe distance of over 500 kilometers was more than sufficient. It appeared that the benefits of the beginner phase were indeed quite generous. In good spirits, Su Chen closed the interface and focused on driving. According to the odometer, he was nearing the next treasure chest refresh point. He hoped for a fortunate start today and wished for something other than a wooden box, something bronze to soothe his repeatedly wounded heart, perhaps. As he muttered to himself, he reduced his speed. Several minutes later, upon spotting the familiar, unadorned wooden treasure chest by the roadside, he fell silent. Su Chen's expression darkened. I know I'm not lucky, but must I be reminded of it daily? Was the system so intent on ensuring he did not forget his status? He grumbled as he parked the vehicle, accompanied by Shen Wanqing, and approached the chest with the resignation of completing a task. Opening the chest yielded, acquired, bread X4. Mineral water X3. Thank you ever so much, Su Chen remarked weakly, lamenting the absence of even a drop of gasoline. The system was truly not indulging him at all. He stowed the items in his storage and returned to the vehicle, continuing on his journey. Not long after setting off, a solitary blue road sign appeared ahead. Su Chen slowed down, squinting to read it. The sign clearly displayed several bold white characters. Shihai City, 26 kilometers, a city. Su Chen's spirits soared instantly, dispelling the frustration of encountering another wooden treasure chest early in the day. At last, he was leaving behind this desolate wasteland. A city signifies an abundance of resources, an endless array of opportunities, and, undeniably, an increase in peril. Yet, Su Chen remains undaunted. With a plethora of survival points at his disposal, a vehicle, a companion, and an arsenal of weapons, he finds himself yearning for a venue to unleash his potential. West Sea City perfect, an ideal place to garner experience. He has already begun strategizing. Upon arriving in West Sea City, his primary objective is the police station. In this apocalyptic era, which weapon is most reliable? Naturally, it is a firearm, although he already possesses several guns. Who would ever claim to have too many? Moreover, the city is sure to be teeming with zombies. It is an opportune moment to leverage Shen Wanqing, the insider among the undead, to harvest a substantial amount of experience and elevate his level. As long as he and Shen Wanqing achieve sufficient levels, he will acquire greater means of self-preservation in this desolate world. With this thought igniting a fervor within him, Su Chen's foot on the accelerator seems to gain newfound vigor. After all, idleness breeds restlessness. He reopened the regional chat channel, eager to glean information about West Sea City. Upon entering, he was immediately greeted by a barrage of grievances. Does anyone understand? We encountered a mediocre man at the motel, flaunting his dilapidated business vehicle as if he were a king. When we kindly reminded him to pay the room fee, he had the audacity to threaten us with a weapon. Ladies, steer clear of such individuals in the future. Indeed, he was accompanied by a woman. Sister, if you find yourself coerced, just blink, and we shall devise a plan to rescue you. Do not be deceived by his flowery words. Recognize his true nature swiftly and flee. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, nearly crushing the steering wheel in disbelief. So, the wicked play the victim, do they? And now we have a performance of rescuing distressed sisters? He stifled his urge to scoff and continued scrolling through the messages. As anticipated, the comments quickly spiraled into chaos. Numerous female survivors chimed in, passionately condemning the man's misdeeds while sharing tales of various injustices faced in the apocalypse. Support the sisters. Such men deserve nothing less than contempt. How dare they bully women in this dire time? Absolutely. Just yesterday, I encountered a man who refused to trade a bucket of instant noodles for a bottle of water and even berated me. It infuriated me. Alas, no good man exists. Let us all be wary in the future. Naturally, some male survivors could no longer stand idly by and enter the fray. Excuse me, ladies, have you not awakened? On what grounds do you demand someone else's room fee? It's an apocalypse. Is that motel your family's establishment? Besides, the man has a vehicle and a beautiful companion. Clearly, he is a significant figure. What do you possess? A keyboard, perhaps? How ludicrous. A bottle of water for a bucket of instant noodles? Do you even comprehend the survival points at stake? Perhaps you should consider starving instead. As tensions escalated into a heated exchange between the sexes, suddenly, a male survivor issued a rather audacious statement. Enough of the bickering. What purpose does it serve? The women above, chattering incessantly, ought to fervently hope they do not cross my path. Otherwise, I assure you, I shall make them acquainted with the true essence of exhilaration. Who do you think you are? Mind your language. Disgusting. Indeed, it is evident you are no good. Everyone, let us seek justice. Is there no law left? In In such a small area, we are bound to encounter one another eventually. I hope you remain so audacious then. I find great pleasure in dealing with those who possess such temperament. As this message, laden with overt threats, was dispatched, the entire chat channel fell into an abrupt silence. The previously indignant and fiercely spirited female survivors were rendered mute, no longer daring to voice their thoughts. Only one defiant soul timidly replied, "Just you wait. I'll remember your ID," before vanishing into silence. Su Chen observed this dramatic scene and shook his head in bemusement, closing the chat channel. What a comical bunch. The business vehicle glided smoothly along the road. The 20-kilometer journey passed in the blink of an eye. As the monotonous expanse of wasteland gave way to the silhouette of urban skyscrapers, Su Chen felt a surge of vitality. Shanghai City, we have arrived. Instinctively, he reduced his speed. The closer he approached the city, the more alarming the sights became. Abandoned vehicles lay strewn across the road, creating twisted barricades. The ground was carpeted with various refuse and unidentified stains, and a faint odor of decay began to permeate the air. More importantly, the zombies. In the streets, amidst the buildings, swayed countless staggering figures. Their numbers exceeded anything he had encountered before. Ah, this is the true local flavor of a great city. Su Chen clicked his tongue, feeling not fear, but rather an inexplicable thrill. These are not mere man-eating monsters. They are walking repositories of experience. Chapter 73, Shanghai City Police Station. However, he did not come to an immediate halt to take action. His foremost task now was to locate the police station in this city. The business vehicle cautiously navigated through the abandoned traffic, the vehicle's sides occasionally scraping against nearby obstacles or the undead, producing a sound that grated on the nerves. Su Chen's eyes twitched in distress. This was a new car, and it was already marred. Damn it, once he had the materials, he must reinforce the exterior with armor. Anyone who dared to scratch his car again would face dire consequences. As he muttered curses under his breath, he remained fully focused on the surroundings. The density of zombies in this city was indeed high, but fortunately, there appeared to be no bizarre mutations. At least, throughout his journey thus far, he had only encountered sluggish, ordinary zombies, which provided him with some relief. He drove like a newcomer exploring a foreign land, meandering through the city's streets without a navigation map, relying solely on instinct. This endeavor lasted nearly half an hour. Just as he rounded a corner, a particularly grandiose building finally came into view. The police emblem atop the structure, though somewhat tarnished, remained distinctly recognizable. He had found it, the Shanghai City Police Station. Su Chen slowly parked across the street, not immediately turning off the engine. Squinting, he scrutinized the police station before him. The station was substantial. The main building stood 6 or 7 stories tall, with a spacious parking lot in front. The lot was filled with various police vehicles, most of which were in a state of disrepair. A few were even reduced to charred skeletons after having been engulfed in flames. Dozens of zombies, clad in uniforms or civilian attire, aimlessly wandered the parking area. The enormous glass doors of the main building were shattered, and within the darkened foyer, more indistinct figures could be glimpsed. The hum of the business vehicle's engine shattered the eerie silence like a stone cast into a tranquil lake. The zombies that had been aimlessly roaming the surrounding buildings and streets seemed to receive an unspoken command, all turning their hollow gazes towards Su Chen's vehicle. In the next moment, they began to shuffle forward, encircling him from all directions. The low growls merged into a disconcerting chorus, sending shivers down one's spine. Yet, a smile crept across Su Chen's face. He turned his head to glance at Shen Wanqing, who sat quietly in the passenger seat, and in his mind, he issued a clear and concise command. "It's time to work, Wanqing. Step out, close the door, and eliminate these bothersome creatures outside." Shen Wanqing's body moved slightly, and in the next instant, she deftly pushed open the car door and stepped out with long strides. The door slammed shut behind her with such force that the entire vehicle shook slightly. Su Chen had grown accustomed to it. The appearance of Shen Wanqing drew no attention from the horde of zombies outside. Their focus was singular, fixated on Su Chen, who exuded a tantalizing scent of flesh. Su Chen lounged leisurely in the driver's seat, even taking the time to retrieve a bottle of mineral water from the storage compartment. He unscrewed the cap and, while observing the grotesque faces outside, took a generous gulp. Meanwhile, a swift slaughter had quietly commenced beyond the vehicle's confines. Shen Wanqing resembled a top-tier assassin infiltrating enemy lines. She approached the nearest zombie, casually raised her hand, and delivered a sharp slap. The sound echoed, a crisp crack, as the creature's head was sent flying, rolling away like a deflated ball. The headless corpse swayed momentarily before collapsing lifelessly. Throughout this display, not a single zombie sensed the disturbance. Shen Wanqing glided through the throng of the undead, as if traversing an uninhabited realm. With each motion of her hand, the sound of shattering bones punctuated the air, and another zombie fell in response. Su Chen, sitting in the car, observed with keen interest the notifications appearing in the lower left corner of his vision. There, the green system alerts were proliferating wildly. Kill 1 level 1 zombie. Gain experience 2. 5. Your pet Shen Wanqing gains experience 2. 5. Kill 1 level 1 zombie. Gain experience 2. 5. Your pet Shen Wanqing gains experience 2. 5. Kill 1 level 1 zombie. Gain experience 2. 5. Your pet Shen Wanqing gains experience 2. 5. This sensation was utterly exhilarating, surpassing even the most gratifying idle games. With minimal effort, simply seated securely, his experience points soared as if propelled by a rocket. It was safe, efficient, and devoid of risk, truly perfect. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. After a mere 3 or 4 minutes, the cacophony outside gradually dwindled until it vanished entirely. The several dozen zombies that had encircled them were now reduced to a carpet of corpses. Recognizing that the imminent threat had been eradicated, Su Chen opened the car door and stepped out. He effortlessly returned the business vehicle to the storage space and retrieved the sharp tang knife. Gripping it firmly in his hand, a pungent wave of blood and decay assaulted his senses, yet he had grown accustomed to it. He glanced at Shen Wanqing standing amidst the pile of bodies and mentally issued a new command. Well done. Now, proceed inside and eliminate the threats within that building. Shen Wanqing paused momentarily, as if processing the directive. In the next instant, without hesitation, she turned and charged toward the dark entrance of the police station. Su Chen, wielding the tang knife, followed at a measured pace until he reached the entrance of the building, where he came to a halt, leaning against a pillar by the door. He remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings for any stragglers, while continuing to revel in the flood of experience notifications in his lower left corner. Upon vanquishing a level 1 zombie, experience 2. 5 was accrued, along with an equal gain for your pet, Shen Wanqing. Upon defeating a level 2 zombie, experience 5 was obtained, along with the same for your pet, Shen Wanqing. Oh, there exists a level 2? Su Chen raised an eyebrow, though he paid it little mind. For Shen Wanqing at this moment, even a level 3 ordinary zombie would likely succumb to a mere slap. If such a foe were to appear, she would simply deliver another strike. Inside the building, the cacophony of roars and the sound of bones shattering reverberated, occasionally punctuated by dull thuds. Listening to these sounds, Su Chen could vividly imagine Shen Wanqing wreaking havoc within. Time ticked by minute. After what seemed like a dozen minutes, the once torrential stream of green notifications began to dwindle and eventually ceased altogether. The building fell into a profound silence. A clear thought echoed in Su Chen's mind. Threat has been eliminated. Soon after, Shen Wanqing emerged from the darkened foyer, standing motionless before him. Beautiful. Su Chen pressed, satisfied, though he knew she could not comprehend his words. Brandishing his tang dao, he strode purposefully into the police station's lobby. As he stepped inside, the overwhelming stench of blood and decay assaulted him like a tangible force, nearly causing him to lose his composure. The entire lobby had devolved into a hellish nightmare. The floor was strewn with an array of corpses, both in uniform and civilian attire, with a rough count exceeding 200. Twisted limbs and severed arms lay intermingled with thick, darkened blood, transforming the once pristine marble floor into a nauseating mire. With each step, his feet emitted a sickening squelch. Su Chen fought against the rising tide of nausea, mentally calculating his gains. He had been so engrossed in the influx of experience notifications that he had not taken the time to examine his exact increase. With a thought, he opened his character interface. Upon seeing the number in the level section, he was momentarily stunned. Level 3, 1351,000. What? Su Chen could not help but rub his eyes, questioning whether he had misread. The experience bar was full? No, it was more than full. It had overflowed. 1,351,000? He recalled distinctly that after defeating a wave in the hospital, his experience was level 3,600,1000. The experience gained during his subsequent journey had been minimal. This meant that Shen Wanqing's recent rampage had netted him over 700 points of experience. Hiss! Su Chen inhaled sharply. This efficiency was simply outrageous. Chapter 74. Upgrading and scavenging the police station, he had been so engrossed in his moment of exhilaration that he completely overlooked the system notification indicating an upgrade. Upgrade. Su Chen suppressed the jubilation swelling within him and unhesitatingly issued the command in his mind. A soft white light enveloped him, and a warm current surged through his limbs. Upgrade successful. Current level, LV. For you have gained 1 free attribute point. Experience, 350,2000. Without a moment's hesitation, he allocated that precious point to speed. Speed, 7-8. In this apocalyptic world, swiftness was the foremost element of survival. Whether pursuing foes or evading monstrous threats, speed dictated life or death. At the very instant he completed the distribution of attribute points, Su Chen felt as though an invisible shackle had been unbound from his legs. He felt significantly lighter, as if with just a slight exertion, he could soar into the air. Unable to contain his excitement, he sought out a relatively clear area, slightly bending his knees. He exerted himself with fervor. Whoosh! His figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, dashing to the other end of the hall in the blink of an eye. The entire process was so rapid that he himself barely comprehended it. Wow! Stabilizing his stance, Su Chen gazed back at the spot where he had been standing, his eyes brimming with astonishment. This speed was astonishing. He felt that, if summoned to compete in the Olympic 100-meter sprint, even Usain Bolt and world records would pale in comparison. He was confident he could break the 9-second barrier. No, it would be 8 seconds. This was far beyond the limits of human physiology. Ecstasy surged within him. Su Chen clenched his fists tightly, reveling in the newfound lightness of his body. A profound sense of security enveloping him. He opened the pet interface to check Shen Wanqing's status. Name, Shen Wanqing, level 3,700,1000. Excellent. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. Shen Wanqing's level had also risen to 3, with her experience bar significantly filled. She needed only 300 more experience points to reach level 4. Calculating, he realized that meant he needed to dispatch 120 ordinary zombies. 120. In the desolate wilderness of the past. It would have taken him several arduous days to achieve that. But here, Su Chen surveyed the police station hall and glanced at the streets outside, where zombies continued to wander aimlessly. In this desolate city, zombies were in no short supply. He could already envision the scene of walking through this vast city with Shen Wanqing by his side, accumulating experience at an exhilarating pace. This was not merely survival in the apocalypse. It felt as though he was granted a private server for himself. He closed the interface and took a moment to calm the excitement brought on by his upgrade. Su Chen's gaze returned to the hellish reality before him. With experience secured, the next step was to scavenge for spoils. Having arrived, one cannot leave empty-handed. The police station is undeniably a prime location in this post-apocalyptic world. He suppressed his nausea and approached the central service desk in the hall, where he discovered a detailed floor plan affixed to the wall. The armory is located on the basement level. Su Chen's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. He had found it. This was the ultimate goal of his expedition. Rather than impulsively seeking the staircase, he began to search the hall. The zombies in police uniforms had once been armed officers during their lifetimes. Shen Wanqing's brutal attack style had left most of the corpses relatively intact. He approached a police zombie sprawled on the ground and flipped it over. Indeed, he spotted a familiar holster at the waist of the corpse. Without hesitation, Su Chen reached out and yanked the handgun and holster free, casually pocketing 2 spare magazines as well. Acquired. Type 92 handgun X1. 5, 8mm bullets X30, a splendid start. Su Chen, pleased, weighed the firearm in his hand before stowing it in his storage space. Although this weapon lacked the firepower of the larger armaments he had previously obtained, its compactness and portability could prove invaluable in a critical moment. Like a diligent scavenger, he began to systematically search the hall, feeling each corpse. These police zombies were akin to mobile arsenals. Another fine find. Acquired. Type 92 handgun X1, 5.8mm bullets X15. This one was somewhat lacking, containing only a single magazine. Acquired. Police revolver X1. 38 caliber bullets X6. A revolver. A touch of vintage nostalgia. After a thorough search, he had amassed nearly 7 or 8 different handguns and collected over 100 rounds of ammunition. While these items were merely supplementary, who wouldn't appreciate free loot? Having finished searching the hall, Su Chen oriented himself and, accompanied by Shen Wanqing, proceeded towards the staircase leading to the basement. The stairwell was similarly littered with corpses. The stench of blood and decay intensifying in this confined space, overwhelming the senses. Su Chen held his breath and cautiously descended. The basement was dimly lit, illuminated only by the faint green glow of emergency exit signs. A peculiar odor of grease and dust permeated the air. He activated the flashlight function on his wristband, and a powerful beam instantly pierced the darkness. The light swept across a long corridor flanked by closed doors. At the end of the corridor, a heavy metal door stood ajar, with the words Armory emblazoned in bold characters, exuding a sense of might. He had found it. Su Chen's heart surged with joy as he hastened towards the entrance. A few police zombie corpses lay at the threshold, their gruesome fates indicating a fierce battle had taken place here. Gripping his tang knife tightly, he cautiously peered inside. Upon witnessing the scene within, his wariness was swiftly replaced by ecstatic delight. The armory had not been completely looted. Rows of sturdy metal gun racks stood proudly, adorned with a plethora of firearms, both long and short, despite some vacancies. In the corner, a box neatly housed an array of ammunition crates. On the opposite side, a complete set of protective gear hung, including bulletproof vests, stab-resistant suits, helmets, and riot shields. Scattered across the floor lay numerous firearms and shell casings, intermingled with dried bloodstains, silently narrating the harrowing battles that had transpired here. Su Chen could almost visualize the scenes from that fateful day. As the apocalypse descended, a horde of the undead surged within the police station, and the surviving officers fought valiantly to seize their weapons in defiance. Tragically, before they could fully arm themselves, they were overwhelmed by a staggering number of their zombified colleagues. "Brothers, your efforts were not in vain," Su Chen solemnly declared, his heart heavy with sorrow. "Now, these treasures shall be inherited by me, and I shall live on." With that, he could no longer contain his exhilaration, his lips curling into a wild grin. "I've struck it rich. This is a tremendous haul." He dashed inside, embarking on a frenzied scavenging spree. Type 95 assault rifle, a splendid find. I'll take it. Type 88 sniper rifle, incredible. It's mine. A shotgun? Taking down zombies will be as easy as child's play. Absolutely essential. Bulletproof vests, helmets, and riot shields. All of it must be collected. Not a single piece shall be left behind. Wherever Su Chen went, the gun racks and shelves became desolate within moments. He even spared no thought for the scattered bullets on the ground, adhering to the principle that even the tiniest mosquito is still a morsel. He gathered every last one into his storeroom. Minutes later, the entire armory lay stripped cleaner than a surface licked by a dog. Su Chen gazed at the bountiful array of weapons filling his storage space, nodding in satisfaction. Having thoroughly ransacked the armory, he did not hasten to depart. Embracing the philosophy of making the most of his visit, he resolved to inspect the entire lower level. Chapter 75. Mobile Fortress, Saber-Toothed Tiger accompanied by Shen Wanqing. He began his meticulous inspection of each room. Most were merely storage areas and archives, containing nothing but moldy documents and dust. Just as he was on the verge of losing patience, he discovered a massive roll-up door at the other end of the corridor, marked with the words "Indoor Parking Lot." Adjacent to the roll-up door was a small entrance, left ajar. A spark of curiosity ignited within Su Chen, prompting him to approach. Peering through the crack of the door, he beheld an expansive underground garage housing several police vehicles. However, the majority were ordinary patrol cars, either wrecked beyond recognition or reduced to charred shells. As Su Chen scanned the garage, his gaze was soon captivated by a solitary vehicle nestled in the corner. It was a strikingly black behemoth, characterized by sharp angles and an imposing metallic aesthetic, exuding an air of violent beauty. The massive anti-collision bumper, reinforced bulletproof glass, and an array of spotlights and infrared recording systems atop the vehicle. This was undoubtedly an armored vehicle reserved for special police units. The saber-toothed tiger. His breath quickened with exhilaration. While a commercial vehicle was indeed practical, it remained fundamentally a civilian car with negligible defensive capabilities. In stark contrast, this majestic creation was a bona fide armored vehicle, a mobile fortress of steel. To drive this on the roads, he would fearlessly confront not only ordinary zombies, but even mutated creatures. With uncontainable excitement, he rushed towards it and yanked open the door to the driver's seat. Click! To his astonishment, the door swung open, revealing it was unlocked. Elation surged through Su Chen as he swiftly climbed inside. The spacious interior was equipped with an array of advanced technology, radiating a sense of futurism. To his delight, the key was still inserted in the ignition. He was indeed favored by fortune. He eagerly settled into the driver's seat and turned the key. However, the anticipated roar of the engine did not resonate. The dashboard remained dark, and the vehicle was utterly unresponsive. Damn it! Su Chen could not suppress a curse. As expected, it was out of battery. Nevertheless, he was no longer the novice he once was. With practiced ease, he opened the hood and located the car battery. After scrutinizing the model and specifications, he accessed his storage space and began rummaging through the collection of batteries he had scavenged from the previous auto repair shop. Eureka! Minutes later, his eyes lit up as he discovered a brand new battery that perfectly matched the specifications. Without delay, he retrieved a full set of tools from his storage and commenced the replacement. Drawing from his prior experience replacing the battery in the commercial vehicle, he found the process to be second nature this time. Disassembling, wiring, installing. The entire procedure flowed seamlessly, executed with precision. In less than 10 minutes, the pristine battery was securely placed in its designated position. Su Chen dusted off his hands, brimming with anticipation as he once again leaped into the driver's seat. Taking a deep breath, he turned the key once more. Buzz, rumble. This time, the dashboard illuminated instantaneously, and the vehicle shuddered slightly, as the heart of the steel behemoth emitted a deep, powerful roar. Success! Listening to the melodious sound of the engine, Su Chen felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Nearly leaping from his seat, he opened the trading interface, eager to investigate the current market prices for vehicles. To his dismay, he found that the listings for operational vehicles were few and far between, with prices exorbitantly high. In contrast, a plethora of auto parts was available, much more affordable. It seemed that being skilled in vehicle repair was indeed an invaluable talent in this apocalyptic world. Su Chen felt a twinge of frustration. Why hadn't he illuminated that particular skill tree? If only he could profit from reselling parts and assembling cars, his earnings would be substantial. After considering the prices of those battered vehicles, he decided to list his van in the warehouse at a relatively reasonable price. Item: nearly new van, fully functional, slightly scratched. Includes half a tank of fuel. Price: 2,000 survival points. This price, undoubtedly, was a boon for those survivors urgently in need of transportation. Having completed this task, he dismounted the vehicle with satisfaction. Approaching the imposing armored saber-toothed vehicle, he extended his hand, gently caressing its cold steel exterior. From this day forth, you shall be my new chariot. With a mere thought, he summoned the colossal machine directly into his storage space. With this mobile fortress, the danger level in West Sea City diminished considerably in his eyes. It was no longer a perilous dead city, but rather a vast, untapped realm filled with experience and resources, a veritable beginner's village awaiting his exploration. Adhering to the principle of harvesting every last resource, Su Chen resolved to meticulously scour the entire police station building. Accompanied by Shen Wanqing, they began their exploration from the basement floor and ascended methodically. Office doors were pushed open one by one. Most rooms stood empty, save for scattered papers and layers of dust, remnants of the chaos that once reigned here. The archives were filled with useless documents. The interrogation room, well, the chair appeared sturdy. Perhaps it could withstand a zombie attack. The break room, just a few dilapidated beds, nothing of value. He traversed the halls, shaking his head in disappointment. Just as he was about to lose hope, feeling that the building had been drained of all worth, he stumbled upon a room at the end of the third-floor corridor, marked with a sign reading medical room. Su Chen's eyes brightened instantly. He pushed the door open, and a potent mix of disinfectant and the metallic scent of blood assaulted his senses. The medical room was modest yet fully equipped, containing 2 hospital beds, a desk, and several locked glass cabinets and medicine chests. On the floor lay 2 corpses of zombies clad in white coats, their heads shattered, clearly another of Shun Wanqing's previous exploits. With a swift motion, Su Chen dashed to the medicine cabinet. Lacking a key and unwilling to search for one, he retrieved a crowbar from his storage. Clang! With a few straightforward yet forceful maneuvers, the cabinet door creaked open, revealing its contents that momentarily halted Su Chen's breath. It was brimming with meticulously stacked emergency medical kits, each neatly packaged in vacuum-sealed plastic bags, their palm-sized forms glimmering under the light. The prominent red and white packaging adorned with a large cross symbol appeared to him more radiant than gold itself. Elation surged within him. He had struck gold. Su Chen rubbed his hands together in excitement, hastily commencing a meticulous inventory. 1, 2, 3. He resembled a wealthy landowner guarding his treasure, his grin unwavering. Upon completing his count, he discovered a total of 86 emergency medical kits. Each kit contained an array of essential supplies: bandages, gauze, antiseptic pads, hemostatic powder, antibiotic ointment, everything one might need. In a post-apocalyptic world, these kits represented a second chance at life. Each kit had the potential to save a survivor in critical moments. If these were to be traded, each could fetch dozens or even hundreds of survival points, a true treasure sought after by many. Without hesitation, Su Chen collected all the medical kits, swiftly transferring them into his storage. His spirits soared as he scavenged the infirmary, and his attention was soon drawn to a corner on the 4th floor, where he discovered an unmarked room with a heavy iron door tightly secured. This door exuded an air of significance, and he was certain it concealed something valuable. His treasure-hunting instincts buzzed with anticipation. Once more, he retrieved his crowbar and exerted all his strength against the door lock. With a crisp crack, the lock yielded. He pushed open the heavy iron door, and a waft of fragrant food mingled with dust rushed forth. It was a storage room, the logistics warehouse of the police station. Illuminating the interior with the flashlight feature of his wristband, Su Chen was rendered speechless. The shelves within the warehouse were impeccably arranged, stacked high with boxes of military rations. The dark green compressed biscuits and self-heating combat meals lined the shelves in vast quantities. In disbelief, Su Chen let out an expletive, overwhelmed by the sudden wave of fortune. He rushed inside, eyes wide as he beheld the pristine military rations, nearly drooling at the sight. These provisions were high in calories, filling, and remarkably storable, truly the ultimate sustenance for the apocalypse. He promptly shifted into a frenzied shopping mode, swiftly transferring box after box of rations into his storage space, amassing a staggering total of 300 individual meals. After completing this monumental task, Su Chen clapped his hands together in satisfaction. Chapter 76. The Hospital and the Survivors. 2 hours later, Su Chen stood before the shattered entrance of the police station, basking in the warm sunlight, his spirits soaring to unprecedented heights. He cast a glance back at the building he had thoroughly scavenged, now cleaner than if it had been licked by a dog, and surveyed the chaotic street outside, littered with the bodies of the undead. An overwhelming sense of ambition surged within him. This time, it was nothing short of a bountiful harvest. No, to describe it merely as a bountiful harvest would be an understatement. He had essentially transported a money-printing machine back home. As he focused his thoughts, he began to inventory the weapons and equipment in his warehouse. When an impressive list of items materialized in his mind, he could scarcely contain himself, nearly erupting into laughter. 92 handguns, 60 police shotguns, 79 submachine guns, 95 assault rifles, 88 sniper rifles, 5 various ammunition, total of 18, 000 rounds, night vision goggles, 10 chemical protection suits, 10 bulletproof vests, 30 tactical helmets, 30 anti-riot shields, 20 emergency medical kits, 80 military rations, 300 gas. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, Su Chen still found himself taking a sharp breath after tallying this vast array of supplies. This was a monumental leap forward. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to quell the excitement bubbling within. He meticulously planned his next moves, first to the hospital, then to the supermarket, determined to scour both locations thoroughly. After that, he could confidently embark on his journey alongside Sun Wanqing, commencing their experience-gathering expedition in this sprawling metropolis. Resolute in his decision, Su Chen no longer lingered. He turned with Sun Wanqing and departed from the police station, which had been utterly drained of its value. Upon reaching the vacant parking lot, he concentrated, and the menacingly sleek, all-black saber-tooth armored vehicle materialized before him. They climbed aboard, shutting the door behind them. Su Chen opened the driver's side door, which was as heavy as a vault, and slid inside. Sun Wanqing followed closely, entering the passenger seat and shutting the door behind her. Su Chen, satisfied, patted the steering wheel. Indeed, it was an armored vehicle, solid and reliable. Once the door was closed, the cacophony of the outside world seemed to vanish. The thick, bulletproof glass and steel provided an unprecedented sense of security. He turned the key. With a rumble, the heart of the iron beast awakened, emitting a deep, resonant growl. Su Chen shifted into gear and pressed the accelerator. The armored vehicle surged forward like a wild beast unleashed, bursting out of the hospital. Driving this mobile fortress through the ruins of the city felt utterly different from his previous experience in a commercial vehicle. The substantial weight of the car offered unparalleled stability, even as it rolled over the remnants of abandoned cars, resulting in only a slight jolt. The wheels rolled over the bodies of the zombies, eliciting not even the slightest sensation, merely the muffled sound akin to squashing a tomato that resonated from the tires. Ah, this is what one would call an apocalyptic vehicle. Su Chen rested one hand on the steering wheel while the other brought forth a bottle of water to his lips. This sense of security was simply overwhelming. With the car door shut and the windows locked, those clawing zombies outside resembled monkeys behind glass at a zoo. Threatless, save for their sheer spectacle. He harbored an illusion that as long as there was sufficient fuel, he could drive this car recklessly through the apocalypse until the end of days. Just as Su Chen was savoring this rare moment of ease, a distinct thought abruptly echoed in his mind. Food. Flesh. It was Sun Wanqing. Her message remained somewhat nebulous, yet Su Chen instantly grasped her meaning. There were living humans nearby. The ease on Su Chen's face vanished in an instant, his gaze sharpening. Instinctively, he reduced the speed of the vehicle, stowed the water bottle away, and tightened his grip on the steering wheel. Living humans, in this dystopian world, posed a greater danger than the monsters. Who knew what kinds of fiends he might encounter? As he drove, he meticulously surveyed his surroundings. A few minutes later, as he turned a corner, a white complex came into view, the West Sea City Central Hospital. Su Chen parked his formidable armored vehicle, resembling a steel behemoth, steadily on the roadside opposite the hospital, leaving the engine running. The deep, powerful roar of the engine resonated jarringly in the desolate streets. In the hospital's parking lot, 4 men were present, diligently cleaning up the zombies in the vicinity. Judging by their level of coordination and the weapons in hand, they were evidently a seasoned survivor team. Numerous zombie corpses already lay on the ground. They had clearly heard the commotion and, almost instinctively, turned their heads in unison towards Su Chen. Upon their gaze landing on the sleek, obsidian-armored vehicle, a flicker of unmistakable greed and shock flashed across each of their faces, though it was quickly concealed, replaced by a wary demeanor. Su Chen remained seated in the driver's seat, behind the thick bulletproof glass, observing them with a neutral expression. He made no move, nor did he exit the vehicle. He wanted to discern the intentions of these individuals. After a brief moment of commotion, the 4 exchanged glances and swiftly dispatched a few nearby zombies. Then, astonishingly, they began to retreat from the parking lot. One, a burly man with a shaved head who appeared to be the leader, even raised his hands in a gesture of goodwill towards Su Chen. Shortly after, he called out in a booming voice, "Hey, brother, no need to be tense. We mean no harm. That car of yours looks powerful. Are you alone? Want to team up and clear this hospital? There must be plenty of good stuff inside." His voice resonated with a hearty exuberance, complemented by a warm smile adorning his face. However, as Su Chen beheld his demeanor, a cold smirk formed within him. Forming a team? Although the 4 of you possess rather ordinary equipment, your combat capabilities appear reasonably adequate. Thus, addressing the zombie issue in this hospital should pose little challenge. Yet, when other survivors approach, a sensible reaction would be to maintain a safe distance, or perhaps to drive them away entirely to prevent any potential looting of resources. Instead, you come rushing over with such enthusiasm to extend an invitation. Do you take me for a child of 3? Are you seeking a headstrong expendable to scout ahead? Or do you have your eyes set on my vehicle? Su Chen's thoughts were as clear as day, yet his countenance remained inscrutable. Is he afraid? Certainly not. With just a fire axe and a machete in their hands, these individuals couldn't even scratch the paint of his armored vehicle, provided he keeps his distance. Nonetheless, he was curious to discern what tricks these people might be attempting to play. Chapter 77. Will the script no longer be performed? Feigning a facade of delight mixed with hesitation, he rolled down the car window, leaning out to respond. Team up? Sounds good. However, I must deliberate. With that, he pushed open the car door, stepping out alongside Shen Wanqing. Before the 4 men, he waved his arm, and in an instant, the massive armored vehicle, akin to a behemoth, vanished into thin air. The expressions of the 4 men froze, their smiles abruptly replaced by disbelief. They widened their eyes, fixating on the spot where the armored vehicle had just been, then instinctively glanced at the survival bracelet adorning Su Chen's wrist. The avarice in their gazes was unmistakable. The capacity to contain such a colossal vehicle indicated that this young man's survival bracelet possessed an extraordinary space. Their eyes then shifted to Su Chen's companion, Shen Wanqing, who, despite her sunglasses and mask, exuded a figure that was breathtakingly alluring. A fleeting glimmer of lewdness flashed across their eyes, though they quickly masked it. Yet, that lascivious gaze was not lost on Su Chen, who scoffed internally. Goodness, not only do they wish to seize my vehicle, but they also covet my companion? Are they truly eager to court danger? Nevertheless, his expression remained one of feigned joy and innocence. He approached the group a few steps, inquiring warmly, Gentlemen, if we were to team up, how would we divide the spoils? Seeing Su Chen's eagerness, the smiles of the 4 men turned increasingly genuine. The burly leader, bald and imposing, strode towards Su Chen, gesturing grandly as he proclaimed, Well said. Little brother, your openness is commendable, and we shan't be stingy. Among the 5 of us, the spoils. As they spoke, they moved closer, seemingly intent on camaraderie. A hint of vigilance flickered across Su Chen's face. He took a step back, raising his hand to halt them. Wait. Brother, we have only just met. It would be prudent to maintain some distance. I tend to be quite timid. Internally, he was incredulous. Goodness, do they wish to resort to violence so swiftly? Have they abandoned all pretense of decorum? The group halted their advance immediately. The bald leader glanced at Su Chen and then at the striking beauty behind him, weighing his options. This young man was capable of maneuvering an armored vehicle solo. Accompanied by such a captivating woman, his strength was undoubtedly formidable. Should they provoke him, the repercussions could be dire. After all, there would be ample opportunities to act once they lured him into a trap. With this in mind, the bald leader's smile grew even more affable. Indeed, little brother speaks wisely. It was I who acted presumptuously. In these perilous times, vigilance is indeed necessary. He feigned a thoughtful gesture, tapping his forehead before continuing. Dear brother, what do you think of this arrangement? We 4 shall take 2/3 of the supplies from the hospital, leaving you with the remaining 1/3. How does that sound? I'm being quite generous, am I not? He wore a face that conveyed his concern for Su Chen. Upon noticing a flicker of intrigue on Su Chen's countenance, he seized the opportunity without hesitation. Do not be fooled by the zombies outside. They are merely ordinary creatures posing little threat. We had just spent quite some time clearing them out, and I assure you, it is far safer inside. Consider this a central city hospital. Just imagine the abundance of medicines and medical equipment within. Even a small portion of what we extract would sustain us for a considerable duration. His mind raced with schemes. Once this naive fellow ventured inside to confront the zombies, and after he had exhausted himself or engaged in a fierce struggle, they would strike from behind. At that moment, the vehicles, supplies, and women would all belong to them. An utterly flawless plan. As Su Chen listened, the expression on his face transitioned from mere interest to unrestrained elation. He slapped his thigh, exuberantly exclaiming, Excellent. You, my brother, are truly magnanimous. It is settled then. What are we waiting for? Let us commence at once to prevent others from arriving and complicating matters. The 4 men, witnessing Su Chen's easy acquiescence, were filled with joy. Truly, he was an inexperienced youth who had never faced the harsh realities of life. Indeed, Young brother, you're quite agreeable. Let us proceed. The burly, bald leader laughed heartily, eager to ensure Su Chen did not change his mind, and promptly led his three companions toward the hospital entrance. They unwittingly presented their unguarded backs to Su Chen. Gazing at the retreating figures of the four men, Su Chen's smile abruptly transformed into a cold, menacing glare. In an instant, a pitch-black Type 95 automatic rifle materialized in his grasp, exuding an aura of lethal intent. He raised the weapon, aiming at the exposed backs of the four, and pulled the trigger. The muffled yet rapid gunfire shattered the eerie silence of the desolate street. A fiery tongue erupted from the muzzle, and scorching shells clattered as they fell to the ground. The foremost of the four men jolted violently, blood erupting in bursts upon their backs. Their smiles froze, replaced by expressions of disbelief, shock, and excruciating pain. One by one, they fell to the ground like felled trees. My leg. My leg is broken. Why? You. The anguished cries and pleas for mercy erupted instantaneously. The bald leader, struggling to turn around, regarded Su Chen with eyes wide in horror, as if staring at a demon, and howled, You promised? Why? Su Chen regarded them with an impassive expression, too indifferent to utter a single word. He stepped forward, rifle still trained upon them. Please, do not kill me. I was wrong. I will give you everything. I beg you. Bang. With a single shot, Su Chen accurately shattered his skull, splattering red and white in every direction. The remaining three witnesses, paralyzed by fear, scrambled to escape. Bang, bang, bang. Su Chen remained unflinching, calmly taking aim. Soon, tranquility enveloped the parking lot once more, leaving behind four bodies that twitched faintly in a pungent scent of blood. Su Chen approached the corpses, surveying those who had intended to deceive him, his heart devoid of any turmoil. With practiced ease, he extended his hand and assimilated their survival wristbands one by one. Integration successful, gained 450 survival points. Storage space 6 cubic meters. Integration successful, gained 280 survival points. Storage space 3 cubic meters. Integration successful, gained 310 survival points. Storage space 3 cubic meters. Integration successful. Gained 260 survival points. Storage space 3 cubic meters in total. He accumulated 300 survival points, and his storage space expanded by 15 cubic meters. Su Chen felt quite pleased. He then inspected the supplies of these individuals. Remarkably, there was an abundance of goods, food, water, and various living essentials crammed to the brim. Among them, he discovered 9 melee weapons, including fire axes and machetes. In a corner, a rather amusing 3-wheeled motorcycle sat alongside 2 bicycles. Quite impressive. A true king of land transport, though perhaps not quite air and sea. Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. After completing his task, he finally glanced up at the ominous, shadowy hospital building. Chapter 78. Supplies of the hospital. He turned his head and issued a command to the quietly standing Shun Wanqing beside him. Go in and clear everything inside. A low growl escaped Shun Wanqing's throat, and in the next moment, her fiery silhouette dashed into the hospital. Her entrance elicited no reaction. The zombies wandering in the lobby showed no sign of hostility towards her, a fellow creature of the same kind. They continued to shuffle aimlessly, resembling mere wooden stakes waiting to be harvested. Su Chen did not follow her inside. Instead, he found a clean step to sit on, leisurely leaning against a pillar outside the door. He remained vigilant, observing the surroundings to prevent any other survivors from benefiting from the situation while also taking delight in the scene unfolding in the lower left corner of his vision. There, it had transformed into a cascading waterfall of green. Kill level 1 zombie. Gain experience 2. 5. Your pet Shun Wanqing gains experience 2. 5. Kill level 1 zombie. Gain experience 2. 5. Your pet Shun Wanqing gains experience 2. 5. Kill level 1 zombie. Gain experience 2. 5. Your pet Shun Wanqing gains experience 2. 5. The green system notifications poured in like a burst dam, flooding the screen and merging into a blur of remnants. The sensation was utterly exhilarating. Engaging in idle monster grinding was the most lethal strategy. Su Chen's heart swelled with joy as he seized the opportunity to leisurely consume a piece of bread. Within the hospital lobby, the sound of cracking bones echoed, but he remained oblivious to it. All he could see was his experience bar and Shan Wanqing's steadily rising at a terrifying pace. Time slipped by, second by second. This one-sided massacre endured for nearly an hour. The once torrential green notifications gradually thinned out before coming to a complete halt. The hospital lobby returned to a deathly silence. A clear thought resonated in Su Chen's mind. Threat has been eliminated. Immediately afterward, Shan Wanqing emerged from the darkened entrance, standing quietly before him once more. Impressive. Su Chen rose to his feet. He had noticed that not long after the battle commenced, Shan Wanqing's experience bar had already reached its limit. He opened the pet interface. Name, Shan Wanqing, level 3, 2,201,000. What a surprise. 2,201,000? This experience bar didn't merely reach its maximum. It had overflowed. That last wave must have seen her slay no less than 600 zombies. Level up. Suppressing his elation, Su Chen selected the upgrade option. Upgrading your pet, Shan Wanqing. Upgrade successful. Your pet's level has increased to LV4. Level 4, 1,202,000. Your pet has gained 1 free attribute point. A gentle reminder, your little pet has just leveled up, and she seems to exhibit a subtle change. He continued to allocate that 1 point of freedom attribute into speed. Speed, for 5, excellent. Su Chen nodded with satisfaction. He gripped the Tang Dao and strode confidently into the hospital. The entire outpatient hall had been utterly transformed into a scene of carnage. A veritable mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The ground was strewn with the bodies of zombies, haphazardly scattered and piled high, making it impossible to count how many lay before him. Various twisted limbs and severed arms mingled with dark, viscous blood, turning the polished marble floor into an abominable swamp. Su Chen had grown somewhat accustomed to this. He hastened towards the central layout map of the hospital. Soon, he located the pharmacy's position on the map. This pharmacy was several times larger than the one he had seen in Baymatown, nearly occupying the entire side wing of the first floor. Determining his direction, he pinched his nose with one hand while clutching the Tang Dao with the other, cautiously stepping over the sticky carpet towards his target. Upon pushing open the double glass doors marked Central Pharmacy, he was momentarily taken aback. It was brimming. Rows of massive metal shelves were neatly stocked with boxes upon boxes of medicines. Cold remedies, anti-inflammatory drugs, antibiotics, painkillers. A dazzling array of everything imaginable. On the other side, behind the glass counter, iodine, alcohol, bandages, gauze. Various surgical supplies were piled high. The entire pharmacy was as pristine as if the apocalypse had never occurred, save for the few zombie corpses lying on the floor. Incredible. What fortune. Su Chen immediately began transferring box after box of medicines into his storage space like a well-oiled machine. However, he soon encountered an awkward problem. His storage space was insufficient. After merging with the 4 ill-fated rings, his storage capacity had reached 81 cubic meters. Yet, the sheer volume of medicines in this pharmacy was overwhelming. Damn it. The bittersweet dilemma. Su Chen gazed at the remaining half of the medicines on the shelves, feeling a whirlwind of conflict within. Abandon them? Impossible. These were all essential commodities that could save lives in the apocalypse. Without hesitation, he directly opened the mall interface on his ring. Item: Warehouse Space Expansion Card. Price: 100 survival points. Note: after use, permanently increases warehouse space by 1 cubic meter. Su Chen, now financially affluent, did not bat an eye and purchased 19 cards. Consumption of survival points minus 1,900. The ring trembled slightly as 1,900 survival points vanished in an instant. Just a few days prior, this sum would have caused him considerable distress and sleepless nights. Yet now, he merely felt a sense of ennui. The life of the wealthy is indeed so unremarkable and tedious. At that moment, a new system notification popped up. Notification: your cumulative spending in the mall has reached the threshold. The mall level can be upgraded. Would you like to upgrade immediately? Oh, the mall can be upgraded too? Su Chen raised his eyebrows, feeling a surge of anticipation. The previous upgrade of the marketplace had bestowed upon him a formidable hunting crossbow. He wondered what splendid items this upgrade might unveil. However, he cast only a fleeting glance before dismissing it. There was no urgency in upgrading. The priority was to thoroughly scour the hospital first. With the storage space expanded to a full 100 cubic meters, Su Chen felt a newfound confidence. He cast aside all reservations and activated his invade the enemy's village mode. Boxes upon boxes of medical supplies were swiftly transported into the storage space with remarkable efficiency. Cold medications, anti-inflammatories, antibiotics, gastrointestinal treatments, iodine, alcohol, gauze, bandages. He left no useful item behind, meticulously packing everything away. After clearing the central pharmacy, he hurried to the other departments. Various reagents from the laboratory, precision instruments from the operating room, and even unopened nutritional solutions from some upscale wards were not spared. Adhering to the principle of not leaving empty-handed, Su Chen thoroughly combed through the hospital building from the ground floor to the top. The scavenging operation lasted over 2 hours. When Su Chen contentedly tossed the final box of medical gloves into the storage, the entire hospital had been stripped cleaner than a dog's lick. Chapter 79. Farewell, brother. He was even seized by an impulse to pry the liquid crystal televisions from the wall, though they held little value now. Finished, it was time to wrap up. Su Chen clapped his hands and was about to depart from this place, which he had drained of its last vestiges of worth. Just then, a familiar thought reverberated abruptly in his mind. Food, flesh. It was Shen Wanqing. In an instant, Su Chen grasped her implication. Nearby, there were living souls. He did not rush out immediately. Instead, he approached the window and cautiously lifted a corner of the blinds to observe outside. In the parking lot before the hospital, a man and a woman had appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. Both appeared to be around 30 years of age. The man donned a jacket and wielded a machete, while the woman was clad in athletic wear and held a crowbar. They were surveying the scattered remains of zombies, seemingly hesitating on whether to enter. Their cautious demeanor, peering around with trepidation, indicated they were not particularly formidable. Su Chen formed a judgment in his mind, but remained vigilant. In this post-apocalyptic world, there were plenty of individuals who feigned weakness to deceive. Accompanied by Shen Wanqing, he strode directly out of the hospital's main entrance. He held little interest in these ordinary survivors, wishing neither to engage in conversation nor to form alliances with them. His goal was clear: to scavenge the valuable resources of this city and then accompany Shen Wanqing to level up, ensuring a stable passage through their novice phase. The sudden appearance of Su Chen and Shen Wanqing startled the man and woman in the parking lot. They both recoiled several steps, gripping their weapons more tightly, their faces etched with wariness. The woman appeared to want to say something, her lips moving, but the man beside her forcefully restrained her, shaking his head vehemently. Su Chen cast a fleeting glance at them before moving on. He disregarded the pair entirely, leading Shen Wanqing across the parking lot toward the street. It was only after Su Chen's figure vanished around the corner that the man and woman seemed to awaken from stupor, exhaling a long sigh of relief. The man wiped the cold sweat from his brow, glancing back at the direction Su Chen had departed, and then lowered his voice to chastise the woman beside him. What were you thinking just now? Have you lost your mind? Did you not see the 4 corpses outside? They must have been killed by those 2. We should be avoiding such ruthless individuals, not seeking to engage them. The woman's complexion paled slightly, yet she murmured, I just wanted to ask if there were any supplies left inside. Supplies? You'd risk your life for supplies. The man was incensed, his voice rising. Use your brain for once. The fact that they could swagger out means the zombies inside have been eradicated. The supplies are undoubtedly taken. To approach them for questions will be nothing short of humiliating. What if we provoke them and they decide to eliminate both of us? I warn you, Chenlan, do not stir up trouble. If you continue to be so unclear, I shall leave on my own and disregard you. Upon hearing these words, the woman named Chenlan felt her expression of grievance and fear instantly replaced by fury. She abruptly lifted her head, glaring intensely at the man. Leave on your own? Li Wei, are you seriously telling me you intend to abandon me now? Just last night, when you held me in the tent, you did not express such intentions. What? Now that you've had your way, do you wish to turn your back on me and cast me aside? The woman glared at the man with indignation. Li Wei's complexion darkened considerably, alternating between shades of green and white, a glimmer of panic flickering in his eyes. He quickly softened his tone, reaching out to grasp the woman's hand. Baby, I did not mean it that way. I was merely flustered by your anger. How could I possibly be that kind of person? I am only concerned for your safety, for the benefit of both of us. He began to soothe her in a low, submissive tone. Meanwhile, Su Chen drove leisurely, a piece of bread he had just retrieved from the warehouse clamped between his teeth. savoring it at a slow pace. The robust doors and bulletproof glass of the saber-tooth armored vehicle isolated him from the cacophony and dangers outside. Within the vehicle, only the low, steady rumble of the engine filled the air, accompanied by the sound of his own chewing. This sensation resembled playing an exceedingly realistic survival game set in a post-apocalyptic world. And he was the player endowed with the most advanced enhancements. Outside the window lay desolate streets, abandoned vehicles, and aimlessly wandering zombies. He drove leisurely for about 4 or 5 minutes when suddenly an idea resonated in his mind without warning. Food, flesh, abundance. Su Chen's chewing abruptly halted. He glanced, somewhat surprised, at the quietly seated Shen Wanqing in the passenger seat. Abundance? She actually utilized the term abundance? Previously, Shen Wanqing conveyed thoughts that were rather simplistic and vague, primarily consisting of single words like food, flesh, and threat. Has her intelligence increased along with her abilities? If that were the case, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous boon for him. A mere killing machine that followed orders is indeed useful. However, a capable enforcer capable of basic thought and judgment would possess far greater value. Yet, now is not the time for such contemplation. Which direction? Su Chen inquired in his mind. Shen Wanqing slightly turned her head, her eyes hidden behind sunglasses, gazing towards a street corner to the right front. Su Chen immediately understood. He deftly turned the steering wheel, guiding the heavy armored vehicle down that street. After driving another mile or so and making a turn at an intersection, the sight before Su Chen filled him with excitement. It was a colossal chain supermarket. Just looking at the facade made it clear that provisions within were certainly abundant. However, at that moment, the entrance to the entire supermarket and the vast expanse of the square before the door was utterly submerged by a dense tide of corpses. The sheer number was overwhelming, stretching endlessly before the eye. Conservatively estimated, there were at least thousands. This was even more than he had witnessed combined at the police station and hospital. At the heart of that hair-raising horde of the deceased, a black SUV was ensnared, surrounded on all sides, rendered immobile. Boom, boom. The engine of the SUV emitted a furious roar. The tires spun wildly, kicking up clouds of black smoke, yet it could advance not an inch. Countless zombies, like sharks sensing blood, relentlessly battered against the windows. Their teeth gnawed at the metal body, producing an excruciating screech. The roar of the SUV's engine echoed like a beacon in the night, drawing ever more zombies from afar, who converged in an unending stream. Su Chen parked a considerable distance away, at least 300 meters, beside an abandoned office building. He took out his binoculars to survey the situation. The black SUV was entirely engulfed by an unending swarm of the undead. The roof, the hood, the trunk. Every available surface was piled high with contorted figures. TSK. Su Chen clicked his tongue, resting one hand on the steering wheel, and offered a brief moment of silence for the unknown, unfortunate soul trapped inside. Brother, may you rest in peace. In your next life, remember not to create such a ruckus while driving. Boom, boom. The SUV's engine continued to emit its defiant growls. The tires skidded frantically in place, billowing noxious black smoke. Yet it could not budge the wall of corpses that encased it. Then, a window shattered. It was as if the first domino had fallen. A gap appeared, and countless decaying, bloodied arms surged through the opening, clawing frantically. Soon after, the second, the third. Windows on all sides shattered under the relentless assault. The zombies, akin to sharks drawn to the scent of blood, clamored eagerly to crawl through the broken panes. Chapter 80. Upgrading the mall and a group of old sixes. The struggle of the off-road vehicle came to an abrupt halt. The engine's roar ceased. Su Chen could envision the profound despair and terror that engulfed the survivors within the vehicle in their final moments. It was over. With an expression devoid of emotion, he averted his gaze. Although the scene was shocking, it no longer stirred significant emotional turmoil within him. He silently added another rule to his personal safety code: never allow oneself to be surrounded by a horde of corpses. Glancing at the co-pilot, Shen Wanqing, he issued a mental command: perceive again. Moments later, a distinct thought surged into his mind. Food, flesh, in abundance. Still in abundance. Su Chen's brow furrowed instantly. The occupants of the vehicle had perished. From where, then, had Shen Wanqing sensed so many living beings? His gaze slowly swept over the buildings surrounding the supermarket office towers, residential blocks, and street-side shops. At this moment, these places appeared eerily silent, their darkened windows resembling countless prying eyes. A cold smile crept across Su Chen's lips. Understood. They were all lurking here like old sixes, waiting to watch the spectacle. Were they? He could almost envision the psychological activities of those survivors. Everyone was fixated on the supermarket, this colossal prize. Yet, none dared to make a move. The 1,000 zombies at the entrance formed an insurmountable barrier. The people in that off-road vehicle were either reckless youths or those who believed they could crash through the zombies. Seeking a daring gamble, they had become a cautionary tale, sacrificing their lives to alert others. Now, all the survivors hiding in the shadows were certainly waiting for the next foolhardy hero, or perhaps a simpleton, to clear the horde at the entrance. Then, they would surge forward, seizing the fruits of victory. A clever ploy, akin to the mantis stalking the cicada, while the oriole waits in the shadows. Su Chen stroked his chin, falling into contemplation. Given his and Shen Wanqing's capabilities, they could indeed clear the 1,000 zombies at the entrance with a bit of time and effort. But then what? After battling valiantly and exhausting himself, he would find himself encircled by a throng of survivors. Merely imagining such a scenario sent shivers down his spine. What folly! Su Chen, shall always remain the oriole. He would never engage in such foolishness of stitching garments for others. As thoughts raced through his mind, Su Chen swiftly devised a plan. Without making a sound, he reversed the saber-toothed tiger armored vehicle and quietly withdrew from the street. He then turned into a relatively secluded alley, approximately 400 to 500 meters from the supermarket, perfectly distancing himself from the prying eyes of those old sixes. He parked the vehicle beneath a seemingly unremarkable 5-story apartment building. This structure was not as conspicuous as the office towers and boasted an excellent location, allowing him to conceal himself while keeping a vigilant watch over the situation at the supermarket. It is truly a fortuitous stronghold. After disembarking, Su Chen instructed Shen Wanqing, who occupied the passenger seat, to clear the vicinity. With a swift motion, Shen Wanqing opened the car door and exited. Moments later, a series of dull, cracking sounds resonated through the air, soon giving way to tranquility. Only then did Su Chen turn off the engine, open the heavy car door, and alight from the vehicle. Rather than hastily entering the building, he first circled the apartment complex, meticulously surveying the surroundings. Excellent. There was but a single entrance to the unit. Defensible and challenging to breach, a flawless choice. Once assured of safety, he approached the unit's entrance, where Shen Wanqing awaited him. Enter, starting from the first floor. And ensure it is thoroughly cleared, Su Chen commanded anew. Shen Wanqing dashed into the pitch-black corridor. Su Chen, exercising caution, retrieved the familiar tang knife from the storage and gripped it firmly before leisurely following her inside. Although accompanied by the formidable Shen Wanqing, maintaining a prudent demeanor was paramount. One could never predict the possible presence of mutated entities or overly cautious survivors lurking within. A misstep could lead to ridicule. The hallway was suffused with a pungent odor of mildew and dust. Shen Wanqing demonstrated remarkable efficiency. Su Chen trailed behind, assuming the role of a battlefield correspondent. He found himself merely observing the crisp sounds of activity emanating from above and the occasional notification of experience 5 flashing in the lower left corner of his vision, requiring no further action on his part. 5 floors, 10 households. The entire clearing process consumed less than 10 minutes. Upon Shen Wanqing's return, the apartment building had been transformed into an impenetrable fortress. Su Chen utilized some dilapidated sofas and cabinets to barricade the unit door securely from within. Satisfied with his efforts, he clapped his hands together and ascended directly to the 5th floor with Shen Wanqing. Casually, he pushed open a door to a 1-bedroom apartment, warmly decorated yet now shrouded in dust. Approaching the window, he cautiously pulled back a corner of the curtain. From this vantage point, the view was superb. He could clearly observe the massive supermarket besieged by a horde of corpses and gain a general understanding of the surrounding buildings. No concealed figure behind any window or commotion on any rooftop would escape his discerning gaze. Indeed, an exceptional observation platform. Pleased, Su Chen nodded in agreement. He resolved to rest here for the night and await the inevitable impatience of the others. The hour was still early. It was barely past 5 in the afternoon. He made his way to the living room sofa and plopped down, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Unperturbed, he reclined against the backrest, exhaling deeply. After a day of relentless activity, he could finally afford a moment of respite. With time to spare, he suddenly recalled the system notification received during his hospital stay. The marketplace could be upgraded. A fervent anticipation welled up within him. Each prior upgrade of the marketplace had bestowed upon him immense delight. He pondered what novel surprises the system would unveil this time. Suppressing his excitement, he activated the interface of his wristband. His gaze settled upon the familiar marketplace icon. With a mere thought, he selected the upgrade. A hum resonated as a flash of white light danced across the marketplace icon on the wristband interface. Immediately, a fresh line of system notifications materialized before him. Marketplace level elevated to LV7. A plethora of new products unlocked. Next level requires expenditure. 616,000. Level 7. As he beheld the daunting figure of 16,000, a twitch involuntarily flickered at the corner of Su Chen's eye. Goodness, has the threshold for upgrades multiplied exponentially? From mere hundreds to thousands, it had now skyrocketed to 16,000. What lay ahead, he wondered, would it not reach into the hundreds of thousands or even millions? Chapter 81. Braised pork rice and canned peaches. This system was clearly hinting at him. Young man, do you wish to grow stronger? Then indulge in some microtransactions. While he may have grumbled, his hands moved with remarkable speed, driven by the eager anticipation akin to unboxing a surprise. He eagerly clicked into the brand-new marketplace interface. The layout remained familiar, simple, and straightforward. His first instinct was to navigate to the food category. As the screen refreshed, a dazzling array of products captivated his attention. In addition to the previously available instant meals, several enticing new items caught his eye. Product: canned peaches for 25G. Price: 15 survival points. Note: the taste of childhood. Chill for double the joy. It can even alleviate your cold. Product: self-heating braised pork rice. Price: 20 survival points. Note: a perfect blend of fatty and lean pork. Accompanied by rich broth, each bite is a comfort to the soul. Product: original milk tea cup. Price: 15 survival points. Note: in a post-apocalyptic world, what could be more soothing than a cup of sweet milk tea? A caloric delight, a source of joy. Goodness. Su Chen gazed at the image of the canned peaches, the translucent fruit bathed in syrup, and he could almost inhale the sweet aroma through the screen. His mouth began to water uncontrollably. And the braised pork rice and milk tea. These were undoubtedly the two pillars of civilized existence. In this dystopia, savoring a steaming, glistening bowl of braised pork rice, accompanied by a cup of chilled milk tea. Just the thought of it stirred something deep within his DNA. It was sinful. It was decadent. Yet he adored it. Regrettably, the prices were indeed exorbitant. Such profiteering, unequivocally unscrupulous. Su Chen forcibly diverted his gaze from the tantalizing food. He clicked on the tools category. The newly added items were scarce, most being trivial knickknacks. Product: multifunctional Swiss Army knife. Price: 40 survival points. Note: a myriad of functions in one, yet none seem particularly adept. Product: waterproof high-intensity flashlight. Price: 30 survival points. Note: light can dispel darkness, but it cannot banish fear. Su Chen scoffed. He had long possessed such items, all scavenged from the real world. There was no need to squander his hard-earned points on these trifles. Rubbing his hands together, he approached the final category with a glimmer of hope, clicking into weapons. The screen refreshed once more, revealing a new item at the top of the list. Product: compound bow. Price: 200 survival points. Note: a marvel of modern craftsmanship, efficient, precise, and immensely powerful. It is time to showcase true skill. Product: carbon arrows, pack of 10. Price: 25 survival points. Note: designed for use with a compound bow, stable flight, and formidable penetration. Gazing at the composite bow, which exuded a modern industrial aesthetic, Su Chen's expression betrayed a hint of disinterest. Just a few days prior, he would have been elated, perhaps even jumping with excitement at the sight of such an item. However, at this moment, he was surrounded by an impressive array of genuine rifles, handguns, shotguns, and a plethora of ammunition in his warehouse. It was prudent to refrain from firing any weapons now, to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble. Otherwise, he would have already embarked on a real-life game of CS. As for the hunting crossbow, it merely served to disguise his true capabilities. A compound bow? 200 survival points? No thank you. With a sense of ennui, Su Chen closed the marketplace. Overall, this 7th-level market had offered little to enhance his strength, aside from a few delectable food items that had tempted his palate. Nevertheless, a good meal could be considered a form of elevation. Mealtime. Su Chen promptly purchased a self-heating braised pork rice and a can of yellow peach. Skillfully, he tore open the packaging, placed the heating bag into the outer box, and added water. With a sizzling sound, white steam billowed forth, accompanied by the tantalizing aroma of heated food. Su Chen inhaled deeply, savoring the familiar scent. A few minutes later, he could hardly contain his anticipation as he opened the inner box. The glistening, plump rice was generously topped with a thick layer of richly flavored braised pork, glistening with a perfect balance of fat and lean meat, complemented by a half-braised egg and several slices of refreshing pickled vegetables. The fragrance wafted up, intoxicating and delightful. Su Chen picked up the accompanying plastic spoon and scooped a generous bite into his mouth. The soft, sticky rice enveloped the savory, tender braised pork, and the exquisite flavor of the sauce exploded in his mouth. The taste was simply divine. He mumbled a vague compliment, feeling every pore in his body relax. In a whirlwind, he polished off the entire box of braised pork rice, leaving not a drop of sauce behind. A warm sensation rose from his stomach, swiftly spreading throughout his limbs, bringing immense comfort. With a satisfied burp, he popped open the tab of the yellow peach can. He scooped a piece of golden, translucent fruit into his mouth. Chilled, sweet, and velvety, the familiar taste instantly revived memories of his childhood. In this apocalyptic world, such a delicacy was nothing short of an extravagance. Feeling rejuvenated after his meal, Su Chen glanced at Shen Wanqing, who stood quietly beside him like a life-size figurine. It was her turn. He retrieved several pounds of freshly cut wild boar meat from the warehouse, still bearing traces of blood. He then took out a clean stainless steel bowl and a sharp knife, chopping the wild boar meat into thumb-sized cubes and tossing them into the bowl. Having completed this task, he turned to Shen Wanqing, gently removing her sunglasses and mask. Before him lay a breathtakingly beautiful face, unveiled without reservation. Su Chen sighed inwardly. What a pity, such a beautiful visage, yet not particularly astute. He lifted a stainless steel basin, pinched a bloody chunk of meat with his fingers, and offered it to Shen Wanqing's lips. She obediently parted her mouth, rather than tearing into it like a beast. She delicately used her sharp canine teeth to precisely extract the morsel from Su Chen's fingertip, then chewed it slowly. Were others to witness this, they might suspect I was engaged in some dark ritualistic sacrifice. He continued to feed her piece after piece, while Shen Wanqing quietly consumed them. In this dust-laden, apocalyptic apartment, the scene of one person and one corpse formed a bizarre, yet harmonious tableau. The several pounds of wild boar meat soon dwindled. After finishing, Shen Wanqing extended her delicate tongue, gently licking her lips to savor the last trace of blood. Su Chen gazed into her hollow eyes, sensing that this pet was becoming increasingly low maintenance. He helped Shen Wanqing readjust her mask and sunglasses, concealing her face that could easily attract trouble. Once all was done, Su Chen reclined back onto the sofa and activated the regional channel, eager to see how many had arrived in Shihai City. Chapter 82, Encountering the Peculiar Sisters. As I stepped inside, information flooded the screen like an incessant stream, creating an atmosphere that felt anything but apocalyptic. Who among my family understands this? Upon my arrival in Shihai City, I nearly became a meal for the zombies lurking at the entrance, my legs trembling with fear. Are there truly so many zombies in Shihai City? I find myself hiding in a residential building, surrounded by them below, too terrified to venture outside. Is there anyone looking to form a team? I stand at a height of 6 feet, a graduate of a physical education school, seeking a reliable group to scavenge for supplies. To those above, what good is a physical education degree? Can you truly contend with hundreds of zombies? Don't be ridiculous. Su Chen chuckled at the comments. These individuals possessed quite the optimistic mindset. He continued scrolling and soon came across a message that piqued his interest. Have you seen the large supermarket to the south? There are at least 1,000 zombies at the entrance. It's terrifying. I saw it just moments ago. A reckless kid attempted to crash through in an off-road vehicle, but the windows were shattered and he was devoured instantly. What a gruesome sight. Are you serious? Who would dare to retrieve anything from that supermarket now? I have something even more explosive to share. Before that off-road vehicle was torn apart, I saw a black armored vehicle pass by. It looked just like something out of a movie, completely armored and incredibly imposing. The moment this news broke, the entire channel erupted. An armored vehicle? No way. Are you certain, brother? I can vouch for it. I saw it too. That vehicle was nothing short of a mobile fortress, exuding a profound sense of security. The driver must be a top-tier boss. I'm envious to the point of tears. While I'm risking my life for mere food, someone else is cruising in an armored vehicle. Oh, great one, please take me along. Where are you? If you see this, respond. I can do anything, even warm your bed. Seriously, can you have some dignity? Observing the astonishment and envy flooding the chat channel, Su Chen felt little impact. He silenced the raucous chatter and approached the window, raising his binoculars once more. The supermarket area remained eerily quiet. The off-road vehicle, now engulfed by zombies, resembled a solitary black rock amidst the tide of corpses. Within the surrounding buildings, those lurking in the shadows remained steadfast, showing no signs of making a move. Everyone was waiting for a hero more foolish than the driver of the off-road vehicle to emerge and confront the horde at the entrance. How naive, he thought, letting out a cold laugh. Su Chen set down the binoculars and returned to the sofa, already plotting his next course of action in his mind. Daylight was out of the question. The target was far too conspicuous. Thus, he resolved to act under the cover of night. For other survivors, nighttime was a double nightmare fraught with peril. The zombies became frenzied, their aggression and speed markedly heightened, presenting certain death to the average person. However, for him, it represented a tremendous advantage. For with him was Shen Wanqing. As the zombies grew more savage, so too did Shen Wanqing, an already formidable mutated zombie. Under the enhancement of the night, would see its combat prowess soar. Just the thought of it filled Su Chen with exhilaration. Nightfall is the domain of Shen Wanqing, as well as his own. At that moment, he merely needs to conceal himself in the shadows, directing the formidable Shen Wanqing to unleash havoc amidst the tide of corpses. As for those who wish to trail behind and claim the spoils, Su Chen's gaze turned icy. The night is the finest cloak of protection and the most opportune moment for murder. Whoever dares to extend their claws, he shall command Shen Wanqing to sever them. This plan is indeed feasible. Su Chen felt a surge of optimism. He accessed the trading post, examining the array of items he had listed. Lo and behold, a glance revealed that nearly all were marked as sold. The brand new fire axe was sold. The brand new cleaver was sold. Even the instant wontons were sold. Essentially, everything had been cleared out. Observing his substantially increased balance of survival points, Su Chen's spirits soared, prompting him to procure another batch of fire axes, cleavers, and other weaponry from a marketplace. He also acquired various food items, skillfully marking them up. After relisting them at the trading post, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction and switched off his wristband. He languidly reclined on the sofa, quietly awaiting the fall of night. As time passed, the daylight gradually faded. When the final glow of twilight was consumed by the horizon, the entire city succumbed to an impenetrable darkness. The clock struck past 7 in the evening, just as Su Chen prepared to embark on his nocturnal raid of the supermarket. A sudden roar of an automobile engine echoed from below. The sound crescendoed as it approached, eventually halting beneath his apartment building. Instantly on high alert, Su Chen sprang from the sofa, stealthily making his way to the window, cautiously pulling aside a corner of the curtain. Below, a dilapidated white van stood idling, its headlights ablaze, piercing the darkness and illuminating a small patch of ground before the building. The van's door was wrenched open with a violent pull. "Get down here. Damn it. Quit dawdling." A coarse male voice shattered the night's tranquility. This was soon accompanied by the muffled cries and pleas of a woman. Su Chen's brow furrowed. For burly men emerged from the vehicle, each exuding an air of menace, brandishing fire axes and cleavers. Behind them, 2 women were forcibly dragged from the van, their hands bound behind their backs with rope, their mouths gagged with rags, emitting only soft whimpers of despair. Another band of thugs. Su Chen's expression remained impassive. Such scenes had long ceased to astonish him. In this post-apocalyptic world, the malevolence of humanity is magnified infinitely. The ranks of these marauding brigands would only continue to swell. He continued to observe, intent on discerning the intentions of these men loitering below. as the beams of the headlights swept across the faces of the two women. An exceedingly peculiar expression surfaced on Su Chen's visage. These two women. Why do they seem so familiar? Upon closer inspection, he nearly burst into laughter. Were these not the very two he encountered yesterday at the motel, who had labeled him as a subordinate male? They even ventured onto the local channel to distort the truth, filing a peculiar complaint against him. What a small world it is. He never expected them to arrive in West Sea City, nor could he have imagined they would reappear before him in such a manner. Observing them being shoved and jostled by those ruffians, their faces etched with fear and despair, Su Chen felt no sympathy whatsoever. Instead, he found the situation somewhat ironic. Just yesterday, they had been self-righteous, provoking others at every turn, and now they had become prisoners to someone else's whims. The swift retribution of the world was indeed remarkable. It seemed he need not lift a finger. A playful smirk crept across Su Chen's lips. At long last, they had encountered a true subordinate male. Chapter 83. You certainly know how to choose your spots downstairs. The leading thug, a burly man with a face full of coarse features, appeared somewhat impatient amidst the cries of two women. He approached the dilapidated van, placing his palm against its side while muttering curses under his breath. In the next moment, to Su Chen's astonishment, the sizable white van vanished into thin air. Su Chen's eyes gleamed with realization. This individual possessed a considerable storage space. A van would occupy at least several cubic meters. The ability to stow such an object away indicated that his storage capabilities had been significantly expanded. At that instant, several thugs downstairs seemed to sense something amiss. A man with a buzz cut pointed with his machete at the corpses of several zombies lying in the open area in front of the apartment building, lowering his voice. Biao Gu, look, this place has been cleared out. The man known as Biao Gu nodded, his expression shifting to one of vigilance as his sharp gaze began to scan the surrounding buildings. This location was indeed promising, offering a broad view directly facing the large supermarket to the south. Another tall, lean man spoke up, his voice tinged with greed. If we could establish a foothold here, we'd be the first to spot any movement from the supermarket. Biao Gu clearly concurred with this assessment. He surveyed the area and ultimately fixed his gaze on the 5-story apartment building where Su Chen was located. This one will do. It's the tallest here and offers the best sight lines. Let us go take a look. With that, the group began to escort the two women directly towards the entrance of the unit where Su Chen resided. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. Are you serious, my friend? In a radius of several hundred meters, there are no fewer than 80 buildings, commercial, residential, and apartment complexes. Have you developed some sort of clairvoyance to single out my so-called treasure spot? Just because my building is slightly taller and has a marginally better view? Truly, the chosen worker, with the KPI delivered right to my door? Internally, Su Chen was overwhelmed with sarcasm, yet his expression grew increasingly frigid. Since they were so eager to deliver themselves to their fate, he would not hold back. Coincidentally, today's KPI was not as abundant as yesterday's. Resolute, Su Chen turned and descended to the second floor. The stairwell was cloaked in darkness. He refrained from turning on the lights, melding seamlessly into the shadows. Then, with a thought, he summoned a sleek, all-black Type 95 automatic rifle from his storage, gripping it firmly in his hands. The cold metallic sensation coursed through his palm. Su Chen disengaged the safety, chambering around with a crisp click. He aimed the rifle at the unit door, which was obstructed by debris, waiting for the intruders to step inside so he could deliver a scorching volley of lead. Bang! Bang! The sound of boots kicking the door echoed from outside. Damn it! Is this door that sturdy? Hit it harder. I cannot believe that a mere door can obstruct us brothers. With a thunderous crash, the entrance door was breached, creating a narrow fissure through which the sofa and cabinets within were forcefully displaced, emitting a jarring screech. Yet, at that moment, the cacophony of the door's impact abruptly ceased. The individuals outside halted their actions, clearly having discerned the haphazardly stacked clutter behind the door. This indicated the presence of inhabitants within the building, coupled with a heightened sense of vigilance on their part. Brother, the situation is amiss. There are people inside this building, and they appear prepared. A man's voice, deliberately lowered, resonated from beyond the door. Damn it, what a waste of effort. One of the men, known as Biao, cursed, irritation lacing his tone. Biao, are we still going in? There are so many of us. What do we have to fear? Get real. Biao seemed to regain composure, admonishing in a hushed tone. Use your brain. They barricaded the door like this, clearly on guard. They might have set up an ambush, waiting for us to enter and hand over our heads. It's not worth the risk for a decrepit building. What then? What shall we do? Let us go next door. The adjacent building also has 4 stories and offers a view of the supermarket. We'll find a place to settle and take those 2 ladies over. We can have a good time tonight. Brother is truly wise. Soon after, a chaotic clamor of footsteps echoed, accompanied by the muffled cries of a woman. As they moved towards the neighboring structure, Su Chen remained vigilant, silently stationed on the staircase, straining to listen to the commotion outside, even moderating his breath to the lightest whisper. In this apocalyptic world, any lapse in attention could prove fatal. Who knows if this was a ruse on their part? Feigning retreat while lying in ambush outside, waiting for him to lower his guard before striking back? Before long, a piercing scream of a zombie erupted from the adjacent apartment, accompanied by the coarse shouts of men and the dull thuds of impact. Damn, there's S1 on the 2nd floor. Quickly, eliminate it. Bang. Crack. Hearing the ruckus from next door, Su Chen was assured that the group had indeed moved on. He gradually lowered his 95-style rifle, yet his taut nerves remained unrelaxed. The neighbors were a band of ruthless thugs. Such a sentiment was far from comforting. Who could predict if they would stealthily approach in the dead of night? Thus, Su Chen commenced a thorough search of the apartment building. The refrigerator, washing machine, and double bed of the 1st-floor residence, along with the solid wood wardrobe and dining table of the 2nd floor. Any furniture that appeared sufficiently large, heavy, and sturdy was unceremoniously collected into his storage space. Having completed this task, he ascended to the stairway leading from the 1st to the 2nd floor. Standing at the staircase, a thought crossed his mind. With a clatter, all the assorted furniture and items he had just scavenged cascaded from his storage like dumplings being dropped into boiling water. The refrigerator, mattress, wardrobe, and tables and chairs. These items swiftly filled the entire staircase, blocking the corner on the 1st floor all the way to the platform on the 2nd floor, tightly packed to the extent that not even a fly could squeeze through. Observing the makeshift Maginot line he had constructed with his own hands, Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. At least it provided him with a modicum of security. However, should the adversaries be resolute in their approach, that would be an entirely different matter. The commotion from the adjacent building had not ceased. The combat prowess of that group was indeed commendable, as they fought their way from the 1st floor to the 4th, efficiently clearing out the zombies. The cacophony of screams, thuds, and curses persisted for several minutes before finally subsiding. The soundproofing between the 2 buildings was rather inadequate, allowing Su Chen to distinctly hear their conversations. He made his way to a room on the 4th floor, merely separated by a wall from those individuals. Damn it, I'm utterly exhausted, grunted a burly man named Biao Ge, panting heavily. The number of zombies in this building was relatively few, only about 7 or 8 stragglers. What now, Biao Ge? Are we just going to wait here? One of his subordinates inquired. Of course. Biao Ge's voice carried a hint of arrogance. Otherwise, are you suggesting we charge headlong into that throng of 1,000 zombies at the supermarket? Do you possess such capability? Huh. I certainly do not, came the reply. Then keep your mouth shut. We will remain here, waiting for those foolish youths to clear out the zombies, and then we shall descend to collect the spoils. What do you call this? This is what we term the yellow sparrow behind the hawk. Biao Ge proclaimed triumphantly. Great leader, you are wise. Biao Ge is mighty. A chorus of flattery ensued. Listening from the other side of the wall, Su Chen couldn't help but smirk. The yellow sparrow behind the hawk, he scoffed inwardly. With such intellect, you would struggle even to play the role of a mantis. Chapter 84. The thugs next door, just as Su Chen was about to withdraw his attention and cease listening to the nonsensical boasting of the fools. The conversation next door took an unexpected turn. Damn it, after all this time, I nearly forgot that we brought back 2 women. Biao Ge's voice suddenly took on a lewd tone, accompanied by a series of malicious laughter. Soon after, the sounds of women's whimpering and struggling filled the air. What shall we do with these 2 girls? Someone inquired. Biao Ge sneered. I've already made it clear in the regional channel. If I ever come across those 2 foul women, they will learn what it means to be truly exhilarated. I'm a man of my word. I deliver on my promises. Hearing this, Su Chen was momentarily stunned. The regional channel? Exhilarated? His mind raced back to the arguments from the morning in the regional channel, along with the two distorted accusations. Could it be? Was Biaogu truly the one who had vowed to teach those peculiar sisters a lesson? And those unfortunate souls had fallen so precisely into his clutches? At a loss for words, Su Chen could only listen. Meanwhile, Biao Ji's sinister laughter continued. Remove the rags from their mouths. I want to hear what my two treasures have to say now. Woo, big brother, we were wrong. We truly were wrong. Please, spare us. The woman named Xiao Li's voice was now filled with fear and sobs, devoid of her previous sharpness. Spare you? Biaogu seemed to find the notion utterly ludicrous. Isn't it a bit late for that? You were quite the tough talkers in the regional channel, weren't you? Didn't you say I was beneath you? Today, you shall witness what true degradation entails. Brother, we didn't mean you. It was that man from the hotel who didn't pay his bill. He bullied us, and we the other woman attempted to deflect blame on his Su Chen. Silence. Biaogu interrupted her harshly. Don't try that with me. I don't care who bullied you. All I know is that you two have crossed me. Today, you will thoroughly experience the surprise that my friends and I have prepared for you. As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp sound of fabric tearing pierced the stillness of the night. No. Woo, please. The women's cries became piercing, filled with despair. Yet, instead of evoking sympathy, it only ignited the twisted desires of the thugs further. Ha ha! Scream. Scream louder. Be a little kid. This girl has quite a figure. Damn it, after holding back for days, I finally get to indulge. The lewd laughter of men intertwined with the desperate cries of women, resembling a sinister symphony from the depths of hell, pierced through the walls and resonated clearly in Su Chen's ears. With an expression devoid of emotion, she listened, her gaze betraying no trace of turmoil. Was it pitiable? Perhaps. Yet, was it not a consequence of their own making? In this apocalyptic world, those who could not restrain their tongues, who spread malice and provoked others, truly believe the entire world should indulge them? Yesterday, she had merely issued a warning with a crossbow bolt. Today, she faced a band of genuine savages. It was simply reaping what one sowed. Soon, the cries from next door escalated into uncontrollable, heart-wrenching screams. The sound was so piercing it barely resembled human voice, filled with boundless agony and humiliation. Isn't this enjoyable? I'm asking you. Isn't it glorious? The coarse shouts of Biaogu accompanied the dull thuds of blows, echoing relentlessly. Ha ha, big brother. Just look at her expression. She seems to be reveling in it. Don't just stand there. Join in. Silently, Su Chen stepped away from the wall and approached the window, parting the curtains to gaze into the pitch-black night. The cacophony next door persisted. She did not even need to look to envision the gruesome scene unfolding. Biaogu, the time. It's almost 8 o'clock. Suddenly, a subordinate's voice broke through, laced with a barely perceptible tension. Should we silence them? The noise is quite loud, and what if? 8 o'clock marked the onset of the zombies' frenzy, a time when their aggression and speed would significantly escalate. Clearly, this subordinate retained a flicker of rationality and caution. However, his admonition was met with Biao Ji's derisive laughter. What is there to fear? Haven't we barricaded the downstairs entrance with enough furniture? Do you think those frenzied zombies can leap up to the 4th floor? Besides, don't you find the screams exhilarating? Ha ha ha, brother speaks the truth. It certainly is thrilling to listen to. The remaining subordinates immediately chimed in, the fleeting spark of vigilance swiftly extinguished by their desires. Su Chen, overhearing their conversation, felt a surge of exasperation. Goodness, each one more reckless than the last. In this end of days, instead of contemplating survival, they were engrossed in such frivolities. Thrilling? Just wait. They would soon experience true thrill. She raised her wrist to check the time. 1950. Only 10 minutes remained until 8. She approached the window, leaving the lights off, merely parting the curtains slightly to observe calmly. Downstairs, silence reigned, interrupted only by the whispering night breeze. No zombies had yet been drawn to the commotion. During the day, their sensory abilities remained woefully inadequate. The disturbances next door were insufficient to attract the distant undead. However, it would not be long. In Su Chen's eyes, there was no hint of impatience, but rather a subtle glimmer of anticipation. Come on, the more the merrier. Ideally, A wave of corpses would sweep through, whisking away those neighbors. Then he could leisurely sift through the bodies and gather his spoils. Su Chen found himself intrigued by the burly man named Zhou Biao. To manage to stash a van into a warehouse, that fellow must possess quite an array of valuable items in his wristband. Just as he pondered this, another commotion erupted from the adjacent building. This time, it was a woman's scream, laced with unbridled terror, her voice twisted and shrill with fear. "No, don't come from behind. Please, no." Following this, a man's mocking laughter echoed. "Well, if you prefer not from behind, we can negotiate. Just send a message on the regional channel saying you had a splendid time with our brother Biao, so glorious it felt like soaring to the heavens. Once you send it, I might consider it." After a brief silence, Zhou Biao's heavy breathing was punctuated by his boisterous laughter. "Gongzi, you really know how to play this." "Ha ha ha." The laughter faded, and Zhou Biao's tone turned menacing. He barked, "Did you hear that? Hurry up and send it. Both of you, send it now. If anyone fails to comply, I'll break your legs and toss you from this 4th floor to feed the zombies." It was a blatant threat, a stark reminder of death. At that moment, the psychological defenses of the two women next door crumbled completely. With quivering voices, they pleaded through tears, "I'll send it. I'll send it right away. Please don't kill us." On this side of the wall, Su Chen listened to it all, filled with nothing but admiration. Truly, the apocalypse is a paradise for scoundrels, always enabling them to devise new and absurd methods while teetering on the brink of self-destruction. Chapter 85. The arrogant Zhou Biao with a thought, Su Chen activated the regional channel on his wristband. Indeed, as soon as he entered, 2 recent messages blazed at the top of the screen, glaringly intense. "Wah-ah. Zhou Biao has me feeling so ecstatic. I can't take it anymore. Zhou Biao is simply extraordinary. I feel like I'm going to explode with pleasure." Beneath these 2 messages, chaos erupted instantaneously. The individual known as Zhou Biao took to the stage himself, sending forth an exceedingly audacious message. "Zhou Biao, did you see that? I, Zhou Biao, am a man of my word. This morning, I proclaimed in the channel that if I encountered those 2 filthy women, I would grant them a night of unparalleled ecstasy. And now, I shall deliver on that promise." Ha ha! The entire regional channel was akin to a bomb being detonated. "Beasts! You are utterly inhumane. How disgusting. Remember the ID of this Zhou Biao. Steer clear of him in the future." A multitude of survivors, regardless of gender, expressed their outrage vehemently. However, Zhou Biao remained unfazed, seemingly invigorated by the backlash, and continued to taunt in the channel. "Curse me. Keep cursing. If you have the guts, reveal your locations, especially those self-righteous women. If you're bold enough, announce your whereabouts. I am currently in the southern district of Shihai City, and I welcome you to come find me." Following this message, an eerie silence enveloped the regional channel. No one dared to utter another word. In the face of sheer violence and blatant threats, any verbal justice appeared utterly feeble. Su Chen observed this unfolding scene with a cold gaze and subsequently exited the channel. Just then, a woman's terrified scream emanated from the neighboring room. "I sent it. I did as you instructed. You promised you wouldn't hurt me from behind." The young man named Gongzi let out a revolting chuckle. "Huh, you actually believe me?" Before the words had fully escaped his lips, a heart-wrenching, inhuman scream pierced through the walls. The agony, humiliation, and despair embedded within that sound seemed capable of shattering one's eardrums. Following this, the commotion next door escalated into a frenzy. The laughter of men intertwined with the agonized screams of women and the dull thuds of violent strikes. Su Chen listened expressionlessly, raising his wristband. 2000 hours, the time had come. He approached the window once more and gazed downward. They were here. In the distance, on the pitch-black street, shadows surged forth, racing towards his vicinity with a speed far surpassing that of the day. No longer did they shuffle. Now they were true predators. In this moment of nightfall, their speed, strength, and aggression had been entirely amplified. Roar! Hiss, hiss, hiss! The buildings around echoed with the awakening howls of the zombies. The commotion emanating from the adjacent building resembled the most radiant lighthouse in the night, drawing every undead creature within a radius of hundreds of meters towards it. Thud! The swiftest of the zombies was the first to crash against the barricaded entrance of the apartment building with its decaying body. Thud! 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 Soon after, a second, a third, and increasingly more zombies congregated below, akin to a pack of rabid dogs sensing blood, persistently battering the frail entrance. The door groaned under the relentless assault, burdened beyond its capacity. The furniture positioned behind it as a barricade was shoved backward, producing a jarring screech. It appeared that Zhou Biao and his crew had employed considerable effort in fortifying the door, maintaining a relatively secure defense for the time being. However, this was merely the beginning. The streets surrounding were still teeming with zombies, howling and rushing towards the building with frenzied abandon. The screams and depraved laughter from within the neighboring building persisted, seemingly oblivious to the chaos unfolding below. They remained ensconced in their own twisted revelry, undiminished by the passage of time, but rather spiraling further into madness. Suddenly, a man's voice pierced through the cacophony, laced with a hint of annoyance. "Biao Ge, this woman has fainted. Damn, she really can't handle it." The burly man, known as Biao Ge, spat in irritation. "Let her recuperate for a moment. If she dies now, there will be no fun left for me. I want to enjoy this for a few more days." "Indeed, Biao Ge," came the response. "Gongzi," Biao Ge suddenly called out. "Stop dawdling and check the situation at the window. See what's happening near the supermarket." "Understood, Biao Ge," Gongzi replied promptly, followed by the sound of shuffling footsteps as he approached the window. After a brief silence, Gongzi's voice returned, filled with trepidation. "There's nothing happening at the supermarket. It's pitch black, and the zombies are acting like mad dogs. No one would dare venture out in such perilous conditions." However, scarcely had he finished speaking when his tone escalated, laden with horror. "Holy shit, Biao Ge, you need to come see this. Downstairs. What is happening downstairs?" Zhou Biao, engrossed in his revelry, was irked by the interruption. "Is the sky falling? I was just enjoying myself." "No, Biao Ge, really, there are so many zombies. They surrounded our building." Gongzi's voice trembled with fear. Zhou Biao's foul-mouthed retort echoed, indicating he had moved to the window. After a moment of silence, Su Chen heard his derisive chuckle. "What is there to fear? It's merely a horde of zombies surrounding us. Isn't the entrance barricaded with furniture? Can they sprout wings and fly up here? When dawn breaks, they revert to their sluggish selves, and we can easily clear them out. Come on, everyone. Stop looking and get back to work." Zhou Biao's voice took on a lascivious tone once more. He seemed to have conceived of a more amusing diversion, chuckling mischievously. "Open the window. Bring those two young ladies over to the edge. Let the horde of zombies below have a glimpse. Our esteemed leader is truly wise." They laughed heartily, reveling in the thrill of their twisted game. Shortly thereafter, a cacophony of even more unabashed laughter erupted from next door, accompanied by the heart-wrenching, inhuman screams of women. Su Chen, standing on this side of the wall, felt numb as he listened to the depraved exchanges and ruckus from the neighboring room. In such dire times, instead of contemplating how to confront the relentless tide of corpses below, they were preoccupied with exploring new depraved antics. Had they deliberately opened the window to amplify their sordid activities, hoping to attract the attention of the surrounding zombies? This apocalyptic world had truly opened his eyes. Gradually, he straightened his posture away from the wall. This farce had to come to an end. He turned to Shen Wanqing, who stood like a statue beside him, and silently conveyed his command in his mind. "Let's go downstairs." With that, Su Chen led Shen Wanqing, making no unnecessary noise as they swiftly approached the staircase leading to the second floor. Chapter 86. He forcefully opened the door to the neighboring apartment. Gazing at the mountains of furniture stacked from the ground floor to the second floor landing, a thought crossed his mind, and in an instant, the towering piles of refrigerators, wardrobes, mattresses, sofas, and various other clutter vanished into thin air, all retrieved into his storage space. The staircase leading to the unit door became entirely unobstructed. Just as he cleared away the obstacles, a series of urgent thuds resonated from the ground floor unit door. Clearly, given the proximity, the zombies had sensed his presence. Su Chen issued a command to Shen Wanqing beside him. "Go to the door." With a swift motion, Shen Wanqing silently positioned herself behind the unit door. Su Chen then released the heavy furniture he had previously absorbed, stacking it on the stairs, completely isolating himself and Shen Wanqing. "Break the door and eliminate them." Su Chen continued to direct Shen Wanqing. A low, indistinct growl emanated from Shen Wanqing's throat. In the next moment, she sprang into action. Her seemingly slender right leg shot up with terrifying force, delivering a powerful kick to the rickety unit door. Boom! The entire security door, along with its frame, was violently torn from the wall by this immense strength, flying outward. The zombies, mindlessly battering against the door, had no time to react before being sent sprawling by the incoming iron door, as if swatted away like flies. A distinct sound of shattering bones echoed through the air. Shen Wanqing's figure darted out like a bolt of black lightning, instantly bursting through the unit door. Immediately, experience notifications began to pop up in the lower left corner of Su Chen's vision. Killed a level 1 zombie. Gained experience 2. 5. Your pet Shen Wanqing gained experience 2. 5. Killed a level 1 zombie. Gained experience 2. 5. Your pet Shen Wanqing gained experience 2. 5. Su Chen did not linger on the ground floor. He swiftly turned and returned to his room on the 4th floor. Approaching the window, he peered down. Lying at the entrance were a dozen zombie corpses. Meanwhile, Shen Wanqing stood motionless in the shadows at the apartment building's entrance, seamlessly blending with the darkness. If one did not look closely, her presence would go entirely unnoticed. All the zombies attracted by Su Chen had been dispatched by her. The remaining zombies' attention remained fixated on the adjacent building, from which incessant screams emanated. Bang! 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 The zombies relentlessly battered the neighboring unit door. Su Chen chose not to instruct Shen Wanqing to continue attacking. He found these zombies still had their uses. At that moment, a mischievous impulse surged within him. He decided to open all the windows. Whoosh! The damp night breeze rushed in. The sound from the adjacent building became startlingly clear, as if whispered directly in his ear. Su Chen leaned out, gazing at the similarly wide-open window on the 4th floor of the neighboring building. Good heavens! Upon this sight, he couldn't help but silently exclaim in astonishment. The two women were seen with their upper bodies nearly thrust entirely out of the window. Their bare forms gleamed starkly under the cold moonlight, swaying helplessly in mid-air with the movements of the man behind them. Terrified, they gazed at the dark mass of zombies below, their anguished screams piercing the night. Perhaps the sound of Su Chen opening the window had reached them. Instinctively, the two women glanced in his direction. Upon recognizing Su Chen's face, their eyes widened in disbelief. Shock, humiliation, resentment, and an indescribable despair flooded their expressions. It was him, the very man they had encountered at the motel yesterday. A tumult of sorrow and fury engulfed them. The woman named Xiaoli immediately shouted, "Biao Ge." There's someone next door. The actions behind her halted abruptly. Soon after, a coarse voice echoed back, filled with expletives. What the hell is this? The two women were roughly yanked back from the window. In the next moment, a burly head, thick with muscle and bare-chested, emerged from the window. It was a man named Zhou Biao, glaring menacingly at Su Chen. "What are you staring at, kid? Keep looking, and I'll gouge your eyes out." Su Chen replied with a casual tone, "Nothing much, just thought you all were quite the entertainers." He gestured towards the scene below. "But I advise you to keep your voices down. That horde of zombies down there can hardly wait to join in on your fun." Zhou Biao, evidently taken aback by Su Chen's reaction, instinctively glanced downwards. The unit door was being slammed against with a resounding thud, and the furniture behind it screeched ominously. Yet it appeared to hold firm for the moment. Gaining newfound confidence, Zhou Biao sneered at Su Chen. "No need for you to remind me, pretty boy. With your idle time, you should focus on your own affairs." With that, he withdrew his head, seemingly considering any further words exchanged with Su Chen a waste of his precious time. Soon, the two women were thrust back towards the window once more, their piercing screams resounding again. Damn it! Zhou Biao seemed to crave even more excitement. He delivered a harsh slap to the backside of the woman beneath him, bellowing crudely. "Scream for me. Tell me, am I giving you a good time? Speak up." With each resounding slap, the woman named Xiaoli cried out, her voice hoarse and filled with desperation. "It's so good. Biao Ge, you're incredible." Laughter erupted from another thug, laden with mockery. "Yes, scream louder. Let that kid next door hear you. Let him learn a thing or two." Su Chen felt a wave of frustration wash over him. These scoundrels truly had a warped sense of priorities. Even on the brink of death, they were preoccupied with such trivialities. Very well, if they relished this game so much, he would elevate their thrill. He turned his gaze back towards the scene below. Through a mental link, New instructions were imparted to Shun Wanqing, who lurked in the shadows. Proceed to the door next door and push your way to the front. Without hesitation, Shun Wanqing plunged into the throng of corpses. Those who obstructed her path were unceremoniously shoved aside. In no time, she reached the entrance of the unit. Breach it, commanded Su Chen. A low growl escaped Shun Wanqing's throat as she forcefully hurled her shoulder against the nearly breached door. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the unfortunate door, along with the accumulated furniture and debris behind it, was violently forced open, creating an undeniable passageway. The barricade at the entrance crumbled completely. Roar! The zombies at the doorway erupted in jubilant howls, surging madly into the apartment building. Soon after, the stairwell echoed with the sound of relentless footsteps. Chapter 87. Taking matters into one's own hands. Bang, bang, bang. Before long, the sound of zombies violently battering the door of the adjacent room on the fourth floor echoed ominously. What is happening? Zombies. The zombies have come. Within the confines of the room, the men's lewd laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by frantic screams of panic. What the hell are you all so flustered about? The thunderous roar of Biao Ge drowned out the chaos. Quickly, bring out everything from the warehouse. Block the door. Hurry. Clatter. The sound of heavy objects being retrieved from the warehouse and piled on the floor followed. Then came the crash of furniture colliding with the door and the increasingly frantic banging of the zombies. Hold your ground. Hold it firm, Biao Ge commanded, his voice hoarse from exertion. However, mere seconds later, boom, another deafening crash resounded as the door was completely breached. The woman's scream transformed into a piercing wail. Kill. Grab your weapons and kill them all. A note of madness and fear crept into Biao Ge's voice. Clang, clang, crack. The sounds of weapons clashing, sharp blades slicing through flesh, and bones shattering filled the air. The resistance next door was unexpectedly fierce. Su Chen leaned against the wall, his brow furrowing slightly. The combat prowess of these individuals surpassed his expectations. Faced with such a multitude of frenzied zombies, they had somehow managed to withstand the initial wave by leveraging the obstacles at the entrance. The dull, powerful sounds of their strikes indicated that they were indeed formidable fighters. Su Chen glanced downstairs. The street had become desolate, littered with corpses, with no new zombies approaching. The undead in the vicinity of the building had evidently been drawn to the commotion next door. His brow furrowed further. Could these few individuals truly endure and whittle down the numbers of the dozens of zombies by exploiting the terrain? It seemed the horde was still not sufficiently overwhelming. Just then, the battle next door took a dire turn. My hand. My hand has been bitten. A man's scream, filled with terror and despair, pierced the air. Biao Ge, save me. Please, save me. Get away. Don't come near me. Biao Ge's voice was laced with a fierce and ruthless edge. We can't hold them off. Biao Ge, there are too many. We can barely hold our ground. Another voice trembled with a sob. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Biao Ge let out a beastly growl, seemingly descending into madness. Even if we can't hold them off, we must. Die, all of you. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. No. A series of short, piercing screams erupted, only to swiftly fade into silence. The commotion in the room gradually subsided. Ultimately, only the heavy breaths of Biao Ge remained, accompanied by the suppressed, terrified weeping of two women. Is it over? Su Chen pondered inwardly. Yet, in the next moment, a sudden fit of maniacal laughter erupted from a neighboring room. Dead. All dead. If he survived. It was the voice of Biao Ge. Su Chen was taken aback. How could he still be alive? Such vitality. Was he akin to a cockroach? Despite the obliteration of his three subordinates and being besieged by dozens of frenzied zombies, he had managed to turn the tide? This Biao Ge was rather formidable. Come here, you two filthy wenches. Kneel before me. The voice of Biao Ge, saturated with brutality and desire, resonated again, accompanied by the terrified sobs of a woman. Su Chen is gaze hardened. It seemed he must take matters into his own hands. In his mind, he relayed a command to Shun Wanqing downstairs. Come to the door and assist me. He swiftly descended the stairs himself. Scan the surroundings for any remaining life forms. Moments later, a clear thought entered his mind. No threats detected. Excellent. Su Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him as he concentrated. summoning all the furniture and debris blocking the staircase back into the warehouse. He stepped outside. This marked the first time since arriving in this apocalyptic world that he had ventured out of his safe haven at night, treading upon this land shrouded in darkness. The frigid night wind caressed his face, laden with the pungent scent of blood and decay. The surrounding shadows seemed to harbor countless unknown dangers. Su Chen clenched his fists. He suddenly realized he could not continue to cower in fear. While safety was paramount, an over-reliance on Shen Wanqing and the external environment left him vulnerable. Should an unforeseen event occur, he would lack even the most basic self-defense capabilities. He must hasten to bolster his strength. He did not aspire to be as monstrous as Shen Wanqing, but he at least needed to be strong enough to face a horde of rampaging zombies with ease on these treacherous nights. Resolving not to dwell on it further, he retrieved the sleek, black 95-style automatic rifle from the warehouse. The cold metal felt reassuring in his grip. Stay close. Su Chen led Shen Wanqing, one behind the other, into the adjacent apartment building, which emanated an aura of death. The corridor was a chaotic scene, littered with the corpses of zombies and dark crimson stains, the air thick with a nauseating stench. The two ascended silently to the fourth floor. Biao Ji's foul-mouthed tirade echoed from a room at the end of the corridor. You filthy wench. Clean it properly. Deeper. Do you hear me? Accompanying his words were the muffled sounds of a woman stifling her pain and retching. Su Chen halted at the door of that room. The sight before him made him furrow his brow involuntarily. The entrance was barricaded with the bodies of zombies, severed limbs, and entrails strewn about, nearly sealing the door completely. Amidst this gruesome carnage, Biao Ge still found the inclination for such depravity. Su Chen inwardly cursed. Truly perverse. Standing at the threshold, he was immediately met with the scene unfolding within the room. The imposing figure known as Biao Ge stood in the center of the room, his bare body smeared with dark crimson stains and an array of indescribable filth, a sinister expression etched across his face. At his feet, two naked women knelt trembling on the ground. In that moment, the three occupants of the room, as if on cue, turned their gazes toward the commotion at the doorway. The atmosphere grew heavy as their eyes locked with Su Chen's, a palpable tension filling the air. Had Su Chen not been wielding an automatic rifle, this charged moment might have lingered longer. You. Biao Ge began to utter a word, but Su Chen swiftly countered with action. Bang, bang, bang. The muffled sounds of gunfire erupted, flames licking from the muzzle of the weapon. Biao Ji's body convulsed violently, crimson blossoms erupting from his arms and torso. He lost control, collapsing backward onto the heap of corpses. A heart-wrenching scream pierced the air. The two women, startled by the sudden turn of events, were gripped by terror. Scrambling toward the corner of the room, desperately trying to press themselves into the wall as if wishing to disappear. Chapter 88. To the supermarket, Biao Ge writhed in agony on the ground, blood gushing from his wounds, staining the lifeless body beneath him and the earth a deeper crimson. Struggling to lift his head, he gazed at Su Chen with an incredulous expression, roaring, We have no grievances, no enmity. Why must you kill me? The madness and ferocity in his eyes had long since vanished, leaving only an overwhelming sense of fear and a desperate will to survive. Noticing Su Chen's cold, expressionless gaze fixed upon him, devoid of any intention to respond, Biao Ji's terror intensified. With tremendous effort, he forced a smile that was more grotesque than a cry, begging fervently, Brother, I was wrong. Please don't kill me. Is it these two women you desire? I will give them to you. Both of them. Desperately clutching at the last straw of hope, he pitched his plea with reckless abandon. Brother, you must try. These two women are exquisite. Truly, their performance is commendable. I assure you, you will be utterly delighted. Su Chen, however, paid no heed to the pleading Biao Ge on the floor and issued a command to Shen Wanqing outside the door. Come in. End him. In the next moment, a captivating figure appeared at the entrance. The three individuals in the room were left in a state of bewilderment, uncertain of Su Chen's intentions. Under Biao Ji's horrified gaze, the stunning woman strode towards him with long strides. Instinctively, he wished to retreat, but the excruciating pain in his limbs rendered him immobile. He could only watch helplessly as she approached, slowly raising her foot. He watched as a sneaker loomed larger in his vision. The next instant, a sharp crack echoed, Biao Ji's neck was shattered beneath Shen Wanqing's foot. His voice ceased abruptly, his head tilting an unnatural angle, the light in his eyes swiftly dimming. In the lower left corner of Su Chen's vision, a line of green text appeared. Killed a level 3 survivor. Gained experience 40. Your pet Shen Wanqing gained experience 40. A level 3 survivor? Su Chen was taken aback. No wonder this fellow was so formidable. He was indeed at level 3. With the greatest threat neutralized. Su Chen's gaze shifted to the two quivering women in the corner. Sensing his scrutiny, the women trembled violently, then fell to their knees, frantically bowing and pleading for mercy. Brother, spare us. We were wrong. We truly were. Please don't kill us. We will do anything you ask. We are capable of anything. They cried out, desperately knocking their heads against the ground, their foreheads soon turning red and swollen. I prefer the defiant demeanor you displayed before, Su Chen remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the two women stiffened, their faces draining of color. The slightly more attractive woman reacted swiftly. Seemingly struck by inspiration, she began to crawl towards Su Chen on her hands and knees, trembling and weeping as she implored him. Brother, as long as you do not kill me, you may do whatever you wish. As she spoke, she had already crawled to Su Chen's feet. Then, under Su Chen's astonished gaze, she extended her trembling hands, attempting to unfasten his belt. Su Chen was utterly taken aback. This woman certainly knew how to survive. Unfortunately, he did not fancy such advances. With an expressionless demeanor, he lifted his foot and mercilessly kicked her to the ground. In your next life, try to be wiser. Having said that, he dismissed her from his mind and issued an order to Shen Wanqing. Eliminate them. Upon receiving the command, Shen Wanqing promptly approached. Crack, crack. The crisp sounds echoed as the two women did not even have time to scream before their heads tilted, and they fell limply to the ground. The room finally returned to silence. Su Chen walked over to the 6 corpses and began his favorite task of searching their bodies. Integration successful. Gain survival points 0. Storage space 1 cubic meter. Integration successful. Gain survival points 0. Storage space 1 cubic meter. The two women's wristbands yielded no survival points, clearly having been thoroughly drained by their previous captors. Integration successful. Gain survival points 260. Storage space 3 cubic meters. Integration successful. Gain survival points 350. Storage space 3 cubic meters. Integration successful. Gain survival points 400. Storage space for cubic meters. The wristbands of the other 3 thugs were relatively generous. Finally, Su Chen's gaze fell upon the wristband of the leader, Biao Ge. This was the big catch of the day. With a sense of anticipation akin to unboxing a mystery gift, he reached out. Integration successful. Gain survival points 860. Storage space 22 cubic meters. Wow. Su Chen's heart soared at the notification that popped up on the wristband interface. 22 cubic meters. What a windfall. This round had netted him a total of 870 survival points from the 6 individuals, while his storage space had surged by a staggering 34 cubic meters. An incredible profit. In high spirits, Su Chen began to inspect the supplies these individuals had. Within his wristband storage, their resources were automatically sorted into 4 neat piles. The supplies were rather ordinary. Aside from an abundance of food and water, there were some fire axes and melee weapons like machetes. The remaining items consisted of various mundane household goods. Su Chen quickly sifted through them, retaining what was useful while discarding the majority that held little value. He placed all the unworthy items onto the trading market. After completing these tasks, he contentedly closed the wristband interface. Outside the window, the night deepened. Su Chen's gaze shifted toward the distant supermarket. With Shen Wanqing still in a frenzied state of heightened combatability, he felt confident that he could easily handle any other survivors that might approach. He resolved to scour the supermarket that very night to prevent any unforeseen complications. Having made his decision, Su Chen left the apartment building with Shen Wanqing by his side. He chose not to summon the saber-toothed tiger armored vehicle. In the city, any noise could attract unnecessary trouble. Su Chen retrieved a Tang Dao from the warehouse. Gripping it firmly in his hand, he inhaled deeply, walking alongside Shen Wanqing towards the supermarket. Su Chen trailed behind Shen Wanqing, elevating his senses to their utmost limits. His ears attuned to any subtle sounds in the vicinity. His eyes vigilantly scanned every corner that might conceal danger. To be honest, Su Chen felt quite anxious. They had barely traversed 100 meters when a chilling roar erupted from the second floor of a nearby residential building. Behind a shattered window, a decayed head abruptly emerged. The zombie, seemingly drawn by the presence of the living, emitted an excited growl before unhesitatingly leaping from the second floor. Thud! The heavy body crashed onto the concrete ground with a dull thud. The zombie's form twisted grotesquely upon impact, one leg clearly broken. Yet, using its remaining leg and two hands, it frantically crawled in Su Chen's direction, its speed surprisingly unimpeded. Chapter 89. Grinding and Monster Hunting with a Swift Motion. Shen Wanqing appeared before the zombie. Crack! The crisp sound of bones shattering echoed in the silent street. The creature's skull was crushed beneath her precise strike, causing its body to collapse lifelessly. You have slain a level 1 zombie, gaining 5 experience. Your pet Shen Wanqing gains 5 experience. As they ventured deeper, the number of agitated zombies around them increased significantly. Hiss! Roar! From the inky black alleys, beneath abandoned vehicles, and from the shadowy recesses of dilapidated apartment buildings, dark figures surged forth, shrieking with ferocity. Their speed, strength, and aggression were vastly enhanced compared to the daylight hours. For any survivor team, facing such a multitude of frenzied zombies would likely result in a fierce struggle, possibly ending in gruesome dismemberment. Yet for Su Chen and Shen Wanqing, it was merely a one-sided massacre. The benefits of the agility points Su Chen had allocated upon leveling up were now fully realized. Though the rampaging zombies were swift, he evaded them with ease. Shen Wanqing swiftly dispatched any zombie that pursued Su Chen, her movements devoid of any superfluous gestures. Each strike she delivered was invariably accompanied by the distinct sound of cracking bones. The approaching zombies before her resembled moths drawn to a flame, feeble and easily vanquished. At that moment, a system notification popped up in the lower left corner of Su Chen's vision. Notice, your experience points are full. You may now level up. Can I level up? Su Chen suppressed his excitement and chose not to upgrade immediately. The time was not yet ripe. He decided to wait until it was safer. He continued to lead Shen Wanqing forward, leaving a trail of slain zombies in their wake. Before long, they arrived near a large supermarket. The expansive square in front of the supermarket was teeming with a dark mass of densely packed zombies. The sheer number was enough to send shivers down one's spine. The black SUV, now engulfed by the horde, had been reduced to a mere shell. Su Chen did not approach directly. Instead, he veered into a narrow side street. Halting 200 meters from the square, he glanced toward a shop at the edge of the square and instructed Shen Wanqing to enter and clear it out. A few minutes later, she relayed the information. No threats detected. Only after Shen Wanqing returned to the entrance did Su Chen step inside the shop. It was a 4-story establishment. Upon entering, he retrieved a considerable amount of miscellaneous items from the storeroom, barricading the entrance securely. Utilizing the moonlight streaming through the windows, he ascended to the second floor. From this vantage point, the view was exceptional, allowing him to survey the entire supermarket square and its surroundings. His gaze settled on the thousands of wandering zombies below. He contemplated the need to eliminate the monsters was indisputable, yet complete eradication was not feasible. After all, a pack of vigilant foes lingered nearby. These zombies served as his best shield. He was determined to effectively isolate those lurking in the shadows, ensuring their complete exclusion from his plans. His objective was to carve out a secure passage leading into the interior of the supermarket. Su Chen did not act immediately. Instead, he accessed the character interface, noting that the system had indicated an opportunity for an upgrade. At this moment, any enhancement was welcome. Upgrade. A warm current surged through him, washing over his entire being, nearly eliciting a groan of pleasure. Upgrade successful. Current level, LV. 5. You have gained 1 free attribute point. Experience points. 150 for 000, gazing at the requirement of 4,000 experience points for the next level. Su Chen felt a flutter in his eyelids. Indeed, the experience needed for leveling up was escalating exponentially. It was evident that progression would become increasingly sluggish. After a moment's contemplation, he allocated his single free attribute point to speed. Speed, 8-9, the instant he completed the distribution of his attribute points. Su Chen sensed a renewed lightness in his body, the latent power in his leg suggesting he could leap several meters with a single bound. With a speed of 9, he was nearly twice as swift as the average adult male. He suppressed the urge to dash outside and run a few laps, redirecting his gaze back to the square outside the window. Those zombies represented a wealth of experience. Through a mental link, he dispatched a relatively complex command to Sun Wanqing, who was poised downstairs. Proceed to the supermarket entrance and clear a 50-meter-wide path extending to this location. To his surprise, Sun Wanqing comprehended the instruction. With a low growl emanating from her throat, she swiftly advanced towards the horde of corpses in the square. Su Chen retrieved the night vision goggles he had found at the police station to observe the unfolding scene. Through the lenses, the world transformed into an eerie green expanse. Sun Wanqing rapidly reached the periphery of the zombie cluster, charging forward without hesitation. The surrounding zombies paid her no mind, continuing their aimless wandering and growling as if she were mere air. Upon approaching one zombie from behind, she raised her hand, her pale palm striking down upon its head. The zombie crumpled to the ground. Instantaneously, a flurry of green notifications erupted in the lower left corner of Su Chen's vision. You have slain a level 1 zombie. Gaining 2. 5 experience. Your pet Sun Wanqing gains 2. 5 experience. You have slain a level 1 zombie. Gaining 2. 5 experience. Your pet Sun Wanqing gains 2. 5 experience. You have slain a level 1 zombie. Gaining 2. 5 experience. Your pet Sun Wanqing gains 2. 5 experience. The notifications cascaded so rapidly that they appeared as a continuous green waterfall. Su Chen watched his experience gauge rise at a visibly accelerated rate, his spirits soaring to unprecedented heights. This was no mere struggle for survival in a post-apocalyptic world. It felt more like an effortless grind for experience. Sun Wanqing resembled an indefatigable farmer, tirelessly harvesting crops in a field. Wherever she trod, one zombie after another fell before her. Before long. Notice, your pet Sun Wanqing has reached maximum experience points and can be upgraded. Su Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart and promptly opened the pet interface. Upgrading your pet Sun Wanqing. Upgrade successful. Your pet's level has risen to LV5. Level 504,000. Your pet has gained 1 free attribute point. Su Chen allocated that single free attribute point to speed once more. Sun Wanqing's speed attribute now stood at 6 points. In her frenzied state during the night, it would surge to 12 points. What does a speed of 12 points signify? Su Chen found himself unable to fathom it. As he watched the experience bar ascend rapidly, he also observed the movements within the surrounding buildings. So far, he had detected no anomalies. With time to spare, Su Chen opened the regional channel. He wished to gauge the reactions of nearby survivors to Sun Wanqing's remarkable prowess in the square. Hey, what is going on over at the supermarket? Did you see that? I saw it. There's a woman slaying zombies. Absolutely fierce. Fierce my foot. Don't you find it odd? Those zombies are just standing there, letting her kill them without putting up a fight. Is that for real? I can't see clearly from here, just shadows moving. Absolutely true. I watched through binoculars. That woman is taking them down with a single slap, like they're made of paper, one after another. What on earth is happening? Is there a bug in the survival world? Who cares if it's a bug? Brothers, this is a golden opportunity. If the zombies are inactive, doesn't that mean the supplies in the supermarket are up for grabs? Upon the emergence of this information, the entire channel erupted in excitement. Right? How did I not think of that? Let us go. Let us go. A supermarket this large has enough provisions to last us a year. Form a team. Coordinates: South District, Shihai City, Times Square Supermarket. Nearby brothers, let us seize the supermarket. Count me in. Damn it, I'm tired of munching on crackers. I want meat. The survivors in the channel were all electrified, as if they had been invigorated by a surge of adrenaline. Chapter 90. The true warrior Su Chen found amusement in the remarks flooding the regional channel, raising his night vision goggles once more. He was eager to discern whether any genuine warriors resided among this cacophony of bravado. Let us go. Down we plunge. Damn it, let us do this. Fortune favors the bold, while the timid perish. On the count of 3, we charge together. The channel buzzed incessantly, the atmosphere charged with fervor, as if an epic showdown between a survivor alliance and a horde of zombies was on the verge of unfolding. Yet, through his night vision, Su Chen could clearly see that within the surrounding buildings, aside from the fleeting shadows of a few furtive figures behind the curtains, no one dared to step outside. All were vociferously shouting, yet their bodies betrayed their cowardice. Indeed, the essence of humanity often resembles that of parrots and timid doves. Su Chen curled his lip in disdain, preparing to withdraw his gaze, when a flicker of movement caught the corner of his eye. He promptly adjusted the lens to focus. In the shadow of a building at the northwest corner of the supermarket, a diminutive figure was peeking out cautiously. The individual moved with an unmistakable awkwardness, hugging the wall, scampering with exaggerated vigilance, reminiscent of a thief pilfering vegetables. Could it be that a true warrior had descended? Su Chen felt a rush of excitement. Firmly locking his gaze on this valiant soul, the figure stealthily circumnavigated the building, attempting to infiltrate the supermarket through a side entrance. While the intent was commendable, reality proved to be merciless. As the individual crept within 100 meters of the side door, chaos erupted. A dozen zombies near the horde seemed to receive a simultaneous signal, abruptly turning their heads in his direction. Roar! In the next instant, the zombies unleashed a frenzied roar, charging madly towards the shadowy figure. Damn it! A terrified shout echoed, reaching Su Chen even from hundreds of meters away. Clearly paralyzed with fear, the would-be warrior turned and sprinted back toward the office building from whence he came. Driven by a primal instinct to survive, he unleashed an astonishing burst of speed. Just as the nearest zombie was about to seize him from behind, in a desperate maneuver akin to a starving dog lunging for its meal, he tumbled through the entrance of the office building, slamming the door shut behind him with a resounding thud. Bang! 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 The relentless horde of zombies collided against the firmly shut door, producing a dull thud. They tirelessly battered the door with their bodies, claws, and heads, frantically attempting to breach the barrier. The door vibrated violently, and it was evident that a substantial weight had been piled against it from within. For the moment, it held firm against their assault. Su Chen set down his night vision goggles, marveling at the scene. This fellow was impressive, executing a high-stakes maneuver to narrowly escape. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the regional channel erupted with fervor. The survivor, in a torrent of roars, vented his anger and terror. Damn, you bunch of worthless dogs. Didn't we agree to charge together? Why is it just me who has come down here? I am trapped by zombies at the door. You deceitful lot. What has become of the fundamental trust between individuals? As soon as his message was sent, the channel fell silent for a few seconds. Following that, a wave of schadenfreude-laden replies flooded in. Haha, brother. You actually went? I was merely joking. Who knew you were so bold? Young man, perhaps Ironhead Kid would suit you better. Ha ha ha. Let's observe a moment of silence. May you rest well, my brother. We shall gladly accept your supplies. Aye. Gazing at the screen filled with asterisks, Su Chen could almost envision the other party's exasperated expression. At that moment, a survivor posed a crucial question. Wait a minute, everyone. Don't you find it strange? Why was Ironhead Kid immediately pursued by zombies? Yet that woman in the square has been killing for ages, and the surrounding zombies seem utterly oblivious to her? This question plunged the entire channel back into contemplation. Indeed, goodness, I hadn't noticed until you mentioned it. What a chilling thought. What on earth is happening? Could she be an NPC? What nonsense. Have you ever encountered such a formidable NPC? This is clearly someone exploiting cheats. Are you serious? Is there actually cheating in this survival game? It must be. Damn it. I wondered how someone could be so impressive. Turns out they're a cheater. Brothers, this is intolerable. We strive to survive with great effort. Why should they cheat? Report. It must be reported. ISNT it said that data checks occur daily in this survival world. How can there still be cheaters? The officials must provide an explanation. Watching the channel erupt in outrage as they condemned the cheating player, Su Chen almost laughed aloud. Report? I certainly don't possess any golden fingers. He switched off the chaotic regional channel. Through a mental link, he issued new commands to Shun Wanqing, who was still diligently eliminating zombies in the square. Leave the surrounding zombies. No need to clear them. These zombies must be preserved as a defense against the old six. Time passed inexorably amidst Shun Wanqing's relentless slaughter. After more than half an hour, the zombies near the supermarket entrance were completely eradicated, leaving behind a grotesque pile of bodies. Meanwhile, the outskirts of the square remained teeming with thousands of wandering zombies, forming an impenetrable wall of flesh. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction and continued to issue commands. Enter and cleanse the interior of the supermarket. Shen Wanqing's figure stealthily merged into the dark entrance of the supermarket. Another half-hour passed in anticipation. During this time, Su Chen vigilantly observed his surroundings with night vision goggles. The old six, having witnessed the fate of Iron Head Kid, had clearly become subdued, with no one daring to emerge recklessly. This was excellent. Just then, a clear thought finally entered his mind. Threat has been eliminated. Su Chen's spirit lifted as he opened his character interface. The experience bar was already overflowing, ready for an upgrade. Not just one level either. He chose to upgrade immediately. Upgrade. Buzz. Upgrade successful. Current level. LV. 6. You have gained 1 free attribute point experience. The experience bar remains full. Continue leveling up. Buzz. Another flash of white light. Upgrade successful. Current level. LV. 7. You have gained 1 free attribute point experience. 12000, 16000, leveling up twice in succession. Su Chen felt immense satisfaction. Indeed, grinding monsters was the way to go. He gazed at the 2 free attribute points and pondered briefly. With speed already at 9 points, adding 1 more would yield a whole number. Speed, 9, 10 for the remaining point, he opted to increase strength. Strength, 4, 5, having completed his adjustments. He promptly opened the pet interface. Shen Wanqing's experience bar was similarly overflowing. Level up. Level up. Upgrading your pet Shen Wanqing. Upgrade successful. Level raised to LV6. Upgrading your pet Shen Wanqing. Upgrade successful. Level raised to LV7. Level 71129016000. Your pet has gained 2 free attribute points. Allocating all to speed. Speed 6, 8. In a berserk state, she would possess a speed of 16. Su Chen could hardly fathom what such a scene would entail. Upon concluding these tasks, he contentedly closed the interface and issued a command toward the supermarket. Come, assist me. Responding to the command, Shen Wanqing emerged from the supermarket's entrance. With a mere thought, Su Chen retracted all the clutter blocking the shop's doorway and pushed the door open. He and Shen Wanqing cautiously circled the edge of the plaza, making their way toward the supermarket. The zombies in this area had already been cleared by Shen Wanqing, leaving a sufficiently large, safe distance. Nevertheless, as they approached the plaza's edge, dozens of zombies from the outskirts of the horde keenly sensed the presence of a living human. Roar! They charged frantically towards Su Chen. Remaining calm, Su Chen observed the approaching horde of zombies. A command was issued in his mind. Eliminate the threats. Shen Wanqing, standing beside him, sprang into action. Mere seconds later, she had infiltrated the frenzied mass of zombies. Crack, crack, crack. A series of distinct bone-cracking sounds echoed. In just a matter of seconds, the advancing horde had collapsed in disarray. Su Chen's eyes twitched. A speed of 16 was truly terrifying. He turned to glance at the distance. The impenetrable wall of zombies, composed of thousands of undead, elicited a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. With these free guardians around, he could scavenge with peace of mind.